Battle Through the Heavens, Rebirth of Emperor Yan Chapter 531 to Chapter 605. Everyone in the auction ground had stunned faces as they looked at the feather on the auction stage below. A moment ago, this thing had erupted with a powerful aura that caused most of the people present to be moved. However, it had only been a short couple of breaths. This change was a little too quick. What is going on? Everyone's faces were stunned as they looked at Feng Qian on the auction stage below. Everyone's faces revealed a suspicious expression. Could it be that the so-called treasure, the man-class Do technique, was this appearance? At this moment, there were even quite a number of people in the auction ground who had originally planned to bid for it. They withdrew their gazes with bitter faces. At the same time, their eyes involuntarily revealed a suspicious expression as they looked at Feng Qian. If even the first auction item was fake, the people present would no longer be able to feel assured about the subsequent auction items. Dong Chuan, who was standing at the edge of the auction ground, also involuntarily frowned slightly in the face of the unexpected change in the auction ground. His heart felt a little troubled. If this Feng Yu were to point out this matter, it was likely that there would not be any need for the auction today to continue. A single mistake was sufficient to cause their entire auction to be burned to the ground. At the same time, the few elite Dodi within the few private rooms also revealed various expressions. Some were smiles, some were surprised, and some were suspicious. In short, the unexpected change that had occurred in the auction ground at this moment caused everyone to feel uneasy. At this moment, Xiaoyan was naturally able to clearly see the situation in the outside world through the light curtain in front of him. This included Feng Qian, who was standing on the auction stage with a stunned and embarrassed face. Xiaoyan was also able to see everything. Seeing that the atmosphere in the auction ground had become somewhat pressurized because of him, Xiaoyan involuntarily felt a little apologetic in his heart. He knit his brows tightly and swiftly thought of a countermeasure in his heart. No matter how one put it, everything in front of him had become like this because of him. If he continued to remain silent, this matter would eventually become a knot in Xiaoyan's heart, regardless of whether other people knew about it or not. If he was unable to resolve this matter today, it was likely that it might even affect Xiaoyan's training in the future. Cough cough, I'm sorry. Just now, I was interested and used my spiritual strength to investigate the demon phoenix. However, I did not expect that thing to actually be unable to withstand my investigation, resulting in it becoming like this. If I have disturbed everyone, please do not take it to heart. At the very most, I am willing to give up this Do technique. Suddenly, a voice that was filled with embarrassment suddenly resounded over the entire auction ground and reverberated beside everyone's ears. Hearing this, everyone's faces immediately revealed a strange expression. They looked towards the direction of the voice, but could only see the empty sky above their heads. At the same time, the Dodi on the auction stage and the few Dodi in the private rooms instantly turned their gazes to the private room that Xiaoyan was in. Although other people were unable to see it, they knew that the voice had been transmitted from this place. Hearing these words, a doubtful expression involuntarily flashed across the faces of the few elite Dodi in the private room. They immediately laughed coldly and continued to be silent. As for Feng Qian, who was currently on the stone platform, there was a look of gratitude in his turbid old eyes. Other people might not know, but as the manager of the auction house, how could he not know that there were some special formations around the auction stage? These formations were able to block all spiritual perception below the rank 4 alchemist. Unfortunately, although Xiaoyan was a rank 3 alchemist, his spiritual strength was not sufficient to pass through the formation. It was even more impossible for him to not be detected by these elite Dodi. Hence, Feng Qian knew that these words of his were false the moment he heard them. However, even though his words were fake, it would be best if he could use it to help them out of their predicament in the current situation. Cuckoo, no wonder. So it was Mr. who used his spiritual strength to investigate. Feng Qian cupped his hands toward the private room Xiaoyan was in. He clearly understood in his heart, but his face was filled with gratitude as he spoke with a smile. Huh? Once Feng Qian's words were spoken, everyone present immediately turned their gazes toward the private room Xiaoyan was in. Everyone's eyes were filled with doubt. They were also extremely curious about the Mr. that Feng Qian had mentioned. Soon after, the gazes of everyone present landed on the private room Xiaoyan was in. The empty space outside the private room suddenly became distorted. Soon after, a young man wearing a black robe slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Once they saw Xiaoyan, everyone in the auction ground immediately went into an uproar. Only then did they react. At this moment, the only person in the auction ground who could cause Fan Qian to be so respectful was likely this rank 3 alchemist. However, when everyone recovered and recalled the words that Xiaoyan had said earlier, numerous wolf-like eyes instantly stared at the Do Technique scroll on the crystal pillar in front of Fan Qian. It should be known that this Do Technique was something that even a rank 3 alchemist would be interested in. Just from this point alone, it was enough to prove that this Do Technique was not cheap. Now that Xiaoyan had taken the initiative to give it up, was this not helping the others present? Of course, if they were to know that those words earlier were intentionally said by Xiaoyan, it was unknown just what kind of interesting expression they would have on their faces. In the blink of an eye, he was stared at by so many people in such a manner. Even with Fan Qian's mental strength, his eyebrows could not help but twitch. After which, he once again used a grateful gaze to look at Xiaoyan's slowly disappearing figure in the sky. Thank you very much. At the edge of the auction stage, Dong Chuan also stared at Xiaoyan's disappearing figure and quietly thanked Xiaoyan in his heart. At the same time, the atmosphere in the auction ground, which had become silent because of the unforeseen event earlier, was instantly broken by Xiaoyan's words. At this very moment, everyone in the auction ground turned their gazes toward Fan Qian. Fan Qian had yet to state his starting bid, but the sounds of bidding had already risen and fell repeatedly. This scene also caused Fan Qian's old face to once again reveal a stunned expression. However, compared to before, the expression on Fan Qian's face at this moment was clearly much more relaxed. Within the private room, Xiaoyan watched the scene that was currently displayed in the auction ground. The emotions in his heart also gradually disappeared. It was as though the stone that was blocking his heart had been shattered with a bang at this moment. Even his breathing had unknowingly become much smoother. Cuckoo, everyone, the auction ground has its own order. Everyone seated, please do not be agitated. Next, our first auction item will officially be auctioned. Phoenix Feather Finger, a D-class Do technique. I think that everyone has seen its value just now. The starting price of the auction will be 1,300,000 spirit coins. Each bid must not be lower than 50,000 spirit coins. There will be a ceiling of 8 million spirit coins. If anyone were to bid this price first, this Phoenix Feather Finger will belong to that person regardless of who bids a higher price later on. Everyone, you must not miss this opportunity. These words, which were intentionally wrapped by Fan Qian's Do Qi, were like the sound of a bell that resounded beside the ears of everyone present. Additionally, his tone was ingenious and he used some tactics to immediately stir up the atmosphere in the auction ground. Cuckoo, everyone. Please. The fiery atmosphere of the auction continued. After the blazing flame flower was auctioned off, Xiaoyan in the private room rarely called out a price. Xiaoyan's main objective for this trip had been completed after obtaining the blazing flame flower. Xiaoyan was not interested in anything else. Secondly, he did not have much capital left. It was not easy to catalyze 2,000 fan leaves. Moreover, it was all thanks to Guyu. If it was possible, Xiaoyan hoped to keep the remaining 1,000 fan leaf so that he could use it to refine pills in the future. Even with Xiaoyan's mental strength, he could not help but feel shocked at the large scale of the auction this time around as the dazzling auction items flowed out one by one from the auction stage. The rarity of some of the auction items during this auction caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily feel a rush of excitement. However, after a struggle in his heart, he finally became quiet. Originally, Xiaoyan wanted to try his luck and see if some of the medicinal ingredients that he needed would appear. Unfortunately, the heavens did not allow Xiaoyan to do as he wished despite his good intentions. The blazing flame flower was an extremely rare medicinal ingredient. Being able to get Xiaoyan to bid for it in this auction could already be considered extremely lucky. However, Xiaoyan's thoughts at this moment were a little greedy. The auction gradually approached its end while Xiaoyan waited in anticipation. At the same time, the value of the auction items that appeared on the auction stage became increasingly high. They had even reached the point where they could be called priceless treasures. At the very least, these things were worthy of being called priceless in the eyes of everyone in the auction ground. At this moment, the many elite Dodi in the private rooms had also taken out their true capital. Round after round of intense competition was carried out like a wildfire. Tens of millions of spirit coins, various rare medicinal ingredients, medicinal pills, and high-class chi methods and do skills were swiftly being traded like many ordinary goods. Ugh, Xiaoyan sighed softly. He saw that the auction was nearing its end. However, there was still no item that could move him. Xiaoyan felt a little dissatisfied in his heart. Ugh. It's so boring here. Can we go now? Morong Xianxia pouted her small mouth and laid on the armrest with an expressionless face. She asked Xiaoyan in an uninterested manner. Let's wait a little longer. The auction is about to end. Moreover, the blazing flower is still in the auction house. I will only be able to obtain it after the auction ends. For now, just bear with it for a little longer. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan could only bitterly smile and shake his head. As he comforted Morong Xianxia, his gaze once again returned to the light screen. At this moment, on the auction stage, the tempo was rapidly approaching the end. Therefore, all the items that were brought out were some important items. For example, right now, a scroll of high human rank cultivation method was being pushed to the peak by the crowd at a rapid speed like stars surrounding the moon. This scroll was called Devouring Shadow Skill. It was a darkness affinity chi method. The darkness affinity was relatively rare among all the cultivator affinity. It was also because of this that its value was even more valuable. Within a short moment, this scroll of Devouring Shadow Skill had already been raised to a high price. Its value had already reached the level of tens of millions of spirit coins. Compared to a Do technique of the same class, the value of a Qi method in the eyes of a cultivator was slightly higher. After all, the strength of a Do technique ultimately originated from the foundation of a cultivator. A good Qi method was able to raise the overall strength of a cultivator. Compared to a Do technique, this would undoubtedly cause a cultivator to be even more tempted. Hence, even though the value of this scroll of Devouring Shadow Skill had already been raised to the level of 50 million spirit coins, from the looks of it, it did not seem to have any intention of stopping. This also caused Xiaoyan, who was currently in the private room, to involuntarily let out an exclamation of surprise. Tens of millions of spirit coins. Xiaoyan admitted that he would definitely not be able to exchange for so many spirit coins even if he were to sell all the things he had on him. Yet, those elite Dodi were able to randomly raise such a sky-high price for a scroll of a Qi method. It must be said that this could really be called a heroic spirit that reached the clouds. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan did not have much interest in this so-called Devouring Shadow Skill. Compared to the former, from the way Xiaoyan saw it, his flame mantra was only superior. Although the current flame mantra could only be called a low human rank Qi method, its growth ability was something that no Qi method in the world could compare with. As long as Xiaoyan was able to obtain a sufficient amount of heavenly flame, the flame mantra could similarly reach the high human rank or even the Xing class Qi method. Of course, the precondition was that Xiaoyan needed to possess a sufficient amount of heavenly flame to raise the level of the flame mantra. Xiaoyan involuntarily nodded violently in his heart when he thought of this. He knew that the only way to allow the flame mantra to evolve was to quickly find the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the ice spirit pill, refine the medicinal pill, and swallow the bone-chilling flame. Although Xiaoyan was extremely unwilling in his heart, he also understood that Guyu's intentions were here. If he did not accept it, it would only cause Guyu to feel a chill in his heart. At the same time, it would be even more dangerous for him to face the so-called Ghost Hall. Ever since he had met the first Hall Master of the Ghost Hall, Xiaoyan had become increasingly aware of the importance of strength. With the strength of that group, they could easily deal with him. The reason why Xiaoyan was able to survive until now was merely because of Guyu within his body. If he wanted to truly protect himself, Xiaoyan needed an even greater strength. The source of this strength was the heavenly flame. Ugh, looks like I need to speed up the search for medicinal ingredients. Currently, I am still lacking 6 medicinal ingredients to refine the ice spirit pill and the ice spirit cold liquid. These 6 medicinal ingredients will be quite troublesome. Xiaoyan frowned slightly. He could not help but feel a pressure in his heart. This was especially so now that he was in the Shilin region. The 4 great sects had once again begun to covet him. It was likely that the entire western region would become his enemy. If he did not possess sufficient strength, it would be impossible for him to survive in front of the four great sections. Just by relying on Guyu, Xiaoyan no longer had any hope. When he thought that even the spiritual strength that he was so proud of had been borrowed from Guyu, Xiaoyan felt ashamed of himself in his heart. Xiaoyan calmed himself. He had just withdrawn his thoughts when a smiling Feng Qian on the auction stage in the outside world once again took out a silver plate. Under the cover of the cloth, no one could see what was placed on the silver plate. However, one could roughly see the outline of the item. The auction item appeared to be square in shape. One could roughly guess that it was a box. The true auction item was likely within that box. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the elite Dodi in each of the private rooms gradually became solemn. Finally, the thing that they had been waiting for since the beginning had finally appeared. A lovely figure wrapped in a red dress slowly stood up from the chair in a private room. Her pretty eyes revealed an anxious expression. In the other private rooms, the middle-aged man, who had been seated without moving, also slowly stood up at this moment. A glint overflowed from deep within his eyes. Haha, everyone, the next auction item will be the final auction item of this auction. After this auction item is auctioned, this auction will officially end. The old me sincerely hopes that everyone present will be able to return with satisfaction. Hence, everyone must not miss this final auction item. Feng Qian chuckled as he spoke. At the same time, his shriveled hand slowly removed the cloth covering the silver plate. Soon after, a completely white jade box that emitted a sparkling treasure light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Blazing flame flower. Everyone's eyes focused on the scene displayed on the light screen at this moment. A bright red petal slowly surfaced in front of everyone's eyes like a cluster of flames. Its emerald green roots were like a new bud that emitted a luster. When this flower was exposed in the air, everyone could clearly sense that the temperature of the place had clearly risen following the appearance of this flower. Huh? At this moment, not only were the people in the viewing gallery shocked, but even the few elite Dodi in the private rooms involuntarily revealed a surprise in their eyes when they looked at the flower. To be able to cause a change in the world, this flower was definitely not ordinary. Blazing flame flower. It contains an extremely domineering fire attribute energy. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to touch it. I didn't expect that the news that spread before the auction was actually true. I can't believe that we'll be able to see such a natural wonder at this auction. There was naturally no lack of experienced and knowledgeable people among the bandits. There were already people who had recognized this blazing flame flower the moment they saw it. Immediately, the auction stage once again erupted into an uproar. Although most of the people seated had never personally seen the blazing flame flower, they were extremely familiar with its reputation. This kind of medicinal ingredient was extremely rare. Among all the fire attribute medicinal ingredients, it could be ranked among the top. In the refinement of many high-grade medicinal pills, the blazing flower would be used as the main ingredient. Hence, its value was immeasurable. However, such a precious medicinal ingredient had now appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Who would be willing to miss such an opportunity? Cuckoo, looks like everyone recognizes this flower. That's right, this flower is the blazing flame flower. The old me shall not speak about its medicinal properties for now. I think that everyone seated here should have some understanding of it. In that case, let's not say any more unnecessary words. Everyone, prepare your capital. On the auction stage, Feng Qian's old face was filled with a smile as he looked at the surrounding people in the viewing gallery. His shriveled hand gently stroked his beard as he immediately opened his mouth to speak. Due to the uniqueness of the blazing flame flower, its owner does not intend to auction it using spirit coins. Instead, he hopes that it can be exchanged with items of equal value. Therefore, if anyone here wishes to exchange for it, I hope that you can take out items of equal value. Of course, I will personally appraise its value. Feng Qian's deep gaze slowly swept across the entire place. As Feng Qian's words fell, the originally noisy crowd immediately became much quieter. There was no need to elaborate on the value of the blazing flower. Although there were many items in the world that could be compared to it, there were definitely not many. At the very least, none of the people present had anything that could be used to exchange for the blazing flower. Hee, Feng Qian laughed dryly. Soon after, he turned his gaze towards the private room at the top of the tall platform. At this very moment, it was likely that only the people there had the ability to take him down. Everyone, this blazing flame flower is already more than 1,000 years old. Its medicinal properties can be said to be the best of the best. If it is used to refine an elixir, I believe that the medicinal properties of the refined elixir will increase by quite a lot. There are quite a number of alchemists among the people seated here. This blazing flame flower is extremely suitable for all of you. After all, the first thing to judge the quality of an elixir is the medicinal ingredients used in the refinement of the elixir. I believe that there is no need for me to explain this point. All of the alchemists here should be able to understand this. As Feng Qian's words fell, his pair of muddy old eyes slowly swept across some of the people in the viewing gallery. His old face was filled with smiles. All of the people that he was looking at were alchemists. Among them, there were even a few rank 2 alchemists. At the same time, even Su Songming, who had a conflict with Xiaoyan 2 days ago, was also present. Haha, everyone, please. Feng Qian's footsteps slowly took half a step to the side as he raised his hand with a smile. His hand pointed at the blazing flame flower placed on the silver plate. His gaze once again swept across the entire place as he laughed. As Feng Qian's words fell, everyone in the auction ground gradually became silent. Only an extremely small portion of people would throw greedy gazes at the blazing flame flower. Feng Qian on the auction stage was not surprised by this. After all, compared to an ordinary qi method or dough technique, the attraction of medicinal ingredients was only aimed at alchemists. An ordinary person would not be interested in it. I am willing to offer 3 rank 2 medicinal pills in exchange for the blazing flame flower. The silent atmosphere in the auction ground continued for a short moment before a grey-robed old man in the viewing gallery slowly stood up from his seat. His old and hoarse voice reverberated across the entire auction ground, causing everyone's gazes to involuntarily look towards the grey-robed old man at this moment. I am willing to offer 4 D-tier medicinal pills. Humph. All of you are actually only willing to offer this little amount for such a good medicinal ingredient. How unsightly. The old me is willing to offer 7 D-tier medicinal pills. Today, this blazing flame flower will definitely land in my hands. 8. Soon after, another bid that was unwilling to be left behind sounded. Following which, a continuous barrage of bids rose and fell in succession as they swiftly resounded unceasingly in the auction ground. Within a short moment, the price of the blazing flame flower had already risen from 8 D-tier medicinal pills to the frightening level of 13 D-tier medicinal pills. Everyone on the stage couldn't help but feel a wave of shock as they listened to the bids that were being shouted one after another in the arena. 13 D-tier medicinal pills. If they were to be auctioned, their value would far exceed 10 million spirit coins. However, even though this was the case, the number of people shouting to bid increased. At the same time, the price of the blazing flame flower also swiftly rose. Humph. 20 D-tier medicinal pills. The old me is determined to obtain this blazing flame flower. Let's see who dares to compete with me. However, at a certain moment, Su Songming, who had been quietly sitting in the VIP seats at the front of the viewing platform, suddenly slammed his shriveled hand viciously against the armrest. As the chair beneath him exploded, his entire body instantly stood up. A pair of stern eyes contained an ominous glint as they slowly swept across the entire auction ground. Anyone who met his gaze hurriedly averted their eyes. Most of the people present had heard of Su Songming's name and were naturally not unfamiliar with him. Moreover, he was a member of the Alchemist Alliance and there were even more people who knew of him. At this moment, when Su Songming appeared, most of the alchemists present could not help but shut their mouths. Even though there was no lack of Tier 2 alchemists present, they were still slightly inferior when compared to Su Songming. After all, Su Songming was about to break through to a Tier 3 alchemist. This news had already spread throughout the entire Yen city 2 days ago. At this moment, anyone who met his gaze was extremely fearful of him. Otherwise, how could they so easily let go of this blazing flame flower? Humph. Su Songming, this is my Heavenly Clouds auction house. Don't you think your actions are a little overboard? Feng Qian had also heard that the former was about to break through to a Tier 3 alchemist. However, his words were still not the slightest bit courteous. Others might be afraid of a Tier 3 alchemist, but he was not. As for the Alchemist Alliance, his Heavenly Clouds auction house was even more fearless. Hence, his words were naturally not courteous. Haha, Manager Feng, I am only competing in a normal manner. I do not have any intention of forcefully monopolizing it. Of course, if any of the friends present still wishes to continue, feel free to raise the price. However, I believe that none of the alchemist friends present will be able to bid more than my 20 Emperor tier pills. When he heard these words, Su Songming laughed out loud. It was as if he had already expected this. Once he spoke, most of the alchemists present helplessly lowered their heads. Even though some of them wanted to compete with him, when they thought of the latter's background, they could not help but sigh and withdraw their gazes. When he saw this, the expression on Su Songming's old face became even more insolent. He looked at Feng Qian with a ferocious smile and laughed. How is it? Manager Feng, I believe that none of the alchemists present can offer a higher price than me. Of course, if there is someone who can offer a higher price than me, I will immediately turn around and leave. When Su Songming's words came out, Feng Qian narrowed his old eyes and sneered. He slowly lifted his turbid eyes and looked at Xiaoyan's private room. He believed that as long as Xiaoyan was willing to step in, even if Su Songming had the support of the Alchemist Alliance, he would not be able to do anything to him. At the same time, Su Songming seemed to have discovered Feng Qian's intention. Immediately, the expression on his face changed slightly. He hurriedly lifted his head and looked at Xiaoyan's private room. He knew that things were not going well. If Xiaoyan really stepped in, it was likely that he would not be able to obtain the blazing flower today. When he thought of this, hatred involuntarily surged in Su Songming's heart. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan's figure once again slowly appeared outside the private room. When Feng Qian saw this, the expression on his old face instantly became pleasantly surprised. Since Xiaoyan had stepped in, Su Songming could only return regretfully. Feng Qian did not have a good impression of this old fellow. Now that he had done this in his own territory, Feng Qian was naturally displeased. If it were not for the auction, Feng Qian would have already attacked Su Songming. When he saw Xiaoyan step in, Su Songming's expression could not help but quickly become gloomy. Bastard! Don't tell me that this fellow is really going to spoil my plans. However, just as Feng Qian's face was filled with surprise and Su Songming's gloomy face was cursing Xiaoyan, a helpless expression appeared on Xiaoyan's face. His gaze swept across Feng Qian and Su Songming below, and a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Soon after, he sighed, shook his head, and said helplessly, sorry, 20 Emperor-grade elixirs. I don't have them. No? When Xiaoyan's words sounded, the entire place instantly turned silent. At this moment, even Feng Qian, who was on the auction stage below, and Su Songming, who was standing on the viewing gallery, could not help but tremble slightly. The expressions on the two old men's faces instantly froze. No matter what, the two of them did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually say such words that would shock the entire place. At the same time, they were not the only ones. Even the expressions on the faces of the other alchemists on the viewing gallery, as well as the group of half-emperors, were extremely interesting at this moment. The words that Xiaoyan had said at this moment could be said to be the weirdest joke that everyone present had ever heard. A rank 3 alchemist actually did not have as many medicinal pills as a rank 2 alchemist. If news of this matter were to spread, everyone would laugh their heads off. Ha 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 ha. After being stunned for a moment, an earth-shaking loud laughter suddenly rang out from the viewing gallery. There was no need to think too much. At this moment, the only person who could laugh out loud was likely Su Songming. Humph humph, looks like this old man is determined to obtain this blazing flamed flower. Since no one is going to bid against this old man, Manager Feng, please make the final decision. Su Songming sneered as he lifted his eyes to look at Xiaoyan, who was standing in the sky. He did not expect that the worries in his heart were actually groundless. Feng Qian acted as though he did not hear Su Songming's cold laughter. At this moment, his pair of turbid old eyes were firmly staring at Xiaoyan. His heart did not dare to believe that as a rank 3 alchemist, Xiaoyan would easily lose to someone like Su Songming. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan, who was standing in the sky, had his eyebrows tightly knitted together since the beginning. The expression on his face did not relax at all. It was as if he was helpless and anxious, but also as if he was thinking about something. However, in the end, Xiaoyan still did not give an answer. This caused Feng Qian, who was standing on the auction stage below, to involuntarily feel a little disappointed. Even the crowd in the viewing gallery could not help but throw a disappointed gaze at Xiaoyan. Sighing helplessly in his heart, Feng Qian could only look at Su Songming with a heart full of disappointment. Helplessly, the rules of the auction house were like this. No matter who the guest was, as long as he had the ability to win the auction item would belong to him. This rule was something that Feng Qian could not change even though he was an elite Dodi. The expression on his old face gradually turned gloomy. It was not until a long time later that Feng Qian once again raised his eyes to look at Su Songming. He paused for a long time before he slowly opened his mouth. Every word sounded as if it was squeezed out from between his teeth. His tone was stiff as he said, Su Songming has offered 20 emperor-grade pills in exchange for the blazing flower. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? Su Songming had a victorious expression on his face. His thin lips curled into a cold smile that was as sharp as a blade. The resentment that he had accumulated because of Xiaoyan 2 days ago seemed to have disappeared at this moment. As expected, there isn't any, the soft voice was almost inaudible. The atmosphere within the auction house had also become pressuring. It was as though there was a thick dark cloud covering everyone's heads. However, just as Feng Qian was about to speak again with a helpless face, Xiaoyan, who was high up in the sky, slowly raised his head. The corner of his mouth was slowly lifted into a playful smile. A pair of dark black eyes looked at Feng Qian, who was on the auction stage below. At the same time, the latter seemed to have sensed something. His brows, which were filled with wrinkles, were lifted violently. His turbid old eyes were instantly lifted. His gaze was like a sword as it instantly looked at Xiaoyan. Huh? Feng Qian's old face was slightly stunned when he saw the smile that was revealed on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth. Immediately, he seemed to have recalled something. The gloomy expression on his old face instantly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a joyous expression. Good brat. You have really made the old me worry for nothing. While he laughed and scolded Xiaoyan in his heart, a joyous smile appeared on Feng Qian's old face. At the same time, Su Songming and the others in the stands also simultaneously shot their gazes towards Xiaoyan because of the change in expression on Feng Qian's old face. When everyone saw the smile that was lifted from the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth, the expressions on everyone's faces were involuntarily a little stunned. Immediately, they threw their pitiful gazes towards Su Songming in front of the viewing gallery. Looking at Xiaoyan's expression, it was obvious that they could not completely believe what he had said previously. Since that was the case, this time, Su Songming was really going to fail miserably. Humph. Brat, stop trying to act mysterious. If you can't produce the medicinal pill, don't even think about fighting with me for this blazing flower. Seeing the confident manner on Xiaoyan's face, Su Songming's heart was suddenly shocked. His body, which was standing in the same spot, could not help but tremble. Finally, he could not resist shouting sternly at Xiaoyan. He did not believe that Xiaoyan could not produce an emperor-grade medicinal pill. What right did he have to compete with him? Unless Xiaoyan's previous words were all lies and he was simply deceiving the crowd. Haha, you are right. I really can't produce a medicinal pill. However, Xiaoyan's following words caused the crowd to be stunned once again. Since he did not have a medicinal pill, how could Xiaoyan compete with Su Songming? Ha 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 ha. When he heard Xiaoyan's words, Su Songming could not help but laugh out loud again. On the auction stage, Feng Qian narrowed his old eyes and stared at Xiaoyan with his turbid old eyes. His eyes flickered as if he had already guessed something. May I ask Manager Feng Qian if this blazing flower can only be exchanged with medicinal pills? Xiaoyan smiled and ignored Su Songming. Instead, he looked at Feng Qian and smiled as he cupped his hands together and asked. Haha, of course not. I have already said that as long as you can produce something of equivalent value, you can use it to auction this blazing flower. The expression in Su Songming's eyes suddenly solidified when he heard the words from the mouths of the two. At the same time, everyone on the stage appeared to have heard something from Xiaoyan's words. All of their eyes immediately revealed a curious expression. Could it be that this black-robed, young man in front of them could really take out something of equal value to the Jinyan flower? Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the smile on Xiaoyan's lips grew even wider. His gaze calmly swept over Su Songming below as the corners of his mouth curled, revealing a row of spotlessly white teeth. In Su Songming's eyes, this appearance was akin to a cold sharp blade being waved at him. In the air, Xiaoyan slowly extended one of his hands towards the empty space in front of him. Immediately, under the focused gazes of everyone present, a thought passed through his mind. In the next instant, an emerald green flowing light swiftly flashed in Xiaoyan's palm. Immediately, an emerald green fan leaf the size of a washbasin appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at this fan leaf, it was undoubtedly a 1,000 fan leaf. This is the 1,000 fan leaf. The pupils of most of the people present involuntarily shrunk when they saw the 1,000 fan leaf. Even the elite Dodi in the other private rooms and Dong Chuan, who was standing at the side of the viewing gallery, could not help but have a slight change in expression. A pair of sharp eyes instantly stared at the 1,000 fan leaf in Xiaoyan's hand. That's right. This is indeed the 1,000 fan leaf. However, it is strange. This 1,000 fan leaf has always been that woman Jinyao's treasure. Outsiders are not even allowed to touch it. How can it appear in this little fellow's hands at this moment? Dong Chuan's eyes were filled with doubt as he stared at the 1,000 fan leaf in Xiaoyan's hand. He could not help but curse in his heart. He naturally had some understanding of the matter regarding the 1,000 fan tree. In his heart, he understood that Jinyao valued the 1,000 fan tree greatly. Other than herself, no one else was allowed to touch it, much less pluck the leaves from the 1,000 fan tree. Even though the 1,000 fan tree had withered and died, Jinyao still viewed it as her exclusive property. However, the 1,000 fan leaf had appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. This involuntarily caused a feeling of surprise to rise in the hearts of everyone present. Dong Chuan's sharp eyes suddenly turned. He raised his eyes and looked at a certain private room in the auction ground. That place was where Jinyao was located. Being in Yen City and being a Dodi, Jinyao would naturally not miss out on such a grand auction. At this moment, a curvaceous beauty wearing a tight red dress was seated in the private room. A pair of long beautiful eyes involuntarily revealed an expression of surprise when they looked at Xiaoyan on the light screen in front of her. Her tender and beautiful red lips trembled slightly. Her white hand was gently pressed against her chest. Following Jinyao's breathing, the pair of snow-white peaks in front of her chest appeared even fuller. Under the contrast of her red dress, the current Jinyao caused one to feel a suffocating feeling just by looking at her. This guy, he actually managed to push the sprout to such an extent in just 2 days. The soft voice from her mouth caused the surrounding empty space to tremble slightly. However, Jinyao was unaware that the 1,000 fan leaf in Xiaoyan's hand was the tender shoot from 2 days ago. In reality, that tender shoot had already turned into a large tree that was similar to Jinyao's 1,000 fan tree under the catalysis of Guyu. This 1,000 fan leaf had been plucked from it. During these 2 days, Xiaoyan had continuously squandered the dou qi within his body. Guyu, on the other hand, controlled the life flame and unleashed its greatest strength. Hard work paid off. After 2 days, Xiaoyan had obtained 2,000 fan leaves that were over 1,000 years old and even more 1,000 fan leaves that were less than 1,000 years old. The one who benefited the most was naturally the parent body of these 1,000 fan leaves. Xiaoyan currently possessed a 1,000 fan tree that belonged to him. The trip to the 1,000 medicinal house had allowed Xiaoyan to earn a lot. The 1,000 fan leaf in his hand was one of the 2,000 fan leaves that he possessed. Of course, all of this was due to Guyu. If Guyu had not intervened, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not have been able to catalyze a 1,000 fan leaf that was over 1,000 years old within 2 days even if he used all his strength. A 1,000 fan leaf that was over 1,000 years old was something that could even tempt an elite Dodi. Now that Xiaoyan had taken out a 1,000 fan leaf, the elite Dodi present immediately threw numerous greedy eyes toward the 1,000 fan leaf in Xiaoyan's hand. Humph. Xiaoyan in the sky suddenly emitted a cold snort from his nose when he sensed the overflowing aura within the bodies of everyone present. At the same time, his body suddenly shook. A thought passed through his mind and a frighteningly vast spiritual pressure between his brows immediately turned into an invisible spiritual wave. It swept over the entire auction ground in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it caused the expressions of everyone present to drastically change. The frightening spiritual pressure was just like an enormous mountain that pressed down on the heads of everyone present under the control of Xiaoyan's mind. The extremely frightening aura caused everyone present to be unable to breathe. Some of the weaker ones even felt giddy and fainted. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the elite Dodi in the private rooms changed. However, without exception, all of them felt a solemnness toward the current Xiaoyan. Only at this moment did they recall that this black-robed, young man standing in front of them was not only a 6-star bandit. He was also a rank 3 alchemist who would cause even an elite Dodi to feel fear in their hearts when they met him. They couldn't afford to underestimate this kind of person at all. Su Songming's expression was extremely gloomy as he stood in the viewing gallery. He resisted the frightening spiritual pressure that was transmitted from above his head. He had never expected that Xiaoyan would actually be able to take out 1,000 fan leaf. Regardless of how unwilling Su Songming was in his heart, he could only bitterly return. Cuckoo, mister, there will definitely not be any forceful robbery within my Heavenly Cloud auction house. You can rest assured about this. Therefore, I hope that you can withdraw your spiritual strength. After all, this auction still needs to continue. At this moment, Feng Qian's warm laughter was faintly transmitted over. It was like the sound of an ancient bell that reverberated throughout the auction ground. Xiaoyan only withdrew his gaze after hearing Feng Qian's words. Coincidentally, he saw the latter looking at him with a smile. The latter cupped his hands together and cupped them toward him. Immediately, Xiaoyan nodded slightly. A thought passed through his mind and he withdrew the spiritual strength that had spread out. Since Feng Qian had already given him a way out, Xiaoyan would naturally not continue to ask for a rebuff. Currently, he had already achieved the deterrence effect that he wanted. He believed that these Dodi would not easily have any ideas about him. As for those Bandi experts, Xiaoyan was even less concerned about them. With the strength that he currently possessed, other than experts at the Dodi class and above, Xiaoyan was already unconcerned about an ordinary Bandi. Cuckoo, everyone, is there anyone who is willing to bid a higher price than this mister? If there is no one, the old me will announce that the winner of today's auction is this mister. At this moment, Feng Qian's old face was filled with a smile. Su Songming's defeat seemed to be something that caused him to feel quite happy. Humph. Su Songming involuntarily snorted angrily when he heard these words. Although his heart was filled with an unjust feeling, he could not vent the anger in his heart. In front of Xiaoyan, regardless of how mighty he was in the past, it was difficult for him to block the latter's dazzling brilliance. After a series of curses in his heart, Su Songming could only leave the auction house with an ashen face. He angrily waved his sleeves and left the auction house. As for the people on the stage, their thoughts had already forgotten about Su Songming because of Xiaoyan. Even his departure was not known by anyone. The smile that was lifted on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth within the private room gradually widened. Finally, he could not resist laughing out loud. This caused Morong Xianxian's pretty face to involuntarily reveal a joyous smile. Soon after, a new round of auctions began in the outside world. After the matter of the Xinyan flower, the atmosphere in the auction ground had become increasingly high. As one auction item after another was brought onto the stage, the emotions of the people in the viewing gallery also became increasingly excited. At the same time, the smile on Feng Qian's old face also became increasingly cheerful. Although there were some elite Dodi within the private room who competed, they were still in the minority. At a certain moment, a middle-aged man, whose eyes had been tightly shut in a certain private room that had been quiet for a long time, finally slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, a sharp overbearing cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. The instant the middle-aged man opened his eyes, one could see that the empty space around him involuntarily trembled. "How is the investigation going?" Not the slightest emotion could be heard from his calm voice. However, it was sufficient to cause the empty space to tremble until it was on the verge of collapsing. Clan Head, this subordinate's investigation is exactly the same as what Clan Head had predicted. These two people came from the east. Based on the time, they arrived here from Sulan City 2 days ago. We can be certain that the two people that Ancestor has mentioned are them. Creak, as the soft voice sounded, the pair of white hands under the sleeves of the middle-aged man suddenly tightened. An uncontrollable killing intent crazily surged out from his eyes. Clan head, do you want to withdraw? This is the territory of the Tianyun auction house. In this place, even the people from the four great sects cannot easily attack, much less us. Wait. Once the auction is over, this clan head will personally meet this rank 3 alchemist. The fiery atmosphere of the auction continued. After the blazing flame flower was auctioned off, Xiaoyan in the private room rarely called out a price. Xiaoyan's main objective for this trip had been completed after obtaining the blazing flame flower. Xiaoyan was not interested in anything else. Secondly, he did not have much capital left. It was not easy to catalyze 2,000 fan leaves. Moreover, it was all thanks to Guyu. If it was possible, Xiaoyan hoped to keep the remaining 1,000 fan leaf so that he could use it to refine pills in the future. Even with Xiaoyan's mental strength, he could not help but feel shocked at the large scale of the auction this time around as the dazzling auction items flowed out one by one from the auction stage. The rarity of some of the auction items during this auction caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily feel a rush of excitement. However, after a struggle in his heart, he finally became quiet. Originally, Xiaoyan wanted to try his luck and see if some of the medicinal ingredients that he needed would appear. Unfortunately, the heavens did not allow Xiaoyan to do as he wished despite his good intentions. The blazing flame flower was an extremely rare medicinal ingredient. Being able to get Xiaoyan to bid for it in this auction could already be considered extremely lucky. However, Xiaoyan's thoughts at this moment were a little greedy. The auction gradually approached its end while Xiaoyan waited in anticipation. At the same time, the value of the auction items that appeared on the auction stage became increasingly high. They had even reached the point where they could be called priceless treasures. At the very least, these things could be called priceless in the eyes of everyone in the auction ground. At this moment, the many elite Dodi in the private rooms had also taken out their true capital. Round after round of intense competition was carried out in an intense manner. Tens of millions of spirit coins, various precious medicinal ingredients, medicinal pills, and high-class chi methods and dou skills were swiftly being traded like many ordinary goods. Ugh, Xiaoyan softly sighed. He saw that the auction was nearing its end. However, there was still no item that could move him. Xiaoyan felt a little dissatisfied in his heart. Ugh, this place is really boring. Can we leave? Morong Xianxia pouted her small mouth. Her pretty face was listless as she leaned on the armrest. She asked Xiaoyan in a bored manner. Let's wait a little longer. The auction is about to end. Moreover, the blazing flame flower is still in the auction house. I will only be able to obtain it after the auction is over. You should just endure a little longer for now. Xiaoyan could only bitterly smile and shake his head when he heard this. Xiaoyan comforted Morong Xianxia. At the same time, his eyes once again. At this moment, on the auction stage, the tempo was rapidly approaching the end. Therefore, all the items that were brought out were some important items. For example, right now, a scroll of high human rank cultivation method was being pushed to the peak by the crowd like stars surrounding the moon. This chi method was called Devouring Shadow Skill. It was a darkness affinity chi method. The darkness affinity was relatively rare among all the cultivator affinity. It was also because of this that its value was even more valuable. Within a short moment, this devouring shadow skill scroll had already been raised to a high price. Its value had already reached the level of tens of millions of spirit coins. Compared to a dou technique of the same class, the value of a chi method was slightly higher in the eyes of a cultivator. After all, the strength of a dou technique ultimately originated from the foundation of a cultivator. A good chi method was able to raise the overall strength of a cultivator. Compared to a dou technique, this would undoubtedly cause a cultivator to be more interested. Hence, even though the value of this devouring shadow skill scroll had already been raised to the level of 50 million spirit coins, from the looks of it, it did not seem to have any intention of stopping. This also caused Xiaoyan, who was currently in the private room, to involuntarily let out an exclamation of surprise. Tens of millions of spirit coins. Xiaoyan admitted that he would definitely not be able to exchange for so many spirit coins even if he sold all the things he had on him. Yet, those elite Dodi were able to randomly raise such a sky-high price for a scroll of a chi method. It must be said that this could really be called a heroic spirit that reached the clouds. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan did not have much interest in this so-called devouring shadow skill. Compared to the former, from the way Xiaoyan saw it, his flame mantra was only superior. Although the current flame mantra could only be called a low human class chi method, its growth ability was something that no chi method in this world could compare with. As long as Xiaoyan was able to obtain a sufficient amount of heavenly flame, the flame mantra could similarly reach the high human class or even the Xing class chi method. Of course, the precondition was that Xiaoyan needed to possess a sufficient amount of heavenly flame to raise the level of the flame mantra. Xiaoyan involuntarily nodded violently in his heart when he thought of this. He knew that the only way to allow the flame mantra to evolve was to quickly find the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the ice spirit pill, refine the medicinal pill, and swallow the bone-chilling flame. Although Xiaoyan was extremely unwilling in his heart, he also understood that Guyu's intentions were here. If he did not accept it, it would only cause Guyu to feel a chill in his heart. At the same time, it would be even more dangerous for him to face the so-called Ghost Hall. Ever since he had met the first Hall Master of the Ghost Hall, Xiaoyan had become increasingly aware of the importance of strength. With the strength of that group, they could easily deal with him. The reason why Xiaoyan was able to survive until now was merely because of Guyu within his body. If he wanted to truly protect himself, Xiaoyan needed an even greater strength. The source of this strength was the heavenly flame. Ugh, looks like I need to speed up the search for medicinal ingredients. Currently, I am still lacking 6 medicinal ingredients to refine the ice spirit pill and the ice spirit cold liquid. These 6 medicinal ingredients will be quite troublesome. Xiaoyan frowned slightly. He could not help but feel a pressure in his heart. This was especially so now that he was in the Shilin region. The 4 great sects had once again begun to covet him. It was likely that the entire western region would become his enemy. If he did not possess sufficient strength, it would be impossible for him to survive in front of the 4 great sections. Just by relying on Guyu, Xiaoyan no longer had any hope. When he thought that even the spiritual strength that he was so proud of had been borrowed from Guyu, Xiaoyan felt ashamed of himself in his heart. Xiaoyan calmed his mind. He had just withdrawn his thoughts when Feng Qian, whose face was filled with smiles, once again took out a silver plate on the auction stage in the outside world. Under the cover of the cloth, no one could see what was placed on the silver plate. However, one could roughly see the outline of the thing. The auction item appeared to be square in shape. One could roughly guess that it was a box. The true auction item was likely within that box. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the elite Dodi in each of the private rooms gradually became solemn. Finally, the thing that they had been waiting for since the beginning had finally appeared. A lovely figure wrapped in a red dress slowly stood up from the chair in a private room. Her pretty eyes revealed an anxious expression. In the other private rooms, the middle-aged man, who had been seated without moving, also slowly stood up at this moment. A glint overflowed from deep within his eyes. Haha, everyone, the next auction item will be the final auction item of this auction. After this auction item is auctioned, this auction will officially end. The old me sincerely hopes that everyone present will be able to return with satisfaction. Hence, everyone must not miss this final auction item. Feng Qian chuckled as he spoke. At the same time, his shriveled hand slowly removed the cloth covering the silver plate. Soon after, a completely white jade box that emitted a sparkling treasure light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Following the removal of the cloth, a completely white square jade box was slowly exposed in the air. At the same time, the gazes of everyone in the auction ground were attracted by the jade box that had appeared in front of them. Soon after, however, everyone in the auction ground involuntarily frowned. Although they could see that the material of this jade box was extraordinary, at the same time, they also knew that this thing was not the true auction item. This so-called final item should be the thing that was placed within this jade box. Feng Qian's old face once again revealed a kind smile in front of the numerous gazes in the auction ground. Immediately, his deep gaze slowly swept over the few private rooms above. His turbid old eyes overflowed with a glow. He knew that the reason why this group of people had come to participate in this auction was most likely because of the thing within this jade box. Currently, the auction had already reached its final moments. This group of people would definitely take out their true capital to fight for the item within this jade box. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was currently standing within the private room, also involuntarily knit his brows. With the current Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, he naturally sensed the unusual movements of the auras within the other few private rooms. Immediately, Xiaoyan's expression involuntarily solidified. His heart was surprised. The thing within this jade box was actually able to cause these elite dodi's expressions to involuntarily change. By being able to be auctioned as the final item in an auction of this level, it was likely that this item was not ordinary. Cuckoo, everyone, the final auction item is within this jade box. Now, the old me can clearly tell everyone that this auction item is a medicinal pill. Feng Qian's hand gently stroked his white beard as he stood on the auction stage. At the same time, his mouth laughed as he spoke. The moment Feng Qian's words left his mouth, the expressions on everyone's faces involuntarily became slightly startled. Immediately, they looked at Feng Qian with strange expressions. They did not expect that the final item would actually be a medicinal pill. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was in the private room, could not help but feel astonished. He had also not expected that the final auction item would actually be an elixir. Of course, Xiaoyan would not treat this medicinal pill as an ordinary D-tier medicinal pill. After all, how could this medicinal pill be an ordinary item if it could be used as the final item of the auction? It was likely that this medicinal pill had at the very least reached the level of a Tier 3 medicinal pill. A stern expression involuntarily flashed across Xiaoyan's dark black eyes when he thought of this. It seemed that the ultimate goal of these elite dodi in this auction was this medicinal pill. A Tier 3 medicinal pill was something that was truly worthy of an elite dodi taking action. It was no wonder that the aura of these fellows had soared when they saw this jade box. Soon after, under the suspicious gazes of the crowd, Feng Qian, who was on the auction stage, extended his shriveled hand once again and slowly covered the jade box. After which, he carefully opened it. When a crack line was gradually widened along the edge of the jade box, threads of cloud-like pill fragrance seeped out from within the jade box. The dense pill fragrance swiftly filled the entire auction ground. After everyone present smelled this pill fragrance, the expressions on their faces instantly became shocked. After the pill fragrance entered their bodies, they could actually clearly sense the do qi within their bodies faintly showing signs of rising under the influence of this pill fragrance. This kind of change was something that they would not be able to see even after training for an entire year. Even some of the elite Band D experts present, who were originally on the verge of breaking through, felt their do qi, which had been stagnant, suddenly appear as though a tightly shut door had been opened at this moment. The aura within their bodies instantly became violent. Clearly, it was time for them to break through. What kind of medicinal pill is this? It is actually able to trigger my cultivation. At this moment, numerous exclamations that were filled with shock sounded one after another in the auction ground. Shock was written all over everyone's faces. At the same time, as they looked at the jade box that was being slowly opened on the auction stage, a deep greed involuntarily surged from the deep regions of their eyes. There were even some people who had already raised the do qi within their bodies, appearing as though they were accumulating strength and waiting to attack. Humph. However, at a certain moment, a thunder-like cold snort suddenly sounded within this enormous auction ground, causing everyone present to instantly recover. Everyone, please abide by the rules of my auction ground. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Dong Chuan's figure slowly surfaced on the auction stage after this indifferent voice was emitted. Both of his hands were crossed over his chest. His face was overbearing as he stood by the side of the crystal pillar. His sharp and overbearing gaze slowly swept over everyone present. This was especially the case when his gaze swept over those private rooms above the auction ground. The expression in his eyes became even sharper. Noticing Dong Chuan's gaze, a low snort with different tones was emitted from within those few private rooms. Immediately, they quickly became silent. Only Xiaoyan and Morong Xianxia by his side in the private room had their eyes widened. Both of their eyes stared intently at the round medicinal pill that was slowly being exposed in the air. The entire medicinal pill was the size of a longan fruit. Its entire body was mainly icy blue in color. There were also some dense white lines that were like flowing water mixed within it. The two intertwined with each other, causing the entire medicinal pill to appear extremely beautiful. The medicinal pill was indeed beautiful. However, at the same time, Xiaoyan was also able to sense the frightening medicinal strength contained within it with his naked eye. That medicinal strength was definitely not something that an ordinary Tier 2 medicinal pill could compare with. Is this a Tier 3 medicinal pill? Xiaoyan's pupils shrunk slightly as he involuntarily exclaimed in surprise in his heart. However, in the next moment, Feng Qian on the auction stage once again opened his mouth. Haha, everyone, this medicinal pill is called the Extreme Change Pill. May I know if anyone here recognizes it? Narrowing his eyes, Feng Qian had a bright smile on his face as he surveyed his surroundings. However, after one round, the gazes of everyone present involuntarily turned away when they came into contact with him. Clearly, no one present knew anything about this so-called extreme transformation pill. Haha, it's fine if you don't recognize it. As long as this old man introduces it, I believe that everyone will recognize it. With a faint smile, Feng Qian's turbid old eyes once again slowly swept over everyone present. He glanced at those private rooms before opening his mouth to speak with a smile. Extreme Change Pill, Tier 4 Medicinal Pill. Extreme Transformation Pill, Rank 4 Medicinal Pill. Feng Qian had yet to completely spit out the words from his mouth when the expressions of everyone in the auction ground instantly changed. Other than those few elite Dodi, who had clearly predicted this, even Xiaoyan, who was currently in the private room, had an expression of surprise on his face. Xiaoyan's heart was also filled with shock when he heard Feng Qian's words. No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect that this extreme transformation pill was actually a rank 4 medicinal pill. Rank 4, Xiaoyan softly muttered these two words in his mouth. The expression on his face became increasingly shocked. At the same time, his body, which was originally curled up in the chair, had unknowingly stood up. At this very moment, even Morong Xianxian, who was beside Xiaoyan, had a bored expression on her pretty face. At this moment, she also revealed an incomparably shocked expression. In the outside world, everyone, who had already been shocked by Dong Chuan's aura, were like numerous statues at this moment as they stood in their original spots in a daze. Everyone's ears were still reverberating the words from Feng Qian's mouth like a bell. Extreme Transformation Pill, Rank 4 Medicinal Pill. As for the various elite Dodi within the private room, their faces also revealed an excited expression that was difficult to suppress. After waiting for so long until the end of the auction, the thing that they had painstakingly waited for was finally completely revealed in front of them. Haha, is this the Extreme Transformation Pill? A rank 4 medicinal pill is indeed extraordinary. Within the private room, the red-dressed Xianxia's pretty eyes stared at the blue and white medicinal pill within the jade box. Her nimble nose gently inhaled the faint pill fragrance that was transmitted from the air as she muttered with an intoxicated face. At this moment, the appearance of Xianxia caused people to be even more moved when they saw it. Extreme Transformation Pill. This medicinal pill is something that this clan head wants. In another empty private room, a middle-aged man stood straight in front of the light curtain. The 5 fingers of his large hand were spread open. His palm faced the extreme transformation pill that was displayed on the light curtain. It was as though he wanted to hold it in his palm. A pair of silver-white eyes revealed a viciousness. At the same time, the greedy expression under it could not be hidden. The doqi within his body had already circulated to every part of the middle-aged man's body without him noticing. An invisible force and pressure faintly spread out from his body, causing the empty space around the middle-aged man to tremble. At the same time, the same situation was occurring in the other private rooms. On the auction stage, Feng Qian's face was filled with smiles as he looked at the many statue-like figures in the viewing gallery. His turbid eyes as they swept over the private rooms. He paused for a moment before he opened his mouth to speak. Cuckoo, Ultimate Transformation Pill, a rank 4 medicinal pill. Its effect is to raise the strength of a Dodi class expert. As he spoke, Feng Qian's gaze landed on the private rooms again. Hiss, the expression of Xiaoyan in the private room suddenly changed when Feng Qian's words were uttered. His mouth involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan completely understand in his heart. No wonder these people would be moved by this extreme transformation pill. It was not only because the latter was a rank 4 medicinal pill. The greater reason was likely its frightening effect of raising the strength of an elite Do-D. Everyone knew that once one's strength reached the Do-D class, it was increasingly difficult to increase one's strength. Compared to the Band D class, it was even more difficult to raise the strength of an elite Do-D. An ordinary Band D would be able to raise his strength by 1 star every 1 to 200 years as long as his training talent was passable. However, it was different for an elite Do-D. Even 2 people with similar training talent might not be able to raise their strength by 1 star if one was a Band D and the other was an elite Do-D, even if one undertook a retreat to train for hundreds of years. It was likely that one would not even be able to raise his strength by a single star. Yet, at this moment, just a small medicinal pill was able to raise one's strength. It was likely that no one would be willing to miss out on such a good thing. After Feng Qian's words sounded, the expressions on the faces of the elite Do-D in the private room became stern. They understood in their hearts that it was likely that they would not be able to avoid experiencing a bidding war where all of them would fight for the right to understand. Of course, although the extreme transformation pill is able to raise the strength of an elite Do-D class expert, there is a certain limit to it. There are also quite a number of possibilities. The old me still needs to inform everyone about this point in advance. Feng Qian's gaze looked all around him on the auction stage. He immediately opened his mouth and said, "The extreme transformation pill may be able to raise the strength of an elite Do-D class expert, but at the same time, it also has its own flaw." Feng Qian gently stroked his beard with one hand. At the same time, he carelessly closed the jade box that he had opened. After the effect of the extreme transformation pill is completely unleashed, it is at the very most able to raise the strength of an elite Do-D class expert by 1 star. At the same time, it is extremely likely that it will only raise the strength of an initial 1-star Band D Do-D to an intermediate 1-star Do-D. Of course, this is only the second possibility. As for the third possibility, it is also an outcome that no one wishes to see. Perhaps, after you swallow the extreme transformation pill, the medicinal properties of the pill will be completely submerged. Even the slight increase in strength will not be able to help you raise it. In the end, Feng Qian acted as if he was sighing. His mouth clicked its tongue as he shook his head and sighed softly. In conclusion, the extreme transformation pill has a 1/3 chance of being able to raise the strength of an elite Do-D class expert by 1 star or a slight increase in strength. It might also be completely useless. When these words of Feng Qian were spoken, the expressions of the elite Do-D in the private room involuntarily changed. All of them frowned and a worried expression was revealed between their brows. This was something that even they were unaware of. If it was really as Feng Qian had said, even if they managed to auction off this extreme transformation pill, there was only a 1/3 chance that it would raise their strength. If it was really able to raise their strength by 1 star, it would be worth it for them. Even if it was only able to raise their strength by a little, they would still be able to barely accept it. However, if this medicinal pill was completely useless, would they not end up with nothing? At that time, not only would they cause their hearts to be filled with anger, but they would also end up being ridiculed by others. How could they be willing to accept this? Cuckoo, everyone, although this extreme transformation pill only has a 1/3 chance of being able to raise the strength of an elite Do-D by 1 star, I hope that everyone can understand the principle that it is better than nothing. Don't tell me that everyone is not willing to use the money in their hands to gamble for the next few hundred years of training? Feng Qian was able to understand the worry in the hearts of all the elite Do-D present. However, at the same time, he had already expected all of this. Hence, the moment he opened his mouth, the expressions on the faces of those Do-D changed. Everyone, this extreme transformation pill is able to be ranked as a rank 4 medicinal pill. It naturally has its own advantages. In the entire continent, there are quite a number of people who have used the extreme transformation pill to raise their strength. The reason why they are able to break through is because they dare to take the risk. If they succeed, they will be able to save a few hundred years of bitter training. If they fail, they will only be left with a pile of useless worldly possessions. The benefits in this will depend on how everyone deals with it. The hearts of all the elite Do-D within the private room involuntarily trembled when they heard Feng Qian's words. However, they eventually became quiet. All the elite Do-D who could sit in this place were old and experienced. Although Fang Qian's words caused their hearts to palpitate and they almost involuntarily wanted to bid, they also knew that Fang Qian was extremely experienced in auctioning since he was able to become the auctioneer of this auction. The reason he had said so much was to allow them to bid and compete in order to raise the price of this extreme transformation pill. Fang Qian involuntarily frowned when he saw that there was no activity within those private rooms on the auction stage. However, he also knew that those fellows within the private rooms were after all elite Dodi. Their thoughts were meticulous. In order to consider their own benefits, they would naturally not dare to easily bid. Of course, as long as one of them bid, there would be even more people who were unable to resist this temptation and began to bid. At that time, there would be no need for him to say anything more. The price of the extreme transformation pill would naturally soar wildly. The atmosphere in the auction ground might appear a little pressuring at this moment, but anyone with eyes could tell that this temporary silence was merely a temporary preparation for the storm that would follow. Cuckoo, everyone, the owner of this extreme transformation pill hopes to use this medicinal pill to exchange for a Ling-class Qi method. The affinity of the Qi method is not important. I only hope that it is above the Ling class. Of course, it is naturally possible if one is able to use high-grade ingredients of similar value to exchange for it. However, if someone is willing to use a Qi method or Do technique to exchange for it, the latter can be omitted. If anyone present is willing, please begin. Fang Qian's turbid eyes once again swept over those private rooms after his words sounded. His old face revealed a half-smile. Although no one had called out to bid until now, Fang Qian's heart was still calm. He believed that what would come would eventually come. However, this wait lasted for nearly an hour. Everyone present had already begun to show some impatience. This was a fight between elite Dodi and had nothing to do with them, these Bandi experts. Even though they were similarly tempted by this medicinal pill, they also knew that this rank 4 medicinal pill, the extreme transformation pill, would only be something that belonged to these elite Dodi. If any of them dared to make a sound, they would only end up being the common enemy of the elite Dodi in the private rooms. These Bandi were not stupid to put themselves in a dangerous situation for a medicinal pill. I bid 1,000-year-old 1,000-fan leaf. However, just when everyone thought that this silent atmosphere would continue, a clear and bright voice rang out in the huge auction hall once again. The sonorous and powerful voice was like the sound of a bell that reverberated endlessly in the entire auction house. The clear voice resounded in the ears of everyone, causing the expressions of everyone present to change in unison. The next moment, everyone. 1,000-year-old 1,000 extreme transformation pill, 1,000-year-old 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 1,000-year-old. They had clearly heard that it was another 1,000-year-old 1,000-fan leaf. This thing was something that no one, other than Xiaoyan in that private room, had ever taken out since the auction began. At this moment, when the 1,000-fan leaf was called for the second time, everyone present immediately thought of Xiaoyan without any hesitation. Xiaoyan's expression remained unchanged as he sensed the numerous gazes that were shot over from all directions. At the same time, the empty space outside of the private room slowly distorted. Xiaoyan's figure once again appeared in front of everyone in the auction ground. When Xiaoyan appeared, he placed his hand flat in the empty space before him. Above his palm floated a leaf that was exactly the same size as the one from before. It was the 1,000-fan leaf. The expressions of everyone present involuntarily changed when they saw the 1,000-fan leaf once again. From the unique pattern on the 1,000-fan leaf in Xiaoyan's hand, this 1,000-fan leaf was definitely not the one from earlier. This also meant that there was indeed a second 1,000-fan leaf in Xiaoyan's hand. However, compared to this, everyone was even more curious about whether this black-robed young man had a third or even more 1,000-fan leaves. If that was the case, then even if Xiaoyan was a rank 3 alchemist, no one present would be willing to let him go. Hearing Xiaoyan's sudden bid, Fang Qian, who was on the auction stage below, could not help but reveal a stunned expression. He could not help but feel some surprise in his heart. The Xiaoyan in front of him was clearly a Bandi. Why would he need to auction such a medicinal pill? Soon after, however, Fang Qian came to an understanding. It was likely that with Xiaoyan's heaven-defying training speed, becoming an elite Dodi was merely a matter of time. Even if he were to auction it now as a preparation for becoming a Dodi in the future, it would not be unreasonable. At the same time, on the other side, Jinyao's pretty face involuntarily revealed an extremely surprised expression. She did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually take out 2,000 fan leaves in succession. This fellow, what exactly did he do during these 2 days? Threads of cold sweat slowly seeped out of Jinyao's white forehead. In her heart, she could imagine just what kind of price Xiaoyan had paid during these 2 days in order to catalyze these 2,000 fan leaves. I bid 100 flower. Soon after the voice from Xiaoyan's mouth sounded, those elite Dodi in the auction ground appeared to be unable to remain calm. A shady-faced yellow-robed old man revealed himself outside of a certain private room. At the same time, a plant that was neither flower nor grass slowly stood in his hand. Everyone present involuntarily turned their gazes towards the old man when they heard his words. Immediately, different expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Everyone had naturally imagined the situation of a bidding competition. However, they did not expect that these elite Dodi would actually compete with this rank 3 alchemist. It should be known that with the latter's status, most elite Dodi would not be willing to become enemies with him under normal circumstances. At this moment, however, this yellow-robed old man actually dared to provoke this hornet's nest in order to obtain a rank 4 medicinal pill. From the looks of it, this yellow-robed old man would likely end up in quite a lot of trouble after this matter. Of course, this yellow-robed old man was naturally aware of this point. However, his strength had not increased for hundreds of years after advancing to the Dodi class. The reason why he had participated in the auction this time around was because of this extreme transformation pill. In order to obtain it, the old man had not touched any of the other things in the auction. Now that such a moment had finally arrived, he must obtain this medicinal pill even if he had to use all his wealth and not hesitate to offend a rank 3 alchemist. The 100 flower may be good, but it cannot compare with this G flower of mine. The extreme transformation pill will definitely be in my possession. At this moment, an old man with fiery red hair from another private room in the auction ground also stepped forward. At the same time, a gray-colored flower also appeared in his hand. Feng Qian on the auction stage slowly narrowed his old eyes when he saw this scene. The corner of his mouth revealed a satisfied smile. As one clapping sound after another sounded in the arena, the elite Dodi within the private rooms began to reveal their true capital. Various kinds of natural treasures were spat out from the mouths of the elite Dodi in a manner as though they were reporting. This scene caused everyone in the viewing gallery below to be stunned. Within a short moment, the medicinal ingredient names and some precious materials that were spat out from the mouths of the 10+ elite Dodi were actually nearly 100 types. However, this was far from enough to allow them to truly obtain the extreme transformation pill. Xiaoyan involuntarily clicked his tongue in amazement as he heard some of the natural treasures that he did not even recognize. Looking at the 1,000 fan leaves in his hand, Xiaoyan realized that even though his 1,000 fan leaves were also incomparably precious, it appeared to be insignificant when compared with the materials in the hands of these elite Dodi. In terms of quality, it could at the very most be considered above average. There was still quite a large gap when compared with the truly good things. These fellows may appear to be cautious on the surface, but the treasures in their hands are far from what I can compare with. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily became awed when he thought of this. The foundation of an elite Dodi was indeed not something that a Bandi could easily compare with. Thinking about it, just 2 days ago, he was still feeling joyous over the 1,000 fan leaves. Xiaoyan had never imagined that he would actually see such a scene 2 days later. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan's heart seem to understand what it meant by "there is always someone better than you." Cuckoo, everyone, the old me must say that the treasures in everyone's hands are indeed extremely precious existences in this world. However, everyone should also understand that the value of a rank 4 medicinal pill is not something that can be easily measured by ordinary things. Feng Qian paused for a moment. His gaze slowly swept over the 10+ elite Dodi in the sky. The expression on his old face did not change even a little because of the so-called treasures that the elite Dodi had mentioned. The things that everyone has taken out are indeed extremely precious. If these things were to be brought to the market, they would indeed be priceless existences. However, if everyone hopes to use such things to auction off a rank 4 medicinal pill, isn't that a little too petty? The expressions of the elite Dodi in the sky involuntarily changed when Feng Qian's words sounded. Their faces involuntarily revealed an embarrassed expression. In order to use the smallest price to exchange for this one-third chance, all the elite Dodi present were extremely cautious when they bid. Of course, Feng Qian's words had an overstating the truth. Feng. But. Cuckoo, you are at the very least a group of Dodi. Yet, you are actually so stingy when you bid. You have only taken out this kind of broken thing and you still have the wishful thinking of exchanging it for the extreme transformation pill. Why? Is a rank 4 medicinal pill so worthless in your eyes? All the men present immediately felt a numb feeling being emitted from their bodies the moment the soft voice was emitted. It was as though even their bones had melted under this voice. At the same time, even the pretty faces of those women involuntarily had a bright redness smeared over them. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily stilled when he saw the scene in the private room. He did not expect that this voice was actually able to cause women to reveal such an expression. He hurriedly looked to the side. Immediately, Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily shrank. His heart involuntarily felt a wave of shock at Jinyao's tactic. He didn't think that even Morong Xianxia, who was by his side right now, couldn't help but have a faint crimson color appear on her absolutely beautiful face. Even though it was because of the room that the young girl was able to resist a large portion of the strange and bewitching voice, in the end, the young girl was still affected. The expressions on the faces of the many elite Dodi in the sky involuntarily changed when they heard Jinyao's words. Clearly, they were unable to form the slightest bit of underestimation in their hearts when faced with this extremely beautiful red-dressed woman. Jinyao, you said that what we have is broken. In that case, what can you take out? You are also a Dodi, but your collection is not very rich. Jinyao's words, which were filled with disdain, stirred the anger of a yellow-robed old man in the square. Immediately, a heavy cold snort was emitted from the old man's nose after his words sounded. Immediately, an invisible force and pressure surged out from the old man's body, causing the surrounding empty space to tremble. Haha, Dan Lei, don't tell me that you are not aware of what I do. The thing that a businessman does not lack is collecting from all over the place. As the owner of the 1,000 medicinal house, I do not dare to say that I have collected all the treasures in the world. However, I do have some things that I can take out. They are many times better than the green vine in your hand. Jinyao smiled. The smile on her pretty face appeared extremely bewitching, causing one to fall head over heels for her. At the same time, it also caused the hairs on the backs of all the elite Dodi present to stand on end. At the same time, no one dared to treat her as an ordinary elite Dodi in their hearts. They were all elite Dodi, but the aura within that old man's body merely surged a little and caused the surrounding empty space to tremble. When one looked at Jinyao, one might not be able to see anything on the surface, but she had unknowingly caused everyone present to sense a dangerous aura. Just from this point alone, Jinyao's strength could definitely be considered an extremely top existence even when placed among the 10+ elite Dodi present. After the words from Jinyao's mouth sounded, she gently waved her hand. Immediately, a silver-white scroll appeared in Jinyao's hand. The instant this scroll appeared, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. To be able to take out a scroll in this kind of situation, it was needless to say that this scroll was at least a chi method or do skill of the spirit class or above. The muscles on the faces of the group of Dodi involuntarily twitched intensely when they saw the silver-colored scroll in Jinyao's hand. Even Xiaoyan, who was in the private room at this moment, revealed a shocked expression in his dark black eyes. Thunder Roar skill, a low spirit class chi method. Lightning affinity. It is known for its wild and violent attacks. The do-chi of those who practice it is even more ferocious and overbearing than other do-chis. There is nothing that one cannot overcome when facing an enemy. The expression on Jinyao's pretty face was calm. The words from her mouth caused the old face of the yellow-robed old man, who had spoken earlier, to instantly turn green. Spirit class chi method. This is actually a spirit class chi method. On the viewing platform, everyone's faces were filled with shock and disbelief as their gazes landed on the silver scroll in Jinyao's jade-like hand. It was difficult to imagine that Jinyao had actually taken out a spirit class chi method. At this moment, it was not only the people present. Even the group of elite Dodi's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Jinyao. at the same time, there was also a deep greed. As elite Do-di, it was not that they could not take out a spirit class chi method. However, a chi method of that class was a chi method that they practiced. Naturally, it was impossible for them to take it out to trade. Yet, Xianxia was actually able to randomly take out a spirit class chi method in front of them. This really caused them to feel shocked at the richness of Xianxia's collection. A scroll of spirit-level cultivation method. If this kind of thing was placed in an ordinary force or some family, it would be a family treasure passed down from generation to generation. Not to mention using it for a trade, it would be impossible to even take it out to take a look. That kind of thing had to be kept in an absolutely safe place. At this moment, Xianxia's seemingly casual action caused everyone present to feel a deep blow. This was especially the case for those elite Do-di. In their hearts, they understood that if this thunder roar skill was placed in their hands, it would undoubtedly become the most important thing for their entire clan. It was impossible for them to easily take it out. However, in front of them, Cuckoo, District Owner Jean is willing to take out a spirit class low-level chi method to exchange for this aura transformation pill. May I know who else is willing to bid? On the auction stage, the originally brilliant smile on Fan Qian's old face was like a blooming flower. Clearly, he was quite satisfied with the thunder roar skill that Xianxia had taken out. A pair of turbid old eyes looked around. After discovering that no one else was bidding, a regretful expression involuntarily flashed across Fan Qian's old face. If there was someone else who was willing to bid and was able to take out an even higher tier spirit class middle-level chi method, it would be a great profit. For their Tianyun auction house, even though there was only a single word difference between a low-grade spiritual skill and a mid-grade spiritual skill, the gap between them was incomparable. After a moment of silence, the shout that Fan Qian wanted to hear didn't come. Now that Xianxia had taken out a spirit-grade cultivation method and no one else wanted to compete with her, it seemed that this was the only way. In the next moment, just as Fan Qian was about to open his mouth, a deep and powerful voice suddenly resounded in the auction house. I'll offer a low-level spirit chi method, as well as a chi method and battle skill that complement the chi method. At the same time these words were emitted, a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe, with a pair of silver-white eyes, and a powerful aura all over his body, slowly appeared in front of everyone's sight outside of a private room that had been silent since the beginning. Huh? The expressions on everyone's faces instantly changed after the words from his mouth sounded. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock landed on the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the group of elite Do-di in the sky and Xianxia, whose pretty face currently contained a surprised expression, also threw their gazes onto the middle-aged man. Immediately, the hearts of all the elite Do-di present involuntarily became awed. When the eyes of all the elite Do-di present landed on the middle-aged man, everyone instantly sensed an invisible pressure. That kind of pressure actually caused the Do-chi within the bodies of all the elite Do-di present to involuntarily become sluggish. Intermediate 2-star Do-di. At this moment, the expression on the face of Xiaoyan within the private room that he was in was extremely solemn. The strength of this middle-aged man who had appeared in the auction house at this moment had actually reached the intermediate 2-star Do-di level. This kind of strength was something that no one other than Don Chuan and Fan Qian in the auction house could compare with. Even Xianxia, who was quite strong, was merely an initial 2-star Do-di. Yet, she still did not have the slightest advantage when facing this fellow. However, the thing that caused everyone present to be shocked at this moment was not the strength of this middle-aged man. Instead, it was the 2 black scrolls that he was currently holding in his hands. The scrolls were ancient in appearance. Some strange symbols were drawn on them in a crooked manner. However, all of this was not the main point. The main point was that this was a set of chi methods. A set was a combination of chi methods and Do techniques. This kind of chi method and Do technique were rarely seen. Hence, any chi method or Do technique that appeared on the market was even more precious than an ordinary chi method of the same class. Low spirit class chi method, black profound skill. Dark affinity chi method. When practicing it, it possesses an extremely strong swallowing strength. It is able to swiftly gather the natural energy. Its training speed is even faster than other chi methods of the same class. At the same time, this chi method also comes with a low spirit class Do technique, black profound palm. This Do technique and the Qi method complement each other. When used together, its strongest strength is comparable to a middle spirit class Do technique. The middle-aged man did not have the chance to notice the numerous gazes that were shot over from around him. A pair of silver-white eyes swept over Dong Chuan. A fear flashed deep within his eyes. Only then did he look at Feng Qian. The expressions of everyone present became extremely surprised when they heard these words of the middle-aged man. Jin Yao, on the other hand, knit her brows tightly. She did not expect that this middle-aged man would actually break the silence at this critical moment. Cuckoo, mister, may I know if you can let the old me take a look at this Qi method and Do technique of yours? Feng Qian's old eyes exchanged glances with Dong Chuan by the side. After which, his face was filled with a smile as he looked at the middle-aged man and asked with a smile. Soon after, Feng Qian appeared to have sensed that his words were somewhat inappropriate. He immediately opened his mouth to explain. Mister, please don't misunderstand. This is the rule of my auction house. Anything that is too valuable must be inspected by the old me. Of course, the old me will definitely not speak without thinking. I will definitely speak the truth. The middle-aged man could not help but frown slightly when he heard this. Only then did his face reveal a suspicious expression as he looked at Feng Qian. After which, he let out a faint cold snort. At the same time, he threw the 2 scrolls in his hand toward Feng Qian. Feng Qian casually caught the 2 scrolls that flew over. His turbid old eyes immediately looked at the scrolls in his hand. Soon after, Feng Qian slowly closed his old eyes. A thread of spiritual strength flowed into the scrolls with a thought from Feng Qian. After a short moment, Feng Qian finally opened his eyes. At the same time, a golden light flashed within his turbid old eyes. Not bad. What this mister said is indeed true. Xiaoyan's eyes revealed a grave expression as he stared at the middle-aged man in front of him. His expression swiftly became gloomy. While he carefully observed Zhao Xian in front of him, he also pulled Murong Qianqian behind him. You are the clan head of the Zhao clan? Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. The Do Qi within his body had already circulated to every part of his body. His spiritual strength covered this entire place. Any movement in the world would fall into Xiaoyan's eyes at this moment. Humph, you are indeed already aware. However, this is also good. It saves this clan head from saying any more nonsense. As for now, you can go and die. Zhao Xian's expression was dark and stern as he laughed ferociously. Soon after, his body suddenly trembled and his body, which was standing in the air, disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Xiaoyan's expression, which was originally filled with a grave expression, also instantly became even more solemn and gloomy. Xiaoyan quietly cursed in his heart. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. His body shook and the Do Qi within his body immediately shot out from the pores on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. Soon after, it transformed into a turbulent and writhing beautiful flame that swiftly covered Xiaoyan's body and began to burn fiercely. Humph, the outside world is rumored to possess a heavenly flame. Seeing it today, it is indeed so. However, so what if you have a heavenly flame protecting your body? You are ultimately just a mere Ban Emperor, a fake emperor. You are merely an ant in front of this emperor. Zhao Xian's cold laughter, which was filled with disdain, sounded in the sky while the heavenly flame rose on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. Zhao Xian's thunder-like voice reverberated in all directions, causing an ordinary person to have difficulty determining his exact location. However, with Xiaoyan's current rank 3 alchemist spiritual strength, it was naturally not difficult for him to detect Zhao Xian's location. Above. Xiaoyan quietly cried out in his heart. The expression on his face became slightly stern. Immediately, a thought passed through his mind and the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body was immediately activated. The purple gold bloodline strength seemed to have come alive as it boiled within the blood vessels within Xiaoyan's body. Even Xiaoyan's heart began to beat even more intensely at this moment. Yellow Spring Divine Anger. A stern cry was suddenly emitted in his heart. Xiaoyan, whose eyes were flickering with a purple gold light, suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth. At the same time, an earth-shaking furious roar was suddenly emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. Mao! 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 The roar was like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire world around the three of them trembled violently at this moment. Circle after circle of invisible spatial ripples spread out in all directions like waves. As the roar dragged on, in the end, it could not hold on any longer and collapsed with a bang, transforming into an endless expanse of pitch-black darkness. Humph! Xiaoyan's yellow spring divine anger directly attacked the soul, causing the expression of Zhao Xian, who was about to attack, to suddenly harden. His nose involuntarily emitted a muffled groan. Clearly, he was caught off guard by Xiaoyan's attack. At the same time, at a certain empty space some distance away from Xiaoyan's group, Jingyao, who was hidden in the empty space, could not help but frown slightly when she heard Xiaoyan's roar. Her pretty face revealed a surprised expression. She did not expect that as a 6-star half-emperor, Xiaoyan was actually able to use such a powerful Do skill. This kind of might was not something that an ordinary 6-star half-emperor could compare with. Even some ordinary 8-star half-emperors were unable to use such a powerful Do skill. This brat, no wonder he was able to survive in the hands of 4 Do. He really has quite a great ability. Jingyao was secretly surprised in her heart. On the other side, Zhao Xian's heart was similarly shocked by Xiaoyan's strength. He did not expect that a 6-star half-emperor would actually be able to erupt with a frightening strength that even an 8-star half-emperor could not possess. Although this strength was not enough to harm him, it had already proved the frightening potential that Xiaoyan's body contained. Once he matured in the future, it was likely that even an elite Do would not be able to do anything to him. At that time, it was likely that the entire western region would have to bow down to him. Humph! You're courting death. Zhao Xian could not help but quietly feel a hidden danger in his heart when he thought of this. The best method to deal with this kind of enemy, who had yet to fully mature, was to strangle them in the cradle. The 4 great sects had done this. At this moment, Zhao Xian was even more so. With a furious cry, Zhao Xian's body suddenly shook. The doqi within his body swiftly spread to his palm. After which, it was violently spat out and swiftly agglomerated into an enormous spear in the air. It carried an incomparably sharp overbearing might as it ruthlessly shot toward Xiaoyan's head in an instant. Seeing this, the serious expression on Xiaoyan's face did not decrease in the slightest. He swiftly took half a step back and raised both of his palms to his chest. With a thought, the Skyfire 3 mysterious change was immediately unleashed. The aura within Xiaoyan's body also swiftly rose. Within a short couple of breaths, Xiaoyan's strength had already risen from the initial stage of a 6-star half-emperor to the middle stage of a 6-star half-emperor. He was only a step away from the late stage. After unleashing the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, Xiaoyan's expression still appeared incomparably serious. His heart did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. If Xiaoyan did not use his full strength when facing an elite Do, it was likely that he would suffer a crushing defeat. As he sensed the powerful Do-Chi within his body, Xiaoyan rotated his left hand and turned it into a palm. A pair of dark black eyes stared intently at the enormous spear that was swiftly descending from the sky above his head. Soon after, when the enormous spear was about to land, a thumb-sized black spot was agglomerated and formed in Xiaoyan's left palm. Great Heaven Creation Palm! A furious cry was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. At the same time, his left palm suddenly shot forward. The sharp sound of rushing wind was emitted when his palm cut through the empty air. It was like the cry of an eagle that swept across the sky. The entire world emitted waves of trembling sounds. Clang! Accompanied by an earth-shaking loud sound, the dark black energy light circle that was emitted from the Great Heaven Creation Palm violently collided with the enormous spear that was heading toward him. The instant the two collided, an extremely frightening invisible strength suddenly swept out from between the two. It was just like a tsunami that wantonly moved in all directions in this vast empty space. In the blink of an eye, the empty space within 10,000 feet of Xiaoyan's body collapsed under this strength. It turned into an endless dark black space. The deep empty space caused one to feel a desolation at a glance, as well as a fear that rose from one's heart. Grug! After a short stalemate, Xiaoyan's expression instantly turned pale. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat. Soon after, he involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The aura of his entire body had become weak at this moment. Bang! However, before Xiaoyan could react, Xian ruthlessly stomped on the tip of the enormous spear. Suddenly, the tyrannical strength of the enormous spear became even more invincible under Xian's stomp. In just a moment, Xiaoyan's great heaven creation palm was instantly destroyed. After the great heaven creation palm was destroyed, Xian's body moved. He grabbed the handle of the enormous spear under his feet. The tip of the spear fiercely lifted and pierced directly toward the space between Xiaoyan's eyebrows. At this moment, Xiaoyan felt the approaching danger and finally came to his senses. The moment he raised his head, the spear had already arrived above Xiaoyan's head. It was only 2 inches away from the space between his eyebrows. Die! With a ferocious roar, Xiaoyan's body shook. The power of the long spear in his hand became even more overbearing. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly focused. At the same time, his heart turned pale with fright. At the same time, a thought passed through his mind and he wanted to use the 6 paths tent. At this moment, Xiaoyan could only use the 6 paths tent to avoid the long spear to the greatest extent. However, in the next moment, a cold light shot toward Xiaoyan's eyes. The glaring light caused Xiaoyan to be unable to open his eyes. At the same time, an ice-cold voice, like a golden bell, spread across the sky. A dignified Dodi bullying a bandit. What kind of Dodi are you? What kind of man are you? His heart focused. Xiaoyan raised his eyes and looked to the side. The person who had attacked was Jingyao. Haha, look at what you're saying. Don't tell me that I can't find you if I have nothing to do? Hearing that, Jingyao laughed. Her beautiful eyes looked at Murong Xianxia, who was currently hugging Xiaoyan's arm, and the smile on her beautiful face became even wider. When she looked at the latter, she discovered that the young girl in front of her was also staring at her with a pair of exquisite large eyes, with a cautious and vigilant appearance. Haha, little girl, what's wrong? Are you afraid that sister will snatch your man? Seeing that, Jingyao laughed once again, while Murong Xianxian's beautiful face quickly turned crimson red. Xiaoyan was also provoked by Jinyao's words to the point that he could not help but cough a few times. His pair of eyes fiercely glared at Jinyao. However, the latter completely ignored it. Instead, she seemed to be even more pleased with herself as she straightened her proud upper body, causing jealousy to involuntarily rise in the heart of the young girl in front of her. At the same time, the 2 lily-white hands that were hugging Xiaoyan's arm also used even more strength, causing Xiaoyan to cry out in pain in his heart. Humph! With a low snort, he once again withdrew his gaze. At the same time, he also pulled back the thoughts that had jumped out of his mind. You don't come to the 3 Treasures Temple for no reason. You're not simply looking for me, right? Haha, 3 Treasures Temple? This is the Heavenly Cloud Auction House. Be careful that people don't chase you out if they hear you. Jinyao covered her mouth and laughed. He helplessly curled his lips. The red-dressed woman in front of him was really more talkative than him. Then let's go. Since there's nothing else, let's go and get the things that I've auctioned. I remember that you've also auctioned a few things. Shall we go together? That's fine too. Perhaps that fellow is still in the auction house. I just happen to want to meet him and see just what kind of saint he is. Jinyao's pair of bright and beautiful eyes slightly flickered. Under that charm, there was a poisonous snake that caused people to fear. This scene caused Xiaoyan's heart to involuntarily tremble. At the same time, he could not help but secretly rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, the fangs of the beautiful snake in front of him were not released towards him. Quickly following this, the 2 of them casually chatted and laughed for a while. The teasing tone in their words caused Murong Xianxian, who had been silent the entire time, to turn red all the way to her ears. At the same time, Xiaoyan also sensed that his left arm, which was being firmly held by this girl, had a small patch of purple from being violently pinched. With the strength of Xiaoyan's physical body, an ordinary magical beast would have difficulty injuring him. Yet, it had been pinched by a little girl until this extent. Xiaoyan involuntarily sighed bitterly in his heart when he thought about it. Jinyao, who was standing at the side, naturally saw all of this and understood what was going on. However, in the end, she still smiled slightly. Her red lips revealed a smile that caused people to be infatuated. This caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily curse her in his heart. Every time this woman Made an alluring action, no matter what it was, it would cause Xianxia's hands to tighten even more. Xiaoyan could only helplessly suppress it in his heart. Xiaoyan did not doubt that if Jinyao's strength was not above that of a Dodi, then she would have long since become the source of disaster for countless men. Perhaps it was because Jinyao was a Dodi that she did not cause any disputes among the strong people in the western region. In a short period of time, Xiaoyan, who was being ravaged by Xianxia, finally arrived at the backstage of the auction house with the graceful red-dressed woman in front of him. Here, they would be able to find Feng Qian. At the same time, they would also be able to take back the things they had obtained from the auction. The three of them entered the backstage. What appeared in front of them was a hall that could accommodate 40 to 50 people. The hall appeared a little empty. There were only a few attendants waiting here. It was as if they knew that someone would come. Their faces appeared simple and lonely. From the looks of it, they should have been waiting for a while. The few attendants stood on the spot like statues. Only when Xiaoyan and the other two walked around a few pillars and entered the hall did they turn their gazes toward Xiaoyan and the other two. Immediately, one of the three people's chest rose and fell slightly. It was obvious that he had let out a long breath. The boring wait seemed to have made him a little tired. "Three sirs, are you here to retrieve the auction item?" The attendant's gaze swiftly swept over the three people in front of him. The thing that caused Xiaoyan to be a little surprised was that this attendant's gaze was actually not the slightest bit affected by Jinyao's bewitching technique. "Yes, I am here to retrieve the green jade fruit." Jinyao appeared to be used to the indifferent gaze of this attendant in front of her. She gently glanced at him and immediately spoke in a charming voice. When Xiaoyan by the side saw this, he hurriedly opened his mouth and spoke. "I am here to retrieve the Xinyan flower." With regards to the former, this attendant clearly recognized him. Hence, when he opened his mouth, the expression on the attendant's face did not change in the slightest. However, when he heard Xiaoyan open his mouth at this moment, especially when he heard about the Xinyan flower, the expression on the attendant's face finally changed. Today, everyone in the auction house knew that the Xinyan flower that had appeared in the auction house was taken away by a rank 3 alchemist. However, they did not expect that the rank 3 alchemist would actually appear in front of him. Moreover, looking at Xiaoyan's young face at this moment, it appeared that he was even more tender than the rumors said. How old is this brat? He is actually able to become a rank 3 alchemist? At this moment, even with this attendant's temperament, he could not help but be secretly surprised in his heart. Such a young rank 3 alchemist. This could not help but cause him to feel surprised in his heart. At this moment, forget about him, even the other two statue-like attendants behind him, who were standing in their original spots without moving their bodies, could not help but raise their gazes. Their gazes simultaneously shot towards Xiaoyan. Traces of surprise similarly surfaced deep within their indifferent eyes at this moment. "Three sirs, please follow me." After being surprised for a moment, the attendant once again spoke to Xiaoyan and the other two in an indifferent tone. At the same time, he raised his hand and made an inviting gesture towards Xiaoyan and the other two. When the three of them saw this, they exchanged glances with each other. After which, Jinyao took the lead. Her swaying body was like a standing water snake as she slowly walked towards the depths of the hall, towards a dimly lit passageway. Only then did Xiaoyan and Shuiyan slowly follow behind him. With an additional person accompanying her, Xianxia became a little quieter along the way. After a wave of light footsteps, the light at the end of the passageway in front of the group of four gradually brightened. The attendant also finally stopped at the end of the passageway. However, at this moment, at the end of the passageway, within a world covered by white light, a human figure slowly stepped out at this moment. When they saw that human figure, the originally calm expressions on Xiaoyan's and Jinyao's faces involuntarily changed slightly at this moment. The person who had arrived was Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian. Xiaoyan involuntarily muttered softly in his heart when he saw the person who had arrived. He clearly remembered that this fellow's strength was stronger than any of the foreign elite Dodi present. He was a middle-stage 2-star Dodi. Xiaoyan did not have the slightest chance of victory in front of this fellow. Even though he had yet to meet him face to face, he still caused Xiaoyan to feel an unknown chill. Huh? After revealing himself, Zhao Xian also discovered Xiaoyan's group standing in front of him. Immediately, he involuntarily frowned. A soft huss sound was emitted from the tip of his nose. Soon after, a killing intent suddenly flashed across his silver-white eyes when his gaze saw Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian beside him. Humph. Even though that killing intent only flashed and disappeared, it was still instantly discovered by Jin Yao, who was currently observing the latter. Immediately, Jin Yao's body moved. Her lovely body immediately blocked in front of Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian. An indifferent cold snort was emitted from the tip of her nose. A pair of pretty eyes similarly emitted a dense chill. You are Jin Yao, the owner of the 1,000 Medicinal House? Zhao Xian's icy cold gaze slowly shifted away from Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian. Only then did he look at Jin Yao. The expression on his face did not change even a little because of the latter's aura. Who are you? The expression on Jin Yao's face became increasingly icy in the face of Zhao Xian's question. The expression in her pretty eyes was extremely indifferent. At the same time, there was also a deep fear that could not be removed. Although they were both 2-star Dodi, the latter was a middle-stage 2-star Dodi. Although the two of them were only separated by a line, it was like the difference between the sky and the earth. Compared to an elite Bandi, when one reached the level of an elite Dodi, the division of strength was extremely harsh. Even if the two of them were only separated by a line, their strength was definitely distinct. The strong would always be the strong. In this place, there was no difference. The only difference was the difference between clouds and mud. Humph, don't worry. I won't attack you here. This is the Tianyun auction house's territory. Even in the entire western region, no one would dare to attack you. Even I wouldn't dare. But boy, Zhao Xian's words had just sounded when he pointed the tip of his sword. His sharp and icy cold gaze once again looked at Xiaoyan. This dark and cold gaze caused Xiaoyan to feel as though there was a thorn in his back. This caused Xiaoyan's body to involuntarily shiver. Remember this. When you are outside, you will have to pay back your debt sooner or later. Even if you are safe and sound in the Heavenly Clouds auction house today, as long as you dare to leave this place, I guarantee that you will not be able to leave Yen City. Hearing these cold words, the expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily changed once again. He really could not understand when he had encountered such an enemy. Just as Xiaoyan was pondering this in his heart, Zhao Xian's body moved. His strong body swiftly rushed past Xiaoyan's side. The wind that he carried when he walked past directly scraped against Xiaoyan's face until it hurt. His footsteps carried the wind and were as swift as thunder. This kind of invisible might was really worthy of an elite Dodi, Xiaoyan quietly exclaimed in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but feel even more curious about Zhao Xian. Xiaoyan was certain that this was the first time that he had met him. Why exactly was this fellow so hostile toward him? This ultimately caused Xiaoyan to feel some doubt in his heart. At this moment, at the end of the tunnel, within another space where white light lingered, a familiar old voice was faintly transmitted over. Cuckoo, the three people outside, please come in. Hearing this familiar voice, the expression on Xiaoyan's face immediately became much more relaxed. The owner of the voice was the manager of the auction house, Fan Qian. Humph, old man who won't die. I was wondering who it was. It is actually you again. In response to this, Jin Yao, who was beside Xiaoyan, pursed her red lips slightly. Her face revealed a relaxed expression. Clearly, Zhao Xian's departure had caused the pressure in her heart to be reduced by quite a lot. The three of them exchanged glances with each other. Murong Qianqian had revealed an obedient girl expression from the beginning. The others did not know that at this moment, Xiaoyan's arm, which was being hugged by Murong Qianqian, was already numb and unable to move. After the three of them stepped into the white light, the three of them almost instinctively narrowed their eyes. It was a long while later when the three of them gradually became familiar with the white light. Only then did they slowly open their eyes. What came into view was a stone room. The space of the stone room was neither too big nor too small. It could accommodate nearly 20 people. The walls on three sides were bare without any decorations. They were all as black as ink. However, they faintly emitted a strange light that was difficult to capture. The only piece of furniture in the stone room was a table. It was also a stone table. It was a black stone table with various magical beasts carved on it. It looked extremely valuable. There were 3 chairs placed around the stone table. The 3 of them sat down in order. Feng Qian was not polite at all. "Cuckoo, this old man has already waited for a long time. I have already prepared the items for the 2 of you. The only thing missing is the item in your hands." Feng Qian's expression slightly paused when he spoke until this point. However, he did not say anything else. Xiaoyan and Jinyao understood at a glance. "Here, my lily of the valley ointment." Jinyao casually took out a jade box. After opening it, a piece of milky white jade-like gypsum appeared in front of the 3 of them. When he saw the gypsum, the smile on Feng Qian's face became even brighter. He immediately carefully held it in his hand. He gently sniffed it and enjoyed the unique smell of the ointment. After a short while, he nodded with a smile on his face. "Not bad, District Mistress Jean, the items that you take out are all good stuff. Just based on your collection, I am afraid that my auction house cannot even compare to a tenth of what you have." He could not help but flatter her with a smile. Feng Qian also took out a jade box with one hand. After opening it, a green ling long fruit appeared in front of the 4 of them. "Green jade fruit. Here, this is also what you wanted. Don't worry, with this old man here, I guarantee that it will be top grade." Feng Qian imitated Jinyao's tone and laughed. Then, he looked at Xiaoyan, who was sitting in front of the 2 of them, with an even more passionate gaze. Compared to the items that the former had taken out, Feng Qian was more interested in the 1,000-fan leaf that Xiaoyan had taken out. That was a truly priceless item. "Cuckoo, mister, what about you? Compared to this old man is more curious about how you managed to obtain this woman's 1,000-fan leaf." When he said this, Feng Qian did not forget to use his gaze to tease Xiaoyan. This caused the latter to reveal an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoyan shrugged his shoulders and shook his head in a noncommittal manner. He did not reply. Instead, he flicked his finger and a white light flashed. An emerald green fan the size of a washbasin appeared on the stone table in front of him. "Here, 1,000-fan leaf, 1,000-year-old, and it's so fresh. Its medicinal properties are preserved so well, as if it was picked not long ago." Before the words in Xiaoyan's mouth sounded, Feng Qian quickly opened his mouth and spoke. His words were filled with a rich surprise. Hearing Feng Qian's words, Xiaoyan's serious expression froze slightly. Then, he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "I naturally have my own way of preserving these medicinal ingredients. It's not surprising that they can be preserved so well." Hearing this, of course, a hint of suspicion flashed across his old eyes, but in the end, he still nodded. Xiaoyan frowned slightly. His eyes revealed a hint of anticipation as he looked at Feng Qian. There was a hint of eagerness in his tone as he said, "I have already taken out my blazing flower. I've already taken out everything. Shouldn't you give me my blazing flower as well?" "Cuckoo, mister, you are very impatient." Feng Qian laughed softly as he teased. Without further ado, he flicked his finger and a jade box appeared on the stone table in front of the few of them. Xiaoyan did not hesitate even a little as he immediately opened it. Immediately, a fiery red glow swiftly shot over the interior of the stone room. Looking at the fiery red flower in the jade box, Xiaoyan's emotions quickly became excited at this moment. Xiaoyan swiftly stored the Xinyan flower within the jade box. An enormous rock in his heart finally fell to the ground at this moment. The blazing flower is finally in my hands. Having obtained the Xinyan flower, Xiaoyan could be considered to have temporarily resolved one of the things in his heart. Immediately, his entire mood became much more relaxed. After the Xiaoyan duo and Jinyao left the auction house together, Xiaoyan discovered that they had unknowingly spent an entire day and night in the auction house. Currently, it was already the 5th day since they had arrived in Yin City. After exiting the auction house, the originally packed crowd outside had already dispersed. Since it was noon, there were still quite a few people on the streets. Upon seeing the Xiaoyan trio slowly walking out from the auction house, especially when everyone's gazes landed on Murong Xianxian, who was beside Xiaoyan, and the enchanting figure of Jinyao, the gazes of the men on the streets immediately turned fiery hot. Everyone stretched their necks and widened their eyes, continuously scanning the bodies of the 2 exceptional beauties. especially Jin Yao's revealing figure, which appeared even fairer under the reflection of the sunlight. Her voluptuous upper body, flat lower abdomen and a pair of pure white long legs caused the hearts of the men present to heat up. They could not help but wish that they could immediately pounce on her. When they sensed Jin Yao's cold eyes that seemed to want to devour them, their bodies suddenly trembled. The thoughts that had just arisen in their hearts were instantly extinguished. What replaced it was fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. Humph. With an indifferent snort, the expression in Jin Yao's beautiful eyes did not turn for the better. With a move of her delicate body, she stepped into the air and left first. Behind her, Xiaoyan's gaze glanced at Jin Yao's exposed snow-white back. His pair of dark black eyes involuntarily narrowed. He knew that Jin Yao's emotions were not because of these people in front of her. Instead, it was because of Xiaoxian. Earlier in the stone room, Xiaoyan and Jin Yao could not help but ask Fang Qian about some information regarding Xiaoxian. Upon hearing the latter's words, the expression on Jin Yao's pretty face did not turn for the better. Instead, it gradually became even more gloomy. As for Xiaoyan, he originally had some doubts about Xiaoxian in his heart. After Fang Qian's general explanation, he finally understood in his heart. No wonder. No wonder Xiaoxian's eyes revealed a dense killing intent when he looked at him. This fellow was actually the clan head of the Zhao clan in Sulan City half a month ago. It was likely that he was already aware of what had happened there. Otherwise, he would not look at Xiaoyan in this manner. However, at the same time that he understood all of this, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily sank. If this was the case, did it not mean that Xiaoxian already knew of his identity? Currently, all the elite Dodi were gathered in Yin City. Once Xiaoyan's identity was discovered by those elite Dodi, he would immediately fall into a situation where he was surrounded by enemies. However, it appeared that Xiaoxian had yet to announce this matter to everyone. In other words, Xiaoyan still had sufficient time to leave this Yin City. When he thought of this, Xiaoyan could not help but let out a long sigh. Fortunately, the blazing flame flower had already landed in his hands. There was nothing else in Yin City that was worthy of Xiaoyan's stay. Let's go. There is no need to return to that place. Let's leave as soon as possible. After speaking these words in an indifferent manner, Xiaoyan pulled Murong Qianqian with one hand. The latter also nodded her head and obediently followed behind like a little wife. Immediately, Xiaoyan's toes gently pressed on the ground. As a circular, invisible ripple spread out, Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian's bodies also stepped into the air. Without any hesitation, the two of them immediately flew towards the western side of Yin City. After the two of them left Yin City, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared on the rooftop of a certain building. His silver-white eyes were filled with indifference as he stared in the direction that Xiaoyan had left. Under his sleeves, his fair hands slowly clenched as the corners of his mouth curled into a bone-chilling sneer. After a few short breaths, the middle-aged man's figure once again slowly disappeared from the rooftop. At the same time, high in the sky, within the clouds, Jin Yao's pretty face, which was wrapped in a red dress, revealed a cold smile. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This essence transformation pill will definitely be mine. As she softly muttered from her mouth, Jin Yao's delicate body moved as she swiftly flew towards the western side of the city. Based on the Xiaoyan duo's speed, in less than an hour, they had already traveled nearly 10,000 miles. At this moment, when the two of them turned their heads to look behind them, Yin City had long since disappeared from their sight. As the two of them increasingly neared the Sand River, the surrounding environment gradually changed. The originally green forest below them now looked like a patch of yellow and orange gold, as if it was the golden season of autumn. The emerald-like grass on the ground gradually disappeared, and in its place was a patch of reddish-yellow sand. A formidable wind swiftly swept past Xiaoyan's ears like an arrow, bringing with it the sound of breaking wind that reverberated endlessly between heaven and earth. When the two of them rushed through the empty air, an invisible force and pressure formed a deep gully in the sky above the crimson-yellow sea of trees below. After Xiaoyan and Shuiyan left, the mountain forest slowly returned to its calm state. Only then were those gullies filled up. Until a certain moment, the bodies of the two people who were flying at high speed suddenly stopped in mid-air. A curious look appeared on Murong Qianqian's pretty face as she looked around. After which, she looked towards Xiaoyan and could not help but ask, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong here?" "I'm afraid we've been ambushed." Xiaoyan's gaze looked all around him. Both of his eyes narrowed. A vast and mighty spiritual strength spread out from between his brows to its limit. The expression on his face had also become solemn. Under the cover of Xiaoyan's spiritual force, the entire surrounding area was reflected in his eyes. He could sense that there were a few extremely obscure auras present in this area. These auras were the reason why Xiaoyan had stopped in his tracks. To be able to cause Xiaoyan, who was a rank 3 alchemist, to be unable to pinpoint the exact location, the source of those auras was most likely extraordinary. Immediately after, Xiaoyan, who was standing in midair, suddenly turned around. He had already clearly sensed that there was an extremely vigorous and overbearing aura behind him that was rapidly flying towards Xiaoyan and Murong Xianxian. "Zhao Xian. This guy actually followed us in secret. No, this fellow should have guessed that we would go in this direction, so he had already set up an ambush here. He knows how powerful a rank 3 alchemist's spiritual force is. Just by following us, it's impossible." Just as Murong Xianxian's words fell, Xiaoyan immediately shook his head and spoke with a grave tone. "Ha ha ha ha. Xiaoyan, you didn't expect it right. Even if you were careful along the way, you would still be stopped by me here." The loud laughter contained a crazy killing intent. In the next instant, Zhao Xian's figure had already appeared 100 feet away from Xiaoyan and Murong Xianxian. A pair of silver-white eyes were suffused with bits of red light. As Zhao Xian breathed in and out, the aura within his body churned, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Xiaoyan's eyes revealed a grave expression as he stared at the middle-aged man in front of him. His expression swiftly became gloomy. While he carefully observed Zhao Xian in front of him, he also pulled Murong Xianxian behind him. "You are the clan head of the Zhao clan?" Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. The doqi within his body had already circulated to every part of his body. His spiritual strength covered this entire place. Any movement in the world would fall into Xiaoyan's eyes at this moment. "Humph, you indeed already know. However, this is also good. It saves this clan head from saying any more nonsense. As for now, you can go and die." Zhao Xian's expression was dark and stern as he let out a ferocious laugh. Soon after, his body suddenly trembled and his body, which was standing in the air, instantly disappeared. At the same time, Xiaoyan's face, which was originally filled with a grave expression, also instantly became even more solemn and gloomy. Xiaoyan quietly cursed in his heart. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. His body shook and the doqi within his body immediately shot out from the pores on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. Soon after, it transformed into a turbulent and writhing beautiful flame that swiftly covered Xiaoyan's body and began to burn fiercely. "Humph, the outside world is rumored to possess a heavenly flame. Seeing it today, it is indeed so. However, so what if you have a heavenly flame protecting your body? You are ultimately just a mere ban emperor, a fake emperor. You are merely an ant in front of this emperor." At the same time that the heavenly flame rose on the surface of Xiaoyan's body, Zhao Xian's cold laughter that was filled with disdain also sounded. Zhao Xian's thunder-like voice reverberated in all directions, causing an ordinary person to have difficulty determining his exact location. However, with Xiaoyan's current rank 3 alchemist spiritual strength, it was naturally not difficult for him to investigate Zhao Xian's location. "Above." Xiaoyan quietly cried out in his heart. The expression on his face became slightly stern. Immediately, a thought passed through his mind and the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body was immediately activated. The purple-gold bloodline strength appeared to have come alive as it circulated within the blood vessels within Xiaoyan's body. Even Xiaoyan's heart began to beat even more intensely at this moment. "Yellow Spring Divine Anger." A stern cry suddenly sounded in his heart. Xiaoyan, whose eyes were flickering with a purple-gold light, suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth. At the same time, an earth-shaking roar was suddenly emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. "Mao! Mao! Mao!" The roar was like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire world around the three of them trembled violently at this moment. Circle after circle of invisible spatial ripples spread out in all directions like waves. As the roar dragged on, in the end, it could not hold on any longer and collapsed with a bang, transforming into an endless expanse of pitch-black darkness. Humph! Xiaoyan's yellow spring divine anger directly attacked the soul, causing the expression of Zhao Xian, who was about to attack, to suddenly harden. His nose involuntarily emitted a muffled groan. Clearly, he was caught off guard by Xiaoyan's attack. At the same time, at a certain empty space some distance away from Xiaoyan's group, Jin Yao, who was hidden in the empty space, could not help but frown slightly when she heard Xiaoyan's roar. Her pretty face revealed a surprised expression. She did not expect that as a 6-star half-emperor, Xiaoyan was actually able to use such a powerful Do skill. This kind of might was not something that an ordinary 6-star half-emperor could compare with. Even some ordinary 8-star half-emperors were unable to use such a powerful Do skill. This brat, no wonder he was able to survive in the hands of 4 Do Di. He really has quite a great ability. Jin Yao was secretly surprised in her heart. On the other side, Zhao Xian's heart was similarly shocked by Xiaoyan's strength. He did not expect that a 6-star half-emperor would actually be able to erupt with a frightening strength that even an 8-star half-emperor could not possess. Although this strength was not enough to injure him, it had already proved the frightening potential that Xiaoyan's body contained. Once he matured in the future, it was likely that even an elite Do Di would be unable to do anything to him. At that time, it was likely that the entire western region would have to bow down to him. Humph! You're courting death. Zhao Xian could not help but quietly feel a hidden danger in his heart when he thought of this. The best method to deal with this kind of enemy, who had yet to fully mature, was to strangle them in the cradle. The 4 great sects had done this. At this moment, Zhao Xian was even more so. With a furious cry, Zhao Xian's body suddenly shook. The doqi within his body swiftly spread to his palm. After which, it was violently spat out and swiftly agglomerated into an enormous spear in the air. It carried an incomparably sharp overbearing might as it ruthlessly shot towards Xiaoyan's head in an instant. Seeing this, the serious expression on Xiaoyan's face did not decrease in the slightest. He swiftly took half a step back and raised both of his palms to his chest. With a thought, the Skyfire 3 mysterious change was immediately unleashed. The aura within Xiaoyan's body also swiftly rose. Within a short couple of breaths, Xiaoyan's strength had already risen from the initial stage of a 6-star half-emperor to the middle stage of a 6-star half-emperor. He was only a step away from the late stage. After unleashing the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, Xiaoyan's expression still appeared incomparably serious. His heart did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Faced with an elite Do Di, if Xiaoyan did not use his full strength, it was likely that he would suffer a crushing defeat. As he sensed the powerful Do Qi within his body, Xiaoyan rotated his left hand and turned it into a palm. A pair of dark black eyes stared intently at the enormous spear that was swiftly descending from the sky above his head. Soon after, when the enormous spear descended, a thumb-sized black spot was agglomerated and formed in Xiaoyan's left palm. Great Heaven Creation Palm! A furious cry was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. At the same time, his left palm suddenly shot forward. The sharp sound of rushing wind was emitted when his palm cut through the empty air. It was like an eagle's cry that swept across the sky. The entire world emitted waves of trembling sounds. Clang! Accompanied by an earth-shaking loud sound, the dark black energy light circle that was emitted from the Great Heaven Creation Palm violently collided with the enormous spear that was heading toward him. The moment the two collided, an extremely frightening invisible strength suddenly swept out from between the two. It was just like a tsunami that wantonly moved in all directions in this vast empty space. In the blink of an eye, the empty space within a 10,000-foot radius of Xiaoyan collapsed because of this strength. It turned into an endless dark black empty space. The deep empty space caused one to feel a desolation when looking at it. It also caused one to feel a fear that originated from one's heart. Grug. After a short stalemate, Xiaoyan's expression instantly turned pale. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat. Soon after, he involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The aura of his entire body had become weak at this moment. Bang! However, before Xiaoyan could react, Zhao Xian ruthlessly stomped on the tip of the enormous spear. Suddenly, the tyrannical strength of the enormous spear became even more indestructible under Zhao Xian's stomp. In just a moment, Xiaoyan's Great Heaven Creation Palm was instantly destroyed. After the Great Heaven Creation Palm was destroyed, Zhao Xian moved his body and grabbed the handle of the enormous spear under his feet. The tip of the spear fiercely raised and pierced directly toward the space between Xiaoyan's eyebrows. At this moment, Xiaoyan felt the approaching danger and finally came to his senses. The moment he raised his head, the spear had already arrived above Xiaoyan's head. It was only 2 inches away from the space between his eyebrows. Die! With a ferocious roar, Zhao Xian's body shook. The power of the long spear in his hand became even more overbearing. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly focused. At the same time, his heart turned pale with fright. A thought passed through his mind and he wanted to use the 6 paths tent. At this moment, Xiaoyan could only use the 6 paths tent to avoid the long spear to the greatest extent. However, a cold glint shot over in front of Xiaoyan's eyes at the next moment. The glaring light caused Xiaoyan to be unable to open his eyes. At the same time, however, an icy cold voice spread over the sky. A dignified Dodi bullying a bandit. What kind of Dodi are you? What kind of man are you? His heart focused. Xiao Yan raised his eyes and looked to the side. The person who had attacked was Jinyao. Clang! Her snow-white longsword trembled gently after her words sounded. After a clear sound, it bounced the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand away. A huge force was transmitted and the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand was immediately flung away. While his feet flew backwards, the long spear also turned into specks of light and disappeared into thin air. Humph! Seeing this, Jinyao smiled charmingly. She immediately turned her head slightly and looked at the stunned Xiaoyan by the side. Why are you here? Seeing Jinyao's enchanting smile, Xiaoyan's tightly knitted eyebrows relaxed slightly. At the same time, he doubtfully asked Jinyao. Haha, why? Only you are allowed to appear here and I am not. Jinyao pursed her lips into a smile that was extremely enchanting. Hearing this, Xiaoyan curled his lips and rolled his eyes at the latter. Xiaoyan naturally did not believe the latter's words. Don't tell me you have also followed me here? Thinking of a certain possibility, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily tightened. However, he had a joking expression on his face as the dou qi in his body secretly circulated. His heart was a little nervous. Would you believe me if I said yes? Looking at Xiaoyan with a bewitching smile, Jinyao casually withdrew her longsword and said with a smile. Seeing the latter's appearance, Xiaoyan sighed in relief in his heart. Even though he had not interacted with the latter for long, Xiaoyan could roughly guess this woman's character. Since she had revealed such an appearance, it was likely that she would not be in any danger. Haha, I had long guessed that this fellow would definitely not let you off so easily. Being able to know your identity without revealing it to the public means that he covets something on your body. In order to obtain it, he will definitely not allow you to reveal your identity within Yen City. He will definitely know that you have left Yen City. Therefore, on one hand, it is for my 1,000-fan tree and on the other, it is also for the apotheosis pill. Jinya chuckled as she guessed the reason why Zhao Xian didn't expose Xiaoyan's identity. Hearing this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a sense of fear for the woman in front of him. As a woman, not only did she possess a frightening strength, but even her thoughts were something that an ordinary person could not compare with. It was likely that her future was not something that the Dou D class could block. Humph. Woman, even if you can guess these things, what can you do? Just you alone, how can you be this emperor's match? On the other side, Zhao Xian had also heard Jinyao's words. At the same time, he was shocked in his heart. At the same time, anger involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. If this woman had not suddenly appeared earlier, Xiaoyan would have long since become a dead soul under his spear. All the treasures in his hands, including the heavenly flame, would have belonged to him. However, this woman was currently destroying his plans. How could this not cause anger to form in his heart? ****. Cuckoo, who said that I am alone? Aren't you looking down on me a little too much? Xiaoyan involuntarily coughed a couple of times. He violently wiped off the traces of blood on his lips. At the same time, he waved his large hand and the pitch-black, thick heavy Xian ruler landed in his hand. Earlier, in order to prevent others from discovering his identity, the heavy Xian ruler had always been placed in his storage ring. Since he had already been recognized at this moment, Xiaoyan naturally did not have any more misgivings. When the enormous ruler landed in his hand, a chi-chi sound of rushing wind was emitted, giving people an incomparably heavy feeling. "Humph, brat, with just you?" Seeing Xiaoyan take out the heavy Xian ruler, Zhao Xian coldly laughed. However, his voice had just sounded when Murong Qianqian on the other side suddenly spoke at this moment. "Me too." Seeing this, the expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily changed slightly. However, before he could speak, Zhao Xian parted his mouth and smiled. His smile was dense and filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent, causing people who saw it to feel a chill on their backs. "Alright, since all of you don't know what death is, then all of you can come at me. Together. Today, this D will tell all of you what is called absolute strength." At the same time as the cold laughter sounded, Zhao Xian's large hand suddenly clenched. A completely snow-white long spear landed in his hand. This time around, it was a genuine long spear and not the energy long spear that was agglomerated from Doqi. In comparison, when this long spear was used, regardless of whether it was its strength or other aspects, it was not something that a weapon that was agglomerated from Doqi could compare with. With this long spear in hand, Zhao Xian's strength had increased quite a lot out of nowhere. Jinyao's pretty eyes glanced at Murong Qianqian. She did not pay too much attention to the latter. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Xiaoyan. Currently, Xiaoyan was her financial backer. In comparison, a Murong Qianqian was really nothing. "Are you sure you can do it? This fellow is a Dodi. You can't even block one of his attacks. Are you really confident?" Jinyao frowned slightly. Her face was a little worried as she asked Xiaoyan. "Cuckoo, relax. If I didn't have the confidence, I would not have stood up and tried to be brave. Moreover, with a beautiful Dodi like you around, there is no need for me to be afraid of him." This laughter caused the atmosphere between the two of them to become much more relaxed. Seeing this scene, Murong Qianqian quietly frowned in her heart. She even felt some hatred. Why was she not this Jinyao in front of her? Why was she not an elite Dodi? However, it was useless to think about all this now. Seeing that the three of them did not attack and were instead flirting with each other, this caused Zhao Xian's heart to become even more furious. He waved the long spear in his hand and it emitted a hoo-hoo sound of rushing wind. The body of the spear immediately shook and a silver-white lightning-like doqi surged out from within Zhao Xian's body. It swiftly covered the body of the spear. His body moved and he took the lead to charge towards Xiaoyan's group. The sharp tip of the spear pierced through the empty air, carrying an ear-piercing sound of rushing wind. With the support of the doqi, it was like a comet flying through the sky as it violently charged towards Xiaoyan's group. Meteor spear. Following the earth-shaking stern cry from Zhao Xian's mouth, he held the long spear in his hand and arrived in front of Xiaoyan's group in the blink of an eye. He swung the tip of the spear, leaving behind a countless number of afterimages in the empty air as they violently pierced toward Xiaoyan. "Allow me." The smile on Jinyao's pretty face instantly disappeared when she saw the scene. Her lovely body moved and she stepped in front of Xiaoyan. At the same time, she twisted her wrist and the long sword in her hand met the long spear that was attacking in front of her. Thousand Sails Shadowless Sword. With a lovely cry, the long sword in Jinyao's hand was immediately swung. The lithe sword trembled gently in the empty air. In the blink of an eye, the empty space in front of Jinyao was filled with a countless number of sword images. A thought passed through her mind and those sword images appeared to be substance-like as they met the long spear that was coming toward her. Clang clang clang, the clear sounds of collisions repeatedly sounded like golden bells. Finally, the countless number of spear images were broken. Zhao Xian's first attack could be considered to have been temporarily blocked by Jinyao. However, at this moment, Jinyao's face did not show the slightest sign of relaxing. Being a two-star Dodi, Zhao Xian's tactics were naturally not limited to this. When he truly attacked, it was likely that even she would not be a match for him. Clang clang clang, the intense battle in the sky had unknowingly continued for a long time. During this period of time, neither Xiaoyan nor Zhao Xian had displayed their true strength. At this moment, Zhao Xian appeared to be the biggest player in the arena. If he did not attack, no one would dare to easily reveal their trump cards. The battle in front of them appeared to be a show for him alone. Although each move and each style appeared brainless, no one dared to underestimate them. After a couple of collisions, the combined attacks of Xiao Yan and Jin Yao were all easily received by Zhao Xian. The long spear in his hand also caused Xiao Yan and Jin Yao to be at a disadvantage. Clang! The snow-white long spear once again violently collided with the dark black, thick heavy Xian ruler. Under the frightening weight of the heavy ruler, the long spear was pressed into an extremely dangerous arc in the blink of an eye. It seemed that as long as one used a little more strength, it would break into two with a ka-cha sound. Surprise involuntarily flashed across Zhao Xian's eyes as he sensed the frightening strength that was transmitted from the heavy ruler. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan, whose body appeared so frail, actually possessed such a strong physical body. Humph! With a cold snort, Zhao Xian's hand, which was holding the spear shaft, suddenly shook. Surging douqi immediately swarmed out of his palm and merged into the snow-white long spear in his hand. Immediately, the long spear emitted a wave of bright and dazzling white light. Break! The wrist of the hand that was holding the spear shaft shook violently. The entire body of the spear suddenly bent at this moment. The body of the spear, which was made from special mysterious steel, was like a white snake as it swelled into an arc that was difficult to imagine. Immediately, the long spear was swung violently. Soon after, it violently smashed onto the wide body of the heavy Xian ruler. Clang! Zhao Xian attacked once again before the first attack landed. This caught Xiao Yan a little off guard. At the same time that the huge ruler in his hand was sent flying back due to the heavy blow, Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the heavy ruler, swiftly felt a numbness. While the ruler's body trembled intensely, traces of blood also flowed out from Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan's heart trembled slightly. The movement of his hand did not pause even a little. He once again lifted the heavy ruler in his hand as he stepped back. A thought passed through his heart and a puff sound immediately rose from the ruler's body. Xiao Yan waved his arm and a rainbow-like flame was formed in the empty air. At the same time, a ruler glow that possessed an extremely strong might violently swept out from the tip of the ruler. It soared in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into 1,000 feet tall fire wave that violently struck towards Zhao Xian. Flame-devouring wave. On the other side, Jin Yao once again waved the long sword in her hand at the same time as the earth-shaking cry was emitted. The sword trembled and became just like a water snake that cut through the empty air and pierced toward Zhao Xian. Humph, insignificant skill. Zhao Xian laughed coldly when he saw this. The long spear in his hand was lifted upward. The tip of the spear danced and a silver-white douqi swiftly agglomerated in front of Zhao Xian. A wave of wave-like crashing sound was vaguely emitted. Spear raises 1,000 heavy waves. As the cry sounded, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand was once again lifted. Douqi poured out and transformed into an even more frightening 10,000 feet wave that violently struck towards Xiao Yan and Jin Yao. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly solidified as the wave agglomerated. An elite Dodi was indeed this frightening. Just the might of this attack was many times stronger than his flame-devouring wave. Falling flower becomes shadow, killing sword. Soon after, a soft and pleasant lovely cry was transmitted from the sky above Xiao Yan's head just as his expression changed. At the same time, a powerful aura that was not much inferior to Zhao Xian's was transmitted over. Buzz buzz buzz, the empty air began to ripple like water. Circular invisible ripples gradually spread around Jin Yao's body. The long sword in Jin Yao's hand was pointed and the sharp tip of the sword was pointed at Zhao Xian. Douqi scattered and swiftly agglomerated into countless bright red flower petals in front of Jin Yao. The flower petals moved with the wind in the sky, appearing like dancers dancing in the sky. They were light and agile. Adding on their swaying body, it really caused one's heart to feel hot blood. However, at this moment, Zhao Xian did not have the time to bother about such a beautiful scene. Compared to Jin Yao's beauty, he clearly understood in his heart that this flower vase-like woman possessed an extremely frightening strength. Her strength was something that no one in the entire western region dared to underestimate. The rain of flowers that filled the sky was like a fiery meteor that drifted down from the sky. Everywhere it passed, there were tens of thousands of red glows. Even the entire sky was dyed a fiery red color. There seemed to be a sword hum that resounded through the sky. The invisible space emitted waves of trembling sounds. Under this strength, even this part of the world was afraid. The sea of flowers fell and the spear's shadows rotated. At this moment, Xiaoyan's flame-devouring wave appeared a little weak. Compared to the former, it was more like a child facing two adults. Bang! The moment they came into contact, Xiaoyan's flame-devouring wave was instantly buried by the wave-like spear shadows. With the ruler technique broken, Xiaoyan's originally somewhat pale face appeared to have completely lost all blood. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat and he once again spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His pair of dark black eyes were currently filled with shock. A Dodi was indeed extremely strong. The Do technique that he used actually caused Xiaoyan to be unable to retaliate. This kind of overwhelming battle situation could be said to be the first time in Xiaoyan's history that he had encountered such a situation. Soon after, however, the countless falling petals had already violently collided with the white-colored wave that still had an imposing aura. The bright contrast of the two colors in the sky caused the battle situation to be even more clear at a glance. At a glance, countless sword glows shot out from the countless number of flower petals the instant they fell. The sharp sword hum was like the roar of a magic beast, causing one's eardrums to feel a piercing pain. Although the sword glows that were shot out from these flower petals were extremely aggressive, those dense spear shadows were even more overbearing. Wherever those spear shadows passed, the empty space would be forcefully torn apart and form a dark black spatial crack line. The entire sky was in a state where it was repeatedly falling apart. The moment the two collided, the countless number of spear shadows were like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey as they tore apart the flower petals that permeated the sky. The sharp sword glows were violently shattered by the spear shadows the moment they collided. Seeing this scene, the expression on Jinyao's pretty face could not help but change slightly. However, before she could do anything, Zhao Xian suddenly let out a stern laugh. Ha ha ha, I have already given all of you a chance earlier. Since all of you do not know how to cherish it, this venerable self shall not play with all of you. With a stern laugh, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand suddenly swung violently. The shocking wave that was agglomerated from countless number of spear shadows also began to twist intensely. A crack line was slowly formed in the middle of the wave. Countless number of spear shadows swiftly agglomerated. A white light shot out and agglomerated into a blurry human figure wearing armor in the air above the crack line. I will let all of you experience what a true human class Do technique is. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's expression suddenly solidified. His heart involuntarily felt a dense shock because of this. This is Do technique spirit transformation. The solemn expression on Xiaoyan's pale face became even denser when he heard the disdain contained within the laughter. He focused his eyes and looked over. The somewhat miserable-looking Zhao Xian had also appeared in front of Xiaoyan and Murong Xianxian at this moment. Looking at Zhao Xian's somewhat wretched appearance, it was likely that he had gone through an extremely difficult and intense battle not long ago. Murong Xianxian's pretty face, who was behind Xiaoyan, immediately revealed a fearful expression when she saw Zhao Xian. Soon after, her entire pretty face turned pale. After witnessing Zhao Xian's strength, the current young lady did not dare to face Zhao Xian with an ordinary heart. She did not even dare to think about the bold and visionary words that she had uttered to face him as an enemy not long ago. A dignified elite Do-di was not someone that a mere Ban-di like her could easily contend with. Murong Xianxian involuntarily raised her pretty eyes when she thought of this. She looked at Xiaoyan who was currently standing in front of her. Although everyone thought that a Ban-di was inferior to a Do-di, it seemed that this Xiaoyan in front of her was an exception. It should be known that being able to use the strength of a 6-star Ban-di to cause the expression of an elite Do-di to change. It was likely that there would not be a second person in the entire continent other than Xiaoyan who could do such a thing. Where is Jingyao? Compared to the thoughts of the young lady behind him, Xiaoyan's expression was gloomy as he looked at Zhao Xian and asked in a dense tone. Being able to catch up to them within such a short period of time had greatly exceeded Xiaoyan's expectations. Jingyao was an elite Do-di and possessed extraordinary strength. Since they were both Do-di, Zhao Xian should not have been able to shake her off so quickly unless something had happened to Jingyao. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyan, you can't even protect yourself, but you still have the time to care about that woman. Instead of worrying about others, I think you should worry more about yourself. Zhao Xian laughed mockingly when he heard Xiaoyan's words. His body immediately shook and his feet suddenly stepped on empty air. The doqi in his body poured out and his body immediately turned into a white light. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan with a thunderous momentum. His large hand suddenly clenched tightly in the air. Immediately, the snow-white long spear once again landed in his hand. The snow-white long spear violently rotated twice in Zhao Xian's hand. The whistling sound of rushing wind seemed to have torn the empty space apart. Soon after, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand suddenly pierced forward. The incomparably sharp tip of the spear easily penetrated the empty space. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Die. An extremely dark and cold voice was emitted. Soon after, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand violently pierced toward the spot between Xiaoyan's brows. Zhao Xian's ghost-like agility caused Xiaoyan's heart to be suddenly startled. The instant the former had taken out the long spear in his hand, Xiaoyan had already used all his strength to maneuver the great Tao energy that had gathered within his body. The instant the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand violently pierced toward Xiaoyan's head, a dark black curtain swiftly agglomerated in front of Xiaoyan. Huh! Seeing that Xiaoyan had once again agglomerated this dark black curtain, Zhao Xian's heart involuntarily moved. At the same time that the expression on his face changed, the might of the long spear in his hand also became even more frightening. He had already seen how frightening this curtain was earlier. The speed that Xiaoyan had displayed when using this damn thing caused his heart to be greatly shocked. If Xiaoyan used his full strength, it was likely that his speed would be comparable to some people who had just broken through to the Do D class. This was already sufficient to show how extraordinary Xiaoyan's six-paths tent was. It was not an exaggeration to use the word heaven-defying to describe it. Of course, speaking of which great Tao in this world was not in existence that could be said to be heaven-defying. Moreover, this was the great Tao of void, which could be ranked at the top of all the great Taos. Unfortunately, even though Xiaoyan had already used all his strength to activate the great Tao strength, the moment Xiaoyan's body entered the Six Paths tent, the tip of the spear that came piercing through the void left behind a shocking bloody scar between Xiaoyan's brows. Even with Xiaoyan's character, his entire body was instantly filled with cold sweat at this instant. Xiaoyan could even clearly sense that he had already sensed a dense aura of death when the tip of the spear approached him. He did not doubt that if he had been a little later, that spotless snow-white long spear would have instantly penetrated his head. Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly. His heart was filled with cold sweat. The appearance of this scene also caused Xianxia, who was completely worried about Xiaoyan, to instantly raise her heart to her throat. Her pair of beautiful eyes immediately turned completely red. Only when she saw the long spear ruthlessly piercing through the empty space did the young lady's suspended heart suddenly relax. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body also tumbled out from the empty space in the distance. The expression on his face appeared incomparably grave. Numerous bloody scars covered his forehead, dripping with fresh blood. One could even faintly see the dense white bones under them. Other than the one between his eyebrows, the rest of these scars were all caused by the astral wind that accompanied the tip of the spear. If it was not for the bloody scar that was caused by the tip of the spear, the rest of the astral wind would naturally not be able to do anything to Xiaoyan. It was also because of this scar that the current Xiaoyan seemed to be able to drag on for a long time. As long as Xiaoyan's 6 tents were completely exhausted, at that time, Xiaoyan would be a fish on the chopping board to Zhao Xian. Fortunately, he had dodged Zhao Xian's attack. However, the expression on Xiaoyan's face did not lessen the slightest bit because of this. To Xiaoyan, his own safety was nothing. However, he was currently traveling together with Xianxia. Once he fell, Zhao Xian would definitely not let Xianxia off. This was not an outcome that Xiaoyan was willing to see. However, without waiting for Xiaoyan to think too much, Zhao Xian hatefully let out a cold snort. He suddenly waved the long spear in his hand and once again charged towards Xiaoyan. Humph! Xiaoyan, this sovereign wants to see how many times you can dodge. At the same time that his voice fell, Zhao Xian had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan once again. He waved his long spear and fiercely swept it towards Xiaoyan's head. The whistling sound of breaking wind continuously resounded in Xiaoyan's ears. At the same time, the expression on Xiaoyan's face quickly became grim. A pair of pitch-black eyes flickered with a cold light. At the same time, his footsteps changed, and his body quickly dodged to the side. The palm under his sleeve suddenly clenched tightly at this moment. Immediately, the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler appeared inch by inch in Xiaoyan's hand. Heart-shattering palm and E-class Do technique. It was many times stronger than Zhao Xian's high human class Do technique. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan's current cultivation was only that of a 6-star bandit. Otherwise, if he was able to display the full strength of this heart-shattering palm, forget about a 2-star Do D, it was likely that even the leaders of the 4 large sects would not be able to endure it. However, due to the limitation of Xiaoyan's strength, the heart-shattering palm that Xiaoyan used all his strength to unleash did not possess even 1% of its true strength. Bang! Following the intense explosion of a cannon, a wave of fierce and overbearing invisible strength immediately swept apart at the point where Xiaoyan collided with the Do technique. It turned into a frightening energy storm that swept away everything in this place in the blink of an eye. Seeing Xiaoyan's sudden appearance, Zhao Xian's and Jin Yao's expressions instantly changed. They felt a shock in their hearts. Soon after, however, the expression on Zhao Xian's face once again turned into a disdainful cold smile. He was merely a 6-star bandit. Even if his strength was extraordinary, a bandit was ultimately only a bandit. In the eyes of a Do D, it would never be possible for him to erupt with a strength that could match them. Hence, Xiaoyan's action, which was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, attracted a wave of ridicule from Zhao Xian's mouth. Humph humph, Xiaoyan, do you really think that you can contend with a Do D? Those 4 great sect leaders may hold back against you, but I will not. The long spear in Zhao Xian's hand suddenly shook after his voice sounded. The long spear swept horizontally and the aura of the 1,000-layered wave suddenly soared. A glaring doqi wave was quickly absorbed into it. With a bang, it sent Xiaoyan and Jin Yao flying. Woman, I originally did not intend to be enemies with you. However, since you insist on seeking death, you cannot blame this venerable self for ruthlessly destroying a flower. After easily forcing back Xiaoyan and Jin Yao, the smile on Zhao Xian's face became even more ferocious as he pointed his spear at Jin Yao. To Zhao Xian, the only person present who could pose a threat to him was Jin Yao. As long as he could finish her off, Xiaoyan would naturally become a turtle in a jar and would undoubtedly die. Whoosh, at the same time the Do technique dissipated, Zhao Xian's body flashed. Like a bolt of lightning, he cut through the empty space. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Jin Yao. The snow-white long spear in his hand was pulled back in front of him. Both of his hands tightly gripped the handle of the spear and exerted force in his arms. The long spear pierced through the empty space, carrying a bloodthirsty cold glow as it pierced towards Jin Yao's heart. Explode! However, at this moment, an icy cold low cry was suddenly emitted from the sky. At the same time, the expression on Zhao Xian's face abruptly changed drastically. After this low cry was emitted, an unknown strength suddenly erupted from within Zhao Xian's chest and heart. It was just like a bomb that had been buried long ago had suddenly exploded at this moment. The turbulent strength suddenly surged out from within Zhao Xian's body. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Xian's chest appeared to have been filled with air as it swelled wildly. The heart within it was pressured by this sudden strength until it was about to explode. Bastard! What is going on? While feeling greatly shocked in his heart, the attack in Zhao Xian's hand was also forced back. Zhao Xian's body retreated explosively as if it was a conditioned reflex. At the same time, waves of surging Do Qi crazily flowed through each of his Qi paths like a rushing river. Before the energy in his heart was about to explode, it swiftly covered it and swiftly suppressed it with an even crazier speed. Within these short couple of breaths, Zhao Xian's forehead was already covered with dense perspiration. The unexpected change in his body caused even him, a 2-star Do D, to feel a shock in his heart. If it was a bandit in his place, it would definitely be impossible for him to have the opportunity to suppress that strength. The wild and violent degree of that strength had already exceeded the level of a bandit. Even an ordinary elite Do D would not be able to suppress it within such a short period of time. Even the current Zhao Xian involuntarily felt a lingering fear in his heart despite the unexpected change in his body being gradually suppressed. Cuckoo, looks like a mayfly like me is not unable to shake a towering tree like you. At this moment, the pale-faced Xiaoyan on the other side with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth rose and fell as he once again stood up. The corner of his mouth parted, revealing a mouthful of bloody teeth. The bright red color caused this smile to contain an additional ruthlessness. Adding this to Xiaoyan's clear dark black eyes, one would involuntarily feel a chill in one's heart upon seeing them. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Zhao Xian, whose heart was filled with shock, and Jin Yao, who had managed to avoid a calamity, shot their gazes toward Xiaoyan at this moment. Immediately, the expression in their eyes changed once again. Jin Yao's eyes, which were originally filled with surprise, had completely turned into shock at this moment. She did not expect that the Xiaoyan in front of her would actually be able to cause Zhao Xian to reveal such a terrified expression. This fellow, just what did he do? Jin Yao quietly thought in her heart. She felt even more curious about this ordinary black-robed, young man in front of her. By being able to cause the four large sects to covet him and act without fear within their territories, this Xiaoyan in front of her was definitely not an ordinary person. It's that Do skill from earlier. Hearing the words from Xiaoyan's mouth, Zhao Xian had become much calmer at this moment. He did not believe that Xiaoyan, a 6-star bandit, would be able to injure him with just a sentence. The unexpected change earlier was likely caused by the Do skill that Xiaoyan had displayed earlier. Cuckoo, looks like a dignified elite Do is not some fool. Xiaoyan coldly laughed. Jin Yao by the side involuntarily knit her brows. She quietly muttered in her heart before looking at Xiaoyan with a curious face. Seeing that Xiaoyan did not deny it, Zhao Xian immediately felt even more surprised in his heart. To be able to enter his body without him knowing, what class did this Do skill have to be in order to do so? Xiaoyan coldly smiled in response to this. The greatest characteristic of the heart-shattering palm was that it, like the octane blast, used a hidden force as its strength. The strongest strength of the entire Do skill was the frightening hidden force that controlled the opponent after it was unleashed. Additionally, this heart-shattering palm was an E-class Do skill. Once it was unleashed, both one's soul and physical body would be seriously injured. Normally speaking, anyone who received a serious injury from the heart-shattering palm would have no chance of survival. Of course, no matter how one put it, Zhao Xian was an elite Do. The current Xiaoyan was merely a bandit. It was as Zhao Xian had said, a fake emperor. How could he be a match for a genuine elite Do? Although the heart-shattering palm was an E-class Do skill, the Do-chi that Xiaoyan needed to use it was insufficient to support it with his bandit strength, much less its strength. Humph. Xiaoyan, don't be so proud. With your strength, I believe that you can only use this kind of high-class Do technique once if you use all your strength. The current you is already an arrow at the end of its flight. In the sky, Zhao Xian waved the long snow-white spear in his hand. The whistling sound of rushing wind sounded in the sky. The invisible pressure was like a huge rock that landed on Xiaoyan's chest. What Zhao Xian said was correct. After using the heart-shattering palm, the Do-chi in Xiaoyan's body had been completely exhausted. At this moment, although he still appeared to be strong on the outside, he was actually only strong on the inside. However, compared to Xiaoyan, Zhao Xian was in a much better state after dealing with the wild and violent energy in his body. The aura all over his body was long-lasting and was much better than Jin Yao's. Xiaoyan, bring that girl away first. I will hold them back here. After all of you leave, I will think of a way to escape. Jin Yao's pretty eyes stared intently at Zhao Xian as she spoke in a serious tone. After a few hundred exchanges, Jin Yao had a better understanding of Zhao Xian's strength. The latter was stronger than her and not weaker. If Xiaoyan and Morong Xianxian continued to stay here, it was likely that none of them would be able to leave in the end. Hearing this, Xiaoyan was just about to frown and open his mouth when Zhao Xian suddenly emitted a cold laugh. His face was ferocious as he stared at Xiaoyan's group. His tone was dense as he said, "Today, none of you should even think of leaving." With a cold laugh, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand immediately slashed violently in front of him. The friction between the sharp tip of the spear and the air emitted an ear-piercing sonic boom in the sky. At the same time this sound was emitted, four unusual auras simultaneously surged out from 4 different directions in the area where the 4 of them were located in the north, south, east, and west. These 4 auras were the few extremely obscure auras that Xiaoyan had sensed when he had just arrived at this place. "Hey sure, activate the formation." Zhao Xian, who was facing Xiaoyan's group, suddenly emitted a cold laugh from his mouth. When his cry sounded, waves of surging douqi transformed into a douqi light pillar that shot to the sky and disappeared into empty space. With the erection of the 4 pillars of light, the void within a few hundred feet of the 4 people in the field was quickly enveloped by a layer of golden energy. The 4 barriers spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, there was only one gap left between the 4 barriers that people could pass through. As for the direction of the gap, it was precisely facing the west. Xiaoyan's heart couldn't help but tighten slightly when he saw the scene. Since Zhao Xian was able to send someone to use a formation to obstruct him, then Zhao Xian had surely made complete preparations. With his current state, he was probably unable to break open this formation. Right now, if he wanted to leave the range of this formation, he could only rely on this gap and use this last bit of time to quickly escape from this formation. Although he had this thought in his heart, Xiaoyan had just moved when his entire body involuntarily staggered. The exhaustion of the douqi in his body as well as the loss of his spiritual strength caused the current Xiaoyan to be on the verge of fainting. Even continuing to stand in the air at this moment similarly gave Xiaoyan quite a lot of pressure. With Xiaoyan's current state, it was impossible for him to escape from this formation, much less bring along Morong Xianxian. "Go! I will help you block this formation." With a lovely cry, the long sword in Jinyao's hand danced. Immediately, numerous fiery red sword lights shot out. They were like flaming maple leaves as they ruthlessly bombarded the barrier of the formation that was spreading. With Jinyao's action, the speed at which the barrier was spreading was indeed reduced by quite a bit. At the same time, the auras in the 4 directions outside of the formation also began to fluctuate intensely. Clearly, they were the core that supported this large formation. If the large formation was affected, they could not avoid being implicated as well. Seeing this, Xiaoyan violently shook his head and hurriedly stuffed an energy recovery pill into his mouth. Taking advantage of the slightly recovered douqi in his body moved and instantly arrived in front of Morong Xianxian. He grabbed the latter's hand and held it in his palm. "District Owner Jin, you should also be careful." Xiaoyan's tone was solemn as he reminded. After which, he ceased hesitating. His body moved, and he pulled Morong Xianxian. After which, he swiftly flashed and swiftly flew out of the formation. "Humph! You want to leave? How can it be so easy?" However, Zhao Xian only sneered at this. The long spear in his hand danced. His body shook as he charged towards Jinyao. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Xian and Jinyao were once again engaged in battle. Without any obstruction, the speed at which the formation was spreading gradually increased. When Xiaoyan pulled Morong Xianxian with one hand and approached the barrier, the remaining gap at the edge of the formation was merely less than 10 feet in size. Seeing this remaining gap, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily tightened. Immediately, he did not dare to hold back. With a thought, the douqi that had just recovered completely surged out. The footsteps of his feet changed and the sky extinction steps was instantly unleashed to the limit. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan and Morong Xianxian had already appeared in front of the formation. Seeing that they were about to step out of the formation, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily relaxed a little. However, before he could catch his breath, the empty space outside the formation suddenly became distorted. Immediately, a human figure wrapped in a black robe appeared in front of Xiaoyan and Morong Xianxian, blocking their path. Xiaoyan never expected that there was actually another person hidden here other than the 4 auras controlling the formation. Moreover, from the aura that this person revealed when he appeared, Xiaoyan was instantly certain that the latter was definitely a 9-star half-emperor. At the same time, the pretty face of Jinyao, who was engaged in an intense battle with Zhao Xian, also involuntarily changed. Her delicate and pretty eyebrows were immediately knit together. She never expected that the Zhao Xian before her actually still had such a trick up his sleeve. If Xiaoyan and Morong Xianxian were unable to escape first, it would be dangerous later on. Seeing the change in expression on Jinyao's pretty face, Zhao Xian coldly smiled. For the sake of not allowing Xiaoyan to escape, he had made complete preparations today. At this moment, the 5 death attendants of his Zhao clan were all present. Moreover, all of them possessed the strength of a 9-star half-emperor. Adding on himself, even if Xiaoyan possessed the ability to challenge those at a higher cultivation level than him, it was absolutely impossible for the current him to stir up any big waves. However, just as Zhao Xian was coldly laughing in his heart and Jin Yao's expression was dark and solemn, the expression on Xiaoyan's pale face suddenly became ruthless. His charging body did not pause even a little because of this black-robed person who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Instead, it became even more swift and overbearing at this moment. This scene caused even Morong Xianxian, who had been held in Xiaoyan's hand the entire time, to involuntarily reveal an expression of shock on her pretty face. Xiaoyan's action was simply bringing about his own destruction. Die. Seeing Xiaoyan's desperate appearance, the black-robed person standing opposite of Xiaoyan coldly snorted. Light flashed in his hand and a short blade appeared in his palm. Holding the short blade with a flip of his hand, the black-robed person's body moved. Immediately, he turned into a pitch-black ghost-like shadow. The shiny short blade reflected a frightening cold light as it ruthlessly pierced towards Xiaoyan's throat. Northern King. However, in the next instant, when the black-robed person was less than a meter away from Xiaoyan, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded from Xiaoyan's mouth. At the same time, a robust black figure suddenly shot out in front of Xiaoyan. In merely a face-to-face encounter, it instantly sent the black-robed person flying. In the air, the expression of Zhao Xian, who had suffered a heavy blow, suddenly changed drastically. The intense pain that was transmitted from his left arm caused him to feel as though he had been struck by lightning. At the same time, an extremely furious emotion swiftly rose within Zhao Xian's heart. A dignified Dou Di had actually once again been injured because of a Ban Di. This kind of matter was already something that he could no longer endure. Ah! Go and die! With a furious cry, Zhao Xian's right palm immediately and violently smashed onto Xiaoyan's chest. Immediately, a frightening huge force crazily poured out. The unstoppable force instantly flattened Xiaoyan's chest. If one were to look from the side, one would be able to clearly see that Xiaoyan's thick body was actually as thin as a leaf at this moment. It was so thin that it was frightening. The caw-caw sound of bones breaking was continuously emitted from Xiaoyan's body. At this moment, all the bones in Xiaoyan's chest were broken. Zhao Xian's palm had basically taken away half of Xiaoyan's life. Bang! Following the sound of a balloon exploding, Xiaoyan's body was sent flying by Zhao Xian's attack in the next moment. Wherever he passed, fresh blood was wildly spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth as though it was free. Xiaoyan's face also swiftly turned pale. Humph! After sending Xiaoyan flying with a palm, Zhao Xian was unwilling to stop. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. The expression on his face turned ruthless as his well-built body once again disappeared from the empty space in an instant. In the next moment, his large palm had already landed on Xiaoyan's neck. With a slight force, he lifted Xiaoyan, who was flying backwards, into his hand. Xiaoyan, go and die. Soon after, the words that were filled with resentment from Zhao Xian's mouth had just sounded. Without waiting for his palm to exert any force, a penetrating coldness that caused his entire body to feel cold swiftly spread throughout his body. The instant the coldness spread, Zhao Xian's body suddenly froze. A pair of silver-white eyes instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. An unprecedented fear crazily surged out from the bottom of his heart like a spring. Ah! Zhao Xian cried out in his heart. He reflexively turned his head around. At this moment, a thick voice that was filled with indifference was gently transmitted from behind him. If you dare to move, I will kill you immediately. Although his voice was indifferent, there was a domineering tone in his words that caused one's courage to shatter. Even with Zhao Xian's strength, he still felt a deep fear in his heart when he heard these words. He did not doubt the words of this mysterious person at all. To be able to appear behind him without him noticing and easily grab his neck, how could such a person be an ordinary person? At the very least, Zhao Xian believed that the other party's strength was definitely far above his own. When he saw that Zhao Xian no longer dared to make a move, the person behind him spoke once again. His indifferent tone left no room for doubt. Let him go. The expression in Zhao Xian's eyes suddenly focused when he heard this, and he was extremely surprised in his heart. This person has actually come for Xiaoyan as well. just how great was the attractiveness of Xiaoyan in front of her. He was actually able to attract such an expert to step forward and protect him. Oh? With a soft exclamation, Zhao Xian immediately felt a chill on his neck. A chill that caused his entire body to feel even colder at this moment, causing his face to instantly become completely bloodless. Even his lips involuntarily turned a little purple. Immediately, Zhao Xian did not dare to hesitate any longer. He hurriedly released Xiaoyan, who was in his hand. Immediately, Xiaoyan's body fell uncontrollably. Soon after, he was supported by an invisible force. Zhao Xian's heart was filled with unwillingness when he saw that Xiaoyan, who was originally about to die in his hands, was once again rescued. However, even his own life was currently in the hands of another. It was likely that he had no choice but to obey. Sir, I have already released him. May I know if you can, bang. Before Zhao Xian's voice sounded, an enormous force was suddenly transmitted from behind him. A white palm randomly smashed onto Zhao Xian's back. However, the strength that erupted caused Zhao Xian's expression to change drastically. The powerful force surged into Zhao Xian's body like a hot knife through butter. With an unstoppable force, it instantly caused him to suffer serious injuries. However, this was after the expert had purposely held back. Grug, Zhao Xian's face was pale as he paused his body. Immediately, he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The aura of his entire body also swiftly weakened. The instant his body came to a halt, Zhao Xian immediately turned his gaze towards the person who had attacked him. He did not expect that the other party would still attack him even though he had already done as he was told. Why? Are you dissatisfied? Or do you wish to challenge me? The indifferent voice was once again transmitted over. It was not difficult to hear that there was a faint killing intent within the tone. If it was possible, the other party did not mind killing Zhao Xian. This was clearly an extremely easy task for him. May I know where you are from? There does not seem to be any conflict between us. Zhao Xian's face was filled with caution as he stared at the handsome middle-aged man in embroidered robes opposite him. He cupped his hands together and spoke with a grave expression. We have never met before this. Then why are you? But, you have hurt someone you should not have hurt. The expression in Zhao Xian's eyes suddenly hardened after the mysterious expert's words sounded. He did not understand the meaning behind the mysterious expert's words. Humph, fourth uncle, why are you still speaking so much nonsense with him? You should just directly attack and kill such a person. However, just as Zhao Xian's heart was filled with doubt, the young lady's furious rebuke was suddenly transmitted over, causing the expression on Zhao Xian's face to abruptly change. He focused his gaze and looked over. The person who entered his eyes was Xianxia. Ugh, the expression on Zhao Xian's face was suddenly stunned when he saw Xianxia. Immediately, an aghast emotion swiftly surged out from the bottom of his heart. After which, he hurriedly turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man who was addressed as fourth uncle by Xianxia. At the same time, the latter narrowed his eyes and stared at him with a cold expression. Seeing this, Zhao Xian was even more shocked in his heart. He hurriedly bowed and cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man and hurriedly apologized. I did not know the identity of your young lady and accidentally injured her. I hope that you do not mind. If possible, I am willing to take out anything on me as compensation. Hearing this, Xianxia could not help but coldly snort. She was about to speak to the middle-aged man again, but before she could speak, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhao Xian. With a cold expression, he said, Are you really willing to take out anything on you as compensation? Yes. Hearing this, Zhao Xian's heart immediately became careless. He cupped his hands together and said without hesitation. If he could borrow money to settle this matter, it would naturally be the best. Then, break one of your arms. The solemn expression on Xiaoyan's pale face became even denser when he heard the disdain contained within the laughter. He focused his eyes and looked over. The somewhat miserable-looking Zhao Xian had also appeared in front of Xiaoyan and Xianxia at this moment. Looking at Zhao Xian's somewhat wretched appearance, it was likely that he had gone through an extremely difficult and intense battle not long ago. Xianxia's pretty face, who was behind Xiaoyan, immediately revealed a fearful expression when she saw Zhao Xian. Soon. After, her entire pretty face turned pale. After witnessing Zhao Xian's strength, the current young lady did not dare to face Zhao Xian with an ordinary heart. She did not even dare to think about the bold and visionary words that she had uttered to face him as an enemy not long ago. A dignified elite Dodi was not someone that a mere bandit like her could easily contend with. Morong Xianxian involuntarily raised her pretty eyes when she thought of this. She looked at Xiao Yan, who was currently standing in front of her. Although everyone thought that a bandit was inferior to a Dodi, it seemed that this Xiao Yan in front of her was an exception. It should be known that being able to use the strength of a 6-star bandit to cause the expression of an elite Dodi to change. It was likely that there would not be a second person in the entire continent other than Xiao Yan who could do such a thing. Where is Jin Yao? Compared to the thoughts of the young lady behind him, Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy as he looked at Zhao Xian and asked in a dense tone. Being able to catch up to them within such a short period of time had greatly exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. Jin Yao was an elite Dodi and possessed extraordinary strength. Since they were both Dodi, Zhao Xian should not have been able to shake her off so quickly unless something had happened to Jin Yao. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yan, you can't even protect yourself, but you still have the time to care about that woman. Instead of worrying about others, I think you should worry more about yourself. Zhao Xian laughed mockingly when he heard Xiao Yan's words. His body immediately shook and his feet suddenly stepped on empty air. The doqi in his body poured out and his body immediately turned into a white light. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan with a thunderous momentum. His large hand suddenly clenched tightly in the air and a snow-white long spear once again landed in his hand. The snow-white long spear violently rotated twice in Zhao Xian's hand. The whistling sound of rushing wind seemed to have torn the empty space apart. Soon after, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand suddenly pierced forward. The incomparably sharp tip of the spear easily penetrated the empty space. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Die. An extremely dark and cold voice was emitted. Soon after, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand violently pierced toward the spot between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. Zhao Xian's ghost-like agility caused Xiao Yan's heart to suddenly be startled. The instant the former had taken out the long spear in his hand, Xiao Yan had already used all his strength to maneuver the great Tao energy that had gathered within his body. The instant the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand violently pierced toward Xiao Yan's head, a dark black tent swiftly agglomerated and formed in front of Xiao Yan. Ha! Seeing that Xiao Yan had once again agglomerated this dark black tent, Zhao Xian's heart involuntarily moved. At the same time his expression changed, the might of the long spear in his hand also became even more frightening. He had already seen the terror of this tent earlier. The speed that Xiao Yan had displayed when using this damn thing caused his heart to be greatly shocked. If Xiao Yan were to use his full strength, it was likely that his speed would be comparable to some people who had just broken through to the Dodi class. This was already sufficient to show how extraordinary Xiao Yan's 6-paths tent was. It was not an exaggeration to use the word heaven-defying to describe it. Of course, speaking of which great Tao in this world was not in existence that could be said to be heaven-defying. Moreover, this was the great Tao of void, which could be ranked at the top of all the great Taos. Unfortunately, even though Xiao Yan had already used all his strength to maneuver the great Tao, the moment Xiao Yan's body entered the 6-paths tent, the tip of the spear that came piercing through the air left behind a shocking bloody scar between Xiao Yan's brows. Even with Xiao Yan's character, his entire body was instantly filled with cold sweat at this instant. Xiao Yan could even clearly sense that he had already sensed a dense aura of death when the tip of the spear approached him. He did not doubt that if he had been a little later, that spotless snow-white long spear would have instantly penetrated his head. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. His heart was filled with cold sweat. The appearance of this scene also caused Morong Xianxian, who was completely worried about Xiao Yan, to instantly raise her heart to her throat. Her pair of beautiful eyes immediately turned completely red. Only when she saw the long spear ruthlessly piercing through the empty space did the young lady's suspended heart suddenly relax. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also tumbled out from the empty space in the distance. The expression on his face appeared incomparably grave. Numerous bloody scars covered his forehead, dripping with fresh blood. It was even possible to faintly see the dense white bones underneath. Other than the one between his eyebrows, the rest of these scars were caused by the astral wind that accompanied the tip of the spear. If it was not for the bloody scar that was caused by the tip of the spear, the rest of the astral wind would naturally not be able to do anything to Xiaoyan. It was also because of this scar that the current Xiaoyan seemed to be able to drag on for a long time. As long as Xiaoyan's 6/10 were completely exhausted, at that time, Xiaoyan would be a fish on the chopping board to Zhao Xian. Fortunately, he had dodged Zhao Xian's attack. However, the expression on Xiaoyan's face did not reduce the slightest bit of relaxation because of this. To Xiaoyan, his own safety was nothing. However, he was currently traveling together with Murong Xianxian. Once he fell, Zhao Xian would definitely not let Murong Xianxian off. This was not an outcome that Xiaoyan was willing to see. However, without waiting for Xiaoyan to think too much, Zhao Xian hatefully let out a cold snort. He suddenly waved the long spear in his hand and once again charged towards Xiaoyan. Humph! Xiaoyan, this sovereign wants to see how many times you can dodge. At the same time that his voice fell, Zhao Xian had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan once again. He waved his long spear and fiercely swept it towards Xiaoyan's head. The whistling sound of breaking wind continuously resounded in Xiaoyan's ears. At the same time, the expression on Xiaoyan's face quickly became grim. A pair of pitch-black eyes flickered with a cold light. As his feet moved, his body quickly dodged to the side. The palm under his sleeve suddenly clenched tightly at this moment. Immediately after, the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler appeared inch by inch from Xiaoyan's palm. This time around, Xiaoyan did not intend to shrink back. Using offense as a form of defense was perhaps the best choice for Xiaoyan at this moment. Blindly shrinking back would only encourage the other party's arrogance. If one were to weaken while the other would strengthen, it would not be long before Xiaoyan would be easily defeated. In any case, he would be defeated sooner or later. What was wrong with going all out to fight? As he thought of this, Xiaoyan's hand, which was holding the huge ruler, tightened a little. A pair of dark black eyes contained a biting cold glint. He twisted his wrist and the huge ruler in Xiaoyan's hand was swiftly lifted up in an agile manner when the long spear pierced over. At the same time that his body pulled back explosively, the sharp tip of the spear, which revealed its sharpness, violently collided with Xiaoyan's heavy Xian ruler. Clang! Following the clear sound of metal colliding, sparks immediately flew in all directions. The frightening strength contained on the tip of the spear immediately forced back the huge ruler in Xiaoyan's hand. Even Xiaoyan's body swayed as he pulled back. His body was miserably pulled back 1,000 feet. The frightening strength that was transmitted from the huge ruler caused Xiaoyan's hand, which was tightly holding the huge ruler, to swiftly become numb. His entire arm trembled unceasingly at this moment. On the other side, Zhao Xian's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression when he saw that Xiaoyan had actually once again taken out a weapon. His eyes narrowed and his silver-white eyes were filled with a surprise that could not be removed. However, he did not expect that Xiaoyan in front of him would actually dare to take out a weapon to face an enemy in such a situation. Just this courage alone was sufficient to cause Zhao Xian to have a whole new level of respect for him. Humph, Xiaoyan, I must admit that you are indeed a very frightening person. You are able to face an elite Dodi without being afraid with the strength of a Bandi. This is something that I admit that I am unable to do. Although Zhao Xian's heart was filled with killing intent towards Xiaoyan, his words at this moment were completely true. Who in the entire continent would dare to face an elite Dodi with the strength of a Bandi? Moreover, Xiaoyan was merely a 6-star Bandi. It was likely that any elite Dodi would only feel disdain and ridicule for someone with such strength. However, who would have known that a 6-star Bandi, who would not be placed in the eyes of any elite Dodi, had nearly caused a 2-star Dodi to be seriously injured? If you can grow up, maybe you can become an expert like Tianju, or even stronger. But unfortunately, you can only blame yourself for what happened today. Even if I don't kill you, the 4 major sects won't let you go. As long as you stay in the western region, you will never have the chance to get rid of them. Shaking his head, Zhao Xian's face actually revealed a regretful expression. This caused others to be surprised. Soon after, however, his expression once again turned into a dense one. The long spear in his hand danced. The sharp tip of the spear emitted an ear-piercing rushing wind sound as it cut through the empty space. The moment the long spear suddenly paused, the surrounding empty space surged. Come, let this venerable self see just how strong a person who is able to cause the 4 major sects to chase after him throughout the western region is. Qi, the heavy ruler suddenly swept through the empty space in front of him. Immediately, it heavily landed beside Xiaoyan's body. His pale face was filled with a stern expression. He rotated his hand and held the heavy ruler in a reverse grip. At the same time as he raised his eyes, a brilliant, heavenly flame gradually agglomerated deep within Xiaoyan's eyes. It turned into a beautiful fire lotus that slowly rotated. At the same time, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's heart. The little doqi that had just recovered in his body was completely maneuvered at this moment. Ha! Suddenly, a low cry was emitted from Xiaoyan's heart. His feet violently stomped on the empty space. His body immediately shot out explosively, transforming into a black light that charged toward Zhao Xian. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 1,000 feet had already shrunk by more than half. The long spear in Zhao Xian's hand shook. His body leaned forward and the sharp tip of the spear pierced directly toward Xiaoyan. Clang! At the instant when the sharp tip of the spear collided with the heavy ruler, bright sparks were emitted. Xiaoyan and the other person remained unmoved. The enormous force that was transmitted from the weapons of both parties was also removed by the both of them at the same time. Quickly following this, their bodies once again moved. They waved their weapons and once again collided with each other. Clang clang clang, the moves of the two of them were bold and without any restraint. The outcome of the battle was completely determined by the overbearingness of the changes in the moves of the two of them. Zhao Xian involuntarily felt his heart tremble in fear when facing Xiaoyan in a physical fight. Although he was an elite Dodi with countless battle achievements in his life, only when he faced Xiaoyan at this moment did he realize that the latter's fighting technique was actually incomparably frightening. It was only because Zhao Xian's own strength far surpassed Xiaoyan's. Otherwise, if it was an opponent of the same level, he might very well be easily suppressed by the latter when facing Xiaoyan. Moreover, the strange black ruler in Xiaoyan's hand also caused Zhao Xian to be incomparably shocked in his heart. Just by looking at the black ruler, one could tell that this thing was definitely extremely heavy. However, at this moment, the flexibility of the ruler in Xiaoyan's hand was actually not the slightest bit inferior to the long spear in his hand. However, each time the heavy ruler collided with Zhao Xian's long spear, Zhao Xian was able to clearly sense the frightening strength on it. That kind of strength did not just provide a little boost to Xiaoyan's fighting strength. Bright sparks repeatedly shot out from the sky. Following the fight between the two of them, the expression on Zhao Xian's face became increasingly surprised while Xiaoyan's expression swiftly turned pale. It was just as Xiaoyan had expected. Even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to delay for long when facing Zhao Xian. Moreover, the reason why Xiaoyan was still able to endure at this moment was because Zhao Xian in front of him was intentionally probing Xiaoyan's true strength. Otherwise, the fight between the two of them would have been ended by Zhao Xian alone. Clang! Another intense collision with bright sparks. However, it was different from before. This time around, Xiaoyan was defeated in a single blow in front of the long spear. The doqi in his body was already close to being completely exhausted. Xiaoyan already did not have any extra strength to continue fighting. He had already truly reached the end of his road. Seeing Xiaoyan retreat in defeat, Zhao Xian did not have any intention of stopping. His body flashed and in the blink of an eye, he had closely followed in front of Xiaoyan. The long spear in his hand was raised and the shaft of the spear ruthlessly smashed onto Xiaoyan's chest. Bang! A sound that was mixed with the sound of bones breaking was heard. Within Xiaoyan's eyes, a pair of pitch-black pupils were instantly enlarged. The aura of his entire body also swiftly became dispirited. Xiaoyan, you have lost. Pucci, the faint voice appeared extremely indifferent. At the same time, the pretty face of Morong Xianxian, who was watching the two of them from afar, instantly turned deathly pale. Her entire delicate body involuntarily trembled violently at this moment. Qi, the tip of the spear streaked across the air, reflecting a dazzling cold light. Under Zhao Xian's control, the tip of the spear stood straight between Xiaoyan's eyebrows. As long as he used a little bit of strength, Xiaoyan would immediately become a ghost under his control. In the air, Xiaoyan's aura was extremely weak. At this moment, even a small doge would likely be able to easily kill him. Zhao Xian's tall and straight figure stood proudly in front of Xiaoyan. The long spear in his hand was pointed at the spot between Xiaoyan's eyebrows. A cold glint shot in all directions. That invisible might caused Xiaoyan's spirit to feel a piercing pain. I admire your courage. Unfortunately, a bandit is ultimately only a bandit. No matter how many tricks you have, they are useless in front of this venerable one's absolute strength, no matter how fancy they are. Zhao Xian looked down at Xiaoyan from above. The long spear in his hand was slowly raised by an inch or so. A cold glint agglomerated and a star-like silver-white dochi gradually agglomerated on the tip of the spear, emitting a slight buzzing sound. At the same time as his words sounded, Zhao Xian's wrist trembled. The long spear in his hand shook and was about to descend toward Xiaoyan's head. If this spear were to really descend, Xiaoyan would undoubtedly die. However, at this moment, Morong Xianxia on the other side saw that Xiaoyan had fallen into a life-and-death situation. The young lady's heart immediately became anxious. She no longer cared whether the person in front of her was a dodi. Her lovely body moved and in the blink of an eye, she turned into an enormous blue-colored bird. At the same time, the enormous bird emitted a thunder-like cry from its mouth. Its enormous wings flapped violently. The next moment, the enormous bird that Morong Xianxia had transformed into had already appeared in front of Zhao Xian. Compared to the current Zhao Xian, the enormous body of the enormous bird was like a small blade of grass in front of Mount Tai. The gap between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, even though Morong Xianxia had gone all out, it was still not worth mentioning in Zhao Xian's eyes. Ah, so your original body is actually a magic beast. However, you are still unable to withstand a single blow. After his words sounded, the sharp long spear that Zhao Xian had originally aimed at Xiaoyan's head was forcefully withdrawn the instant it was about to touch Xiaoyan. The long spear was swung and the instant the enormous bird was about to collide with Zhao Xian's body, it swept horizontally and heavily smashed into the enormous bird's body. A frightening strength instantly poured out. In front of Xiaoyan's shocked and furious gaze, the enormous bird that Morong Xianxia had transformed into was sent flying with a single blow. Wherever it passed, fresh blood splattered and dyed the sky red. At the same time, the aura on the giant bird's body also became extremely weak at this moment. Do you really think that no one can fight against this venerable one? After slowly withdrawing his spear, Zhao Xian raised his eyes and spoke with an indifferent tone of his voice. Immediately after, his gaze once again turned toward Xiaoyan. The corner of his mouth was gradually lifted into a cold smile. His tone was filled with ridicule as he spoke. You are really a charming person. Not only are you able to get an elite dodi to fight for you, you are actually able to get a small 4-star bandit to have the courage to challenge this venerable one. However, all of this ends here. With a cold laugh, Zhao Xian once again attacked Xiaoyan. Immediately after, however, Zhao Xian involuntarily frowned slightly. He turned his gaze and his silver-white pupils involuntarily shrunk. He felt extremely shocked in his heart. Why was it that the people who walked together with Xiaoyan were all such strange evildoers? The huge bird, which had been sent flying by Zhao Xian's attack, once again forcefully propped up its already seriously injured body. As a hoarse and ruthless cry was emitted from its mouth, its enormous body once again attacked Zhao Xian. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Since you are so willing to die for him, this venerable one shall first send you on your way. Even though this was the case, Zhao Xian's heart was still filled with disdain toward the actions of the enormous bird in front of him. He was merely a 4-star half-martial emperor. No matter how much he struggled, he would not be able to change the fact that he was weak. Even if he was tough and unyielding, in the eyes of experts, this was nothing more than stubbornness. Only strength could prove everything. This time around, Zhao Xian withdrew the long spear in his hand and randomly stored it into his storage ring. From the way he saw it, the two people in front of him were merely stubborn rocks that were putting up a desperate struggle. Even if they were to use everything they had, it was definitely impossible for them to be a match for him. If Zhao Xian really wanted to directly kill them, he only needed to use one attack. Currently, he only wanted to see whether Xiaoyan, a bandit who had been blacklisted by the four great sects, actually possessed the strength to resist. As for Morong Xianxian, Zhao Xian did not care about her at all. Zhao Xian slowly raised his hand. Dense white doqi agglomerated in his palm. In the blink of an eye, a palm-sized silver-white doqi light cluster was agglomerated in Zhao Xian's hand. The next moment, the enormous bird with an extremely weak aura once again appeared in front of Zhao Xian. It used all of its strength to unleash a final attack at Zhao Xian. At the same time, Zhao Xian also paid attention to Xiaoyan behind him. At the same time, a palm was violently thrown forward. The silver-white doqi light cluster shot out a meteor-like bright light in the empty space. The light was so dazzling that it was actually able to compete with the sun in this daytime, causing one to be unable to look directly at it. On the other side, Xiaoyan, who was also seriously injured, was also staring intently at Zhao Xian's back with a ferocious expression. His pair of blood-covered hands were suddenly clenched tightly at this moment. Due to the great strength, the joints of his hands emitted caw-caw sounds of collision. It was as though all of his bones were being forcefully squeezed together at this moment. Bang! An intense explosive sound shook the sky. The instant the silver-white doqi light cluster exploded, the entire world lost its original brilliance. A ferocious smile was lifted on Zhao Xian's face, which was as white as a ghost, which was illuminated by the white light. Immediately following this, his body suddenly twisted and he looked behind him. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body also instantly disappeared from the spot where he was standing the instant the white light swept over the sky. Cuckoo, an all-out fight, huh? Come, allow this venerable self to witness this final attack of yours. Zhao Xian's silver-white eyes flickered slightly. His left hand rotated and a palm once again violently smashed forward. At the same time, the silver-white doqi swiftly agglomerated once again. However, the expression on Zhao Xian's face suddenly changed the next moment. One could see a dark black curtain suddenly agglomerating from the empty space in front of him that was filled with white light. At the same time, a crazy-looking Xiaoyan instantly appeared in front of Zhao Xian. Xiaoyan's tightly clenched right fist was raised high. The instant Zhao Xian's left hand was thrown forward, his fist had already firmly smashed into Zhao Xian's left palm. Crack! Two clear sounds of bones breaking simultaneously sounded. Due to this sudden punch of Xiaoyan's, the doqi that had just agglomerated in Zhao Xian's palm was instantly scattered. The strength of the backlash collided in all directions within Zhao Xian's left arm. Soon after, the frightening force that was brought about by this punch of Xiaoyan shattered all the bones in Zhao Xian's left arm. At the same time, however, Xiaoyan, who was already seriously injured due to this wild attack, had completely sunk into a serious injury at this moment. The bones in his right arm had completely shattered because of the violent collision with Zhao Xian. Of course, logically speaking, Xiaoyan had gained an advantage in this collision and caused Zhao Xian to suffer a loss. However, due to this current condition of Xiaoyan had completely lost all of his fighting strength after this attack. Even moving a little was completely impossible. The so-called mutual destruction, in reality, was only able to cause Zhao Xian to be slightly injured. In the air, the expression of Zhao Xian, who had suffered a heavy blow, suddenly changed drastically. The intense pain that was transmitted from his left arm caused him to feel as though he had been struck by lightning. At the same time, an extremely furious emotion swiftly rose in Zhao Xian's heart. A dignified Dodi had actually once again been injured because of a bandit. This kind of matter was already something that he could no longer endure. Ah! Go and die! With a furious cry, Zhao Xian's right palm immediately and violently smashed onto Xiaoyan's chest. Immediately, a frightening huge force wildly poured out. The unstoppable force instantly flattened Xiaoyan's chest. If one were to look at it from the side, one would be able to clearly see that Xiaoyan's thick body was actually as thin as a leaf at this moment. It was so thin that it was frightening. The caw-caw sound of bones breaking was continuously emitted from Xiaoyan's body. At this moment, all the bones in Xiaoyan's chest were broken. This palm of Zhao Xian's had basically taken away half of Xiaoyan's life. Bang! Following the sound of a balloon exploding, Xiaoyan's body was sent flying by Zhao Xian's attack in the next moment. Wherever he passed, fresh blood was wildly spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth as though it was free. Xiaoyan's face also swiftly turned pale. Humph. After sending Xiaoyan flying with a palm, Zhao Xian was unwilling to stop. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. The expression on his face turned ruthless and his well-built body once again disappeared in the air in an instant. In the next moment, his large palm had already landed on Xiaoyan's neck. With a slight force, he lifted Xiaoyan, who was flying backwards, into his hand. Xiaoyan, go and die. Soon after, the words that were filled with hatred from Zhao Xian's mouth had just sounded. Without waiting for his palm to exert any force, a penetrating coldness that caused his entire body to feel cold swiftly spread throughout his body. The instant the coldness spread, Zhao Xian's body suddenly froze. A pair of silver-white eyes instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. An unprecedented fear crazily surged out from the bottom of his heart like a spring. Ah! Zhao Xian let out a surprised cry in his heart. He reflexively turned his head around. At this moment, a thick voice that was filled with indifference was gently transmitted from behind him. If you dare to move, I will kill you immediately. Although his voice was indifferent, there was a domineering tone in his words that caused one's courage to shatter. Even with Zhao Xian's strength, he still felt a deep fear in his heart when he heard these words. He did not doubt the words of this mysterious person at all. To be able to appear behind him without him noticing and easily grab his neck, how could such a person be an ordinary person? At the very least, Zhao Xian believed that the other party's strength was definitely far above his own. When he saw that Zhao Xian no longer dared to make a move, the person behind him spoke once again. His indifferent tone left no room for doubt. Let him go. The expression in Zhao Xian's eyes suddenly focused when he heard this, and he was extremely surprised in his heart. This person has actually come for Xiaoyan as well. Just how great was the attractiveness of Xiaoyan in front of her. He was actually able to attract such an expert to step forward and protect him. Oh? With a soft exclamation, Zhao Xian immediately felt a chill on his neck. A chill that caused his entire body to feel even colder at this moment, causing his face to instantly become completely bloodless. Even his lips involuntarily turned a little purple. Immediately, Zhao Xian did not dare to hesitate any longer. He hurriedly released Xiaoyan, who was in his hand. Immediately, Xiaoyan's body fell uncontrollably. Soon after, he was supported by an invisible force. Zhao Xian's heart was filled with unwillingness when he saw that Xiaoyan, who was originally about to die in his hands, was once again rescued. However, even his own life was currently in the hands of another. It was likely that he had no choice but to obey. Sir, I have already released him. May I know if you can, bang. Before Zhao Xian's voice sounded, an enormous force was suddenly transmitted from behind him. A white hand randomly smashed onto Zhao Xian's back. However, the strength that erupted caused Zhao Xian's expression to change drastically. The powerful force surged into Zhao Xian's body like a hot knife through butter. With an unstoppable force, it instantly caused him to suffer serious injuries. However, this was after the expert had purposely held back. Grug, Zhao Xian's face was pale as he paused his body. Immediately, he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The aura of his entire body also swiftly weakened. The instant his body came to a halt, Zhao Xian immediately turned his gaze towards the person who had attacked him. He did not expect that the other party would still attack him even though he had already done as he was told. Why? Are you dissatisfied? Or do you wish to challenge me? The indifferent voice was once again transmitted over. It was not difficult to hear that there was a faint killing intent within the tone. If it was possible, the other party did not mind killing Zhao Xian. This was clearly an extremely easy task for him. May I know where you are from? There does not seem to be any conflict between us. Zhao Xian's face was filled with caution as he stared at the handsome middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe opposite him. He cupped his hands together and spoke with a grave expression. We have never met before this. Then why are you? But, you have hurt someone you should not have hurt. The expression in Zhao Xian's eyes suddenly hardened after the mysterious expert's words sounded. He did not understand the meaning behind the mysterious expert's words. Humph, fourth uncle, why are you still speaking so much nonsense with him? You should just directly attack and kill such a person. However, just as Zhao Xian's heart was filled with doubt, the young lady's furious rebuke was suddenly transmitted over, causing the expression on Zhao Xian's face to abruptly change. He focused his gaze and looked over. The person who entered his eyes was Xianxia. Ugh, the expression on Zhao Xian's face was suddenly stunned when he saw Xianxia. Immediately, an aghast emotion swiftly surged out from the bottom of his heart. After which, he hurriedly turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man who was addressed as fourth uncle by Xianxia. At the same time, the latter narrowed his eyes and stared at him with a cold expression. Seeing this, Zhao Xian was even more shocked in his heart. He hurriedly bowed and cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man and hurriedly apologized. I did not know the identity of your young lady and accidentally injured her. I hope that you do not mind. If possible, I am willing to take out anything on me as compensation. Hearing this, Xianxia could not help but coldly snort. She was about to speak to the middle-aged man again, but before she could speak, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhao Xian. With a cold expression, he said, Are you really willing to take out anything on you as compensation? Yes. Hearing this, Zhao Xian's heart immediately became careless. He cupped his hands together and said without hesitation. If he could borrow money to settle this matter, it would naturally be the best. Then, break one of your arms. What? The expression on Zhao Xian's face abruptly changed the instant the words left the mysterious person's mouth. He could not help but cry out in shock. You don't seem to understand what I'm saying. Soon after, the mysterious person opened his mouth once again. As his words sounded, an invisible and terrifying aura swiftly gathered in the empty space in front of the mysterious person. Soon after, it transformed into an invisible wave that suddenly attacked Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian was instantly greatly alarmed when he saw this scene. His body softened and he actually knelt down in the empty space. This scene formed an extremely clear contrast with Xiao Yan's desperate counterattack earlier. I am willing to listen to Sir's arrangements. However, I hope that Sir can be magnanimous. I will do as Sir says. Zhao Xian's body had practically shrunk into a ball as he knelt in the empty space. When he said these words, his body could not help but tremble intensely. From his voice, one could easily hear the fear in the latter's heart at this moment. The expression on the mysterious middle-aged man's face did not change when he heard these words. However, at this moment, Xianxia's exquisite and pretty face, which had already recovered some of its rosy color, was currently filled with an expression of disdain. Similarly, in order to survive, Xiao Yan had done everything he could. He had even used up his last bit of strength. Even though the strength of his opponent caused him to be unable to reverse the situation, at the very least, his actions caused others to feel admiration in their hearts. On the other hand, Zhao Xian, who was currently kneeling in front of her, could be said to be completely incomparable between the two of them. Since you have said that you will do as I say, what are you waiting for now? The indifferent voice was once again emitted. Compared to before, the tone was clearly even colder. The middle-aged man similarly felt disdain towards this Zhao Xian, who was using his strength to bully the weak in front of him. Ugh! Zhao Xian's heart involuntarily tightened when he heard the middle-aged man's words once again. His originally pale face had become completely bloodless at this moment. The right hand under his sleeve slowly clenched tightly. However, he did not have any intention of attacking. Seeing this, a cold glint involuntarily flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. Since you can't bear to do it, then let me do it for you. The middle-aged man let out a cold cry. Immediately, without waiting for Zhao Xian's expression to change, the middle-aged man waved his large hand. Immediately, a bright and dazzling doqi pillar that carried a sharp force instantly cut through the empty air like a blade glow. By the time Zhao Xian recovered, it had already cut through his right shoulder. At that moment, Zhao Xian was completely stunned. His silver-white eyes were filled with deep shock. Due to the intense emotions in his heart, he seemed to have forgotten the pain in his right shoulder for a moment. The right arm that was cut off by the doqi instantly lost all feeling. The entire severed arm was in a spasming state. It became stiff like a zombie and quickly fell into the mountain range below. It was a long while later when Zhao Xian's entire body trembled as he recovered from this sudden change. At that moment, a hissing and painful miserable cry suddenly resounded throughout the area. All the douqi in Zhao Xian's body began to move wildly at this moment. Circular dense white-colored douqi ripples began to swiftly sweep toward the surroundings with Zhao Xian's body as the center. A ferocious expression that had never been seen before appeared on his pale face. A pair of silver-white eyes were currently filled with a scarlet color that seemed to want to devour a person. The turbulent killing intent did not need to be described. It caused people to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts when they saw it. However, the middle-aged man was unconcerned about this. A clear cold snort was like a basin of cold water that instantly extinguished the fury in Zhao Xian's heart. Ugh! A hoarse low moan was emitted from Zhao Xian's mouth. His body trembled intensely. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or fear. Not the slightest luster could be seen in his silver-white eyes. His entire person was like a shell that had lost its soul as he knelt in the empty air. Ugh! You! Just, who are you? Only after a long while did a low and hoarse voice once again emit from Zhao Xian's mouth. The hoarse voice caused one to be unable to decipher the rough meaning within it. The middle-aged man, however, raised his eyes slightly. After pausing for a moment, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Immediately, he opened his mouth and said in an indifferent tone, "Human? I am not a human, but, compared to you, I feel that I am more like a human." It was unknown whether the middle-aged man's final words were a cold laugh or ridicule. This caused the expression on Zhao Xian's face to change slightly. "Fourth uncle, why are you still speaking so much nonsense with such a person? Why don't you just kill him? In any case, leaving him alive will only cause trouble." At this moment, Morong Xianxia by the side finally could not resist opening her mouth once again. Originally, she thought that with the middle-aged man by the side attacking, Zhao Xian would undoubtedly die. However, she did not expect that the middle-aged man actually did not have any intention of killing Zhao Xian. It seemed that he had the intention of letting Zhao Xian go. This caused Morong Xianxia to feel puzzled in her heart while also feeling dissatisfied. Kill him? Hearing this, the middle-aged man did not look sideways as he asked with an indifferent tone. Naturally, kill him. He almost caused the death of Xiaoyan. Heavily nodding her head, Morong Xianxia stared at the middle-aged man by the side with a sigh, seemingly waiting for the latter's action. Hearing this, the middle-aged man glanced at Xiaoyan by the side whose eyes were tightly shut. His eyes narrowed as a bright light flashed deep within his eyes. Only then did he look at Morong Xianxia again, lightly sweeping his eyes over the latter and said, "If he wanted to run, this fellow might not be able to catch up to him. The reason why he fell into such a dangerous situation was only because of you. Right now, you are saying that he harmed Xiaoyan. From what I see, it is more likely that it is you." Once the middle-aged man's words were spoken, the expression on Morong Xianxia's pretty face could not help but change. For a moment, she was also somewhat speechless. Seeing this, the middle-aged man did not say anything else. Instead, he shifted his gaze towards Zhao Xian. His eyes narrowed as he spoke with a dense tone once again. "You don't want to live anymore?" At first, Zhao Xian was stunned. Immediately after, he hurriedly came back to his senses and looked at the middle-aged man with a face full of fear. At that moment, the bones in his left arm were broken and his right arm was chopped off. He could only endure the pain as he bent his body and quickly kowtowed to the middle-aged man. "I know my wrongs. Mister, I hope that you can let me live." As he spoke, Zhao Xian's face revealed a yearning expression. The middle-aged man did not bother to pay attention to him. He casually shot a glance at Zhao Xian and coldly said, "Humph. Since you want to live, why aren't you scramming?" As the words from the middle-aged man's mouth fell, Zhao Xian also hurriedly came back to his senses. At the same time that he felt astonished in his heart, his body that was kneeling in the air hurriedly climbed up in a sorry state. He clenched his teeth and forcefully endured the piercing pain that came from all over his body. He hurriedly turned around and quickly fled towards the distant horizon without even looking back. Only when Zhao Xian had completely disappeared from the horizon did the middle-aged man withdraw his gaze and once again looked at Morong Xianxia. At that moment, the latter was also looking at him with a gloomy face. Her gaze seemed to be blaming the middle-aged man for letting Zhao Xian go. Haha, little girl, you're still angry? The middle-aged man faintly smiled and a hint of pampering expression was revealed within his eyes. I really don't understand. Why did you let him go? If you didn't appear in time, Xianxia's life would have been gone. Seeing that the middle-aged man was actually still able to smile at a time like this, Xianxia's pretty face instantly revealed a pitiful appearance as if she had been wronged. She pouted her mouth and said with tears in her eyes. Haha, you little girl. You ran out of the family by yourself and now you've caused such a big trouble. Why are you blaming me instead? Which of the injuries that you received wasn't caused by yourself? If you had obediently stayed in the family, who would have been able to hurt you? The middle-aged man's words immediately made Xianxia a bit speechless. Only after a while did she pout at her little mouth again, snorted with her nose raised, and said, even if I'm in the family, my father and brother can still bully me. Hearing that, the middle-aged man was at a loss. Soon after, he shook his head with a face that didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said again, you little girl, why don't you know what's good for you? Don't they control you because they hope that you can cause less trouble outside in the future? Look at you right now, running around with others and causing trouble for others. After the words from the middle-aged man's mouth fell, Xianxia's pretty face was slightly angry. Just as she was about to speak again, the former immediately spoke again and subdued the young girl in front of him. In addition, it's not just here. This time, you left the clan without permission. Your father and brother are already extremely anxious. Before they called me out to get you, they were already furious. If you still refuse to be honest, you should know your father's and brother's character in your heart. After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man didn't say anything else. The young girl's expression that had just recovered was once again filled with fear because of the middle-aged man's words. The middle-aged man helplessly shook his head and ignored the young lady. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Xiaoyan, who was currently lying flat in the air with his eyes tightly shut. A glint swiftly flashed across his eyes. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth slowly revealed a smile as he said, you don't have to continue pretending in front of me. What I fed you earlier was a Tier 4 medicinal pill. Even if your injuries aren't light, you should wake up now. His indifferent voice carried a sense of confidence that he was determined to succeed. At the same time, the young girl's gaze also quickly landed on Xiaoyan because of the middle-aged man's words. Immediately, a look of worry emerged in her watery eyes. Only when she clearly heard the middle-aged man's words did her beautiful eyes flash with a hint of surprise. Cough cough. Even though the injuries in his body had already recovered, Xiaoyan couldn't help but cough a few times when he heard the middle-aged man's words. At the same time, Xiaoyan also felt a wave of shock in his heart. He didn't expect that the medicinal pill that the middle-aged man fed him would actually be a Tier 4 medicinal pill. Junior Xiaoyan, thanks Senior for saving my life. Junior apologizes to Senior for the matter just now. Standing up, Xiaoyan discovered that with the power of the Tier 4 medicinal pill, he could already stand alone in the air. However, he still cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man with a respectful attitude to express his gratitude. At the same time, it could also be considered an apology for eavesdropping. Seeing Xiaoyan's seemingly unharmed appearance, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Although he gave Xiaoyan a Tier 4 medicinal pill, the speed of Xiaoyan's recovery somewhat exceeded his expectations. Looking deeply at Xiaoyan, the middle-aged man smiled faintly and said in a calm tone, it's fine. According to the news from Lingbing Shuang, Xianxia has been protected by you all the way here. Being able to bring her here is already enough. As for the medicinal pill, just treat it as a thank you. Hearing this, Xiaoyan once again cupped his hands respectfully towards the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man said there was no need to be polite, Xiaoyan also understood in his heart that no matter what, the middle-aged man was still a senior in front of Xiaoyan. Since he was a senior and had saved his life, Xiaoyan should be respectful towards him. Seeing Xiaoyan's actions, a hint of surprise involuntarily flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. His eyes faintly flickered. Soon after, the middle-aged man lightly nodded and spoke again. Since the person has been sent here and the danger has been removed, it's time for us to leave. At the same time his words sounded, the middle-aged man looked towards Xianxia. Hearing this, the expression on the latter's pretty face changed once again. Her pair of pretty eyes immediately looked towards Xiaoyan with an expression of reluctance. Then, she hurriedly opened her mouth to stop the middle-aged man. Fourth uncle, Xiaoyan's injuries have yet to recover. If we leave now, what if that Zhao Xian returns and kills his way back? Wouldn't Xiaoyan be in danger? You don't need to worry about this. His situation is much better than what you and I had imagined. Moreover, with me stepping forward, if that fellow dares to return, I will definitely act and kill him. As for you, girl, if you don't want to anger your father, it's best that you return with me now. Now, immediately. The middle-aged man's face was solemn as he stared at Murong Xianxian. The expression on his face was no longer warm. This involuntarily caused the young girl to feel slightly fearful in her heart. After his words sounded, the middle-aged man once again looked towards Xiaoyan. He knew that at this kind of time, if he wanted Murong Xianxian to obediently return with him, his words would not have much of an effect. On the contrary, it was Xiaoyan who might be able to make the young girl listen to him. Seeing the gaze that the middle-aged man shot over, Xiaoyan could not help but be slightly stunned. Immediately, he hurriedly recovered. The instant his eyes met with the former's, he saw the middle-aged man secretly nodding his head towards him. His lips moved slightly. From the looks of it, he seemed to be saying thanks. Seeing this, Xiaoyan also nodded his head in an undetectable manner. Immediately, he looked towards the young girl, forcefully propped up his powerless body, smiled slightly and said, hee hee. Girl, let's go back. I promised Lin Bingshuan that I would send you back safely. Now, since you have already met the elder, you can be considered to have arrived. This is all that I can do for you. Next, I should go and do some things that I want to do. The young girl stared at Xiaoyan's face that was filled with smiles. The rosy color that was forcefully squeezed out indicated that Xiaoyan seemed to be really fine. It was only at this moment that Murong Xianxian withdrew her gaze with a pale face. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together and a sorrowful expression was revealed between her eyebrows. This caused the young girl, who was originally injured, to appear even more lovely and moving. All right, let's go. You also heard it. He still has his own matters to attend to. The middle-aged man slowly opened his mouth. However, this time, without waiting for him to speak, the young girl suddenly turned her gaze towards him. A pair of beautiful eyes that were filled with water vapor suddenly revealed a fierce glint that seemed to want to devour people at the same time. Seeing this scene, the words that the middle-aged man originally wanted to spit out from his mouth were forcefully swallowed back. Soon after, he awkwardly smiled and resentfully withdrew his gaze. Very obviously, the real reason why Xiaoyan would say those words had already been guessed by this girl. Regarding this, Xiaoyan could not help but shake his head and sigh in his heart. Soon after, the middle-aged man once again pulled Murong Xianxian up. This time, the middle-aged man's gaze was leveled at Xiaoyan for the first time. His face that had always had an indifferent expression actually revealed an amiable smile towards Xiaoyan. If this smile was at any other time, it was likely that even the people of the same clan would not be able to see it. However, it was unknown how Xiaoyan would feel if he were to know about this. When the middle-aged man brought Murong Xianxian and turned around, the young girl's gaze never left Xiaoyan from start to finish. Sigh. Seeing that the middle-aged man was about to leave with Murong Xianxian, Xiaoyan involuntarily let out a long sigh for some unknown reason. Xiaoyan naturally did not have any feelings for Murong Xianxian. He only purely treated Murong Xianxian as a younger sister. Although the time that the two of them had spent together was short, Murong Xianxian's lively character had allowed Xiaoyan's boring training path to gain more fun. However, now that he personally saw that the two of them were about to separate, Xiaoyan's heart was more or less somewhat reluctant. After this separation, he did not know if he would have the chance to meet again in the future. Just from the fact that this middle-aged man was Murong Xianxian's fourth uncle, the clan that she belonged to was likely not ordinary. At the very least, there would be quite a number of Dodi. Moreover, from the fact that Lin Bingshuang was related to them, it was likely that there was an expert at the origin transformation stage or above in her clan. Just this point alone was sufficient for the current Xiaoyan to look up to them. Of course, looking up was just looking up. However, Xiaoyan firmly believed that he might be able to reach such a high level in the future. With Guyu's help, once Xiaoyan gathered the flame art chi method and swallowed more heavenly flames, forget about the origin transformation stage, it was likely that he would also be able to reach an even higher level. Xiaoyan, thank you. However, at this moment, the warm voice of the middle-aged man was once again transmitted over. Xiaoyan was initially startled when he heard this. He immediately focused his eyes and looked over. A short distance away, the middle-aged man was holding Murong Xianxian's hand. At the same time, he wore a smile as he looked at Xiaoyan from afar. The middle-aged man noticed the gaze that Xiaoyan had shot over. He nodded to Xiaoyan and immediately continued speaking. Remember my name, Murong Hao. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to the Blue Eagle City of the Western Wastelands to look for me. I will definitely not be stingy in helping you if it is within my ability. Murong Hao's Blue Eagle City. Xiaoyan softly muttered these two names in his mouth. His eyes revealed a sigh. With this, it might not be impossible for him to meet Murong Xianxian again in the future. After recovering, Xiaoyan once again raised his eyes and looked over. Murong Hao had already brought Murong Xianxian and disappeared into the horizon. In the blink of an eye, only Xiaoyan was left in this place. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but feel a little empty. Perhaps it was because he had gradually gotten used to the noise when Murong Xianxian was by his side. Now that Xiaoyan had once again fallen into a situation where he was all alone, he was instead not used to it. While Xiaoyan comforted himself in this manner, he once again braced himself. Although Murong Xianxian had already left safely, Xiaoyan's own matter had yet to be resolved. Now that his identity had once again been discovered by others, it was likely that the people from the 4 large sects had already secretly learned of Xiaoyan's approximate location. It was likely that they would send people to investigate his whereabouts soon. Additionally, there were some people with evil intentions. It was inevitable that Xiaoyan would be surrounded and attacked. Once he was allowed to fall into that kind of danger, it would be a destructive blow to Xiaoyan. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's face involuntarily revealed a grave expression. After pondering for a moment in his heart, he sat cross-legged in the air. Both of his hands formed the training seal. Both of his eyes were shut as he began to quietly refine the medicinal pill in his body. Although the injuries in his body had the help of a rank 4 medicinal pill to heal, it would be too slow if he were to purely rely on the medicinal pill to heal his injuries. Currently, what Xiaoyan lacked was time. Now that Xiaoyan had appeared, the 4 large sects would definitely take action. At that time, Xiaoyan would no longer have to face an ordinary bandit. Instead, he would have to face a true elite dodi. Before meeting them, if Xiaoyan did not have the strength to protect himself, it would undoubtedly make Xiaoyan's situation more dangerous. Currently, what Xiaoyan needed to do was to gather the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the ice spirit pill in the shortest amount of time possible. After which, he would begin refining the medicinal pill. However, before this, Xiaoyan had almost forgotten that in order to obtain the most important main ingredient of the ice spirit pill, the ice spirit cold liquid, Xiaoyan needed to reach the level of a rank 3 alchemist at the same time. After all, the Bodhi returning pill was a rank 3 medicinal pill. If he wanted to obtain the icy spirit frozen fluid, he would have to take out a Bodhi returning pill as an exchange. If he wanted to refine the Bodhi returning pill, Xiaoyan's alchemist rank would first have to reach rank 3. When he thought of this, Xiaoyan involuntarily laughed bitterly in his heart. He did not expect that in the end, he would actually need to complete so many things in order to refine the heavenly flame. However, Xiaoyan felt relieved when he thought about it. In any case, no matter what he had to do, it was ultimately to raise his strength. If he could really raise his alchemist rank to a rank 3 alchemist as soon as possible, it could be considered a great thing for Xiaoyan. Moreover, this could also help Xiaoyan refine the ice spirit pill. At that time, Xiaoyan would not only need to raise his spiritual strength. As Xiaoyan was fully immersed in refining the medicinal pill in his body, time also swiftly flowed by. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed. During these 3 days, the area where Xiaoyan was located was not affected by any external forces. The magical beasts entrenched in the mountain range below did not dare to act rashly. This was because of the human figure seated in the sky. Although Xiaoyan had withdrawn his aura within his body, the invisible pressure that he emitted caused the magical beasts in the mountain range below to understand that this black-robed young man, who appeared to only have the strength of a 6-star bandit, was not someone to be trifled with. This was especially the case for some of the magical beasts who had personally witnessed the big battle 3 days ago. They were extremely afraid of Xiaoyan, who was currently sitting in the sky. How could these bandit-class magical beasts be a match for someone who could even injure an elite Dodi? Under this quiet refinement, the injuries within Xiaoyan's body were also rapidly recovering with the help of the frightening effects of the rank 4 medicinal pill. In merely a short few days, all the injuries that were left behind from the big battle that day had been completely healed. By the 7th day, the injuries on Xiaoyan's body had completely recovered. This caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily exclaim in his heart. The medicinal effect of a rank 4 medicinal pill was indeed extraordinary. With such serious injuries, Xiaoyan was certain that it would take at least 1 to 2 months to recover if he had relied on an ordinary D-tier medicinal pill. Yet now, a rank 4 medicinal pill had actually allowed Xiaoyan to once again recover to his peak state in such a short period of time. It must be said that such a high-rank medicinal pill was really frightening. Who? Xiaoyan slowly exhaled the turbid breath in his chest. His eyes, which had been tightly shut for 7 days, trembled slightly at this moment. Immediately, he slowly opened them. His dark black eyes swept over his body. Xiaoyan sensed that his body was once again filled with Qi. The corner of his mouth involuntarily revealed a smile. Xiaoyan's legs, which were seated cross-legged, exerted some force. Immediately, his entire body was like a spring as he instantly stood up. At the same time that Xiaoyan stood up, a wave of bone-cracking sounds were repeatedly emitted from within Xiaoyan's body. The feeling of being refreshed caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily let out a long breath once again. The smile on his face also gradually widened. Xiaoyan displayed a set of fist techniques that he could not be more familiar with in a vigorous manner. He could clearly sense that the strength and speed of each of his punches were clearly stronger and faster than before. Although this kind of weak growth did not appear to be worthy of attention, it caused Xiaoyan's heart to be extremely surprised and happy. The growth of one's strength was not something that could be achieved overnight. Instead, it had to be accumulated and settled over time. Of course, the fastest training was naturally the most intense battle. After experiencing countless number of battles, especially the clashes with elite Dodi, the growth of Xiaoyan's strength was not something that other bandit experts of the same level could compare with. Although this little change that had appeared on Xiaoyan's body at this moment appeared insignificant, Xiaoyan also understood the principle of many little drops making an ocean. Only by accumulating over a long period of time would one be able to achieve success when the conditions were right. Perhaps this little growth was insignificant in the eyes of an ordinary person. However, once one was able to agglomerate this little change into a driving force, it would allow one to emit an endless amount of life force. After recovering, Xiaoyan withdrew the little thoughts in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He randomly chose a direction and prepared to leave this place. However, Xiaoyan's expression could not help but become slightly startled in the next moment. A sense of alertness instantly rose deep within his mind. Someone is coming, and it's a Dodi. Slightly startled in his heart, Xiaoyan's action of leaving also paused. His dark black eyes hurriedly looked in the direction where the aura came from. At the same time, the Qi in his body also quietly began to circulate at this moment. According to the recent judgment of Xiaoyan of the auras of those strong people, the aura that had appeared within the range of Xiaoyan's senses seemed to belong to an elite Dodi. However, due to the distance between the two parties being quite far, Xiaoyan was unable to determine if he knew the identity of the owner of this aura at this moment. Damn it, looks like I can only hide first. It is unexpected that I would actually meet such a fellow just as I have recovered. Xiaoyan clenched his teeth. A solemn heart immediately rose in Xiaoyan's heart. Now was not the time. If Xiaoyan were to face an elite Dodi alone, it would undoubtedly cause quite a lot of trouble for Xiaoyan. Even though he was confident that he could escape unscathed from the hands of an ordinary Dodi, Xiaoyan did not wish to clash with them if it was possible. Of course, regardless of whether Xiaoyan wanted to meet an elite Dodi, it all depended on this elite Dodi who was currently flying towards Xiaoyan. At this moment, Xiaoyan could only hope to the greatest extent that this person was not coming for him. Otherwise, it was likely that another fierce battle would be unavoidable. As for the thought of leaping and fleeing, it was wiped away by Xiaoyan the moment it appeared in Xiaoyan's heart. Under the situation where he did not know the exact strength and motive of the other party, his rash actions would only attract the other party's attention. Once Xiaoyan's identity was recognized by the other party, the result would still be unavoidable. Since there was not much of a difference whether he ran or not, why should Xiaoyan waste his energy? Xiaoyan's gaze swiftly swept across the continuous mountain range below. He quickly found a relatively obscure dense forest. Immediately, he did not hesitate any longer. He leaped and swiftly descended, entering that dense forest. At the same time, Xiaoyan withdrew the aura all over his body. He held his breath and focused, carefully paying attention to the empty space where he was standing earlier. He could sense that the owner of that aura was getting closer and closer. As that aura grew closer, the expression on Xiaoyan's face also became incomparably solemn. Until a certain moment when a miserable human figure suddenly appeared in the empty space where there was no one. The expression on Xiaoyan's face instantly became one of astonishment. This was because the human figure that suddenly appeared in the empty space at this moment, the person who caused Xiaoyan's heart tensed for a moment, was actually Xianxia, who had fled in panic after being intimidated by Mu Ronghao's strength 7 days ago. Xianxia. When he saw the person in front of him, Xiaoyan immediately felt a sense of astonishment in his heart. It was really hard to imagine that after being forced to retreat by a strong person like Mu Ronghao, this fellow actually dared to come here again after 7 days. Could it be that this fellow was really not afraid of death? At the same time that he felt astonished in his heart, Xiaoyan, who was in the dark, could not help but cast a curious gaze at Zhao Xian, who was in the sky. Since this fellow dared to risk his life to come here again, there must be a big reason behind it. Otherwise, he would not be willing to risk his life to appear here again. Zhao Xian, who had revealed himself, still looked incomparably pale. Although the injuries in his body had been initially suppressed, it was only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. This could be seen from his extremely weak aura. In addition, one of his arms had been personally cut off by Mu Ronghao, causing his strength to be greatly damaged. This caused the current Zhao Xian to be even weaker than he looked on the surface. Perhaps this was the reason why Xiaoyan was unable to identify the former's identity after sensing his aura. After understanding this, Xiaoyan could not help but reveal a cold smile on his face. 7 days ago, this fellow had almost taken his life. At that time, Xiaoyan was as weak as a little lamb in front of him. It had only been 7 days, but the position of the prey and the hunter had already swapped. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan could not help but feel somewhat curious. If this fellow saw that he appeared in front of him in such a good condition, what kind of interesting expression would Zhao Xian's face reveal? However, Xiaoyan was not in a hurry to reveal himself. He also wanted to know just why Zhao Xian would once again return to this place after 7 days. When Xiaoyan once again focused his gaze, Zhao Xian, who was in the sky, was carefully searching the mountain range below with his scarlet eyes that were filled with blood. Due to his injuries, his spiritual strength had become extremely weak. At this moment, he carefully spread out and carefully searched the mountain range below, as if he was looking for something. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan, who was hidden, could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He thought for a moment in his heart. After which, Xiaoyan quickly understood everything in front of him. The reason Zhao Xian had returned here was most likely for the sake of retrieving his spatial ring. It was because he did not have the storage ring that Zhao Xian was unable to use medicinal pills to quickly recover from his injuries. This was why he was still so weak even after 7 days had passed. Zhao Xian clearly understood that without the help of medicinal pills, he did not know how long it would take for him to recover from the injuries in his body. Once it was delayed for too long, it might even leave behind some unerasable side effects. Moreover, if his seriously injured body were to meet another elite Dodi, he would be in danger at that time. Even though they were both Dodi, he believed that they would not easily let go of the opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Hence, even though he clearly knew that Mu Ronghao might still be here, Zhao Xian could only take the risk in order to quickly recover from his injuries. However, from the looks of the current situation, this move of Zhao Xian's was the right one. Mu Ronghao had already left this place a few days ago. Now, as long as Zhao Xian was able to find the arm that Mu Ronghao had cut off 7 days ago, the storage ring on his right finger would once again return to his hands. At the same time, the thing that Zhao Xian was most concerned about was the rank 4 medicinal pill, the extreme transformation pill, within the storage ring. Ah, found it. At a certain moment, Zhao Xian's pale face could not help but reveal a joy. His right arm had already been cut off. Now that he was able to find his storage ring, this was already a great fortune amidst the misfortune. This caused Zhao Xian's heart to suddenly become much more relaxed. As Zhao Xian's weak spiritual strength was slowly withdrawn, a broken arm also slowly floated into the air from the mountain range below. Cuckoo, this is really a surprise amidst the unexpected. However, at this moment, a calm soft laughter was faintly transmitted over. At the same time, the expression on Zhao Xian's pale face instantly changed drastically. The next moment, when Zhao Xian turned his head to look at the empty space beside him with a shocked face, he saw a young man wearing a black robe with his arms crossed over his chest. His face parted into a cold smile as he looked at him. You are Xiaoyan. The moment he saw Xiaoyan, Zhao Xian's entire person seemed to have been struck by lightning. His pale face was suddenly replaced with a shocked expression. Immediately after, while his entire person continuously retreated, his eyes that were filled with shock also swiftly swept across the sky. From the looks of it, he seemed to be afraid of something. Seeing this, Xiaoyan could not help but let out a cold laugh. The arc on the corner of his mouth grew wider and wider as he coldly said, "Ah, there's no need to look. They have already left this place long ago. Right now, there's only the two of us here." Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Zhao Xian slowly withdrew his gaze with lingering fear. At the same time, a hint of ruthlessness surfaced in the eyes he used to look at Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, I didn't expect that you would still be here." A low and deep voice slowly spat out from Zhao Xian's mouth. However, due to Zhao Xian's current state, this voice sounded somewhat powerless, just like an old man past his prime. However, even so, it was not difficult for one to hear the resentment and killing intent contained within those words. It was all because of Xiaoyan in front of him that he had one of his arms forcefully chopped off by someone. That was why he had to hide in this mountain range in a sorry state for a few days like a stray dog. Now that he saw that Xiaoyan was actually safe and sound, the anger in Zhao Xian's heart was naturally difficult to suppress. "Haha, I also didn't expect that you would actually dare to return here again. Looks like the temptation of the extreme transformation pill is quite great for you." With a soft laugh, Xiaoyan's gaze also shifted below. At this moment, the severed arm that was slowly floating in the air under Zhao Xian's control. More accurately speaking, it should be the storage ring that was worn on the finger of the severed arm. Hearing this, the expression on Zhao Xian's face immediately became gloomy. A pair of scarlet eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. There was no need to explain the boundless killing intent. "Humph, Xiaoyan, with just you also dare to have ideas about my apotheosis pill?" It was a long while later before a hoarse voice was once again spat out from Zhao Xian's mouth. At the same time he said these words, one could clearly see that Zhao Xian's body was trembling slightly due to the killing intent in his chest. Threads of dense white douqi slowly surfaced from within Zhao Xian's body. His face also recovered a little sleek redness under the lingering of this douqi. Seeing this, Xiaoyan involuntarily raised his eyebrows. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Even though the current Zhao Xian was already so weak, he was still an elite Dodi no matter how one put it. If Xiaoyan dared to lower his guard, he might be viciously bitten by this fellow. If it was an ordinary time, I would really not have the ability to snatch this apotheosis pill from you. However, who asked you to appear in front of me in such a state? Therefore, I will unceremoniously accept this apotheosis pill today." With a cold laugh, Xiaoyan was not afraid. Even if the Zhao Xian in front of him was still difficult to deal with, was he so easy to provoke? 7 days ago, he, Xiaoyan, was able to break one of Zhao Xian's arms. 7 days later, he would be able to take this fellow's life. At the same time his words sounded, Xiaoyan's body flashed. He immediately used the absolute sky steps under his feet. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Zhao Xian. The muscles on his right arm bulged. Quickly following this, his white hand suddenly clenched into a fist. As the douqi in his body poured out, a fist violently smashed toward Zhao Xian's head. Humph. Seeing Xiaoyan attack, the pupils in Zhao Xian's eyes shrunk slightly. Immediately, it turned into a cold snort. At the same time his body leaned to one side, he suddenly raised his right leg and used it to violently meet Xiaoyan's fist that was attacking him. His right arm was already empty. His left arm, which had its bones broken by Xiaoyan, was temporarily unable to be used. Hence, Zhao Xian could only focus all the strength in his body on his legs. Bang! Xiaoyan and Zhao Xian flew backwards after the attack landed. With a shake of his entire body, Xiaoyan's body steadily stood in the air. On the other side, Zhao Xian did not fall into a disadvantage. His right leg violently stomped on the air. At the same time that a huge force poured out, Zhao Xian's body also steadily stood in the air. Humph! With a soft snort, Xiaoyan's brows tightly knitted together. At the same time, the expression on his face became cold. Although the collision earlier was short, Xiaoyan was able to sense from it that even though Zhao Xian's strength was much weaker than before, it was still not very possible for Xiaoyan to defeat him in a short period of time. Just based on Zhao Xian's current state, even if he was weakened to such an extent, an ordinary half-emperor would still be unable to defeat him. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan was no ordinary half-emperor. Huff. Lightly exhaling, Xiaoyan slowly raised his right arm. In the next instant, when Zhao Xian raised his eyes to stare at Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan suddenly let out a low shout in his heart. At the same time, his raised right hand suddenly clenched tightly. Following a flash of black light, the pitch-black heavy ruler instantly landed in Xiaoyan's hand. The appearance of the heavy ruler caused the expression on Zhao Xian's face to involuntarily change slightly. He had taken out his weapon. From the looks of it, Xiaoyan was also planning to display his true strength. When he thought of this, Zhao Xian's heart could not help but be secretly awed. However, he did not have the time to consider any further. Xiaoyan, who was holding the heavy ruler, once again charged towards Zhao Xian. Humph, wanting to take advantage of the situation? How can it be so easy? Zhao Xian clenched his teeth. A thought passed through his mind and the douqi in his body once again surged. It swiftly covered both of his legs and he did not dodge or avoid it as he collided head-on with Xiaoyan. Bang! A soul-stirring bang swept over the sky. The heavy ruler that Xiaoyan swung down violently from a great height was forcefully blocked by Zhao Xian. The two of them were actually evenly matched when they collided in this attack. Humph! Zhao Xian let out a cold snort. His body once again pulled back. His feet stomped and covered his intensely trembling right leg. The volatile expression on his face also swiftly calmed down. Clearly, even though Zhao Xian acted as if it did not matter on the surface, the truth was that Zhao Xian, who was currently at a disadvantage in all aspects, still felt quite a great amount of pressure when facing Xiaoyan in this manner. Ugh! The failure of his attack also caused Xiaoyan to feel a shock in his heart. However, soon after, Xiaoyan once again raised the huge ruler in his hand. His body moved and he once again charged forward. On the opposite side, Zhao Xian did not dare to underestimate Xiaoyan in his heart when he saw that the latter had once again attacked. His body swiftly moved and the little remaining douqi in his body once again crazily surged out of his body. Bang bang bang. The continuous sound of collisions resounded repeatedly in the sky. Wave after wave of turbulent energy ripples swept across the entire sky like ocean waves. The invisible space repeatedly collapsed under this strength and the entire sky changed color. Wild winds howled furiously in the vast and empty sky. The ferocious hurricane was just like a huge beast that could destroy everything as it wantonly rampaged across the sky. The howling of the wind swept across the land, causing the entire land to tremble in fear under this frightening pressure. Unknowingly, the sun had disappeared. It was unknown whether it was because the sun had set or because even the sky was escaping. In the middle of this storm, a somewhat illusionary human figure was ferociously wearing an extremely frightening densely white face. The corners of his mouth were lifted to reveal a bloodthirsty and cruel smile. Both of his arms danced as his palms crazily grabbed at the surrounding empty space. It was as though he wished that he could stuff all the spiritual strength around him into his body. Although his face was still as pale as paper, The incomparably abundant energy within his body caused the current Xiaoxian's heart to become even crazier. This was especially so when he saw Xiaoyan, whose face was even paler than his own. Xiaoxian felt extremely carefree in his heart. In his eyes, the current Xiaoyan was likely already a dead person. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoyan, to think that this venerable self thought so highly of you. You did not expect that the consequences of being careless would be death. Seeing Xiaoyan, who was still stubbornly walking towards him with great difficulty, the ferocious expression on Zhao Xian's face appeared extremely frightening. At the same time that a ferocious laughter was emitted from his mouth, a thought passed through his mind. The originally turbulent and frightening suction force within his body became even more frightening at this moment. As an even more frightening suction force crazily surged out from within Zhao Xian's body, the spiritual strength that enveloped Zhao Xian's body seemed to have found an outlet to pour out. It transformed into an invisible wave that swiftly poured into Zhao Xian's body as though it had been enlightened. Following the continuous pouring of these spiritual strength, the aura on Zhao Xian's body also rapidly soared. At the same time, an invisible and vast spiritual pressure also spread out from within Zhao Xian's body. Under this frightening spiritual pressure, even the empty space around Zhao Xian's body was actually forcefully torn apart, forming numerous dark black spatial cracks. Ha 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 ha, you are indeed worthy of being an alchemist. The strength of your spiritual strength is really not something that an ordinary person can compare with. Closing his eyes slightly, Zhao Xiangao raised his head and spoke slowly with an expression of enjoyment. After devouring Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, Zhao Xian's condition rapidly recovered. His body was almost filled with spiritual strength, causing Zhao Xian to involuntarily let out a long sigh of relief. Afterwards, he slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiaoyan again with a vicious smile. His white eyes revealed a cruel bloodthirst. Originally, the demigod intended to perish together with you. However, from the looks of it now, there is no need for that. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Xian's eyes greedily watched Xiaoyan opposite him, whose qi had become increasingly weak. The bloodthirsty smile that appeared on the corner of his mouth was even more glaring. Quickly following this, Zhao Xian once again opened his mouth and said with a savage smile, "Now, I intend to devour all of your soul energy." Ha ha. The sinister laughter was like the screech of a ferocious ghost, piercing one's eardrums. At the same time, the suction force within Zhao Xian's body became even more turbulent. In the end, the space around him was unable to withstand the crazy tearing of the suction force. It was forcefully torn into pieces, turning into a pitch-black and endless space. Cough cough, uncontrollably coughing a few times, Xiaoyan felt that his entire body was no longer under his control. Every step he took and landed would cause Xiaoyan's body to tremble endlessly. Although Xiaoyan's body was still standing steadily in the air, the loss of spiritual strength in his body caused Xiaoyan to unknowingly lose control of his body. At this moment, Xiaoyan was like a soul that was contained in a bottle. Any of his actions would cause the bottle to shake left and right. However, this caused Xiaoyan, who was within it, to feel even more uneasy. Cough cough, until a certain moment, when Xiaoyan once again stabilized his body with great difficulty, his footsteps, which should have continued forward, came to a halt at this moment. Seeing this, Zhao Xian first raised his eyebrows slightly. Soon after, a cold smile appeared on his face as he opened his mouth and laughed with a sinister expression. Ha ha, are you finally unable to endure any longer? Xiaoyan, looks like you are ultimately still something that belongs to this venerable self. This life of yours should belong to this venerable self. Ha 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 ha. The instant his voice fell, the expression on Zhao Xian's face suddenly became ferocious. His solidified foot suddenly stomped on the air. Surging spiritual strength immediately shattered the space under his feet. At the same time, Zhao Xian's body instantly appeared in front of Xiaoyan. His right hand turned into a claw as he looked down from above and viciously clawed at Xiaoyan's head. Die. Cough. Aren't you celebrating a little too early? However, at this moment, Xiaoyan, whose face was incomparably pale, trembled slightly as he spat out a sentence with great difficulty. Hearing this, Zhao Xian's heart was filled with a cold smile. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually dare to say such shameless words at such a time. Surging spiritual strength swiftly gathered on Zhao Xian's right claw. A terrifying pressure swept across the entire sky. Wherever the claw passed, the space instantly collapsed. Numerous invisible forces continuously shot above the space. The terrifying wind pressure was like a large blade as it first landed on Xiaoyan's forehead. In an instant, fresh blood gushed out from Xiaoyan's forehead as though it was free of charge. However, due to the fact that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was currently extremely weak, Xiaoyan did not notice this ordinary feeling at all. In the next instant, Zhao Xian's claw, which was wrapped in surging spiritual strength, had already arrived a few inches above Xiaoyan's head. At this moment, Xiaoyan's entire body was covered with hundreds of wounds of various sizes. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain, completely dyeing Xiaoyan into a bloody person. Die. Haha, you can't blame me for today's matter. You can only blame yourself for being too greedy. Bang. Soon after, when Zhao Xian's claw was about to land on Xiaoyan's head, an intense bang, like a balloon bursting, suddenly resounded across the sky. At the same time, Zhao Xian's claw, which was about to land, instantly froze in midair. The greed and bloodthirstiness in Zhao Xian's pair of densely white eyes swiftly disappeared. What replaced it was a soulless emptiness. How can this be? When the last sentence that was filled with extreme unwillingness was emitted from his mouth, a cluster of pink flame swiftly surged out from within Zhao Xian's body in front of Xiaoyan. At the same time, there was also a cluster of invisible, heavenly flame mixed within this flame. It was the combination of the two that was able to completely wipe out Zhao Xian's consciousness in such a short instant. As the heavenly flame surged out, Zhao Xian's originally solid body swiftly became illusory. A wave of wild suction force once again surged out from Zhao Xian's abdomen, gathering all of the spiritual strength that Zhao Xian had unleashed earlier in an instant. Cough cough, haha, you even dare to randomly swallow my spiritual strength. Zhao Xian, is it you or me who is like a moth flying into a flame? In the blink of an eye, the intense fight in the sky had already continued for a couple of hours. The sky above the two people's heads gradually became dark, but the outcome of the fight in the arena could not be seen even after a long time had passed. Although Zhao Xian was not in his best condition, he was still an elite Dodi. The Doqi in his body was swiftly exhausted as he was barely able to receive Xiaoyan's attacks time and time again. Of course, while his Doqi was being exhausted, Zhao Xian's current condition had also unavoidably become even weaker. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was facing him head-on, was not in a much better state at this moment. The exhaustion of Doqi affected both parties. While the Doqi in Zhao Xian's body was being exhausted, Xiaoyan's Doqi was also being exhausted. Moreover, due to Zhao Xian being an elite Dodi, the degree of Doqi in his body was much greater than Xiaoyan's. Even though he was currently quite seriously injured, his Doqi reserves were not much worse than Xiaoyan's. Zhao Xian's face was pale as he stood in the empty air. One could easily see that the thick white Doqi that lingered on the surface of his body had become much thinner than before. Even his face had a couple of bruises of various sizes. Clearly, they were given to him by Xiaoyan. Even though this was the case, it was merely a couple of external injuries that could not truly prove anything. Even though the current situation in the arena did indeed appear to be Xiaoyan having the upper hand, wanting to completely end this fight would still depend on who had more tricks up their sleeves. Humph, Xiaoyan, if you want to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, you must first see just how much weight you have. Zhao Xian's face carried a dark viciousness as he stared at Xiaoyan. His mouth panted roughly as he spoke to Xiaoyan with a savage smile. Although Zhao Xian had suffered a couple of losses during the process of his collision with Xiaoyan, they were all small matters. It was likely that with the strength of his elite Dodi's physical body, as long as Xiaoyan was unable to defeat him within a short period of time, it was not certain just who would emerge victorious in the end. Of course, this was on the premise that Xiaoyan could not defeat him in a short period of time. Hee, a toothless tiger, no matter how sharp its claws can't eat a human. Xiaoyan laughed coldly when he heard this. He parted his mouth and the expression in his eyes suddenly changed. The Doqi in his body quickly became unusually turbulent. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, First Change. As Xiaoyan's cry sounded in his heart, the aura within Xiaoyan's body suddenly soared. His pair of pitch-black eyes were also swiftly filled with a brilliant, heavenly flame. The change in the aura within Xiaoyan's body also caused the expression on Zhao Xian's face to change slightly. Soon after, the giant ruler in Xiaoyan's hand was violently swung. A chi-chi sound of rushing wind immediately resounded over this empty space. Enormous force poured down in torrents, causing circular invisible ripples to spread out in the empty space. Humph! Zhao Xian clenched his teeth. A solemn expression was revealed on his pale face. The change in the aura within Xiaoyan's body caused him to faintly feel an uneasy feeling rising from the bottom of his heart. Puff! The giant ruler trembled slightly. One could hear a puff sound and the brilliant heavenly flame rose in response. It swiftly covered the entire giant ruler. That heavenly flame rose and a frighteningly high temperature spread apart. The surrounding empty space also involuntarily became distorted. The expression on Zhao Xian's face involuntarily changed once again when he sensed the high temperature that swiftly rose around him. He was also extremely afraid of Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. The terror of a heavenly flame was something that the entire continent was certain of. Even though Zhao Xian was an elite Dodi, he was similarly unable to treat it as nothing. So what if it is a heavenly flame? It is not so easy to defeat this venerable self. Zhao Xian let out a cold snort. He crazily maneuvered the little doqi in his body and agglomerated a dim doqi light barrier on the surface of his body, isolating the hot air in the surrounding air. From the looks of it, Zhao Xian did not appear to be as calm and composed as his words made him sound. Seeing this, Xiaoyan involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart. His arm immediately shook and the giant ruler in his hand was waved and lifted. Ha! At the same time that the giant ruler was lifted, Xiaoyan's mouth let out an earth-shaking cry. His feet moved and the sky extinction steps was instantly displayed. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body once again appeared in front of Zhao Xian. The giant ruler danced and hovered above Xiaoyan's head. Both of his hands tightly held the handle of the heavy ruler. The heavenly flame in his body was wildly poured into the giant ruler. The brilliant flame that was wrapped around it also soared to the sky at this moment. Its aura was like a rainbow. Furious lightning waterfall. The expression on Zhao Xian's face was somewhat solemn in the face of Xiaoyan's ruler. While his body swiftly pulled back, dense white doqi swiftly agglomerated in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a flashing furious lightning. Numerous thunderbolts descended from the sky and interweaved into a lightning waterfall in front of Zhao Xian. The moment Xiaoyan's heavy ruler fell, it collided heavily with it. A bright glow immediately shot out from the point of contact when the two came into contact. The glaring glow caused one to have difficulty opening one's eyes. In the middle of the light, the giant ruler that was wrapped in the heavenly flame suddenly trembled violently. Streaks of lightning shot towards the giant ruler like lightning snakes, struggling with the heavenly flame that covered the ruler. It was as if they were determined to fight to the death. Chi-chi-chi, following the battle between the heavenly flame and the thunderbolts, waves of chi-chi sounds appeared in the sky. Xiaoyan was also forcefully blocked by this furious lightning waterfall of Zhao Xian. Humph humph, a bandi is indeed a bandi. The gap between you and a dodi is not something that you can overstep. Seeing that Xiaoyan was blocked, Zhao Xian's pale face involuntarily revealed a ferocious smile. The gaze that he used to look at Xiaoyan was filled with disdain. However, the cold laughter in his mouth had just sounded when Xiaoyan, who had been blocked by the furious lightning waterfall, raised his eyes that were filled with a fire glow at this moment. The cold smile on the corner of his mouth gradually widened. Skyfire 3 Mysterious. Change, second change. Following the low cry that was emitted from within his heart, Xiaoyan's hand that was holding the ruler's hilt abruptly exerted strength. The doqi in his body also became even more wild and violent at this moment. Following this, it was poured into the enormous ruler in his hand. Bang! That heavenly flame swept out and the heavy ruler violently smashed onto the furious lightning waterfall. The lightning waterfall, which was originally agglomerated from numerous thunderbolts, actually split open and formed an arm-thick crack line under this attack of Xiaoyan's. Third change. Suddenly, an earth-shaking stern cry was once again emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. A bright fire glow shot out from Xiaoyan's eyes, transforming into a heavenly flame light beam. Following the fall of the heavy ruler, it mercilessly tore apart the lightning waterfall in front of him in a manner that could easily destroy all obstacles. Soon after, the heavy ruler that had torn apart the waterfall violently smashed onto Zhao Xian's chest in front of his extremely horrified gaze. Bang! A bang sound appeared. One could clearly hear the bursting sound of a balloon exploding. At the same time, a large amount of fresh blood that was mixed with fragments of his internal organs was wildly spat out from Zhao Xian's mouth. The fresh blood agglomerated and transformed into a blood arrow that shot towards the incoming Xiaoyan. Humph! Seeing this, Xiaoyan frowned and let out a cold snort. His body that was charging forward paused for a moment. The enormous ruler in his hand rotated and the heavenly flame flew out, easily breaking the blood arrow. At this moment, Zhao Xian's aura was also incomparably weak as he flew backwards. Finally, he violently smashed into the mountain range below. Cuckoo, trying to hide your spirit in front of me. Have you forgotten that I am an alchemist? While Zhao Xian's face revealed a horrified expression, Xiaoyan's body, which was originally seated cross-legged in the empty space in front of him, slowly disappeared. Soon after, Xiaoyan's voice, which was filled with ridicule, was slowly transmitted from behind Zhao Xian. An afterimage. The unusual situation that appeared in front of him caused Zhao Xian to be greatly alarmed. The expression on his pale face changed abruptly as he turned his head to look behind him in horror. Behind Zhao Xian, Xiaoyan had his hands crossed over his chest. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile as he stared at Zhao Xian with a cold expression. A frightening and vast spiritual strength was continuously spreading out from between Xiaoyan's brows. At the same time, threads of mysterious energy that could not be seen by the naked eye followed Xiaoyan's guidance and continued to converge on the 7 black tents that surrounded Zhao Xian. These tents were the 6 tents that Xiaoyan had agglomerated using the Great Way of the Void after he had comprehended the Great Way. However, the difference from before was that there was an additional tent within these 6 tents. In the earlier battle, Xiaoyan had only used the Great Way for a short instant. Hence, Zhao Xian did not pay much attention to these strange tents. Only at this moment did Zhao Xian carefully observe them after being surrounded by these 7 tents. When Zhao Xian discovered that these strange black tents were agglomerated from the Great Way, even with Zhao Xian's mental strength as a Dou-Di, his expression involuntarily changed drastically. At the same time, his mouth involuntarily let out a loud exclamation. This is the Great Way. How is this possible? The emotions in Zhao Xian's heart immediately became difficult to control when he recognized that this was the Great Way. No matter how he thought about it, he could not imagine how a Band D-class brat could control the Great Way. The strength of the Great Way was ethereal and difficult to find. Even a Dou-Di-class expert might not be able to comprehend it. There were even quite a number of experts who were similarly helpless in the face of the strength of the Great Way despite having a cultivation that far exceeded that of an ordinary Dou-Di. The power of the Great Path was different from the ordinary powers in the world. There was no shortcut to controlling the power of the Great Path other than using one's heart to comprehend it. Of course, the difficulty of comprehending the power of the Great Path also made it even more powerful. This also drove even more people crazy. Generally speaking, those who were able to control the Great Path energy were super strong people who had at least reached the Dou-Di class. This was because using the strength of the Great Way exhausted one's Dou-Qi. Only a Dou-Di was able to use the strength of the Great Way for a long period of time. As for a Band-Di, forget about Dou-Qi. At the very least, there had never been news of a Band-Di controlling the strength of the Great Way on the continent. Haha, nothing is impossible. If you insist on being so stubborn, then I can only say that you are ignorant and inexperienced. Seeing the expression of disbelief on Zhao Xian's face, Xiaoyan coldly smiled and spoke with a face full of ridicule. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the expression on Zhao Xian's face did not calm down because of this. Instead, it became even more serious. Only at this moment did Zhao Xian truly discover that the strength that Xiaoyan possessed was far stronger than he had imagined. After all, Zhao Xian had never grasped the power of the Great Path. Who exactly are you? Being surrounded by the 7 tents, Zhao Xian only felt his entire body turn icy cold. An aura of death had unknowingly enveloped Zhao Xian's body. Zhao Xian's heart was filled with fear. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched intensely with unwillingness. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyebrows twitched slightly. Immediately, his gaze flickered slightly as he parted his mouth and smiled. Xiaoyan, a nameless person from the Doqi continent. Following Xiaoyan's words, the expression on Zhao Xian's face suddenly stiffened. The shock in his heart could no longer be easily described with words. That's right. No matter who it was, after hearing these words, they would likely feel disbelief. Perhaps, in the Origin Martial continent, some people had already forgotten that name that could not be taken seriously. The Doqi continent was a continent that had not had any experts for thousands of years. Gradually, it had become a distant history in the hearts of some people. In the hearts of most people in the Origin Martial continent, the Doqi continent had perhaps long been considered an abandoned continent. Regarding this point, even the former Zhao Xian was no exception. However, today, a black-robed young man carrying a heavy ruler was standing in the western region of the Origin Martial continent with such an arrogant attitude. Even though he had provoked various factions, he still had a fearless expression on his face. Who would believe that he, Xiaoyan, was actually from the abandoned continent that everyone thought was a barren land? Qi Xiaoyan completely ignored the shocked expression that was revealed on Zhao Xian's face. He beckoned with his large hand and the dark black heavy Xian ruler once again landed in Xiaoyan's hand. The tip of the ruler descended. At the same time that it rubbed against the air intensely, it emitted a chi-chi sound of breaking air. A strong wind pressure carried a hurricane that swept across the sky. Ugh! After being slightly startled, Zhao Xian recovered. What he faced was Xiaoyan's heavy ruler. Mr. Xiaoyan, do you really have to kill me? Feeling the bloody aura coming from the heavy ruler's blade, Zhao Xian's illusory eyes abruptly shrunk. He paused for a moment before opening his mouth to speak in a hoarse voice. Didn't you say that the fight between us was actually a misunderstanding from the start? Since that is the case, there is no need for you to say so much nonsense. If you have any other techniques, you can just use them all. No matter how much you say, you will not be able to avoid death. Before Zhao Xian's words sounded, Xiaoyan let out a faint cold laugh. At the same time, the huge ruler that was tightly clenched in his hand was suddenly waved. As a huge force surged, a whistling sound of rushing wind also sounded beside Zhao Xian's ear. Humph! A cold snort that was filled with resentment was emitted from Zhao Xian's mouth while his expression changed. Xiaoyan, even if this venerable self were to fight to the death today, I will definitely make you pay the price in blood. As the cold and vicious cry was emitted, Zhao Xian's illusory body suddenly trembled intensely. At the same time, a crazy and strange suction force was suddenly emitted from within Zhao Xian's body at this moment. At the same time, the expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily changed. When the suction force was emitted, he was actually shocked to feel that the spiritual strength within his body was actually being torn apart by that strange suction force. Immediately after, an earth-shaking stern cry was suddenly emitted from Zhao Xian's mouth. Human rank soul skill, soul amplifying technique. Human class soul skill, soul amplifying skill. A frightening suction force was suddenly emitted from Zhao Xian's body the moment this vicious cry was emitted from his mouth. Xiaoyan's expression involuntarily changed in the face of this frightening suction force. A deep shock involuntarily surged into his heart. Xiaoyan only felt that the spiritual strength he had unleashed in this world was being pulled by that strange suction force without his control when the suction force was emitted. Soon after, it was forcefully sucked into Zhao Xian's body in front of Xiaoyan's extremely shocked eyes. Moreover, this suction force seemed to specialize in spiritual strength. In the blink of an eye, it had already forcefully swallowed quite a lot of Xiaoyan's spiritual origin energy. Each time a wisp of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength left his control, an intense tearing pain would be transmitted from Xiaoyan's mind. That kind of intense pain, as though his soul was being forcefully torn apart, caused the expression on Xiaoyan's face to swiftly become distorted. At the same time, a paleness had truly surged onto Xiaoyan's face, unlike the disguise he had put on earlier. Damn it, this strange Do skill is actually able to forcefully swallow another person's spiritual strength and turn it into one's own. Xiaoyan forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from deep within his soul. The huge ruler in his hand trembled along with Xiaoyan's body. His unusually distorted face revealed the seriousness and pain in Xiaoyan's heart at this moment. It was unexpected that Zhao Xian was still able to unleash such a frightening Do skill even though he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Helpless, Xiaoyan could only withdraw some distance. Only then did the frightening suction force that covered Xiaoyan's body lessen. Hey, human class soul skill. It is really unexpected that a 2-star Do D is actually able to obtain a soul skill of such a class. Unfortunately, this Do skill is too strange and does not follow the human path. It is destined to only be practiced by someone with such extreme thoughts. While Xiaoyan's expression was grave, Guyu, who was within his body, emitted a somewhat regretful voice. Xiaoyan's expression paused when he heard this. A joy immediately surged into his heart. Fortunately, Guyu had finally spoken at this critical moment. Old Gu, do you know how to deal with this fellow's soul skill? It will likely be troublesome if this fellow is allowed to continue. Hee, brat, you must not underestimate any elite Do D. Even if the other party's body is seriously injured, the strength that he can erupt with is often much more frightening than you can imagine. This point is just like when they look at you. Xiaoyan's words were met with ridicule from Guyu. Xiaoyan bitterly laughed in his heart upon hearing this. He involuntarily revealed a smile on his face as he hurriedly opened his mouth to Guyu. His voice was a little anxious as he spoke. Old Gu, I will pay attention to what you have said in the future. However, the most important thing now is to deal with this fellow. Otherwise, I might really end up being dragged to my death by this fellow. Although a soul skill might not be easy to deal with, this fellow is merely a 2-star Do D. No matter how one puts it, the spiritual strength that he possesses cannot be compared with yours. If it was any other time, it would naturally be quite difficult for you to defeat him. However, this fellow is currently in a spiritual state. His strength has been reduced by at least 80%. This soul skill might be a human class soul skill, but regardless of how strong the soul skill is, the strength of the user is the most important. You should be aware of this point. With your current spiritual strength and the help of the heavenly flame, it should not be difficult for you to break his soul skill. Guyu appeared to be unconcerned about the frightening aura that Zhao Xian had displayed at this moment. From his tone, there seemed to be a faint disdain contained within it. Xiaoyan appeared to have suddenly seen the light in his heart when he heard this. Indeed, he had only noticed how frightening this human class soul skill was. However, he had forgotten that the current Zhao Xian was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Perhaps this soul skill might be quite powerful against others, but it was impossible for it to cause any substantial harm to Xiaoyan, who had the protection of a heavenly flame. Xiaoyan had simply placed too much importance on this soul skill. What should I do now? Should I forcefully break his soul skill? Xiaoyan's eyes were sharp as he stared at Zhao Xian. His hand gradually tightened its grip on the ruler's handle, emitting a creaking sound. No, however, Guyu's words caused Xiaoyan's body, which was just about to move, to suddenly be startled. His face, which had just recovered its cold expression, quickly became stunned. No? No. Not only should you not forcefully attack, but you should also give your spiritual strength to him so that he can devour it. Guyu's subsequent words caused Xiaoyan to be even more stunned. What kind of plan was this? Not only was he not going to deal with Zhao Xian, but he was even going to give his spiritual strength to him to devour. You can relax and just give it to him. However, you must first merge your heavenly flame into your soul. Guyu laughed. The meaning behind his words caused Xiaoyan's eyes to brighten. He seemed to have thought of something. Old Gu, do you mean, just do as I say? I believe that you will definitely obtain quite a good harvest. Although this method might be a little overboard, isn't this old fellow's method even more vicious? Xiaoyan finally parted his mouth and smiled in his heart after hearing this. At the same time, his dark black eyes were slowly lifted. A thought passed through his mind and a brilliant heavenly flame immediately rose from deep within his dark black eyes. Brilliant. Wisps of heavenly flames quietly surged out of the pores all over Xiaoyan's body under Xiaoyan's control. They merged with the spiritual strength that had spread around Xiaoyan's body. With the integration of the heavenly flames, the wild wind, which was tearing at Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, was significantly cut off. Xiaoyan coldly smiled when he sensed this change. A thought passed through his mind and an invisible spiritual strength quickly spread. Its target was Zhao Xian. Haha, since you wish to devour my spiritual strength, I will allow you to devour it to your heart's content. Xiaoyan coldly laughed in his heart. He took a step forward and slowly walked toward Zhao Xian while holding the heavy ruler in front of Zhao Xian's surprised eyes. Zhao Xian involuntarily felt a surprise in his heart when he saw that Xiaoyan had suddenly neither dodged nor dodged. Instead, he walked toward him. Soon after, waves of majestic spiritual strength swiftly swarmed into Zhao Xian's body as the strange suction force surged out of his body. Huh? Zhao Xian let out a surprised cry in his heart. Soon after, the expression on his face became ferocious. He bared his teeth and looked at Xiaoyan. His face was filled with a ferocious smile as he laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoyan, you are really seeking your own death. You clearly know that this venerable self will devour your spiritual strength, yet you still dare to step forward. You are like a moth to a flame. Soul amplifying skill, devour him. Ha 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 ha. However, the eyes that Xiaoyan used to look at the latter did not reveal the slightest ripple in the face of this. Although Xiaoyan's expression had swiftly turned pale due to the loss of his spiritual strength, Xiaoyan also knew that he would sooner or later take back everything that he had lost. Moreover, at that time, the things that he would take back would be even greater than this. Wild winds howled angrily in the vast and empty sky. The ferocious hurricane was just like a huge beast that could destroy everything as it wantonly rampaged across the sky. The howling wind swept across the land, causing the entire land to tremble in fear under this frightening pressure. Unknowingly, the sun disappeared. No one knew whether it was because the sun had set or because even the sky was escaping. At the center of this hurricane, a somewhat illusionary human figure was ferociously wearing an extremely frightening densely white face. The corners of his mouth were lifted to reveal a bloodthirsty and cruel smile. Both of his arms danced as his palms crazily grabbed at the surrounding empty space. It was as though he wished that he could stuff all the spiritual strength around him into his body. Although his face was still as pale as paper, the incomparably abundant energy within his body caused the current Zhao Xian's heart to become even crazier. This was especially so when he saw Xiaoyan, whose face was even paler than his own. Zhao Xian felt extremely carefree in his heart. In his eyes, the current Xiaoyan was likely already a dead person. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoyan, to think that this venerable self thought so highly of you. You did not expect that the consequences of being careless would be death, right? The ferocious expression on Zhao Xian's face appeared extremely frightening as he watched Xiaoyan, who was still stubbornly walking towards him with great difficulty. At the same time that a ferocious laughter was emitted from his mouth, a thought passed through his mind. The originally turbulent and frightening suction force within his body became even more frightening at this moment. As an even more frightening suction force crazily surged out from within Zhao Xian's body, the spiritual strength that enveloped Zhao Xian's body seemed to have found an outlet to pour out. It transformed into an invisible wave that swiftly poured into Zhao Xian's body as though it had been enlightened. As the spiritual strength continued to pour in, the aura on Zhao Xian's body also rapidly soared. At the same time, an invisible and vast spiritual strength pressure also spread out from within Zhao Xian's body. Under this frightening spiritual strength pressure, even the empty space around Zhao Xian's body was actually forcefully torn apart, forming numerous dark black spatial cracks. Ha 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 ha, you are indeed worthy of being an alchemist. The strength of your spiritual strength is really not something that an ordinary person can compare with. Closing his eyes slightly, Zhao Xiangao raised his head and spoke slowly with an expression of enjoyment. After devouring Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, Zhao Xian's condition rapidly recovered. His body was almost filled with spiritual strength, causing Zhao Xian to involuntarily let out a long sigh of relief. Afterwards, he slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiaoyan again with a vicious smile. His white eyes revealed a cruel bloodthirst. Originally, the demigod intended to perish together with you. However, from the looks of it now, there is no need for that. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Xian's eyes greedily watched Xiaoyan opposite him, whose qi had become increasingly weak. The bloodthirsty smile that appeared on the corner of his mouth was even more glaring. Quickly following this, Zhao Xian once again opened his mouth and laughed savagely. Now, I intend to devour all of your soul energy. Haha. The sinister laughter was like the hiss of a malicious spirit, piercing one's eardrums. At the same time, the suction force in Zhao Xian's body became even more turbulent. In the end, the space around him was unable to withstand the crazy tearing of the suction force. It was forcefully torn into pieces, turning into a pitch-black and endless space. Cough cough, coughing violently a few times, Xiaoyan only felt that his entire body was no longer listening to his commands. Every step he took and landed would cause Xiaoyan's body to tremble incessantly. Although Xiaoyan's body was still standing steadily in the air, the loss of spiritual strength in his body caused Xiaoyan to unknowingly lose a lot of control over his body. At this moment, Xiaoyan was like a soul in a bottle. Any of his actions would cause the bottle to shake left and right. However, this caused Xiaoyan, who was in the bottle, to feel even more uneasy. Cough cough, until a certain moment, when Xiaoyan once again stabilized his body with great difficulty, his footsteps, which should have continued forward, stopped at this moment. Seeing this, Zhao Xian first raised his eyebrows slightly. Soon after, a cold smile appeared on his face as he laughed sinisterly. Haha, are you finally unable to endure any longer? Xiaoyan, looks like you are ultimately still something that belongs to this venerable self. This life of yours should belong to this venerable self. Ha 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 ha. The instant his voice sounded, the expression on Zhao Xian's face suddenly became ferocious. His solidified foot suddenly stomped on the air, and the surging spiritual strength immediately shattered the space under his feet. At the same time, Zhao Xian's body instantly appeared in front of Xiaoyan. His right hand turned into a claw, and his entire body looked down from above as he viciously clawed at Xiaoyan's head. Die. Cough, aren't you, celebrating too early? However, at this moment, Xiaoyan, whose face was incomparably pale, trembled slightly as he spat out a sentence with great difficulty. Hearing this, Zhao Xian's heart was filled with a cold smile. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually dare to say such shameless words at such a time. Surging spiritual strength swiftly gathered on Zhao Xian's right claw. A terrifying pressure swept across the entire sky. Wherever the claw passed, the space instantly collapsed. Numerous invisible forces continuously shot above the space. The terrifying wind pressure was like a large blade that first landed on Xiaoyan's forehead. In an instant, fresh blood gushed out from Xiaoyan's forehead as though it was free of charge. However, due to the fact that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was currently extremely weak, Xiaoyan did not notice this ordinary feeling at all. In the next instant, Zhao Xian's claw, which was wrapped in surging spiritual strength, had already arrived a few inches above Xiaoyan's head. At this moment, Xiaoyan's entire body was covered with hundreds of wounds of various sizes. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain, completely dyeing Xiaoyan into a bloody person. Die. Haha, you can't blame me for today's matter. You can only blame yourself for this. You were too greedy. Bang. Soon after, when Zhao Xian's claw was about to land on Xiaoyan's head, an intense bang, like a balloon bursting, suddenly resounded across the sky. At the same time, Zhao Xian's claw, which was about to land, instantly froze in midair. The greed and bloodthirstiness in Zhao Xian's pair of densely white eyes swiftly disappeared. What replaced it was a soulless emptiness. How can this be? When the last sentence that was filled with extreme unwillingness was emitted from his mouth, a cluster of pink-colored flames swiftly surged out from within Zhao Xian's body in front of Xiaoyan. At the same time, there was another cluster of invisible, heavenly flame mixed within this flame. It was the combination of the two that was able to completely wipe out Zhao Xian's consciousness in such a short instant. As the heavenly flame surged out, Zhao Xian's originally solid body swiftly became illusory. A wave of wild suction force once again surged out from Zhao Xian's abdomen, gathering all of the spiritual strength that Zhao Xian had unleashed earlier in an instant. Cough cough, haha, you even dare to randomly swallow my spiritual strength. Zhao Xian, is it you or me who is like a moth flying into a flame? The curtain-like pitch-black night sky gradually emitted specks of starlight following Zhao Xian's death. The originally pressuring atmosphere that covered the sky also became relaxed. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan slowly lift his head. His pitch-black eyes looked at the distant sky above his head, at the resplendent galaxy filled with stars. Oh, is the sky already dark? A trace of surprise flashed deep within Xiaoyan's pitch-black eyes. His battle with Zhao Xian had unknowingly lasted for an entire day. Although this process was a little more difficult than Xiaoyan had originally imagined, it was fortunate that Guyu was beside him. Hence, today's matter could be considered a daunting experience without any danger. Xiaoyan let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. His tense nerves finally relaxed at this moment. However, soon after, Xiaoyan once again forcefully braced himself. Many glints shot out from deep within his eyes as his eyes slowly shifted downwards. Finally, they landed on a cream-white cluster of light that was suspended in front of him. This cluster of light was Zhao Xian's spiritual essence, which had been completely refined by the heavenly flame from the inside out. Of course, it did not only contain Zhao Xian's own spiritual strength, but it also merged with nearly all of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. It was also because of this that Xiaoyan was able to instantly eliminate Zhao Xian's consciousness within such a short period of time. At this moment, after this cluster of spiritual essence had been refined by the heavenly flame, all that was left was the purest spiritual essence energy. The purity of this kind of spiritual essence was sufficient for anyone to easily refine it without leaving any residual effects. However, the only difference was that Zhao Xian's spiritual essence had been destroyed by Xiaoyan, causing his spiritual essence to be more or less exhausted. Hence, even though Xiaoyan was able to completely absorb this cluster of spiritual essence in front of him, he could only use most of it. Xiaoyan once again exhaled a long breath. However, he was not in a hurry to devour the spiritual essence in front of him. Instead, he forcefully supported his body and allowed himself to sit cross-legged in the empty space. No matter what, Xiaoyan needed to recover some of his physical strength at this moment. Otherwise, any haste for success might result in an irreversible change in the end result. The spiritual essence in front of him was extremely attractive to the current Xiaoyan, but Xiaoyan clearly understood that it was impossible for him to easily refine such an enormous spiritual essence energy in his current condition. In order to avoid any mistakes, it was worth it even if he had to delay a little more time. In the blink of an eye, night was about to fall. Faint fluorescent light quietly covered the entire land like a layer of frost. Another day had quietly arrived. When the first ray of morning light landed on Xiaoyan's eyelids, Xiaoyan seemed to have sensed something. His eyelids trembled slightly before he slowly opened them. An entire night of training did not allow Xiaoyan's pale face to recover much. After all, what Xiaoyan's body was lacking at this moment was spiritual strength. It was not something that could be easily made up for with some douqi. Although this was the case, it was already sufficient to allow Xiaoyan to have the ability to devour those spiritual essences. Xiaoyan exhaled faintly. His dark black eyes once again stared intently at the spiritual essence in front of him. Although the aura in his body was still weak, a fiery heat involuntarily appeared deep within Xiaoyan's eyes at this moment. Other than the spiritual strength that he originally possessed, he wondered if his spiritual strength would be able to reach the level of a rank 3 alchemist if he devoured and refined Zhao Xian's spiritual essence. Of course, this was merely Xiaoyan's subjective assumption. After all, the spiritual strength required to reach the level of a rank 3 alchemist was extremely enormous. With the experience of Guyu lending his spiritual strength, Xiaoyan knew that this spiritual strength alone was not enough to allow him to reach the level of a rank 3 alchemist. Moreover, as an alchemist, having a powerful spiritual strength was the first requirement. However, alchemy skills would still more or less give Xiaoyan, who had never come into contact with a rank 3 medicinal pill, a great amount of pressure. After all, the difficulty of refining a rank 3 medicinal pill was far greater than that of a rank 2 medicinal pill. In order to refine a rank 3 medicinal pill, not only did one have to rely on a powerful spiritual strength, but one also had to test an alchemist's superb control over flames. Xiaoyan sat in the empty space. The fiery heat that had risen in his heart had swept away all the exhaustion in his body. At this moment, Xiaoyan's face was pale, but his mental state was exceptionally good. This was mostly due to the milky white spiritual essence in front of him. A thought passed through his mind, and the spiritual bead in Xiaoyan's mind immediately trembled slightly. At the same time, the spiritual essence floating in front of Xiaoyan also moved. It seemed to be attracted by something as it approached Xiaoyan's body. The spiritual essence was the size of a football. Wisps of mist-like lines spread out from it and intertwined in front of Xiaoyan's chest. After which, they passed through the black robe that Xiaoyan was wearing, entered his skin, and reached the core of his soul. Ugh! As the first wisp of spiritual essence poured into his soul, Xiaoyan's seated body involuntarily trembled slightly. At the same time, the muscles on his face trembled slightly, and he could not help but release a comfortable moan. Next, the wisps of spiritual essence were like many separated branches. They first separated, then intertwined and gathered. Finally, they poured into Xiaoyan's body. The spiritual essence that Xiaoyan had exhausted a day ago was swiftly being absorbed and refined in this seemingly slow but hurried manner. Xiaoyan's spiritual essence was swiftly recovered. Unknowingly, a day once again quietly flowed by from the tip of Xiaoyan's finger. The spiritual strength that Xiaoyan lacked within his body had already been completely recovered. Xiaoyan's expression had also turned from its initial pale and bloodless state to a sleek redness. There was also an invisible pressure that was faintly being emitted from Xiaoyan's body, causing one to not dare underestimate it. Under this continuous refinement, the spiritual essence floating in front of Xiaoyan gradually grew from the size of a football to the size of a fist on the evening of the second day. In the end, it transformed into a thumb-sized milky white light spot that was completely absorbed by Xiaoyan, who, after 2 full days of refinement, the cluster of spiritual essence in front of Xiaoyan was finally completely absorbed. At this moment, the spiritual strength that Xiaoyan possessed in his body had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Even though it was far from comparable to a rank 3 alchemist, it was likely that this level of spiritual strength was comparable to that of Su Songming. When Xiaoyan once again opened his eyes, he saw a blood-red sun surrounded by a large cluster of burning clouds. It was like an overlord that had just retreated from the battlefield. The entire world knelt before it as it slowly stepped down to the west. Following the sunset, those towering mountains that were kneeling on the ground seemed to have buried their heads even deeper. A dark black shadow was left behind on this vast land. At this moment, it seemed that even those magical beasts that were hidden in the dark were quietly and respectfully sending off this blood-colored overlord. Little did they know that with the setting of the sun, this was only the beginning of another battle. Xiaoyan disdained the dark, cold atmosphere that was gradually covering the sky. Instead, he used his mind to observe the interior of his body and carefully investigated the soul bead within his mind, which had already swelled many times larger than its original size. The increase in the size of the soul bead was also a kind of affirmation of the strength of an alchemist's spiritual strength. However, Xiaoyan's heart was not very satisfied when he saw the soul bead that was currently suspended in his mind, which was many times larger than before. It was unexpected that his spiritual strength had yet to touch the barrier of a rank 3 alchemist after refining the spiritual essence of an elite Dodi. This involuntarily caused Xiaoyan to feel a little disappointed. However, Xiaoyan had only considered his own thoughts. He did not think about what other alchemists would think if they were to sense the thoughts in Xiaoyan's heart. Within a short 2 days, his spiritual strength had swiftly soared from the level of a rank 2 middle-stage alchemist to the level of a rank 2 late-stage alchemist. This kind of frightening growth speed would cause anyone who saw it to involuntarily let out a sigh. Instead, it was Xiaoyan who actually felt dissatisfaction in his heart. "TCH, you little fellow. You should be satisfied. You have already grown to such an extent, yet you are still not satisfied. If the other rank 2 alchemists were to know of this, they would definitely kill you." Ugh, Xiaoyan's heart stilled. Only then did he smile in an embarrassed manner. After which, he joked with Guyu in his body, "Old Gu, you are being too serious. Old Bone, aren't your words a bit too heavy? They're tier 2 alchemists at any rate. Even if they're unwilling in their hearts, how could they make a move to kill me? Heh, it's true that you're a tier 2 alchemist, but a tier 2 alchemist as young as you, I'm afraid that you can't even find a few in the entire continent. If those old fellows knew what you're thinking in your heart right now, even if they don't kill you, just based on their man-eating gazes, it's enough to make you suffer." Guyu coldly mocked. Xiaoyan was involuntarily startled. He quietly imagined a scene where a large group of tier 2 alchemists surrounded him and looked at him with strange eyes. Even with Xiaoyan's mental fortitude, he still involuntarily shivered when he thought of this. That kind of scene was quite horrifying. After recovering, Xiaoyan stopped thinking about it. In any case, no matter what he thought, how could those old fellows know that Xiaoyan could no longer resist trying out the enormous spiritual strength that he had just refined? A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind, and the dark black soul bead within his mind immediately began to tremble. It emitted a buzzing sound in an invisible manner. At the same time, a majestic spiritual strength immediately swept out. Xiaoyan turned his gaze and immediately aimed it at a towering mountain peak. The entire mountain peak could be said to be an extremely eye-catching existence within the nearby mountain range. Therefore, Xiaoyan aimed his gaze at it at a glance. Go. After this word sounded in Xiaoyan's heart, an invisible spiritual pillar carried an extremely frightening aura and pressure as it cut through the empty space in the blink of an eye. Even though the spiritual strength was untraceable, it still emitted a deafening sonic boom when it cut through the empty space. Soon after, one could hear an earth-shaking bang. That majestic mountain peak had been forcefully severed from top to bottom by Xiaoyan's spiritual pillar. The entire mountain peak was also separated to the two sides, leaving behind a 100,000-foot-tall cliff that connected the sky and the earth at the middle of the mountain peak. With just a single strike, a towering mountain peak was forcefully split into two. Wherever the spiritual pillar passed, a smooth mirror-like crack was left behind on the mountain peak. Hiss, even Xiaoyan himself involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when he saw the scene. Xiaoyan had used less than 1,000th of his spiritual strength in the attack just now. Even though this was the case, the strength that he had displayed was still frighteningly strong. This level of spiritual strength was likely sufficient to allow Xiaoyan to easily fight against an ordinary bandit without using douqi. Just thinking about this caused Xiaoyan's heart to involuntarily feel a fiery heat. If even his spiritual strength was strong to such an extent, he might even be able to fight against an ordinary elite douqi if his douqi was added. TCH, brat, don't be too optimistic. The old me has already told you not to underestimate any douqi. Even if it is a seriously injured douqi, you must not underestimate him. Otherwise, there might not be anyone who will help you the next time. However, Guyu, who was within Xiaoyan's body, once again poured a basin of cold water over him when this crazy thought rose in his heart. This caused Xiaoyan, who had yet to go down the wrong path, to swiftly wake up. Xiaoyan could only smile in an embarrassed manner after hearing Guyu's words. He understood in his heart that Guyu had said these words for his own good. Hence, regardless of what the other party said, Xiaoyan could only try his best to reflect on himself. He did not doubt the other party's words. After all, given Guyu's strength, there was no need for him to lie to him. Moreover, Zhao Xian's example had perfectly verified Guyu's words. Xiaoyan withdrew the spiritual strength that he had spread out. He flipped his hand and a snow-white storage ring appeared in his palm. This storage ring was the storage ring that originally belonged to Zhao Xian. However, now that Zhao Xian had completely turned into dust, this storage ring naturally belonged to Xiaoyan. After Zhao Xian's death, the spiritual imprint that originally covered the storage ring quietly disappeared. Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was able to easily pour into it. When Xiaoyan had just poured his spiritual strength into the storage ring in his hand, a thread of undetectable glint flashed deep within Xiaoyan's eyes. Soon after, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength poured into the storage ring and left behind his spiritual imprint. All the items within the storage ring appeared in front of Xiaoyan's eyes. Xiaoyan's eyes immediately revealed an extremely excited expression when he saw the dazzling array of treasures in front of him. An elite douqi was indeed extraordinary. The collection within this storage ring was not something that an ordinary bandit could compare with. Most of the qi methods, dou skills, and some natural treasures were treasures that could move Xiaoyan's heart. This was especially the case after he saw many of the medicinal ingredients that he could use to refine the ice spirit pill and the Bodhi returning pill. Xiaoyan felt an incomparable joy in his heart. It must be said that he had gained a lot this time around. Looking around the space within the storage ring, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes became increasingly excited. When his gaze shifted, a white jade box also appeared in front of Xiaoyan's eyes. Extreme Transformation Pill. As the jade box that contained the Extreme Transformation Pill was relatively special, Xiaoyan had also paid more attention to it when he was in the auction house. At this moment, he recognized it at a glance. The thing that was contained within this jade box was naturally the Extreme Transformation Pill. In the outside world, when Xiaoyan withdrew his mind, a thought passed through his mind and the jade box appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. Although they were separated by the jade box, Xiaoyan was still able to smell the pill fragrance that seeped out from within. Immediately, a cool feeling surged into Xiaoyan's limbs and bones, causing him to feel extremely refreshed. It is indeed worthy of being a Tier 4 medicinal pill. Even the pill fragrance possesses such a dense medicinal strength. It is really unbelievable. After letting out an exclamation in his mouth, Xiaoyan ceased hesitating and opened the lid of the jade box. Immediately, a dense cloud-like pill fragrance swiftly spread out from the interior of the jade box. It surrounded Xiaoyan's body and gradually spread out. The pill fragrance spread and the sight in front of Xiaoyan's eyes was temporarily blocked. Xiaoyan smiled slightly in the face of this. A brilliant flame immediately surged from deep within his eyes. Immediately, the pill fragrance in front of his eyes was pushed aside by an invisible strength. The pill fragrance scattered and the medicinal pill within the jade box also appeared in front of Xiaoyan's eyes. Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly. The dense white medicinal pill was like an ice crystal lying within the jade box. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, Xiaoyan seemed to be able to sense the powerful medicinal strength contained within this medicinal pill. TSK, just such a small medicinal pill is actually able to make up for a few hundred years of training time for an elite Dodi. No wonder they would not hesitate to use such a great price to exchange for it. His mouth once again exclaimed in surprise. However, when the words from Xiaoyan's mouth sounded, the corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. Although this extreme transformation pill was quite valuable and those elite Dodi had spent all their money, it still ended up in his hands. Who could have imagined such an outcome? Xiaoyan's lingering gaze paused on the medicinal pill within the jade box for a long time. However, in the end, he still kept it. The principle of not revealing one's wealth was something that Xiaoyan also understood. Even though there was no one else in his surroundings at this moment, who knew if this pill fragrance would attract some strong person's attention? After keeping the medicinal pill, Xiaoyan did not stop. His dark black eyes slightly rotated. With a thought of Xiaoyan's mind, threads of dark black energy gathered around him. Immediately, under Zhao's control. Next, it is time to take a look at this. Haha. Xiaoyan revealed an excited expression on his face. His eyes immediately swept over the 7 tents in front of him. After which, he carefully observed the 7 tents in front of him. A moment later, Xiaoyan, who originally had an amazed expression, began to knit his brows tightly. A puzzled expression surged onto his face. This, although he could clearly sense that the great Tao strength that he controlled had greatly increased, there did not seem to be any other difference other than being able to form an additional tent. Elder Gu, do you know what's going on? Helpless, Xiaoyan could only seek help from Gu Yu. After all, the only person who could answer all of his questions was Gu Yu. Brat, everyone says that it is not easy to train in the great Tao strength. However, from the looks of it, it does not appear that you have much difficulty. Xiaoyan was immediately startled when a somewhat teasing voice was transmitted over. He could not help but raise his eyebrows and ask. Old Gu, do you mean, let's not talk about the 7th tent. Let's talk about the first 6 tents. Do you know that even some people who have comprehended the great Tao strength for a long time might not be able to form 6 tents? Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily hardened when he heard this. While he was surprised in his heart, Gu Yu continued to speak. Everyone knows that it is not easy to comprehend the great Tao strength. However, they do not know that it is even more difficult to train in the great Tao strength. A white light immediately rose from the surface of Xiaoyan's body after his words sounded. Soon after, Gu Yu's figure shot out from Xiaoyan's body and stood in the void in front of Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows when he saw this. However, he did not speak. Gu Yu's deep eyes landed on the 7 tents in front of him. Normally speaking, those who have just comprehended the power of the way are usually able to use the power of the way to condense a tent. Of course, normally speaking, they can only condense 1 strand. As for 2 or 3, it means that they have a decent aptitude for comprehending the power of the way. As for more, it means that they have a great aptitude for comprehending the power of the way. Talent? Isn't it said that the great Tao strength can only be comprehended through pure comprehension? Why is there a talent? Xiaoyan could not help but be startled when he heard the so-called talent in comprehending. After which, he lifted his head to look at Guyu and asked with a frown. That is true. The great Tao strength can only be increased by relying on one's comprehension. However, whether one can comprehend it or not also depends on one's innate condition. This is certain. Otherwise, how could there be so many people who are unable to comprehend the great Tao strength? The reason for this is one's innate condition. In other words, one's talent. Xiaoyan nodded when he heard this. However, there was still some confusion on his face. If this was the case, the training of the great Tao strength was not much different from Do Qi. The only difference was that it was a different method. Guyu seemed to have sensed the doubt in Xiaoyan's heart. He moved his feet and arrived in front of a tent. He extended 2 fingers, twisted his wrist, and pressed on the tent in front of him. At the same time, Guyu continued to speak. The so-called innate condition is like your background. Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly shifted the moment Guyu attacked. At the same time, Guyu's voice was transmitted into his ear. Some people have noble backgrounds. The faction they belong to is the #1 super faction on the continent the moment they are born. Not only will this person's future path be smooth and worry-free, but they will also have supreme Qi methods and Do skills to practice. On the other hand, some people might die the moment they are born. This is the innate condition. Guyu's 2 fingers violently pressed on the tent in front of him after his words sounded. Immediately, circular intense ripples spread from the tent. Even the surrounding empty space began to ripple. Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly on the other side. Soon after, he saw a dense white light suddenly flicker at the spot where Guyu's fingers touched his tent. Immediately, a circular dense white flame ripple swept out. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a fire tent. This is Great Tao of Fire. Yes. Hearing Xiaoyan's low voice, the old man's tone did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He hurriedly nodded heavily at Xiaoyan. If the black-robed young man in front of him was really a rank 3 alchemist, then just the latter's identity was enough to make him bow and bend his knees. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily flickered slightly. A wave of joy immediately rose from the bottom of his heart. Although Xiaoyan did not know exactly what kind of things were described on the list within the word have, at the very least, it gave Xiaoyan some hope. Finally, after searching bitterly for a month, the heavens did not disappoint those who persevered, allowing Xiaoyan to witness the results. Of course, even though Xiaoyan was extremely surprised in his heart, he still revealed an indifferent expression on his face, causing others to be unable to tell what exactly Xiaoyan was feeling in his heart at this moment. This point also caused the old man in front of Xiaoyan's eyes to focus slightly. He could not help but be secretly surprised in his heart. He did not expect that this black-robed young man in front of him not only had great ability, but even his temperament was also so calm. He did not show his emotions on his face. This kind of person was the most terrifying because one would never be able to see through the other party's face. Yes. How many types do you have? His pitch-black eyes flickered slightly. Xiaoyan pretended to be calm as he opened his mouth to ask once again. Hearing this, the old man withdrew his pair of turbid old eyes, which were originally staring at Xiaoyan's face. He paused for a moment before respectfully cupping his hands toward Xiaoyan in an apologetic manner. Only then did he let out a dry laugh and said with an apologetic face, "Brother Xiaoyan, you are the one who has been waiting for a long time. Sir, because the value of these things that you need is too high, even my 4-way pavilion is unable to gather all of them. Currently, my 4-way pavilion only has 3 types of medicinal ingredients in stock. As for the rest, my 4-way pavilion does not have them." At the end of his words, the old man's face involuntarily revealed an apologetic expression. He gently shook his head at Xiaoyan and frowned slightly as he spoke. Facing a rank 3 alchemist, the old man's heart was incomparably nervous. After all, this kind of person was someone that even a Dodi had to greet with a smiling face. If he did not receive him well, forget about how the black-robed young man in front of him would treat him. Once this matter was known by the upper echelons of the clan, it was likely that he would also be banished from the clan. Thinking until this point, the old man's expression became even more respectful. Even his breathing had become careful. Seeing the old man reveal this matter, Xiaoyan's expression was unconcerned. However, in his heart, he immediately felt a wild joy at this moment. Xiaoyan originally thought that even if he could find the things that he wanted in this four-way pavilion, there would at most be one or two types. After all, it was just as the old man in front of him had said. The things that Xiaoyan needed could be called priceless treasures. It was impossible for an ordinary faction to possess them. Even if they did, there would only be one type. Moreover, it would be the type that would be completely hidden away. It was impossible for an outsider to know about it, much less take it out and openly sell it. However, the answer that the old man gave Xiaoyan caused Xiaoyan's heart to be filled with joy and incomparable surprise. However, from this, Xiaoyan could also see that this so-called four-way pavilion was likely not some ordinary faction. Otherwise, how would it be possible for it to possess the three types of medicinal ingredients on Xiaoyan's list at the same time? Those medicinal ingredients, Xiaoyan's hands were behind his back. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the old man in front of him. As he spoke, his hands, which were behind his back and covered by his sleeves, slowly clenched together. The emotions in his heart gradually became nervous. When the old man saw that Xiaoyan had opened his mouth again, a smile hurriedly appeared on his old face. He hurriedly said, "Sir, the medicinal ingredients that you want are currently in our four-way pavilion." "Haha, I will order someone to bring them over." At the same time the old man's words sounded, he swiftly called an attendant forward. Under Xiaoyan's gaze, the old man's face carried a solemn expression as he spoke a few words to the attendant by the side. After ordering him to go and return quickly, he turned his eyes to Xiaoyan with a face full of smiles. He cupped his hands together and said with a smile, "It will take some time for the medicinal ingredients to be brought over. During this period of time, sir can still take a look around. Other than the medicinal ingredients on your list, our pavilion also has other high-tier medicinal ingredients. If sir takes a fancy to them, feel free to pick them." Haha. When he said this, the old man's face could not help but reveal a confident expression. Very obviously, he also had quite a lot of confidence in the items in his four-way pavilion, even if the black-robed young man in front of him was a rank 3 alchemist. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes flickered slightly. His heart could not help but move slightly. When Xiaoyan had just arrived on the second floor, he had already smelled an extremely rich medicinal fragrance from the air. This smell was extremely familiar to Xiaoyan. Other than some top-grade medicinal ingredients, there was nothing else that could emit such a rich medicinal fragrance. As his gaze moved, Xiaoyan's eyes swiftly darted around the various counters in the hall. In just a moment, Xiaoyan's pitch-black eyes were filled with a fiery glow. Dragon-attaching branch, strange flower fruit, soul-nurturing grass, TSK. If these items were placed in the outside world, they would be able to cause a huge commotion. I never expected that they would actually be placed so casually here. Seeing those rare medicinal ingredients that even he had only heard of, Xiaoyan could not help but feel shocked by the background of this four-way pavilion. Just what kind of faction was this to be able to randomly place these things, which could normally be called priceless treasures, in this place for others to sell? This kind of thing caused even Xiaoyan to feel a deep shock in his heart. Seeing these medicinal ingredients placed so casually on the counter, Xiaoyan could not help but want to buy them all in one go. However, after a struggle in his heart, Xiaoyan finally calmed down. However, at the same time, while Xiaoyan was excitedly looking at the medicinal ingredients on the counter, an old man in a long white robe stared straight at Xiaoyan. Some strange color surged in the depths of his deep eyes. Immediately, he moved his feet and walked out of the four-way pavilion without anyone noticing. When the old man had already left the four-way pavilion and appeared on the street outside, Xiaoyan, who was looking at the medicinal ingredients at the counter, finally slowly straightened his body. His eyes were filled with suspicion as they slowly swept across the place. Immediately, Xiaoyan took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. Previously, Xiaoyan had clearly felt an extremely obscure aura enveloping his body. That aura clearly wanted to investigate something from Xiaoyan's body. However, at this moment, that aura had actually suddenly disappeared. This caused Xiaoyan to feel a little puzzled. The next day, when the morning light shone on the earth, Xiaoyan also gradually woke up from a night of cultivation. His eyelids trembled slightly. The moment Xiaoyan opened his eyes, a brilliant flame flashed across the depths of Xiaoyan's eyes. After a night of cultivation, Xiaoyan did not feel the slightest bit tired. On the contrary, it made him feel even more energetic. Xiaoyan's body shook slightly as he stood up. Immediately, a wave of firecracker-like crackling sound was emitted from all over his body. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into an arc as he sensed the refreshing feeling that was emitted from within his body. He immediately moved his body and flew toward the northern sky. Now that Murong Qianxian's matter had come to an end, Xiaoyan should start on his own matters. According to the original plan, Xiaoyan should head to the Western Wastelands region at this moment. However, he had not obtained the most important icy spirit liquid to refine the icy spirit pill. For the sake of the icy spirit liquid, Xiaoyan decided to temporarily stay in the Shilin region. Furthermore, other than that, the other medicinal ingredients needed to refine the icy spirit pill still required Xiaoyan to spend time to find. Rather than painstakingly searching in the Western Wastelands region, perhaps Xiaoyan would have a greater chance of finding them in the Shilin region. However, at the same time, Xiaoyan was afraid that he would have to face the four great sects head-on. In the following period of time, Xiaoyan continuously shuttled back and forth between the few nearby cities. On one hand, he searched for information about the remaining medicinal ingredients, on the other hand, he also inquired about some natural treasures that could increase spiritual force. Now, if Xiaoyan wanted to increase his spiritual force, there were only two methods he could follow. The first was to use a secret art and slowly cultivate. At the cost of time, he could cultivate his spiritual force for a long period of time. Of course, this method could indeed be said to be seeking victory through stability, but it would take too long. Even with Xiaoyan's temperament, he could not wait for 10 or 100 years of boring cultivation. As for the second method, it was to use heavenly treasures to achieve the effect of rapidly increasing one's soul strength. Compared to the first method, although the probability of finding this method was not high, the effect was more obvious. It was the choice of most alchemists and array masters. The current Xiaoyan didn't have the patience to cultivate his spiritual strength. Therefore, he focused all his attention on the second method. Even if the chances were small, Xiaoyan still wanted to give it a try. A month later, Xiaoyan, who had been searching everywhere, finally arrived in front of a city. At this moment, Xiaoyan's pitch-black eyes finally revealed some exhaustion. After a month of searching all over the place, Xiaoyan was disappointed time and time again. In a month's time, Xiaoyan had visited dozens of big and small cities, but the results were still disappointing. Besides finding 3 medicinal ingredients, Xiaoyan was unable to find anything else. With regards to the main medicinal ingredients for the ice spirit pill and the Bodhi returning pill, Xiaoyan also did not have any information. As for the heavenly treasure that could increase one's spiritual force, it was even more impossible to find. At this moment, Xiaoyan lifted his head to look at the ancient city in front of him. He could not help but use his hand to forcefully rub his face. With the last bit of hope in his heart, his body moved as he flew towards the city in front of him. Coldstream City. As he softly muttered these words, Xiaoyan's eyes slowly shifted away from the city gates. With one hand, he tugged at the black robes on his body. Only then did his figure move as he followed the surrounding crowd into the city. The area of Coldstream City was not small. Even when compared to Yen City, it was not inferior in size. In this area, Coldstream City was also the largest city, and this was also the reason why it was so prosperous. After entering the city, the enormous outline of the city appeared before Xiaoyan's eyes. The seemingly endless streets in front of him also showed how enormous Coldstream City was. However, to Xiaoyan, all of this was not attractive at all. Xiaoyan's gaze was only focused on those shops, and whether they had the medicinal ingredients that he needed. Similar to his actions in the previous month, Xiaoyan's target was the shops in the city. Of course, as he passed by, he did not forget to sweep his gaze across the street vendors. Many times, he would find things that one would not expect from these street vendors. Since Xiaoyan had experienced this before, he naturally would not miss this opportunity. However, it was a pity that finding amazing treasures from street vendors did not happen often. Even though Xiaoyan had visited all the street vendors in the past month, he still did not find anything. This time was no exception. Sigh, As he laughed bitterly in his heart, Xiaoyan understood that he had indeed been a little too impatient. Following the flow of people, Xiaoyan walked for a long time until a splendidly decorated large shop appeared before his eyes. Only then did the expression on Xiaoyan's face change. "Four-way pavilion, what an extravagant name. However, I wonder if there is anything that I need here." Seeing the huge square-shaped building in front of him, which did indeed live up to its name, a sigh involuntarily surged into Xiaoyan's eyes. Hopefully, he would be able to find the thing that he needed in this place. Even if it was just one thing, it was enough to cause Xiaoyan to feel excited. When Xiaoyan stepped into the pavilion, the noise from the outside world instantly decreased by more than half. When Xiaoyan's body had completely stepped into this four-way pavilion, all the noise from the outside world had completely disappeared. At the same time, when Xiaoyan raised his eyes to take a look, the atmosphere in the pavilion involuntarily made him feel a little strange. Under normal circumstances, the people who ran a shop, regardless of whether they were the shop's attendants or the owner, should be courteous to their customers. However, looking at the situation before him, Xiaoyan could not help but frown. Although there were over 10 people choosing items in front of the counter in the hall, the attendants actually completely ignored these so-called customers. Instead, they appeared to be somewhat impatient. In fact, there were even a few bad-tempered attendants who actually pointed at a few customers and urged them in a loud voice with a displeased expression. Moreover, from the looks of it, they were simply planning to force a sale. Although the customers were somewhat dissatisfied with this, when their eyes noticed an old man with his eyes shut in the hall, they could only bitterly clench their teeth. However, they did not say anything else. Instead, they randomly chose a few items, hastily paid the bill and left. When they saw the few people leave, the attendants sneered and mocked them. At the same time, their poisonous snake-like sharp eyes quickly landed on Xiaoyan's body. At this moment, the few customers just so happened to pass by Xiaoyan. When they saw the confused face of Xiaoyan, the few of them involuntarily cast a pitiful gaze at him. Immediately, they did not dare to say anything else. After hurriedly bypassing Xiaoyan, they swiftly left this four-way pavilion. "Hee, another one has come to give me money. TSK, who knows if this brat is a pauper? He dares to barge into my four-way pavilion. No one has ever dared to approach my four-way pavilion, unless," a few servants with sinister smiles on their faces secretly muttered something. At the end of their words, their slightly fearful gazes landed on the old man who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in the middle of the hall. "Tisk, let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about this brat now. I'll make a bet with you. If he has money and can afford anything here, I'll lose an emperor-grade medicinal pill to you. If he doesn't, at most, I'll compensate you with one. No, I want the girl you got yesterday. That little girl looks so fresh. I'm afraid you've scared her a lot, haha." Coarse and lewd laughter spread throughout the hall. At the same time, it also caused the other servants to smile. As for the few young girls among the guests, after hearing these words, their pretty faces quickly turned red. They cast disdainful gazes at the two servants who spoke. Where did this stinking girl come from? She dares to stare at me. She deserves to be beaten." Noticing the resentful gazes of the few young girls, the servant laughed coldly. His face immediately revealed a displeased expression. The figure that was originally sitting on the counter instantly flashed and appeared in front of a young girl. With a wave of his hand, a slap ruthlessly landed. This sudden scene caused the young girl to instantly turn pale with fright. The man beside her, on the other hand, revealed a grave expression. His body moved, and he braced himself to charge forward. You want to be a hero and save the beauty? Get lost." In response, the servant sneered. His body that was stopped in midair suddenly twisted. Immediately after, a heavy whip kick ruthlessly smashed onto the chest of the man in front of him. With just one blow, he was sent flying. When the man was sent flying, it was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the direction he flew in was actually towards Xiaoyan, who was standing at the same spot. With a sneer, the servant with a sinister face leaped back. At the same time, he pricked up his ears and turned his back to Xiaoyan, as if he was listening to Xiaoyan's situation. However, the scene that happened in the next moment caused the sneer on the servant's face to quickly change. At the same time, the expressions of the others in the arena also changed. At this moment, Xiaoyan's face was calm. A thought passed through his heart and an invisible spiritual strength had already swept out, easily catching the human figure that had shot over in midair. The expression in everyone's eyes involuntarily changed when they saw this scene. At this moment, even the old man, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes shut, suddenly opened his turbid old eyes at this moment. His eyes contained surprise as he looked at Xiaoyan. His somewhat hoarse voice was filled with surprise as he said, "What are you talking about? An alchemist? Or an array master?" Xiaoyan did not comment on this. He did not even care about the old man's question. With a thought, he slowly put down the man who was gently caught by soul strength. Seeing that Xiaoyan actually ignored him, the old man could not help but narrow his old eyes. His turbid old eyes flashed. He slowly took a breath and spoke again in a deep voice. "Who are you? If you are here to cause trouble, then you have picked the wrong place." As his words fell, the old man slowly stood up. At the same time, a majestic aura spread out from the old man's body, causing everyone's expressions to change except for Xiaoyan. "I'm not here to cause trouble. It's just that I don't like others attacking me for no reason." Xiaoyan's expression did not change in the slightest because of this aura. At the same time, his pitch-black eyes looked at the servant who had just attacked. "Humph." With a soft snort, a solemn expression flashed across the old man's face. Xiaoyan's relaxed expression made him feel a faintly discernible pressure. Swoosh! In the next instant, a sharp sound of thunder suddenly resounded in the hall. At the same time, the old man's expression could not help but change. However, before he could react, a violent bang resounded in the hall. Immediately, the old man and the others in the hall only reacted at this moment. When they turned their heads to look, they saw that Xiaoyan was standing where the servant who attacked just now was standing. As for the servant, he had already been mercilessly stepped on by Xiaoyan. His aura was extremely weak and it was obvious that he was not far from death. This person, what a terrifying speed. The moment he saw Xiaoyan, the old man's eyes suddenly shrunk. An extremely shocked expression appeared on his old face. Traces of cold sweat slowly flowed down from his forehead. The old man was unconcerned about the life and death of that attendant. However, the thing that caused his heart to feel incomparably shocked was that Xiaoyan in front of him was actually able to instantly step on that attendant under his feet without him being able to react. This kind of shocking, frightening speed really caused the old man's heart to be incomparably shocked. "Since you are not a shop, you don't have the medicinal ingredients that I need. I think that I have indeed come to the wrong place." After saying these words casually, Xiaoyan ignored the terrified gazes of the surrounding people. He moved his feet and was about to walk out of the square pavilion. "Mister," at this moment, the old man's voice sounded again. In order to show his respect, the old man called Xiaoyan Mister. "Why? You want to attack me after I hit your man?" Hearing this, Xiaoyan said in a somewhat impatient manner. A month's time had already wasted quite a bit of Xiaoyan's patience. The old man before him truly caused him to feel a bit of disgust. If this guy dared to speak any more nonsense, Xiaoyan would definitely not be stingy and attack him. It was merely a 9-star half-martial emperor. To the current Xiaoyan, there was nothing to be afraid of. The old man was momentarily stunned by Xiaoyan's impatient tone. After that, he hurriedly came back to his senses. A smile hurriedly appeared on his aged face. He cupped his hands towards Xiaoyan and said with a smile, "Mister, don't joke around. What happened earlier was merely a small misunderstanding. However, since Mister said that you have come to purchase medicinal ingredients, then you have naturally come to the right place to come to our square pavilion." As he said those words, the old man raised his hand, extended his palm and pointed to a staircase that led to the second floor. The first floor is merely a floor that our square pavilion casually opened to the outside world. There is nothing valuable here. As for the second floor, it is a pavilion specially opened for high-level half-martial emperors. Only there will be true treasures. Of course, although it is a floor specially opened for high-level half-martial emperors, since Mr. is an alchemist, you will naturally be able to enter it. After the old man's words left his mouth, Xiaoyan, who had already walked to the entrance of the square pavilion, stopped his footsteps. After that, he slowly turned around. Following the old man's finger, his gaze landed on the staircase that led to the second floor. Indeed, Xiaoyan was able to sense a formless power at that place. That sort of power was something that only 5-star half-martial emperors and above could pass through. Of course, with Xiaoyan's soul strength, he would naturally be able to pass through it easily. It was no wonder that the old man would say those words. Sensing this, Xiaoyan's gaze flickered slightly. After pondering for a moment, he finally raised his foot again and slowly walked towards the staircase that led to the second floor. The emotion in the old man's heart finally calmed down when he saw Xiaoyan lift his foot and walk toward the tunnel. He immediately turned his gaze, and his face was cold as he looked at the remaining few attendants. He angrily reprimanded. "You blind thing, why aren't you dragging this bastard away? He's making a fool of himself here. In the future, he doesn't need to stay in the family anymore. He can go to the mercenary team outside the city." The expressions on the faces of the few attendants swiftly changed when they heard the furious reprimand. Their faces carried a dense fear. After which, they hurriedly walked to the front of the attendant who had fainted after being stomped by Xiaoyan. On one hand, they felt sorrow for this fellow in their hearts, while on the other, they also bitterly looked at each other and rejoiced in their hearts. Although the mercenary group outside the city was also formed by a group of half-emperor experts, their hunting targets were also not weak. Under normal circumstances, it was nothing much to encounter a low-level half-emperor-level magical beast. However, they were afraid of those high-level magical beasts. Those fellows were terrifyingly strong. Their mercenary group had been unable to return from the hands of magical beasts of that level several times. At this moment, this old man's punishment was equivalent to pushing them to a dead end. Xiaoyan, who had just walked to the entrance of the stairs, could not help but pause his footsteps after hearing the old man's words. He turned his head slightly and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the old man with interest. The old man's action had undoubtedly caused Xiaoyan to have no reason to continue attacking. However, at the same time, it could be said that he had helped Xiaoyan vent his anger. Since both of them had a way out, Xiaoyan could no longer open his mouth to say anything. The old man appeared to have sensed Xiaoyan's gaze. The fierceness that was revealed on his old face a moment ago disappeared in an instant. Instead, it was replaced by a warm smile. The old man cupped his hands to Xiaoyan and said with a smile on his face, "According to the rules of the pavilion, it is inconvenient for this old man to accompany you. Mister, please go up to the second floor alone. There will naturally be someone up there to receive you." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan once again glanced at the old man. Light flickered in his eyes. Soon after, he no longer paid any attention to the old man. With a light lift of his feet, he moved towards the second floor. It wasn't until Xiaoyan's figure disappeared at the top of the stairs that the old man withdrew his gaze. His pair of old eyes revealed a trace of solemnity. Although he didn't know who this black-robed youth was, from the other party's spiritual strength, he could tell that he was a rank 2 alchemist. Not bad, even he couldn't easily touch an alchemist of this level. Humph, after glaring at the attendants again, the old man retracted his gaze hatefully. With a wave of his sleeve, he once again sat cross-legged in the hall. As for the others, they took advantage of this time to leave the Four Directions pavilion. After stepping onto the second floor, Xiaoyan spread out his spiritual strength. Immediately, he was able to detect many experts with powerful auras. On the second floor, there were a total of 3 9-star half-martial emperors. As for the others, even the weakest among them was a 6-star half-martial emperor. When Xiaoyan appeared on the second floor, the crowd present all turned their curious gazes to Xiaoyan. Immediately, astonishment flashed past the eyes of many people present. Never would they have imagined that the person who had stepped onto the second floor of the Four Directions pavilion would be such a young person. One must know that the rules of the Four Directions pavilion were very strict. Even though the owner of the Four Directions pavilion rarely bothered with the first floor, the second floor was not a place that just anyone could enter. If one wanted to enter the second floor of the Four Directions pavilion, one must either possess a strength of at least a 6-star half-martial emperor or possess an extremely powerful spiritual strength. At the very least, one must be a rank 2 alchemist or a formation master. However, at this moment, no matter how the crowd thought about it, they were unable to imagine how this seemingly young black-gowned young man would be able to meet the two requirements. However, at the same time, the crowd also understood that since this person was able to step onto the second floor with such graceful footsteps, it was likely that the person on the first floor had already personally tested him. Otherwise, this black-gowned young man before them would definitely not appear here. However, other than those surprised gazes, the expression in the eyes of a certain old man in the square involuntarily hardened when he saw Xiaoyan. An extremely obscure glint instantly flashed deep within his turbid old eyes. Soon after, he recovered his calmness. Xiaoyan did not discover this small change. After ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd, he raised his foot and walked toward a counter with relatively fewer people in the hall. Only at this moment did the crowd come back to their senses. Soon after, a white-haired old man quickly walked toward Xiaoyan with a face full of smiles. He first cupped his hands in an extremely courteous manner. After that, with a face full of smiles, he warmly smiled at Xiaoyan and said, "Haha, mister, do you need to purchase something? This old man is the manager of this place. If mister needs anything, please feel free to ask. As long as it is something that my Four Directions Pavilion can afford, we will definitely not be stingy." Hearing this, Xiaoyan's expression did not change much. After seeing the group of people on the first floor, Xiaoyan did not believe that the group of people before him would be any better than them. However, regardless of what Xiaoyan was thinking at this moment, the words from the old man's mouth were what Xiaoyan wanted to hear the most right now. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. He extended two of his fingers and gently shook them in the empty space in front of him. Immediately, a piece of parchment filled with various natural treasures appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. "Do you have the items on this list?" Xiaoyan casually handed the list in his hand to the old man in front of him as he asked with an indifferent expression. Although Xiaoyan's words appeared to be spoken in a relaxed manner with an extremely calm manner, as though the things on this list were dispensable and unimportant, the old man in front of him did not know just how anxious Xiaoyan's heart was at this moment. Facing this kind of old fox, if Xiaoyan really revealed the true thoughts in his heart on his face, he would undoubtedly be asked for an exorbitant price by this old man. On the contrary, if Xiaoyan's expression was calm, this old man would not dare to casually raise the price. Xiaoyan had seen many people like this who would raise the price on the spot. Of course, even though his expression did not change, as if he did not care at all, Xiaoyan was extremely concerned in his heart. After all, this was a big matter that concerned whether he could enter the rank 3 alchemist or not. Whether it was the 2 medicinal pills or the spiritual force, Xiaoyan could not remain calm. After receiving the list, the old man's turbid gaze first randomly swept over it. Immediately following this, a surprise involuntarily flashed across his pair of old eyes. At the same time that his expression changed slightly, the old man raised his gaze and immediately looked at Xiaoyan. He asked in a solemn voice, "Xiaoyan, what are you doing? You are a rank 3 alchemist?" Hearing this, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes was slightly startled at first, but soon after, he looked at the old man without commenting and asked in a deep voice, "Just tell me, do you have the items on this list here?" Seeing Xiaoyan's appearance, the old man did not dare to underestimate him. From the medicinal ingredients on the list, it was not difficult to see that the medicinal pill that was being refined was undoubtedly a rank 3 medicinal pill. Seeing Xiaoyan's appearance, then his guess was not wrong. Without hesitation, the old man quickly nodded his head and said with certainty, "Sir, we do." "Yes." Hearing Xiaoyan's low voice, the old man's tone did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He hurriedly nodded heavily at Xiaoyan. If the black-robed young man in front of him was really a rank 3 alchemist, then just the latter's identity was enough to make the old man bow and bend his knees. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's eyes could not help but flicker slightly. A wave of joy immediately rose from the bottom of his heart. Although Xiaoyan did not know exactly what kind of things were described on the list within the word have, at the very least, it gave Xiaoyan some hope. Finally, after searching bitterly for a month, the heavens did not disappoint those who persevered, allowing Xiaoyan to witness the results. Of course, even though Xiaoyan was extremely surprised in his heart, he still revealed an indifferent expression on his face. No one was able to tell what exactly Xiaoyan was feeling in his heart at this moment. This point also caused the old man in front of Xiaoyan's eyes to focus slightly. He could not help but be secretly surprised in his heart. He did not expect that this black-robed young man in front of him not only had great ability, but also had such a calm temperament. He did not show his emotions on his face. This kind of person was the most terrifying because one would never be able to see through the other party's face. How many do you have? Xiaoyan's pitch-black eyes flickered slightly. He pretended to be calm as he opened his mouth to ask again. Hearing this, the old man withdrew his pair of turbid old eyes, which were originally staring at Xiaoyan's face. He paused for a moment before respectfully cupping his hands toward Xiaoyan in an apologetic manner. Only then did he let out a dry laugh and said with an apologetic face, "Brother Xiaoyan, you are the one who has been waiting for a long time. Sir, because the value of these things that you need is too high, even my four-way pavilion is unable to gather all of them. Currently, my four-way pavilion only has 3 of the medicinal ingredients in stock. As for the rest, my four-way pavilion does not have them." At the end of his words, the old man's face involuntarily revealed an apologetic expression. He gently shook his head at Xiaoyan and frowned slightly as he spoke. Facing a rank 3 alchemist, the old man's heart was incomparably nervous. After all, this kind of person was someone that even a Dodi had to greet with a smiling face. If he did not receive him well, forget about how this black-robed young man in front of him would treat him. Once this matter was known by the upper echelons of the clan, it was likely that he would also be banished from the clan. Thinking until this point, the old man's expression appeared to become even more respectful. Even his breathing had become careful. Seeing the old man reveal such an appearance, Xiaoyan's expression was unconcerned. However, in his heart, he immediately felt a wild joy at this moment. Xiaoyan originally thought that even if he could find the things that he wanted in this four-way pavilion, there would at most be 1 or 2 of them. After all, it was just as the old man in front of him had said. The things that Xiaoyan needed could be called priceless treasures. It was impossible for an ordinary faction to possess them. Even if they did, there would only be 1 of them. Moreover, it would be the kind that would be completely hidden away. It was impossible for outsiders to know about it, much less take it out and openly sell it. However, the answer that the old man gave Xiaoyan caused Xiaoyan's heart to be filled with joy and incomparable surprise. However, from this, Xiaoyan could also see that this so-called four-way pavilion was likely not some ordinary faction. Otherwise, how could they possess the 3 medicinal ingredients on Xiaoyan's list at the same time? The medicinal ingredients, Xiaoyan's hands were behind his back. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the old man in front of him. As he spoke, his hands, which were behind his back and covered by his sleeves, slowly clenched together. The emotions in his heart gradually became nervous. Seeing that Xiaoyan had spoken again, the old man hurriedly piled up a smile on his old face. He hurriedly said, "Sir, the medicinal ingredients that you want are currently in our four-way pavilion." "Haha, I'll order someone to bring them over." At the same time the old man's words sounded, he swiftly called an attendant forward. Under Xiaoyan's gaze, the old man's face carried a solemn expression as he spoke a few words to the attendant by the side. After ordering him to go and return quickly, he turned his eyes to Xiaoyan with a face full of smiles. He cupped his hands together and said with a smile, "It will take some time for the medicinal ingredients to be brought over. During this period of time, sir can still take a look around. Other than the medicinal ingredients on your list, our pavilion also has other high-tier medicinal ingredients. If sir takes a fancy to them, feel free to pick them." Haha. When he said this, the old man's face could not help but reveal a confident expression. Very obviously, he also had quite a lot of confidence in the items in his four-way pavilion, even if the black-robed young man in front of him was a rank 3 alchemist. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes flickered slightly. His heart could not help but be moved slightly. Early on, when Xiaoyan had just reached the 2nd floor, he had already smelled an extremely rich medicinal fragrance from the air. To Xiaoyan, this smell was extremely familiar. Other than some top-grade medicinal ingredients, there was nothing else that could emit such a rich medicinal fragrance. Xiaoyan's gaze moved quickly across the various counters in the hall. In just a moment, Xiaoyan's pitch-black eyes were filled with a fiery glow. Attached dragon branch, strange flower fruit, soul-nurturing grass. TSK. If these items were placed in the outside world, they would be able to cause a huge commotion. I did not expect that they would be placed so casually here. Seeing those rare medicinal ingredients that even he had only heard of, Xiaoyan could not help but feel shocked by the background of this four-way pavilion. Just what kind of faction was this in order to be able to randomly place these things, which could normally be called priceless treasures, in this place for others to sell? This kind of thing caused even Xiaoyan to feel a deep shock in his heart. Seeing these medicinal ingredients placed so casually on the counter, Xiaoyan could not help but want to buy them all in one go. However, after struggling in his heart for a while, Xiaoyan finally calmed down. However, at the same time, Xiaoyan walked out of the four-way pavilion in a state of shock. Only when the old man had already left the four-way pavilion and appeared on the street outside did Xiaoyan, who was looking at the medicinal ingredients at the counter, slowly straightened his body. His eyes were filled with suspicion as he slowly swept his gaze across the place. Immediately, Xiaoyan took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. Earlier, Xiaoyan had clearly sensed an extremely obscure qi covering his body. That qi was clearly trying to probe something from Xiaoyan's body. However, at this moment, that qi had suddenly disappeared. This involuntarily caused Xiaoyan to feel some doubt in his heart. That aura, exactly who is it? Xiaoyan narrowed both of his eyes. His gaze slowly swept over everyone present, only to discover that out of the 3 9-star bandits present, including the old man from earlier, there were only 2 left. I hope that I am overthinking things. His pupils tightened slightly. Xiaoyan felt an indescribable bad premonition in his heart. Earlier, as he did not pay too much attention to the situation here, he did not discover that the other 9-star half-martial emperor had already left the Four Directions pavilion without him noticing. At this moment, Xiaoyan could only hope in his heart that the other 9-star half-martial emperor did not discover anything. Otherwise, his departure would very likely bring about an enormous danger to Xiaoyan. It seems that I cannot stay in this place for long, Xiaoyan secretly said in his heart. Soon after, he no longer bothered to pay attention to the old man. No matter what, he must first obtain these 3 medicinal ingredients. As for the other medicinal ingredients, regardless of how big or small they were all placed at the back of Xiaoyan's mind. After a short period of time, the attendant who had been ordered by the old man to retrieve the medicinal ingredients returned with a white jade tray in his hands and arrived in front of the old man. A high-grade storage ring was placed on the jade tray. Without much thought, the medicinal ingredients that Xiaoyan wanted were definitely within the storage ring. After receiving the jade tray, the old man casually asked the attendant to leave. As for himself, he carefully inspected the items within the storage ring. Only then did he gently exhale with a face full of smiles. Soon after, he raised the tray in his hands and walked over to Xiaoyan. Haha, milord, the 3 medicinal ingredients that you need are within this storage ring. Milord, please take a look. Walking forward, the old man looked at Xiaoyan with a smile and handed the tray with the storage ring in front of Xiaoyan as he spoke respectfully. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's eyes flickered slightly. Soon after, he nodded his head and picked up the storage ring on the tray. At the same time, a strand of spiritual strength flew out from between his brows and entered the storage ring. Sure enough, there were 3 exquisite jade boxes placed in order within the storage ring. The jade box was tightly shut and did not open at all. However, the entire jade box was completely transparent. Through the crystal-like outer layer of the jade box, Xiaoyan could clearly see that the 3 medicinal ingredients were carefully placed within the jade box. Seeing these 3 medicinal ingredients, joy immediately surged into Xiaoyan's heart. These 3 medicinal ingredients were exactly what he needed. Dragon Vine Blood Branch, Snow Spirit Fruit, Young Fire Fruit. It was fine that the first 2 medicinal ingredients had changed. However, when Xiaoyan saw that the 3rd medicinal ingredient was actually the Tender Flame Fruit, the emotion in his heart was finally unable to be suppressed at this moment. Unexpectedly, this was really unexpected. He was actually able to find the Tender Flame Fruit in this place. One must know that this was the most important medicinal ingredient to refine the Bodhi returning pill. Even Leng Bingshuang valued it greatly. He had never imagined that Xiaoyan would actually find this item here. The tender flame fruit. It is truly a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it without any effort. Originally, I thought that I would need to search for a few more days before I could find you. However, since this is the case, it seems that I have finally gathered all the medicinal ingredients I need to refine the Bodhi returning pill. This enormous surprise caused Xiaoyan's heart to be extremely excited at this moment. Obtaining the tender flame fruit also meant that Xiaoyan was one step closer to obtaining the icy spirit cold liquid. Currently, Xiaoyan only needed to wait until his alchemist class reached rank 3 before he could begin to refine the Bodhisattva returning pill. At that time, the icy spirit pill would naturally not be a problem. After a long while, Xiaoyan's mind, which was immersed in the storage ring, finally slowly withdrew. At this moment, the old man beside him was still looking at Xiaoyan with a surprised expression on his face. There was some cold sweat on his forehead, as if he was afraid that Xiaoyan was not satisfied with these medicinal ingredients. That's right. I want all 3 of these medicinal ingredients. When he heard this, the old man's face immediately revealed a joyous expression. Although he was aware of the value of these medicinal ingredients, he was even more aware of the importance of a rank 3 alchemist. Today, if he was able to obtain the favor of a rank 3 alchemist for the clan, then to their entire clan, there would be endless benefits. At the same time, his position within the clan would certainly rise as a result. To him, this transaction was not the slightest bit of loss. Of course, the precondition for this was that the black-robed young man in front of him was really a rank 3 alchemist. If he were to know that the Xiaoyan in front of him was actually only a rank 2 alchemist, just what kind of thoughts would this old man have in his heart? Tell me, how much are these 3 medicinal ingredients worth? I will buy all of them. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan once again opened his mouth. His expression was calm and there was not the slightest ripple. If this was in the past, Xiaoyan would really not have the confidence to say such words. After all, there was not much of the D-tier medicinal pills that he had refined. However, the reason why the current Xiaoyan had the confidence to say these words was all thanks to the storage ring that he had obtained from Zhao Xian. As an elite Dodi, the foundation in Zhao Xian's hands was naturally extraordinary. Just the D-tier medicinal pills alone, there were over 10 of them in his storage ring. There were even over a dozen rank 3 medicinal pills. As for the other various medicinal ingredients, there was an even greater amount. Therefore, after receiving all the wealth of this elite Dodi, it was not a problem for Xiaoyan to obtain these 3 medicinal ingredients with his current financial strength. Hearing the satisfaction that was emitted from Xiaoyan's words, the old man's heart was incomparably happy. However, soon after, the old man hurriedly waved his hand at Xiaoyan and hurriedly said with a smile, "You are too polite. It is only 3 medicinal ingredients. In any case, placing them in our 4 pavilions will only end up burying them. Rather than wasting them like this, why don't I make the decision and gift these 3 medicinal ingredients to you? It is just that." "Cuckoo, you want me to owe you a favor?" Seeing the embarrassed smile on the old man's face, Xiaoyan's eyes flashed slightly. He immediately changed his tone and laughed. "Sir, I do not have any other intentions. I only hope that, sure, it is just a favor. I already owe a lot. I do not lack this little bit." Soon after, Xiaoyan smiled and nodded without waiting for the old man's words to sound. He wore the storage ring on his hand and laughed in a seemingly magnanimous manner. Xiaoyan's decisive words also caused the old man's expression to be stunned. He did not expect that the black-robed, young man in front of him would actually so easily agree to this favor. Alchemists, they are really a group of people who do not play by the rules, the old man quietly muttered in his heart. However, at this moment, he was even more happy in his heart. With these words from Xiaoyan, it was likely that his position in the clan would swiftly rise in the future. At that time, why would he need to continue staying in this 4 pavilions to look at other people's faces? However, as if he wanted to completely capture Xiaoyan, the old man's eyes flickered slightly. At the same time, he seemed to have recalled something and hurriedly inhaled a breath of cold air from his mouth. This caused Xiaoyan's expression to be slightly startled. Soon after, the old man hurriedly opened his mouth again to Xiaoyan and said in a serious voice, "Sir, I have a piece of information here that might be able to help you obtain the remaining few items on this list. However, I wonder if you are willing to listen." After the old man's voice sounded, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes immediately focused. He did not expect that this old man would bring him so many surprises. At this moment, Xiaoyan and the old man were standing in a spacious and empty room. Xiaoyan unceremoniously sat on the seat that had been prepared. The old man, on the other hand, stood a short distance in front of Xiaoyan in a respectful manner. "Tell me, what is the news?" Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and stared at the old man in front of him. There seemed to be an invisible pressure gradually pressing on the old man's heart, causing his heart to suddenly tighten. Looking at Xiaoyan's appearance, it seemed as though he would attack at any moment. Cough cough. The old man's old face was slightly pale as he coughed twice. After pausing for a moment, he carefully opened his mouth and asked Xiaoyan, "May I ask, sir, is there a problem with your spiritual strength?" Xiaoyan frowned. He did not know that the old man would actually ask such a question. His heart immediately tightened. Immediately, the old man seemed to be afraid that Xiaoyan would misunderstand and hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Sir, please don't misunderstand. I only saw that the soul baby fruit was written on the list. Therefore, I was curious and asked such a question." After hearing these words, the emotions in Xiaoyan's heart slowly calmed down. At the same time, a chill surfaced in his eyes as he looked at the old man in front of him. This caused the old man's body to involuntarily tremble. In his heart, he was even more fearful of Xiaoyan. "Recently, my spiritual strength is in need of a breakthrough. Therefore, I conveniently searched for it." "Why, are you very curious about my condition?" With a cold gaze, Xiaoyan's tone was slightly sinister as he said. The old man's body trembled and a chill swiftly rose from the bottom of his feet. After which, he hurriedly bowed respectfully towards Xiaoyan and coughed twice before speaking with an embarrassed face, "Cough cough, sir, you must be joking. Just now, I was merely curious only." As the old man spoke, his voice unconsciously trembled. At the same time, cold sweat swiftly flowed down from the wrinkles on his forehead. "What about now?" Xiaoyan's tone was cold and indifferent, but in his heart, he let out a sigh of relief. I'm not curious anymore. The old man hurriedly lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. Xiaoyan sneered, but the old man in front of him had his head buried deep, so he didn't know about it at all. "Go ahead and tell me. I don't believe that you would ask those questions for no reason." Xiaoyan withdrew his tone. Only then did the old man in front of him heave a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, he recalled that he did indeed have something to say earlier. However, due to Xiaoyan's pressure, he had momentarily become at a loss and forgot to say it. "Sir, although our four-way pavilion does not have the soul baby fruit, I know that there is a place where this kind of natural treasure that possesses spiritual strength exists." "Huh?" Xiaoyan's expression suddenly turned serious, and joy involuntarily rose in his heart. If it was really as the old man in front of him had said, then perhaps, there was hope for his spiritual strength to break through to rank 3. When he saw the change in Xiaoyan's expression, joy also rose in the old man's heart. Although the alchemist's temperament was strange and fickle, if he could cater to the alchemist's preferences, he might be able to bind the black-robed young man in front of him to him. He would not easily miss such a good opportunity. "Where is the thing that you want to talk about?" After regaining his senses, Xiaoyan did not ignore the old man's words because of his excitement. The old man involuntarily clicked his tongue in wonder in his heart when he saw that Xiaoyan had actually recovered his calmness so quickly. This kind of mental state was really difficult to imagine that it would actually appear in the body of a member of the younger generation. After all, it was likely that even some of the experts from the older generation would not be able to calm their hearts so quickly after hearing such news. After a slight pause, the old man organized the following words in his heart. He really did not want to be angrily glared at by Xiaoyan in front of him again. After a short few breaths, the old man finally lifted his head. His gaze slowly looked towards Xiaoyan, and his tone carefully asked, "May I know if sir has heard about the matter of the desolate ancient ruins?" "Huh?" When he heard this, Xiaoyan was stunned, and his face involuntarily revealed a puzzled expression. He had really never heard of what the old man in front of him had said. When he saw the expression on Xiaoyan's face, the old man's heart finally relaxed a little, and his mouth softly exhaled a breath of relief. Soon after, His tone was somewhat uncertain as he said, "Sir, recently there have been rumors that at the border of the Shilin mountain range, as well as a place that borders the human world, there seems to have been an ancient ruin discovered. The natural treasure that you need, which possesses spiritual strength, is located there. You say that I need it, but I still do not know what exactly it is." Xiaoyan's eyes flashed slightly, but his tone was extremely flat. When he heard Xiaoyan's words, the old man could not help but smile awkwardly. Originally, he wanted to keep Xiaoyan in suspense, but looking at the situation, the Xiaoyan in front of him was already a little impatient. Helplessly, the old man could only smile embarrassedly. Soon after, he frowned slightly and pretended to be deep in thought. After confirming that his memory was correct, he opened his mouth to Xiaoyan and said, "Sir, the thing that I am talking about is the soul-consolidating fruit." "Yes." When the old man's voice fell, Xiaoyan's heart suddenly shook, and an incomparably excited expression immediately surged into the depths of his eyes. Even his body, which was originally sitting on the chair, could not help but suddenly stand up at this moment. Just this point alone was enough to prove the waves in Xiaoyan's heart at this moment. Soul-consolidating fruit. Soul-consolidating fruit, I really did not expect it. I did not even dare to think about this thing, but I did not expect that you would actually take the initiative to deliver it to me. The voice in his mouth softly muttered. Xiaoyan also felt a little surprised in his heart because of this. When Xiaoyan first wrote this list, Xiaoyan had already thought of the soul-consolidating fruit. This kind of fruit could be said to be extremely suitable for the current Xiaoyan. If he had it, Xiaoyan had absolute confidence that he would be able to break through his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 3 alchemist. However, it was also because of the soul-consolidating fruit's extraordinary effects that it was rare and not easy to find. Therefore, Xiaoyan placed his target on the relatively more likely soul-infant fruit. However, he did not expect that what made Xiaoyan surprised was that there was still no news of the soul-infant fruit, but there was actually already news of the soul-consolidating fruit. The soul-consolidating fruit. This kind of fruit was neither a flower nor a fruit. However, it possessed an extremely large and pure spiritual strength. This kind of large spiritual strength was enough to allow an ordinary rank 2 alchemist to swiftly raise his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 3 alchemist in the shortest amount of time. Most importantly, the large spiritual strength that the soul-consolidating fruit possessed could allow anyone to directly swallow and refine it without any side effects. It was also because of this that this soul-consolidating fruit had become an object that all alchemists and formation masters yearned for in their hearts. After all, if one relied purely on training to raise one's spiritual strength, one would need an unknown amount of time. However, a small fruit was currently able to create a rank 3 alchemist or a rank 3 formation master within a short period of time. It was likely that any alchemist below rank 3 would not bear to miss out on this kind of huge temptation. Even Xiaoyan was no exception to this point. In the other hall, when the old man saw that Xiaoyan had such a big reaction, he was not surprised but happy. Indeed, this was what he wanted to see the most at this moment. From his point of view, the greater the commotion in Xiaoyan's heart, the better it would be. This would only improve their relationship. The greater the favor Xiaoyan in front of him owed him, the more he would be able to help him in the future. He would also have an even greater reason to get this rank 3 alchemist to act on his behalf. For him, this was really killing many birds with one stone. He just didn't expect that the black-robed young man in front of him didn't know anything about this desolate ancient ruins. However, this news was only spread in recent months. Perhaps during this period, Xiaoyan was in an inconspicuous city, bitterly searching for the medicinal herbs he needed. Of course, all of this was not important to the old man. What he really cared about was whether Xiaoyan in front of him could bring him great benefits. "Are you sure? Are you sure that thing is really the condensing soul fruit?" Suddenly, Xiaoyan, who stood up in front of him, stared at the old man. There was a different meaning in his tone. It was both excited and suspicious. Noticing Xiaoyan's dark black, deep eyes shooting over, the old man's body involuntarily shuddered. It must be said that the black-robed, young man in front of him may appear ordinary, but the invisible pressure that he gave him was not the slightest bit inferior to those in charge within the clan. Thinking of this, the old man couldn't help but secretly feel scared. He could only think that maybe he was thinking too much. After recovering, the old man's face quickly surged with a respectful smile. He smiled respectfully at Xiaoyan and said, "Sir, you can rest assured about this. I am willing to use my life to guarantee that my news is definitely not wrong." When the old man's words fell, he did not forget to secretly add a sentence in his heart. "This news has now spread crazily in the few big cities around. I'm afraid that you are the only one who doesn't know." Of course, Xiaoyan naturally didn't know about these words. However, even if he knew, he believed that he wouldn't take it to heart. As long as a ruin appeared, it would be strange if it didn't attract attention from all directions. Therefore, Xiaoyan didn't have too many doubts about the words of the old man in front of him. After thinking for a while, he nodded his head noncommittally. And when Xiaoyan obtained part of the news about the ruins, at the same time, on the other side, outside the most magnificent courtyard in Coldstream City, the white-robed old man who had left the Four Directions pavilion earlier had already appeared here. Standing outside the manor, the old man slowly lifted his gaze. His pair of densely white eyes looked at the signboard in front of him. The two large words were flickering with a bright golden light. The expression in the old man's eyes flickered slightly. The corners of his mouth unconsciously parted into a cold smile. Sun Mansion. When the guard in front of the door saw the person who came, a respectful smile quickly appeared on his originally indifferent face. He hurriedly bowed respectfully to the old man, and at the same time, he also respectfully called out, "Sir, sir." "Greetings, old Bai." Hearing this, the cold smile on the old man's face slowly disappeared. In the end, it became indifference. After which, he softly snorted and said in a deep voice, "Humph, I have an important matter to discuss with your family head. Quickly bring me to see him." Hearing the words from the old man's mouth, the two guards did not dare to slight him in the slightest. They hurriedly bowed respectfully to the old man again. After which, they made an inviting gesture to the old man. At the same time, they hurriedly opened the tightly shut door behind them. "Humph." After a cold snort, the old man no longer acted courteously. Without waiting for the guard to lead the way, his body flashed and he instantly entered the courtyard. Seeing the white-robed old man who had disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, the expressions on the faces of the two guards in front of the door instantly became overwhelmed with shock. What frightening speed! As expected of a 9-star half-martial emperor expert. That's right. However, if he is compared to the family head, he is far inferior. TCH, the family head is a dignified elite Dodi. Regardless of how fast Bai Yi is, how can a 9-star half-martial emperor be faster than a Dodi? However, if we were to compare the both of us, TSK, even though we are all half-martial emperors, we pale in comparison to Bai Yi. The two armored guards in front of the courtyard mocked each other. At the same time, the white-robed old man who was called Bai Yi had also used a swift speed to fly past a cluster of buildings within a short moment. After which, he arrived in front of the most majestic building within the courtyard. The main hall of the Sun Manor. "Ha ha ha ha, brother Bai Yi, why have you returned after leaving just now? Don't tell me that you have forgotten to inform me of something? You can be rest assured that with me around, as long as that brat called Xiaoyan dares to appear in my Coldstream City, I will immediately dispatch people to capture him." High in the sky, before Bai Ye's body could land, a deep voice that appeared to be quite imposing was emitted from the main hall below like a rumbling thunder. The person who spoke appeared to have sensed Bai Ye's arrival. It was as though he had been waiting here for a long time. Bai Ye's heart involuntarily became awed when he heard that thunder-like voice. An elite Dodi was really this frightening. Just the aura and pressure contained within those words caused Bai Ye's heart to tremble. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of apocalyptic scene it would be if they were to fight. However, Bai Ye's emotions swiftly recovered their calmness soon after. At the same time, his body, which was standing in the sky, flashed slightly and swiftly landed in front of the main hall below. Bai Ye's gaze shifted downwards. In front of the main hall, there was a middle-aged man with a strong body wearing embroidered clothes. He was smiling as he waited with his hands behind his back. "Brother Bai Yi left in the morning and hurried back to my Sun Manor in the afternoon. Looks like Brother Bai Yi has deep feelings for my Sun clan." The middle-aged large man looked at Bai Yi with a smile that was not a smile. The expression in his eyes appeared quite sharp. Bai Yi involuntarily frowned when he saw this. He did not expect that all of his movements were being monitored by this person in front of him. Clan head Sun is also concerned about me. However, the reason I have returned this time around is not for any other reason. Instead, there is something that I feel that there is a need to inform you of. Bai Yi frowned deeply as he stared at the middle-aged man in front of him. It was a long while later before he slowly spoke in a solemn tone. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes when he heard this. His gaze stared intently at Bai Yi in front of him. It was as though he was examining the credibility of the latter's words. After a couple of breaths, the middle-aged man finally laughed softly and opened his mouth to speak. Haha, brother Bai Yi, please don't misunderstand. You should also know that as a Dodi, I am able to sense anyone whose aura I know as long as they are in my Coldstream city. Therefore, this is really an unintentional act, but brother Bai Yi, you said that you have sensed something this time around. May I know? Although the middle-aged man appeared to have a straightforward character, his words were tactful and detailed, causing one to not dare to be careless. The reason I have come this time around is to tell Clan Head Sun that I have seen a person in your four-way pavilion. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. He had seen many people. Who was this person? Brother Bai Yi, please speak frankly. I do not like to waste my brain. Cuckoo, since Clan Head Sun is not willing to think too much, I will speak frankly. This person is the person you mentioned earlier. Suddenly, the expression of the middle-aged man solidified. He involuntarily let out a soft exclamation with Bai Yi in front of him. Xiaoyan! Xiaoyan! It was a long while later before the middle-aged man gradually woke up from the thoughts in his heart. However, he still could not resist softly muttering Xiaoyan's name. You mean that Xiaoyan is currently in my Coldstream city? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Bai Yi in front of him. His voice was somewhat low and deep as he spoke. Cuckoo, that's right. Chief Sun, not only is Xiaoyan currently in Coldstream City, but he is also in the Four Directions Pavilion established by the Sun Clan. Bai Yi parted his mouth and smiled when he heard this. He revealed a row of densely white teeth. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the smile on Bai Yi's face, which should have appeared warm, appeared dark and cold at this moment. A joy immediately surfaced on the middle-aged man's face when he heard the words from Bai Yi's mouth. It was unexpected that Xiaoyan would actually take the initiative to deliver himself to their doorstep. As long as they were able to capture Xiaoyan and deliver him to the Heavenly Sword sect, it would be quite beneficial to their Sun clan. The four large clans under the Heavenly Sword sect, Hua, Shui, Bai, and Sun, each managed the four regions within the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect. The distribution of the regions was based on the contributions of the four large clans. For the past 100 years, their Sun clan had always been at the bottom. Even now, the region that they were allocated was the smallest. However, if they were able to capture Xiaoyan and deliver him to the Heavenly Sword sect, the positions of the four large clans would undergo a great reshuffling. The size of the region was directly related to the profits that their entire clan could obtain. This was also related to the overall strength of their entire clan. This was something that they could not afford to not pay attention to. Moreover, Xiaoyan had disappeared for 3 years. Now that he had reappeared, the bounty that the four large sects had announced for him was something that even these elite Dodi were extremely tempted in their hearts. If they were able to obtain that bounty, in addition to their Sun clan capturing Xiaoyan, they would be able to perform a great service for the Heavenly Sword sect. At that time, the Sun clan would be able to obtain far more than this. When he thought of this, the middle-aged man's heart immediately moved slightly. Once Xiaoyan was captured by his Sun clan, the leader of the four great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect would change hands. Bai Yi, who was in front of him, laughed coldly in his heart when he saw this. If the head of the Sun clan could think of this, how could he not? Long before he had arrived at the Sun clan, he had already used a secret technique to inform the Bai clan behind him. Unfortunately, the territories of the Sun and Bai clans were adjacent to each other. As their neighbor, the Bai clan would likely arrive here soon. This was the reason why Bai Yi had intentionally delayed for so long. Although the two clans were separated by territories, the distance between them was still quite great. However, Bai Yi was confident that the head of the Bai clan would definitely personally come once Xiaoyan appeared. With his strength as a Dodi, this little distance would not take much time. Bai Yi involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart when he thought of this. As long as the head of the Sun clan arrived, it would be hard to say just which clan would end up with Xiaoyan. However, Bai Yi's gaze immediately turned. His eyes flickered in a manner that was undetectable. After which, he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and opened his mouth once again. His tone carried some ridicule as he laughed. However, I think that at this very moment, the manager of the Four Directions Pavilion, Sun Hua, should be surrounding Xiaoyan with a heart filled with joy. Ha ha. Huh? The middle-aged man immediately knit his brows tightly when he heard this. The expression on his face swiftly became gloomy. What do you mean by this? The middle-aged man slowly clenched his hands behind his back. Both of his eyes narrowed as he stared at Bai Yi and asked in a low voice. At the same time that he spoke, circular invisible ripples slowly spread out from the empty space around the middle-aged man. Seeing this, Bai Yi's heart could not help but feel terrified. Soon after, he once again opened his mouth with a smile and said, "Cuckoo, head of the Sun clan, this matter is not made up by me. However, that Xiaoyan seems to have already become a rank 3 alchemist." Huh? Rank 3 alchemist? The expression of the middle-aged man in front of Bai Yi instantly changed when the words from his mouth sounded. A deep shock involuntarily surged within his pair of sharp eyes. Even though this head of the Sun clan had some understanding of Xiaoyan, he only knew that Xiaoyan had once survived under the joint attack of the leaders of the 4 large sections. He also knew that Xiaoyan possessed the frightening ability to challenge those of a higher class. However, he did not know that Xiaoyan was actually an alchemist. Moreover, he was actually a rank 3 alchemist. Rank 3 alchemist Xiaoyan. How is this possible? The muscles on the middle-aged man's face involuntarily twitched intensely. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Indeed, with the status of a member of the younger generation, Xiaoyan was actually able to train his doqi and spiritual strength to such an extent at such a young age. This kind of matter was indeed hard to imagine. Of course, what they did not know was that even though the current Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was not weak, there was still quite a large distance between him and the level of a rank 3 alchemist. At the end of the day, the current Xiaoyan was only a rank 2 alchemist. The reason why they would think that Xiaoyan was a rank 3 alchemist was because the medicinal ingredients that Xiaoyan needed were basically medicinal ingredients for refining rank 3 medicinal pills and above. That was all. Cuckoo, the head of the Sun clan should also be able to understand the importance of a rank 3 alchemist. From the way I see it, Elder Sun Hua of your clan is doing this for the good of your clan. After all, if you are able to recruit a rank 3 alchemist, I believe that your clan will be able to easily take the position of the head of the 4 large clans with the influence of a rank 3 alchemist in less than a year. The future of the Sun clan can be said to be very bright. Hearing these words, the expression in the middle-aged man's eyes immediately brightened. As an elite Dodi, he naturally understood the importance of a rank 3 alchemist in his heart. If his Sun clan was able to obtain the help of a rank 3 alchemist, the future of the Sun clan would really be bright. However, the middle-aged man immediately frowned. He did not believe that a member of the Bai clan, who had fought alongside his Sun clan for so many years, would say such words. As expected, Bai Yi first displayed a respectful manner. After cupping his hands together toward the middle-aged man, he turned his eyebrows and pretended to frown and shake his head in a pitiful manner. With a click of his tongue, he sighed softly. Unfortunately, this rank 3 alchemist just had to be Xiaoyan. He is someone that the 4 large sects want to capture. If the head of the Sun clan really dares to recruit him, stop acting pretentious in front of this clan head. A mere 9-star half-emperor like you does not have the qualification to make irresponsible remarks in front of this clan head. Before the words from Bai Yi's mouth sounded, the head of the Sun clan suddenly let out a cold snort and interrupted him. It was also at this moment that a turbulent aura was suddenly transmitted over from the horizon outside of Coldstream City. The strength of that aura was not inferior even when compared to the head of the Sun clan. The expression of the middle-aged man within the Sun mansion in the city instantly changed when this aura attacked. He turned his eyes and his sharp eyes immediately landed on Bai Yi in front of him. Both of his eyes suddenly surged with a raging fury. Bai Ye's eyes were filled with a fiery fury. Bai Ye's expression changed. Bai Yi. You are purposely stalling for time. This person was the head of the Bai clan. Within the Sun Mansion, the clan head of the Sun clan revealed a fierce glint as he stared at Bai Yi in front of him. His pair of sharp eyes revealed a raging killing intent at this moment. Bai Yi. You actually dare to tease this venerable self and purposely stall for time. At this moment, the raging killing intent on the face of the clan head of the Sun clan was obvious. The words in his mouth had become a little hoarse because of the anger in his chest. Cuckoo, clan head of the Sun clan, both of us are doing this for the sake of our clans. If your Sun clan wants Xiaoyan, how can my Bai clan not interfere? I, Bai Yi, am not the kind of person who will betray my clan. Bai Yi ridiculed when he heard this. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused the expression of the clan head of the Sun clan to become even more gloomy. Humph. If you were honest, this venerable self would still be courteous to you. However, since you insist on seeking death, this venerable self shall fulfill your wish today. Seeing Bai Ye's treacherous manner, the expression of the clan head of the Sun clan involuntarily turned green. Soon after, however, it transformed into an even more turbulent killing intent. At the same time that the furious cry from the clan head of the Sun clan sounded, his strong body suddenly shook. The turbulent aura within his body also suddenly swept out at this moment. It transformed into an invisible wave that carried an aura that came from all directions as it violently swept toward Bai Yi. With such a close distance and the difference in strength between the two, Bai Yi had no way of dodging. In the blink of an eye, that frightening aura had already arrived in front of Bai Yi with a momentum that could break bamboo. Soon after, it was about to violently smash onto Bai Ye's body. At this moment, Bai Ye's heart was also extremely terrified. He did not have the chance to retaliate when faced with an attack from a Dodi. Currently, he did not even have the chance to dodge. He could only watch this invisible aura violently smash onto his body. In the next instant, a deep and loud laughter was suddenly emitted from the sky above Coldstream City. At the same time, a terrifying aura that was not the slightest bit inferior to the former suddenly descended and instantly blocked the aura that was emitted by the head of the Sun clan. Haha, Sun Shua, you want to kill someone from my Bai family right in front of me? You are truly tyrannical. As the aura of the head of the Sun clan, Sun Shua, was blocked, a middle-aged man in a long white robe slowly descended from the sky and blocked in front of Bai Yi. Seeing his master, Bai Ye's face immediately surged with surprise. He hurriedly bowed to the middle-aged man in front of him and said respectfully, "Thank you for saving my life, Patriarch." Facing this, the middle-aged man in front of him still had his back to Bai Yi. He only raised a hand and casually waved it. Then, he raised his gaze and looked at the head of the Sun family, Sun Shua, with a faint smile. Haha, Sun Shua, you and I have both guarded our respective clans for many years. It has been a long time since we last met. Now that we have met, you have become much stronger than before. The head of the Bai clan looked at Sun Shua with a smile on his face. His eyes narrowed slightly as a bright light shot out from the depths of his pupils. Humph, Bai Ying, you are not weaker than me. Your strength has actually reached the middle stage of a 3-star Dodi. Sun Shua coldly snorted. His tone did not appear to be at a disadvantage. Haha, same to you. Since you were able to train to this level, wouldn't I become a joke if I couldn't? Bai Ying laughed out loud. His laughter was deliberately wrapped by Do Qi, allowing everyone in Coldstream City to clearly hear it. At the same time, the belittling intent within his words was also clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone in Coldstream City. Humph, I can't be bothered to waste my breath with you. I'm afraid that you do not have any good intentions in coming here this time around. Sun Shua's eyes stared at Bai Ying in front of him. His tone was filled with ruthlessness. He was also extremely afraid of the latter. This fellow in front of him was the same as the clan heads of the other two clans. They had all competed with him for many years. Now that they had met, it was unexpected that they were evenly matched. It was just that he did not know just how strong the clan heads of the Zhua clan and the Hua clan were. After all, the Zhua clan was the leader amongst the 4 great clans, followed by the Hua clan. Currently, the Bai clan and the Sun clan were basically equal in strength. He did not know just how developed those two clans had become. Hey, what do you mean by I do not have any good intentions? I heard that Xiaoyan has arrived at Coldstream City. I am afraid that clan head Sun will not be able to capture him. Therefore, I have specially come to help. After all, if that Xiaoyan manages to escape in your Sun clan's territory, it will not only cause your Sun clan to lose face. If the Heavenly Sword sect were to blame you, this sin is something that you will not be able to bear. Bai Ying's face seemed to smile as he stared at Sun Shua and laughed. Humph, Bai Ying, are you sincerely looking down on my Sun clan? A fury involuntarily rose in Sun Shua's heart when he heard Bai Ying's words. His face was green and the muscles on his face were slightly distorted. Haha, brother Sun, why do you say this? I am only worried about you. After all, the Sun clan is one of our 4 great clans. If you lose face, the other 3 clans will also lose face. Humph, stop uttering nonsense. Since you have come with a motive, why do you need to pretend to be benevolent? That's right, Xiaoyan is currently in my Coldstream City. However, capturing him is a matter of my Sun clan. Bai Ying, you better mind your own business. Sun Shua's face was filled with anger as he stared at Bai Ying. His pair of sharp eyes appeared as though they were about to spit fire. The pair of fists under his sleeves were tightly clenched together. The doqi within his body churned and the space around Sun Shua's body began to fluctuate intensely. Haha, brother Sun Shua, those who have come are guests. Why do you need to be angry? Moreover, this is the territory of your Sun clan. If you and I were to fight, my Bai clan would be fine. However, if the fight were to affect your Sun clan, the losses would outweigh the gains. As for the matter of capturing Xiaoyan, why don't both our clans rely on our own abilities? Bai Ying smiled faintly as he looked at Sun Shua. The expression on his face appeared unusually easygoing. Compared to Sun Shua, Bai Ying was like an easygoing middle-aged uncle, causing one to instinctively feel a sense of closeness. Rely on our own abilities? Based on what abilities? Hearing Bai Ying's words, Sun Shua frowned gloomily. After pondering for a moment in his heart, he finally raised his head and stared at Bai Ying with a fierce face as he asked in a low voice. Haha. This is simple. Everyone says that Xiaoyan possesses the ability to challenge those of a higher class. Since both of us are elite Dodi, it is inconvenient for us to fight. In that case, we should just let those below the Dodi level take action. Whichever side first restrains Xiaoyan will be the side that Xiaoyan will belong to. Bai Ying parted his mouth and smiled when he saw that Sun Shua had taken the bait. An obscure glint involuntarily flashed deep within his eyes. When the words from his mouth sounded, Bai Ying's gaze also looked at Bai Yi behind him. Hearing Bai Ying's words, the expression on Sun Shua's face involuntarily became a little startled. It was unexpected that Bai Ying would actually raise such a request. However, the most important thing was that he did not limit the number of people. In this way, was he not openly pushing Xiaoyan into the arms of his Sun clan? After thinking for a moment, a smile involuntarily appeared on Sun Shua's face. It was as though Xiaoyan had already become a turtle in his jar. All he needed to do was to send someone out and easily retrieve him. Not long after, his Sun clan would become the leader of the 4 great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect. Haha, Bai Ying, since you are willing to give him away, this clan head shall not be polite and accept it. Haha, alright. I will agree to your request. Both our clans will send people. Whichever side is the first to restrain Xiaoyan will belong to that side. Hearing this, Bai Ying nodded with a smile and said, that's right. Alright. We will do as brother Sun Shua says. While the 2 people in the Sun clan were laughing loudly as though they were doing business, Xiaoyan, who was in the 4 pavilions, also clearly heard all of this. Immediately, his entire face swiftly became gloomy at this moment. It was unexpected that this group of people would actually treat him as an object to fight over. They really treated him, Xiaoyan, as a soft persimmon that could be squeezed by everyone. Haha, in that case, Bai Yi, I'll leave the important task of taking down Xiaoyan to you. You can't fail. Bai Ying solemnly looked at Bai Yi. His expression was extremely serious. Hearing this, Bai Yi's heart could not help but tighten. Even his expression changed slightly. He had never thought that his family's family head would agree to Sun Shua's decision. From Bai Ye's understanding of Bai Ying, his family's family head was not the kind of person who was willing to take a loss. After all, this was the Sun family's territory. If the Sun family went back on their word, the Bai family would not be able to explain themselves. At the same time, Sun Shua, who was behind Bai Ying, looked at Bai Ying, who had his back to him, and a trace of suspicion appeared on his face. Bai Ying had fought with his Sun family for many years. Sun Shua understood the latter's temperament very well. The person in front of him was not someone who was willing to suffer a loss. Once he set his eyes on a prey, even if he could not kill it, he would not be satisfied until he tore off a piece of flesh. However, Bai Ying had actually said such words in front of him. This made him feel suspicious. At the same time, Bai Yi, who was standing in front of Bai Ying, was about to speak with a hesitant expression. However, Bai Ying spoke again with a grave expression. Bai Yi, only you can take on this matter. This matter concerns the face of our Bai family. Do you want to refuse? If you refuse, this Sun guy will gain prestige. Won't he laugh at our Bai family for having no one? After Bai Ying spoke, Bai Yi lowered his head with a solemn expression. He could only helplessly nod at Bai Ying. After all, this was the family head's decision. He had no right to change it, nor did he have the right to refute it. Seeing this, Bai Ying nodded with a smile. However, Bai Yi, who had lowered his head, did not notice that at this moment, there was a flash of light in the depths of Bai Ying's eyes. But Patriarch, this is the Sun family's territory. He has the advantage of numbers. If Sun Shua sends more people, wouldn't we be at a disadvantage as well? After a moment of hesitation, Bai Yi raised his head. At the same time, the expression on Bai Ying's face quickly returned to normal. He smiled slightly and said to Bai Yi in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Young Master Bai, oh Bai Yi, while what you said is correct, do you think that since it's something that you can think of, I can't think of it?" Hearing this, Bai Yi came back to his senses. At the same time, the expression on his face quickly changed. He quickly bowed and apologized to Bai Ying, saying, "Please forgive me. This subordinate is slow-witted. I have absolutely no intention of belittling the Patriarch. Haha, it's fine. I know you're doing this for the good of the clan," so, before he could finish speaking, Bai Ying suddenly turned around and looked at Sun Shua. His eyes narrowed as he spoke to Sun Shua in a serious tone. He narrowed his eyes and said, "However, Patriarch's son, I think that before that, there is something that needs to be explained to you." Sun Shua raised his eyebrows. He knew what Bai Ying wanted to say, but he pretended not to know. He chuckled and asked with a look of knowing the answer. He laughed and said, "Hee hee, I wonder if Patriarch Bai has any questions?" Only Bai Yi and I are here in my Bai family. If I don't do anything, he will be the only one. Therefore, if your Sun family sends people, it is reasonable, you can't blame me for not having anyone in your Bai family. This is my Sun family. As long as I want to, I can send as many people as I want. If Patriarch Bai has the ability, I will not stop you. Before Bai Ying could finish speaking, Sun Shua coldly snorted and interrupted him with a sneer. Immediately, fury surged onto Bai Ying's face. His originally amiable expression suddenly became somewhat distorted and ferocious at this moment. His hands, which had extended out of his sleeves, trembled violently. His eyes were practically spitting flames of fury. Upon seeing this, Sun Shua coldly chuckled. The corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a cold smile. After which, he suddenly waved his large hand. His sleeves fluttered, emitting a fluttering sound. A formless wind also swept across the courtyard. "Everyone in my Sun family, listen up. From now on, all 9-star half-emperors are to go to the Four Directions Pavilion and capture that rank 3 alchemist, Xianxia. Whoever can capture him, I'll reward him with a tier 3 medicinal pill." "No, 2. Sun Shua's loud shout rang out. Instantly, the entire Coldstream city seemed to have been struck by lightning. Sun Shua's words exploded in the ears of everyone in the city. In the blink of an eye, the hearts of everyone in the city were deeply shaken by Sun Shua's words. From Sun Shua's words, it was clear that Xiao Yan, who was listed as the most wanted person by the 4 great sects, was actually in their Coldstream city. Furthermore, it seemed like Xiaoyan was currently in the Four Directions Pavilion in the city. Immediately, greed rose in the hearts of all the half-martial emperors in the city. They were also extremely interested in the reward offered by the four large sections. It was just that they were helpless in being unable to find Xiaoyan. Since he had already appeared in this place, how could everyone in the city easily miss this opportunity to capture him? In the blink of an eye, not only did the Sun family's 9-star half-emperors move, the experts from all over the city also moved upon hearing the news. At this moment, Xiaoyan was in the Four Directions Pavilion. This was something that Sun Shua had personally said. It could not be false. Within a short span of a few breaths, the enormous Coldstream city had swiftly descended into chaos because of the words that had come out of Sun Shua's mouth. Of course, it could also be said to be chaotic. However, it could also be said to be orderly. Everyone in the city had the same goal, and they were all gathering in the same direction in the city. If this scene were to be seen from high up in the sky, it could be described as grand. Countless experts surged out the dochi within their bodies. Numerous dochi light pillars shot straight to the 9 heavens. Immediately, everyone's bodies moved. One after another, they flickered, leaving behind numerous brilliant afterimages in the sky. Tens of thousands of people did the same thing as they swiftly gathered at the same spot in the city. If one were to look at this scene from high up in the sky, it would appear as though countless fireflies were being sucked in by something. As they crazily surged in, the light at the very center gradually became brighter and brighter. At the same time, Sun Hua, who was originally standing respectfully in front of Xiaoyan in the four pavilions, had shock written all over his face at this moment. When Sun Shua's words were transmitted from his mouth, the original thoughts in Sun Hua's heart were shattered like a cluster of fog. Disbelief filled his heart. No matter what, he would never have imagined that the rank 3 alchemist in front of him, who could bring him to a higher position, was actually Xiaoyan, whom the four great sects wanted to join hands to eliminate. You are, how is this possible? Sun Hua's face was filled with shock as he looked at Xiaoyan in front of him. His eyes swiftly turned crimson. His skinny body trembled intensely at this moment. His finger slowly pointed at Xiaoyan. The reward that Sun Shua gave might be tempting to an ordinary person, but Sun Hua was completely unmoved. If the person in front of him was not Xiaoyan, the Tier 3 medicinal pill that he would be able to obtain would be far more than what Sun Shua had promised. However, now, everything had turned into bubbles. Xiaoyan parted his mouth and smiled. His smile contained ridicule and disdain. Yes, the person that your clan head is referring to is me, Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, Sun Hua's body trembled intensely within the four-way building. The words in his mouth appeared to have been forcefully squeezed out from between his teeth. It sounded as though it was filled with fury while suppressing the sorrow in his heart. Puff, when the fury in his chest burned to its limit, the powerful dochi within Sun Hua's body suddenly erupted. At the same time, the fury in his chest transformed into an endless killing intent. Die. Since I am unable to obtain anything, I will kill you today. Today, the old me will tear you into 10,000 pieces. A hoarse cry was emitted from Sun Hua's mouth like a beast's roar. Sun Hua's grimacing appearance appeared especially terrifying. Ha! Sun Hua's body suddenly shot forward with a hoarse furious roar. He was just like a cannonball as he swiftly shot towards Xiaoyan, who was in close proximity. Dark green dochi swiftly agglomerated on the surface of Sun Hua's body. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a solid armor that wrapped around his entire body. The armor was covered with sharp thorns that were especially sharp. When it cut through the air, it left behind numerous dark black crack lines in the surrounding empty space. An invisible wind was like a sharp blade that swept across the interior of the room. Banging sounds of explosions continued to resound. At this moment, regardless of whether it was under his feet, above his head, or the other decorations in the room, everything was turned into pieces by Sun Hua's attack. The unstoppable strength caused anyone who saw it to be shocked. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan, who was standing in front of Sun Hua, had an unmoved expression on his face. There was even a faint cold smile lingering in Xiaoyan's heart. Cuckoo! Suddenly, a faint cold laugh was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. Sun Hua attacked furiously. Only then did Xiaoyan raise his hand. His action appeared slow yet swift. There was a sense of urgency amidst the slowness, and after images were densely packed. Sun Hua's heart became even more furious when he saw Xiaoyan's face reveal a cold smile. A hoarse low roar was once again emitted from his throat. The strength of the solid armor on the surface of his body became even more terrifying. However, the next moment, clang. Xiaoyan's hand gently landed on the armor in front of him, which was covered with sharp thorns. This light palm strike easily blocked Sun Hua, who was charging over ferociously. The appearance of this scene caused the expression on Sun Hua's face under the armor to suddenly become shocked. When he raised his eyes and looked over, he saw that the expression on Xiaoyan's face was still calm. Sun Hua didn't seem to be putting any substantial pressure on Xiaoyan. It could even be said that Sun Hua's all-out attack was nothing but a piece of cake for Xiaoyan. How is this possible? Sun Hua's eyes were wide open, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. The expression on his face was one of utter shock. As his throat rolled, cold sweat quickly poured out of Sun Hua's body, soaking his clothes. Xiaoyan's face revealed a cold smile in the face of this. His dark black eyes were filled with disdain. Although the Sun Hua before him was a 9-star half-martial emperor, in Xiaoyan's eyes, this was not the case. Your doqi is flashy but without substance. Your armor is very loose. You are simply unable to withstand a single blow. The way I see it, your strength as a 9-star half-martial emperor is most likely obtained through the accumulation of external items. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Sun Hua's heart suddenly trembled. The expression on his face under the armor also became incomparably horrified. Never would he have imagined that the Xiaoyan before him was actually this frightening. His strength as a 9-star half-martial emperor was actually only obtained half a year ago by consuming a large amount of medicinal pellets in order to barely make a breakthrough. However, it was precisely because of this that his strength would no longer be able to make any progress in the future. Haha, with your strength, there's no need to mention it. At the very most, you're only comparable to a peak late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor. If it were a 9-star half-martial emperor that had cultivated through normal means, even if that person had just made a breakthrough, they would still be able to easily take care of you. Xiaoyan's ruthless mocking words pierced into Sun Hua's heart like sharp thorns. This caused Sun Hua's face under the armor to rapidly become malevolent. However, even if that's the case, how could you possibly block me like this? As Sun Hua roared with a hoarse voice, his body suddenly moved. Covered by his armor, he ruthlessly smashed his fist toward Xiaoyan's head. His doqi condensed on his armored arm. The might of his doqi became even more frightening. Everywhere his doqi passed, even space itself would instantly collapse. Xiaoyan sneered. The current him was even able to take care of late-stage 9-star half-martial emperors. Thus, there was no need for him to take care of this fellow before him who could not even be considered a 9-star half-martial emperor. Slow, too slow. Faced with Sun Hua's attack, Xiaoyan's evaluation was only 2 words. In the next moment, Xiaoyan slightly twisted his extended palm. Then, a gorgeous heavenly flame flashed through his eyes. With a bang, Sun Hua's body was knocked back by Xiaoyan's attack. Vine thorns. Sun Hua, who was knocked back, was still unwilling to be outdone. The doqi within his body surged violently, and rapidly condensed into dark green thorns in the surrounding space. As the thorns rotated, they emitted an ice-cold sheen that resembled sword rays. Kill! Sun Hua gnashed his teeth and roared furiously. At the same time as the thorns shot out, Sun Hua's body also rapidly turned into a dark green ray of light that shot toward Xiaoyan with a rapid speed. Numerous thorns streaked through the air, forming an encirclement as they rapidly shot toward Xiaoyan. In this narrow space, Xiaoyan was simply unable to dodge. Seeing this, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth rose into a slight sneer. He did not even look at the thorns that were shooting toward him. Instead, at a certain moment, his body that was standing on the spot suddenly twisted, and a whip kick ruthlessly smashed into the space beside him. Bang! In an instant, a frightening power burst forth like a torrential flood. At the same time, in the originally empty space, the armored Sun Hua suddenly appeared and took Xiaoyan's ferocious attack head-on. After the attack landed, Sun Hua's expression immediately became extremely frightened. His eyes were filled with endless terror. However, Xiaoyan did not give him a chance to catch his breath. This was because the soul strength that he had spread out had clearly sensed that many experts had already gathered outside the four-way pavilion. It was likely that all the half-emperor experts in the entire Cold Stream city had gathered here. Under the probing of Xiaoyan's soul strength, there were over a dozen 9-star half-emperors among these people. As for the half-emperors of various levels, there were even more innumerable. As for the Do-Di experts, perhaps because of Bai Ying and Sun Shua, they did not make a move and only watched the situation from afar. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily tightened when he sensed the many experts in the outside world. It was unexpected that the entire city would be mobilized to capture him because of him alone. It was likely that if it was not because of his relationship with those two, it was likely that there would not be a lack of elite Do-Di. Looks like I can't delay any longer, Xiaoyan muttered in a low voice. His cold gaze immediately landed on Sun Hua, who had been sent flying. The corners of his mouth lifted into a bone-chilling smile. Immediately, his body moved. Once he used the sky extinction steps, Xiaoyan instantly appeared beside Sun Hua. Golden light shot out from his eyes as Xiaoyan's body rapidly expanded. Diamond glass body. Bang! Outside the four-way pavilion where countless people were gathered, numerous figures rapidly flew over like meteors. However, at a certain moment, the four-way pavilion before the crowd's eyes was suddenly destroyed by a frightening power in an instant. Before the astonished gazes of everyone present, the powerful power burst forth from the four-way pavilion. Moreover, it only used a short instant to destroy the entire four-way pavilion. At the same time as the enormous building collapsed, eye-piercing golden pillars of light shot out from the four-way pavilion like the radiance emitted by the sun. This caused everyone who saw the scene to involuntarily close their eyes. At the same time, before the four-way pavilion completely collapsed, the people within it rapidly turned into rays of light and rapidly flew out from within. When the crowd raised their eyes again, the eye-piercing golden light gradually decreased. Soon after, a giant that could hold up the sky slowly appeared before the crowd's eyes. At this moment, a somewhat miserable-looking figure was emitting a thin layer of dark green Do-Chi radiance from his body. With the eyesight of the crowd, they were able to clearly see that the dark green Do-Chi was condensing into a set of armor. However, at this moment, this armor appeared to be completely filled with conspicuous cracks. On the chest of the armor, one could clearly see a depression. That was caused by Xiaoyan's whip kick. At this moment, the golden giant standing before the crowd was precisely Xiaoyan, who had used the diamond glass body. Since he would be exposed sooner or later, Xiaoyan did not pay too much attention to the greedy gazes of the crowd. He had already seen too much of this. Cough cough. Under the armor, fear was written all over Sun Hua's deathly pale face. No matter what, he had never imagined that the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor that he was so proud of would appear so insignificant before Xiaoyan. Could it be that it was truly as Xiaoyan had said? Was he really that weak? No, it wasn't that Sun Hua was too weak. It was just that Xiaoyan's true strength was simply too terrifying. Merely with the strength of a 6-star half-martial emperor, Sun Hua was able to defeat a late-stage 9-star half-martial emperor. Before him, Sun Hua was truly nothing. Thus, it could not be said that Sun Hua was weak. It could only be said that the opponent he faced was simply too powerful. Cough, cough. Sun Hua's entire body involuntarily trembled while he coughed intensely in his mouth. However, the expression in his eyes when he looked at Xiaoyan had become even more vicious. Cough cough, Xiaoyan, today, even if I have to pay with my life, I will fight you to the death. If I can't get what I want, don't even think about leaving. Sun Hua's body swiftly swelled as his extremely hoarse voice sounded. The armor on the surface of his body disappeared. Numerous bright red crack lines swiftly split open on his dry wrinkled skin. Glaring bright red fresh blood swiftly surged out from them. Even the Do-Chi within his body swiftly became violent at this moment. From the looks of it, Sun Hua was clearly planning to self-destruct. Seeing this scene, the expressions on the faces of the surrounding half-martial emperors in the sky abruptly changed. They did not expect that before Xiaoyan had even been captured, Sun Hua had already given them such a great gift. Madman! This guy is truly a madman. Quickly, retreat. This madman is going to self-destruct. Quickly, retreat. Immediately, numerous alarmed cries began to resound in the sky. The crowd that had just gathered around the four-way pavilion immediately fled in panic like a flock of frightened sheep. The sky above Coldstream City immediately turned into a pot of porridge. What a joke. No matter what, that Sun Hua was a 9-star half-martial emperor. Even though his strength did not match that of a 9-star half-martial emperor, Sun Hua's strength would not be weak at all. If he were to explode at this moment, the might of his self-detonation would be so powerful that even the 9-star half-martial emperors present would not be able to escape calamity. However, while everyone in the sky was panicking, Xiaoyan sneered in his heart. At the same time, his enormous golden palm suddenly clenched tightly. Clanging sounds of metal colliding immediately rang out in the sky. At the same time, amidst the panic, everyone's gazes were once again attracted by Xiaoyan. "I'll let you self-destruct." The instant a cold and disdainful shout was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth, the enormous golden fist carried an extremely frightening power as it mercilessly tore through space. In the blink of an eye, it had already ruthlessly smashed into Sun Hua, whose body had swelled to an extreme degree. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion resounded in the sky above Coldstream City. Xiaoyan's fist had directly exploded a large region of space. After receiving Xiaoyan's fist, the berserk doqi within Sun Hua's body was instantly dispersed by Xiaoyan's fist, directly breaking free from Sun Hua's control. This also passively prevented Sun Hua from self-destructing. When the fist landed, Sun Hua's body immediately flew out uncontrollably like a broken sack. Everywhere he passed, a large amount of blood sprayed out. In the end, Sun Hua's body, who was on the verge of death, smashed heavily into the main hall of the Sun Mansion. With a loud bang, Sun Hua's body ruthlessly smashed open a huge crater in the enormous courtyard. At this moment, everyone from the Sun family had ashen expressions as they looked at the unconscious Sun Hua in the crater. This was especially true for the Sun family's head, Sun Shua. His expression was extremely ugly at this moment. It would be fine if this had happened before the eyes of the Sun family. However, what infuriated Sun Shua the most was that the Bai family's head was right before his eyes. "This is Sun Hua." Right at this moment, Bai Yi, who was behind Bai Ying, immediately revealed an expression of shock. His eyes stared fixedly at the unconscious figure in the crater, and his voice was filled with disbelief. What? Could it be that this guy is also a 9-star half-emperor? Seeing the shocked expression on Bai Yi's face, Bai Ying could not help but feel curious. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked Bai Yi. "Yes, this person is also an early 9-star half-emperor. Although I have never fought with him, there is no doubt about that. I never expected him to become like this in such a short period of time." Bai Yi nodded and looked at Sun Hua in the crater with lingering fear. He could not help but feel a chill run down his back. There was no need to think too much about the person who attacked Sun Hua. It was naturally Xiaoyan. However, Bai Yi did not expect Sun Hua to be defeated so quickly. Moreover, he was defeated so miserably. It was hard to imagine that if he was in Sun Hua's place, the one lying in the crater would likely be him. Bai Yi, thinking of this, Bai Yi's heart surged with coldness. "Oh." Hearing Bai Yi's words, Bai Ying could not help but reveal an expression of surprise. It had only been 4 to 6 hours since he received the news from Bai Yi. However, in such a short period of time, Xiaoyan had swiftly defeated a 9-star half-emperor. Moreover, because Sun Hua did not recognize Xiaoyan at the beginning, perhaps the time Xiaoyan used to defeat Sun Hua was much shorter than what Bai Ying had imagined. Thinking of this, Bai Ying's expression could not help but change. At the same time, he felt a wave of shock for Xiaoyan in his heart. Being able to defeat a 9-star half-martial emperor within such a short period of time, Xiaoyan's fighting strength could only be described with the word frightening. After all, from what he knew, Xiaoyan's current cultivation level had yet to exceed a 9-star half-martial emperor. However, immediately after, an extremely obscure light flashed in the depths of Bai Ying's eyes. When he raised his head to look at Sun Shua, a smile also flashed across the corners of Bai Ying's mouth. This change in less than an instant was not noticed by Sun Shua at all. "Haha, brother Sun Shua, never. Would I have imagined that your Sun family's people would be beaten back so quickly? This truly astonishes me." Could it be that your Sun family's people only possess this little bit of strength? However, as far as I know, this person is also a 9-star half-martial emperor, no? How could he be this weak? Could it be that your Sun family's people have forcibly increased their strength through the use of medicinal pellets? Baying lifted his chin and pointed at Sun Hua in the huge pit as he spoke with a cold smile. Hearing these words, the expression on Sun Shua's steely green face instantly became incomparably gloomy. His hands, which were covered by his sleeves, suddenly clenched into fists. His entire body trembled intensely, unable to contain his anger. At this moment, Baying once again laughed out loud. The words in his mouth seemed to be advising him. Brother Sun Shua, I know that your Sun clan is the weakest among the 4 great clans. However, this method of yours is really too despicable. This method will only harm your Sun clan in the future. Brother Sun, you should listen to this older brother's advice. It is best that you stop using those crooked methods of yours as soon as possible. Baying laughed out loud. The corners of his mouth lifted into a cold smile. The expression in his eyes was filled with ridicule. On the opposite side, Sun Shua heard these words from Baying's mouth. The anger in his heart soared to the top of his head. The doqi that had been suppressed in his body also began to surge uncontrollably at this moment. Humph! Suddenly, Sun Shua's nose emitted a cold snort that was like a low roar. At the same time, the hand under his sleeves finally swung out violently. The doqi in his body churned. The majestic doqi was like a wave that gushed out from his palm and swept out in all directions. Baying's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this. Although he was not afraid of Sun Shua, he did not wish to have a conflict with him at such a time. Otherwise, if the other 2 great clans were to learn of this, they would interfere. At that time, if his Bai clan really fought with the Sun clan, the other 2 clans would simply watch from the sidelines. This would not be a good thing. After all, the Zhua and Hua clans were much stronger than them. Once the Sun and Bai clans fought, they would be inferior to the other 2 clans in the future. Baying involuntarily narrowed his eyes when he thought of this. The doqi in the vortex in his body quietly circulated at this moment, preparing to face Sun Shua. However, soon after, bang! Doqi swept out, turning into a long spear. Finally, it descended from the sky and ruthlessly stabbed into the huge pit below, in the chest of the already unconscious Sun Ti. The frightening strength directly pierced Sun Hua's body deep into the ground. Half of the doqi spear, which was over 100 feet long, was also forcefully pierced into the ground. Looking down from the surface, one could no longer see Sun Hua's body. There was only a large pool of fresh blood that splattered out under the effect of the enormous strength, dyeing the surrounding ground red. The corner of Bai Ying's mouth lifted into a cold smile. He first narrowed his eyes as he glanced at Sun Shua. After which, his gaze turned and looked at the surroundings of the courtyard. Sure enough, when Bai Ying's gaze landed on the few Sun clan guards guarding the courtyard, their expressions changed. It was likely that they were similarly surprised in their hearts. They had never expected their clan leader to attack his own clan member. Moreover, from the looks of his furious appearance, even if Sun Hua had the strength to refute earlier, it was likely that he would not have any chance of survival under this ferocious attack. Humph. My Sun clan does not raise trash. My Sun clan does not need strength that relies on medicinal pills to accumulate strength. We will definitely not allow such a person to exist. Sun Shua's face was cold as he spoke in an extremely deep voice. He seemed to have sensed the change in the expressions of the guards. Only after these words were spoken did the expressions on the guards' faces ease up. Of course, it was unknown what they were thinking in their hearts. Bai Ying could not help but raise his brows when he saw this. He never expected Sun Shua to actually say something like this. All of his anger was poured onto Sun Hua, who could not be any more dead. This could be considered as saving the face of his Sun family. Otherwise, if Bai Ying were to spread this matter in the future, his Sun family would not even have the power to refute. Humph. Sun Yan, Sun Liang, go. Capture Xiaoyan for me. No matter what, he killed a member of my Bai clan. Today, he must not be allowed to leave this place. Soon after, Sun Shua's foot suddenly stomped on the ground, and his entire body instantly rose into the air. A terrifying aura erupted from his body as a stern shout was emitted from his mouth. Immediately after, the expressions of the Sun Clan's 9-star half-martial emperors standing in the crowd around Xiaoyan changed slightly when they heard their clan leader's order. One must know that they had just witnessed Xiaoyan kill a 9-star half-martial emperor with a single punch. Now that Sun Shua was ordering them to attack, the 9-star half-martial emperors from the Sun Clan were more or less nervous in their hearts. After all, they did not want to end up in the same state as Sun Hua. Haha, clan leader Sun, it seems that your Sun Clan is truly powerless. With so many 9-star half-martial emperors, you actually don't even dare to deal with a single 6-star half-martial emperor. At this moment, Bai Ying deliberately mocked and ridiculed. At the same time, he once again looked towards Bai Yi. Noticing Bai Ying's gaze, Bai Ye's expression could not help but change again. A bad premonition rapidly surged from the bottom of his heart. Humph. If your Bai clan has the ability, why don't you let Bai Yi go first? Haha, that's exactly what I was thinking. After all, the strength of my Bai clan's members is obtained through steady cultivation, unlike some. At the end of his words, Bai Ying intentionally paused for a moment before raising his eyes. With a smile on his face, he said to Bai Yi, as a member of my Bai clan, this clan leader thinks highly of you. You'd best not disappoint this clan leader. Hearing this, Bai Yi was slightly startled. Although he wanted to say something, in the end, he was powerless to refute. After all, the person before him was his Bai clan's clan leader. His words were something that no one in the Bai clan could refute. Haha, don't worry. I know that Xiaoyan is powerful. Thus, no matter what, as long as you dare to fight him, regardless of whether you win or lose, at least you won't lose face for our Bai clan. After his laughter sounded, Bai Ying intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Sun Shua. The mockery in his eyes deepened. At the same time, this made Sun Shua even more furious. Hearing this, Bai Yi helplessly nodded. Although the outcome had not changed, at least Bai Ying had given him a reason to breathe. This made Bai Yi feel slightly more relaxed. Although he was not sure if he could deal with Xiaoyan, Bai Yi was certain that as long as he wanted to, it would not be easy for Xiaoyan to deal with him. After all, with Sun Hua as an example, Bai Yi would only be more cautious when facing Xiaoyan. Bai Yi nodded heavily. Only then did he inhale a deep breath of air. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground. Immediately, rock fragments burst apart and Bai Ye's body swiftly shot into the sky like a cannonball that had been shot out. His eyes turned, leaped over the crowd that swarmed in the sky, and landed on Xiaoyan's body, which had transformed into a giant god. Xiaoyan seemed to have sensed the gaze that had shot over. His body suddenly turned. At the same time that he scared away the surrounding crowd, a pair of bright golden overbearing eyes instantly landed on Bai Ye's body. The person who left the 4 pavilion earlier was you, right? Xiaoyan ignored the surrounding people. His sharp eyes stared at Bai Yi as he spoke in a dense tone. Bai Yi was non-committal when he heard this. At the same time, a thought passed through his heart. The doqi within his body immediately circulated throughout his entire body. With a puff sound, dense white doqi rose from the surface of Bai Ye's body like a cluster of flames. The dense white doqi rose on the surface of Bai Ye's body like a flame. The temperature of the place also gradually rose when the doqi surged out from Bai Ye's body. Oh? Fire affinity doqi ha. A trace of surprise involuntarily flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes when he saw this. He had never seen a fire affinity doqi that could turn into a dense white color. Humph, Bai Yi merely snorted coldly with a grave expression in the face of this. His body suddenly moved. As the flame drifted, his body disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the expressions of most of the Band D experts present changed slightly. Bai Ye's strength was even greater when compared to Sun Hua. At the very least, Bai Yi did not rely on an external object to raise his strength. Ha! Mysterious flame hand. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yi had already passed through the crowd and swiftly arrived in front of Xiaoyan. He waved his large hand and dense white doqi swiftly agglomerated in his palm. His body rotated in midair and a palm was violently smashed toward Xiaoyan's chest. Looking from a distance, the current Bai Yi was like a sparrow and a human when compared to Xiaoyan. The difference in size between the two of them was difficult to imagine. The person who attacked first was actually Bai Yi. Looking at the current Bai Yi, the fear in his eyes had already been reduced by more than half. He also understood that when faced with an expert like Xiaoyan, fear would only cause him to be at a disadvantage. If he wanted to defeat Xiaoyan in front of him, he must first not be afraid. Otherwise, how could he fight if he feared life and death? Moreover, at such a close distance, Bai Yi thought that Xiaoyan, who had transformed into the King Kong glass body, would definitely be a little slow. At this moment, he had suddenly arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Even with Xiaoyan's reaction, it would be difficult for him to immediately launch an attack. As long as his speed was fast enough, it would not be so easy for Xiaoyan to injure him. Unfortunately, Bai Yi's thinking was clearly wrong. The King Kong glass body had accompanied Xiaoyan for many years. Xiaoyan was extremely proficient in its usage. The original flaw of the King Kong glass body had been completely made up for by Xiaoyan's absolute strength. Hence, Bai Yi's actions were completely useless in Xiaoyan's eyes. "Cuckoo, your thinking is not bad. Unfortunately, you are still too slow." Xiaoyan laughed softly. Xiaoyan's fist. Xiaoyan was about to hit Bai Yi's body. He came from behind Xiaoyan's attack. Immediately, the sound of bones being broken repeatedly sounded. The expressions of the various experts watching the battle changed once again. No one had expected that even though it was a person stronger than Sun Hua, he would still be unable to endure a punch from Xiaoyan. This fellow is really too frightening. Is he really a human? This kind of frightening physical strength. It is likely that even those magical beasts who specialize in training their physical bodies cannot compare with him. Bang! While everyone was shocked in their hearts, Bai Yi's body was sent flying by Xiaoyan's punch. Do Qi poured out and Bai Yi's body forcefully came to a stop in the air with great difficulty. After pausing, Bai Yi immediately felt as though his body was about to fall apart. An intense pain was being emitted from all over his body. This kind of intense pain was something that did not have much of an effect even if he used his Do Qi to suppress it. Damn it! This fellow's true strength is far greater than this. Bai Yi muttered in his heart. At the same time, he involuntarily turned his gaze to Bai Ying in the distance. At this moment, only he could decide whether he should stay or leave. Bai Yi, I'll leave the face of my Bai family in your hands. Hold him back. As long as you can hold him back for another hour, you will be able to rest at that time. Once we return to the clan, I will reward you with 2 Tier 3 medicinal pills. Bai Ying transmitted his voice to Bai Yi with a solemn expression when he saw Bai Yi's gaze shoot over. Hearing this, with the temptation of the pill, a fiery feeling immediately rose in Bai Yi's heart. A 3rd-level pill. Even if he were to exhaust all of his family's resources, he would at most be able to obtain one. However, he never expected that his master would actually ask for 2. Bai Yi's gaze turned and once again landed on Xiaoyan. The depths of his eyes were filled with a fiery heat. He was really going all out for the sake of those 2 Tier 3 medicinal pills. Huh. Xiaoyan, again. Bai Yi's body suddenly moved with a furious cry. He ignored the injuries in his body and dodged a couple of times in the air in the blink of an eye before arriving behind Xiaoyan. He waved his large hand and a broadsword immediately landed in his hand. Do Qi gathered and the broadsword emitted a dazzling white light under the cover of the dense white Do Qi. At the same time, the temperature of the area once again rose. Huh. Blazing blade slash. The broadsword swiftly descended after the furious cry sounded. The moment Xiaoyan attacked, the broadsword ruthlessly landed on Xiaoyan's back. Bai Yi's body once again flashed after the attack landed. Xiaoyan's body steadily stood in the air. Both of his hands continued to dance as he received the numerous Do skills that Bai Yi had unleashed. The faces of everyone who saw this scene were filled with shock. Their hearts were incomparably shocked by Xiaoyan's soul-stirring action. It should be known that as a 9-star half-emperor, Bai Yi's strength was already frighteningly strong. If he were to add those various man-class Do skills, once he used them, it would not be an exaggeration to describe the frightening might that could destroy the world. However, at this moment, when faced with these man-class Do skills that could cause the expressions of all half-emperors to change, Xiaoyan had actually relied on his physical strength and the overbearingness of the King Kong glass body to forcefully shatter them. The emotions in the hearts of everyone present had already reached an indescribable level as they personally witnessed the scene before them. They even doubted whether the Xiaoyan before them was truly a human. Was he really a half-emperor? Was he really only a 6-star half-emperor? The broadsword danced in the sky. Numerous shockingly frightening Do skills were completely unleashed by Bai Ye's 9-star half-emperor strength. In a short period of time, Bai Ye could be said to have unleashed all the skills that he had learned in his life. Over a dozen powerful Do skills were wantonly shot out from Bai Ye's hands. Other than a portion of them being blocked by Xiaoyan's Do Qi, most of them were blocked by Xiaoyan using the most violent method. Relying on his King Kong body, he practically destroyed a man-class Do skill with a single punch. No matter how hard Bai Ye tried to unleash his Do skills, no matter how crazily the Do Qi within his body gushed out, in the end, what he received in exchange was still Xiaoyan's normal punch. Before Xiaoyan's punch, it was as if all the attacks were useless. */ sparks flew in all directions. The broadsword once again fiercely smashed onto Xiaoyan's arm. However, the result was that Xiaoyan forcefully shook it. As the enormous force poured out, the broadsword was fiercely sent flying. Even Bai Ye's body was uncontrollably sent flying backwards. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd outside the arena were once again shocked. They didn't know how many times Xiaoyan had sent Bai Ye flying. However, there was one thing that everyone was very clear in their hearts. Even until now, in the process of fighting with Bai Ye, Xiaoyan, as the main character, still hadn't used a single Do skill. Just this point alone was enough to prove how powerful Xiaoyan was. Forcefully enduring the numbness that came from his arms, Bai Ye's expression was grave. The remaining Do Qi within his body crazily surged out of his body. With a twist of his wrist, he once again tightly grasped the hilt of his broadsword. His feet fiercely stepped into the air, and in the blink of an eye, his figure once again disappeared. In the next instant, the broadsword appeared above Xiaoyan's head. At this moment, Bai Ye's figure was nowhere to be seen. "Ha! Try out this famous Do skill of mine." Suddenly, Bai Ye's stern cry reverberated throughout the entire place. At the same time, a thick white Do Qi flame suddenly rose from the broadsword that appeared above Xiaoyan's head with a puff sound. The fierce flame soared to the sky and pierced through the 9 heavens. The aura on it also swiftly became frightening. Red Lotus Soul-Breaking Blade. After the aura on the broadsword had agglomerated to an extremely frightening degree, a hoarse low cry was suddenly emitted from Bai Ye's mouth. His roar was like thunder, shaking the entire place. At the same time, the broadsword that was burning with a thick white flame suddenly shook. Under the eruption of a frightening strength, the surrounding space instantly collapsed. At this moment, the broadsword also carried a frightening aura that could destroy the world as it violently fell toward Xiaoyan below. The expressions on the faces of the surrounding people involuntarily changed when they sensed the frightening aura on the broadsword. Even the few 9-star Ban Emperors present involuntarily revealed grave expressions on their faces. On the other side, Bai Ye revealed a surprised expression on his face when he saw that Bai Ye was actually forced to use his full strength by Xiaoyan. Humph. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan suddenly emitted a cold snort. His body shook and a beautiful heavenly flame immediately agglomerated on the surface of his body. The frighteningly high temperature caused the surrounding air to immediately become unusually dry. Everyone nearby also swiftly withdrew with a change in expression. Xiaoyan raised his head. A pair of golden eyes that were emitting a golden light stared at the broadsword that was rapidly descending above his head. His heart was icy cold. This Bai Ye had really provoked the fury in his heart. Ha! Suddenly, Xiaoyan emitted an earth-shaking cry from his mouth. At the same time, his large hand suddenly clenched and a beautiful heavenly flame swiftly agglomerated in Xiaoyan's palm. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into an enormous flaming ruler. Without pausing, the instant the enormous flaming ruler was agglomerated, Xiaoyan's hand, which was holding the enormous ruler, suddenly swung his arm. The enormous ruler suddenly rose into the air. At the same time, a terrifying aura of destruction that was not the slightest bit weaker than the former was swiftly emitted from the enormous flaming ruler. 7-layer sky-breaking ruler. 1 ruler. Xiaoyan let out a stern cry in his heart. Soon after, the enormous ruler in his hand violently cut through the empty space. The powerful strength caused the entire place to be destroyed. At the same time, the enormous ruler rushed through the empty space, transforming into a dark black, deep, endless empty space. Immediately, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. No one had expected that Xiaoyan in front of them was actually already this frightening. A random wave of his hand was actually a human class Do skill. This fellow, is he really just a half-martial emperor? He is indeed a half-martial emperor. However, the strength that he possesses far surpasses that of an ordinary half-martial emperor. Regardless of whether it is the degree of condensation of the Do Qi within his body or his comprehension of Do skills, they have all reached the peak. It is extremely dangerous to be an opponent of such a person. Unless one has the confidence to kill him. Otherwise, once he matures, no one in the entire western region will be a match for him. TSK, to be able to make the four great sects work together to hunt him down, he is really not someone that an ordinary person can compare with. He already possesses such frightening battle strength as a half-martial emperor. Once he reaches the level of a true Do Di, won't he be able to fight against Origin Realm experts? The few Do Di experts who were watching the battle from afar could not help but click their tongues in amazement. The Xiaoyan before them was much more frightening than they had imagined. Even they found it hard to believe that a 6-star half-martial emperor could erupt with such great strength. This person from the Bai clan is about to be defeated. An expert Do Di stared at the giant ruler that Xiaoyan had swung. He sensed the extremely frightening destructive strength within it. Even with his mental fortitude, he could not help but frown slightly. Soon after, in the next moment, a brilliant ruler glow swept out from the giant flaming ruler. Wherever it passed, the space within a radius of 100 miles would instantly collapse. Everyone outside the battleground rapidly retreated at this moment. No one wanted to be affected by this frightening strength. In the distance, Bai narrowed his eyes as he stared intently at Xiaoyan. The shock in his heart was even more unimaginable. Even he had not expected that a half-martial emperor like Xiaoyan would actually be so powerful. As for Sun Shua beside him, other than a cold smile, there was an even more solemn expression on his face. There were very few people who could be treated in such a manner by him. This was something that even the other 3 clan heads of the 4 great clans could not do. At this moment, Xiaoyan had completely overturned his understanding of a half-martial emperor. He had never imagined that a mere half-martial emperor would be able to erupt with such frightening strength. This brat, he must not be allowed to leave this place today. Sun Shua quietly cried out in his heart. At the same time, the hands under his sleeves slowly clenched. The Do Qi in his body quietly circulated. However, all of this was also sensed by Bai Ying, who had been monitoring him. Boom. The earth-shaking explosion was just like an invisible storm. Even though it did not possess any substantial strength, it still caused the expressions of everyone in Coldstream City to wildly change. The eardrums of quite a number of people who were weaker were instantly ruptured by this explosion. Fresh blood was accompanied by an intense pain as it surged out from their ears. Everyone's faces were filled with ferocity and pain. Even those 9-star half-martial emperors had similarly turned pale at this moment. The frightening strength contained within the broadsword was reduced by over half the moment it collided with the ruler glow. It was only when Bai Yi, who was at an unknown location, wildly exhausted the Do Qi within his body that the broadsword stabilized. However, it was barely able to match Xiaoyan's ruler glow and was far from enough to break it. Only at this moment did Bai Yi completely understand just how frightening the strength of this Xiaoyan in front of him was. It was likely that there was no one other than a Do Di who could contend with such a person. However, at this moment, even though he had already come to a realization, it was already too late. There was no turning back an arrow that had been shot. Now, he either had to use all his strength to fight with Xiaoyan, or he would end up seriously injured or even dead. Damn it. I'll go all out. Bai Yi clenched his teeth tightly. He crazily maneuvered the little Do Qi left in his body. His pale face had turned flushed red because of this. Even his pair of densely white eyes were filled with a scarlet color at this moment. However, even though Bai Yi used all his strength, everything he did was still useless in front of Xiaoyan, 7-layer sky-breaking ruler, 2 feet. An indifferent low cry sounded from within Xiaoyan's heart. Before this ruler glow could land, another ruler glow violently shot out from the enormous ruler in Xiaoyan's hand. In the blink of an eye, it merged with the previous ruler glow. Immediately, the already frightening might of the ruler glow became even more frightening at this moment. In merely an instant, a clear cracking sound was emitted from the broadsword that was covered by Douqi. Immediately after, a metal fragment the size of a palm shot out from the broadsword. Grug, at the same time, Bai also involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The aura of his entire body instantly weakened. 3 feet. Xiaoyan was merciless in the face of this. He waved the enormous ruler in his hand and another ruler glow swept toward the broadsword from all directions while carrying a frightening aura that could destroy the world. Bang! This time around, it was different from before. Under this attack of Xiaoyan's, the strength of the merger of the 3 ruler glows was basically unstoppable as it completely shattered the broadsword. Get lost. Otherwise, the next thing to shatter will be your head. A thunder-like voice reverberated unceasingly over this place. At this moment, the words from Xiaoyan's mouth reverberated in everyone's minds. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock and horror. Xiaoyan slowly exhaled a breath of air. Only then did he turn around. His gaze involuntarily glanced at Bai Ying and Sun Shua, who were standing in the distant empty space. His heart involuntarily tightened. Those two were genuine elite Dodi. Once they attacked, Xiaoyan would have nowhere to run. He had finished off Sun Hua earlier merely to intimidate the surrounding group of people. If this continued to drag on, it would not be a good thing for Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan could not be bothered with Bai Yi when he thought of this. His gaze ruthlessly swept over the surrounding people. Anyone who met Xiaoyan's gaze involuntarily retreated with trembling bodies. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, coldly glanced at them before turning around. He stepped on empty space and flew out of Coldstream City. Seeing this, the expression in the eyes of Bai Ying, who was standing in the empty space, changed slightly. He did not wish for Xiaoyan to flee at this moment. He needed to think of a way to stop him. Bai Ying's gaze turned as he thought of this. He hurriedly looked at Bai Yi once again. Unfortunately, the latter was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It was impossible for him to have the strength to stop Xiaoyan. This involuntarily caused Bai Ying to feel helpless in his heart. The time was not right. If Xiaoyan were to leave at this moment, it would not be a good thing for him. Stop right there. You can forget about leaving this place today. However, at this moment, Sun Shua, who was beside Bai Ying, suddenly let out a cold snort. At the same time, an even more frightening aura and pressure instantly covered the sky above Coldstream City. Powerful Douqi swiftly agglomerated into a circular barrier around Xiaoyan's body, blocking his footsteps that were just about to leave. The frightening oppressive might that filled the sky caused the expressions of everyone in the sky to abruptly change. Even those 9-star half-martial emperors had pale expressions on their faces. Faced with the pressure of a Dodi's aura, other than the few Dodis, no one present was able to endure Sun Shua's extremely frightening aura. Under the pressure of this aura, the group of half-martial emperors in the sky could not help but fly backwards. Most of them were also forced to the ground by the pressure of this aura. They raised their heads with frightened expressions and looked at Sun Shua in the sky. An elite Dodi was truly frightening, just this aura alone was able to easily suppress a 9-star half-martial emperor. The so-called half-martial emperors were simply not worth mentioning in front of a true Dodi. Bang! Xiaoyan's feet violently stepped on the already collapsed pitch-black space. At the same time as the enormous strength poured down from his feet, Xiaoyan's body, which was about to fall, was forcibly lifted up by Xiaoyan. At this very moment, even someone like Xiaoyan had a similarly grave expression on his face. Compared to Zhao Xian, this Sun Shua was even more frightening. Although there was only a difference of 1 star between the two, the difference between the two was like the abyss between the heavens and the earth. A middle stage 2-star Dodi was able to easily suppress an initial stage 2-star Dodi. Sun Shua, on the other hand, was an entire star stronger than Zhao Xian. His strength was not something that Zhao Xian could compare with. Amen? Seeing that Xiaoyan had actually forcefully stabilized his voice under the pressure of his aura, a shocked expression involuntarily flashed across Sun Shua's face. He did not expect that a 6-star half-martial emperor like Xiaoyan would actually be able to resist the pressure of his powerful aura of a 3-star Dodi. This was something that the other 9-star half-martial emperors present were unable to do. Although Xiaoyan possessed a fighting strength that far exceeded his cultivation level, Xiaoyan was ultimately still a 6-star bandit. He was actually able to tenaciously stand in the air under the frightening pressure of a 3-star Dodi. This point was really unbelievable. At the same time, the countless number of bandit experts on the ground also threw surprised gazes at Xiaoyan. Who could have imagined that a bandit would actually be able to endure the powerful aura and pressure of an elite Dodi? This involuntarily caused all the bandit experts present to feel doubt in their hearts. Was this Xiaoyan in front of them really just a bandit? Humph, so what if you can withstand the pressure of this emperor's aura? Die. Sun Shua coldly snorted in a disdainful tone. His body suddenly moved. The next moment, his body had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. This frightening speed caused all the bandit experts in the city to once again feel shocked in their hearts. Soon after, Sun Shua's face was filled with ruthlessness. Doqi poured out from his body as he waved his large sleeve. A palm was violently thrown toward Xiaoyan's chest. At the same time, the pores all over Xiaoyan's body immediately stood when he saw this extremely frightening attack from Sun Shua. Fear swiftly rose within his heart. At the same time, a thought also flew within his heart. He crazily maneuvered the Doqi within the vortex, intending to go all out and fight. Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless in the face of an elite Dodi, especially one with an even more frightening strength. Unless he used his full strength, Xiaoyan would not have any chance of surviving when faced with such an expert. Unfortunately, under the pressure of Sun Shua's aura, even Xiaoyan's Doqi circulation speed had clearly slowed down. At this moment, it was extremely difficult for him to put up any resistance. Damn it! Move! Move! Xiaoyan crazily roared in his heart. The emotions in his heart swiftly became agitated. Threads of scarlet color actually surfaced within his pair of golden eyes at this moment. Haha! Xiaoyan, don't even think about having the chance to retaliate in front of this emperor. Haha, die! A ridicule rose in Sun Shua's heart when he saw Xiaoyan's emotional agitation without any ability to retaliate. At the same time that he laughed out loud, the might of his palm also became even more frightening. Bang! The next moment, a soul-stirring explosion shook the sky. At the same time, a frightening Doqi storm swiftly swept in all directions in the sky above Coldstream City with Xiaoyan and Shuiyan in the middle. The strength of the storm was so strong that it destroyed the buildings below as though they were cutting tofu. Under this frightening storm, everyone in the city below swiftly retreated with frightened faces. Those who were affected by the storm also spat out blood as they retreated. The powerful auras on their bodies swiftly weakened. A moment later, everyone's faces were filled with shock as they paused their bodies. When they lifted their heads to look at the sky, the expressions on their faces involuntarily changed. The scene in front of them was something that no one in the city had expected. He actually attacked. What happened? Don't tell me that he wants to fight head-on with Sun Shua for Xiaoyan. At this moment, everyone in the area was stunned as they stared at the sky. Standing in front of Xiaoyan was a white-clothed middle-aged man with a calm expression and a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. He was blocking Sun Shua with one hand. Bang! Bang! Bai Ying exerted a little force with his palm and a force erupted, easily forcing Sun Shua back. Bai Ying's body did not move while Sun Shua's expression was gloomy as he retreated a few hundred feet. Only then did he raise his sharp eyes and stare at Bai Ying with a cold glint. His expression was ferocious as he snorted coldly and sternly said, Bai Ying, what do you mean by this? Don't tell me that you want to protect Xiaoyan. Sun Shua's tone was sharp and the anger in his words was self-evident. Haha, brother Sun Shua, we have an agreement. You and I will not attack. The matter of capturing Xiaoyan will be handed over to our subordinates. Your actions have already violated the agreement. Bai Ying's eyes flashed when he heard Sun Shua's words. After which, he laughed out loud and spoke to Sun Shua with a soft smile. Humph. I don't care about the agreement. Bai Yi has already been defeated. Xiaoyan is the prey of my Sun clan. you had best move aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Hearing this, Sun Shua sneered. His mouth was filled with mockery towards Bai Ying's words. At the same time, he ordered Bai Ying to retreat. Haha, brother Sun Shua, your words are wrong. Although Bai Yi has been defeated, my Bai clan has at the very least intervened. Compared to your Sun clan not having anyone accept the challenge, it is likely that you have taken the initiative to give up. Since this is the case, logically speaking, Xiaoyan should now belong to my Bai clan. Bai Ying sneered and spoke in a tone that was not weak at all. Humph. So much nonsense. I don't care if they attack or not. All I know is that my Sun family has not given up on capturing Xiaoyan. At the same time, we have not been defeated. However, your Bai family has already been defeated. Xiaoyan belongs to my Sun family. Sun Shua's expression changed slightly. He was also a little angry in his heart. The few 9-star half-emperors from his family had caused him, the Sun family's patriarch, to lose face. Now that he had said such words, Sun Shua also felt flustered in his heart. Humph, since Patriarch Sun is twisting words and forcing logic, then there is no need to say anything more. Today, Xiaoyan is already in the bag of my Bai family. I must take him away no matter what. If Patriarch Sun insists on keeping him, then you can fight with me. If you win, Xiaoyan will belong to your Sun family. Otherwise, he will belong to my Bai family. Bai Ying's face immediately revealed a cold expression when he heard Sun Shua's words. At the same time, a thought passed through his mind and the doqi within his body surged out. The purple-colored thunderbolt was like an enormous python as it lingered around Bai Ying's body. A terrifying aura and pressure caused the surrounding empty space to emit waves of trembling sounds. Seeing this scene, the crowd below could not help but burst into an uproar. They did not expect the patriarch of the Bai family to possess lightning-attributed doqi. The strength of the lightning affinity doqi could be considered an extremely overbearing existence among all the other doqi attributes. An ordinary expert would rarely get entangled with a lightning affinity opponent of the same level. After all, the dominance of the lightning attribute was not only reflected in its frightening might, but also in its paralyzing effect, which could greatly affect the outcome of a battle. Hence, under unnecessary circumstances, ordinary experts would rarely fight against such a person. Seeing that Bai Ying had already raised his doqi, the expression on Sun Shua's face could not help but change. However, in the depths of his eyes, an obscure light involuntarily flashed. Sun Shua narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. His body trembled, and immediately, a blue water vapor rose around his body. Within the small bubbles formed by the water vapor, if one looked carefully, there were actually some tiny earthen yellow lights circulating unceasingly. Seeing this scene in the sky, everyone below once again burst into an uproar. In comparison, Sun Shua was actually a water affinity elite Dodi. The two of them were of the same class. If they were to fight, it was likely that Bai Ying would be the one who would emerge victorious. Although the battle between the two had yet to begin, the spectators had already guessed the general situation. Humph, Sun Shua, let's see how your water-attributed doqi is going to fight against me. Bai Ying sneered. With a thought, the giant lightning python coiled around him and let out an ear-piercing roar at Sun Shua. Humph. Bai Ying, aren't you looking down on this clan head too much? However, at this moment, Sun Shua's mouth also emitted a mocking laugh. He immediately waved his large hand, and the large amount of water vapor that had formed around him swiftly merged and solidified. In the blink of an eye, it actually turned into a somewhat viscous earthen yellow liquid. Seeing this, the expression in Bai Ying's eyes involuntarily hardened. He frowned and felt that something was wrong in his heart. Haha, Bai Ying, this water rock doqi is something that this clan had spent a tremendous amount of effort in order to borrow the help of a high-tier earth affinity magic beast to refine and agglomerate from that fellow's body. Finally, it was successfully merged into this water rock doqi. This D's current doqi is coincidentally able to suppress your lightning python. Sun Shua's face was ferocious as he laughed. His face revealed a disdainful expression. Indeed, in the past, Sun Shua had often been taken advantage of by Bai Ying due to his doqi affinity. However, with this water rock doqi, it would be difficult for Bai Ying to suppress him. This was also one of the reasons why Sun Shua dared to compete with Bai Ying in a head-on fight for Xiaoyan. Bai Ying's heart immediately felt a solemnness when he heard these words of Sun Shua. If this was the case, the outcome of a fight between the two of them would be difficult to predict. However, alright. Since brother Sun Shua wishes to fight, I will allow you to fight to your heart's content. However, you cannot blame me if your Sun clan is gone at that time. Following this, a cold laugh was once again emitted from Bai Ying's mouth. This caused Sun Shua, whose expression had just recovered, to become anxious once again. Although he did not wish to tear Bai Ying apart with his bare hands, he also knew that it would not be so easy for him to defeat Bai Ying. Moreover, if he were to really fight with Bai Ying, the large clan that he had painstakingly managed for many years in the city below would really be destroyed in a day. Bai Ying. You are using this to pressure me again. Why? Does brother Sun Shua really not care about your clan? If that is the case, then come. It has indeed been a long time since I have had a good fight. I will take advantage of today's opportunity to let me see just how much your strength has grown over the years. Bai Ying wore a cold smile in the face of the ferocious face of Sun Shua. It was as if he did not care at all. Moreover, as he spat out these words, he clenched his large hand and a purple long spear landed in his hand. The tip of the spear was pointed directly at Sun Shua. The sharp tip of the spear was wrapped in do qi and reflected a sharp cold light, causing one to involuntarily feel a sense of danger. Sun Shua's eyes were filled with a struggle as he stared at the long spear in Bai Ying's hand. It was a long while later before he let out a cold snort. He waved his large hand and the viscous do qi that had gathered on the surface of his body gradually flowed into his body. Humph. Fine, this time even if you win, I can choose not to attack, but... Sun Shua spoke hatefully. Soon after, his gaze slowly shifted downwards. He looked at the half-martial emperors on the ground in the city. Right now, I will give you two choices. 1. Capture Xiaoyan. Regardless of whether he is dead or alive, as long as you capture him, I will give each of you 2 Tier 3 medicinal pellets as compensation. 2. You can choose not to attack, but today, none of you will be able to leave Coldstream City. Stay here forever and let the people outside know the consequences of disobeying my Sun clan in Coldstream City. Sun Shua's tone was cold and without the slightest trace of emotion. At this very moment, he no longer had the slightest bit of mercy in his heart toward those half-martial emperors of the Sun clan. To Sun Shua, his Sun family had already lost all face today. Secondly, the 9-star half-martial emperors below were the main culprits. Furthermore, the anger in his heart was soaring. Thus, how could he possibly be amiable with them? Hearing this, the half-martial emperors present immediately began to complain incessantly in their hearts. At this very moment, Sun Shua had already placed his blade on their necks. If they did not move, they would die. Of course, even though they knew that fighting against Xiaoyan would not end well, no matter what, it was still better than dying. At this moment, the gazes of everyone below were involuntarily directed toward Xiaoyan, who was in the sky. Their eyes were filled with helplessness, fear, and traces of madness. After all, in exchange for death, if they were able to capture Xiaoyan, the rewards they would receive would also be extremely generous. 2 Tier 3 medicinal pellets. These were things that they would not be able to obtain even if they tried their best. If they were able to obtain one, the strength of these half-martial emperors present would increase by leaps and bounds. This involuntarily caused them to feel crazy. After sensing the numerous gazes from the half-martial emperors present, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes had already recovered its calmness. After the do di pressure had been blocked by Bai Ying, the do qi circulation speed in his body had already returned to normal. If they were to fight now, Xiaoyan was not afraid of any of the half-martial emperors present. Of course, he did not know just what kind of scene it would be if all the half-martial emperors below attacked together. Xiaoyan's heart carried a trace of curiosity and probing as he slowly raised his head. He discovered that Bai Ying was currently looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. This scene involuntarily caused Xiaoyan to be secretly startled. Soon after, Xiaoyan once again exhaled deeply. A pair of golden eyes slowly shut. In the next moment, when his eyes were opened, a domineering voice was suddenly spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth. In that case, all of you can attack together. Everyone in the area was involuntarily stunned when Xiaoyan's words were emitted from his mouth. Soon after, many pairs of eyes that were filled with shock landed on Xiaoyan's body. At this moment, the hearts of everyone present were filled with shock. They even doubted their own ears. No matter how they thought about it, Xiaoyan in front of them was actually this arrogant. Did he intend to rely on his own strength to fight against hundreds of Band D experts? Has this fellow gone crazy? Even if his fighting strength far exceeds experts of the same level, isn't this a little too arrogant? Hee, there is going to be a good show to watch now. Fighting against so many Band D experts at the same time. This brat either really possesses the strength to do so or he will only be seeking his own humiliation. Haha, if he really relies on his own strength to block these Band D experts or even defeat them, Xiaoyan's name will definitely resound throughout the entire western region from today onwards. This battle is extremely meaningful to this brat. A couple of elite dodis stared at Xiaoyan in the distant empty space. The expression in each of their eyes was different. However, from the tone of their voices, all of them more or less held a doubtful attitude toward Xiaoyan. After all, Xiaoyan was currently facing hundreds of Band D experts. This kind of battle was something that even these elite dodi did not dare to believe in their hearts. How could Xiaoyan deal with them? At the same time, Bai Ying and Sun Shua, who were standing a short distance away from Xiaoyan, involuntarily had a slight change in their expressions at this moment. Even the two of them did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually dare to say such words in front of everyone in Coldstream City. Immediately, Sun Shua's face involuntarily revealed a cold smile that contained ridicule. From Sun Shua's point of view, Xiaoyan was merely a 6-star Band D no matter how one looked at it. By relying on his strength to repeatedly suppress 2 9-star Band D experts, it was likely that Xiaoyan was no longer as relaxed as he appeared on the surface. However, he actually dared to boast so shamelessly. He was really asking for trouble. As for Bai Ying, for some unknown reason, he had other thoughts about Xiaoyan from the very beginning. Even though Xiaoyan's actions at this moment were really like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, Bai Ying's expression did not change. It was as though he also had the same confidence in Xiaoyan's victory. This caused Xiaoyan to feel extremely uncertain in his heart. Just what was Bai Ying planning? Ha. Good. What a good Xiaoyan. You actually dare to speak such big words when you are about to die. Since you are so impatient to seek death, what are all of you waiting for? Fulfill his wish and attack together. As long as all of you are able to capture Xiaoyan for me, I will definitely fulfill all that I have said earlier. Sun Shua's sharp eyes swept over the group of Band D experts on the ground as the disdainful cold laughter sounded from his mouth. Immediately, the expressions of all the Band D experts who heard Sun Shua's words immediately became fiery hot. The earlier fear in their eyes when they looked at Xiaoyan was swiftly replaced by greed. Puff. Wave after wave of various colored do qi surged out from the bodies of those Band D experts. Wave after wave of powerful auras swiftly gathered above everyone's heads. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky above Coldstream City was covered by an extremely powerful aura. This aura and pressure was gathered together by all the Band D experts in the city. In front of this powerful aura and pressure, even the few elite dodis, who were quite far away, could not help but have a slight change in expression at this moment. Although this aura was not enough to contend with the aura that they had agglomerated together, the aura that was agglomerated by all the Band D experts in the city could definitely be considered the strongest under the Dodi class. The smile on Sun Shua's face became even colder when he sensed this. Although they had yet to truly attack, the current Sun Shua appeared to have already seen the appearance of Xiaoyan being stepped on by him. Waves of cold snorts were occasionally emitted from his nose. Numerous human figures swiftly rushed into the sky like falling stars. Immediately, they surrounded Xiaoyan, who had already dispersed the King Kong glass body. Numerous pairs of sharp gazes landed on Xiaoyan's body in an orderly manner. The greed in their eyes was self-evident. At the same time, there was also some fear mixed within. This manner appeared as though a pack of hungry wolves were staring at a lion. Although their hearts were filled with fear, their greedy hearts were urging them to challenge their limits. The expression on Xiaoyan's face gradually changed in the face of the increasing number of Band D experts around him. It was ice cold. A brilliant, heavenly flame continued to rise within his dark black eyes. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and a vast and mighty spiritual strength suddenly swept out from between his brows. It swiftly covered the entire place. At this moment, every action of every Band D expert was clearly reflected in Xiaoyan's mind. Xiaoyan was non-committal in his heart as he sensed the powerful aura and pressure that descended from above his head. A couple of years ago, he had already contended with the aura and pressure of an elite Dodi. At this moment, this seemingly powerful aura and pressure was not even worth mentioning in front of Xiaoyan. Humph. A low and deep cold snort was emitted. Xiaoyan's body, which was standing in the air, immediately shook violently. A thought passed through his mind and the strength of the dragon phoenix bloodline that was hidden deep within his body immediately erupted. Purple gold blood agglomerated into a purple gold blood dragon within the blood vessels within Xiaoyan's body. Soon after, the blood dragon began to wildly flow through all of Xiaoyan's blood vessels. At the same time, waves of surging energy were transmitted to all of Xiaoyan's limbs and bones. When that surging energy poured into Xiaoyan's body, Xiaoyan was unable to resist letting out a long and earth-shaking roar toward the sky. Waves of dragon roars were mixed within his roar, causing one's heart to tremble upon hearing it. At the same time, the aura on Xiaoyan's body suddenly soared. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's strength had increased from the initial stage of a 6-star half-martial emperor to the middle stage of a 6-star half-martial emperor. This scene caused the hearts of everyone, who had sensed this, to tremble once again. Soon after, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and an even more frightening aura and pressure immediately erupted from Xiaoyan's body. It was like an enormous invisible dragon that soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it forcefully suppressed the aura and pressure of the several hundred Band D experts in the sky above him. What? The appearance of this scene caused everyone present to involuntarily be startled in their hearts. Their mouths involuntarily let out an exclamation. At this moment, the hearts of everyone in Coldstream City were filled with a deep shock. At this moment, everyone in the sky revealed stunned expressions as they looked at Xiaoyan in the sky. It was difficult to imagine just how powerful Xiaoyan was. He was actually able to suppress such a frightening aura and pressure by himself. Was this Xiaoyan really only a Band D? At this moment, even those elite Dodi's faces were filled with shock. As for Sun Shua, the savage smile that he originally revealed on his face had already become as dark and deep as a pool of deep water the moment Xiaoyan displayed his powerful strength. Humph. This is merely an imposing pressure. It does not prove anything. Everyone, attack together. With the strength of so many of us, there will be a moment when his do-chi is exhausted no matter how strong his fighting strength is. When that time comes, it will be the moment of Xiaoyan's death. Even though the pressure that Xiaoyan displayed was quite strong, it was still unable to suppress the greed in the hearts of these half-emperors. For the sake of a Tier 2 medicinal pill, the things that they could do would be even crazier than one could imagine. Even if they knew in their hearts that they were no match for Xiaoyan in front of them, with a Tier 2 medicinal pill in front of them, it was sufficient to push them to the edge of a blade. Sure enough, when the first shout sounded, various loud shouts that added fuel to the fire followed one after another. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere between the heaven and earth once again became tense. The eyes of the hundreds of half-emperors were like greedy wolves as they stared intently at Xiaoyan. Turbulent do-chi wildly surged on the surface of their bodies. Numerous do-chi light pillars shot towards the sky with an imposing manner. Each and every one of them revealed their own weapons. They were either blades or swords. In fact, there were even some strange weapons that no one knew the name of. However, even so, those weapons that appeared to be insignificant, in the hands of these half-martial emperors, had become sharp killing weapons. Following the eruption of Xiaoyan's aura, the atmosphere in the sky became tense and quiet. No one chose to be the first to attack. Even though they were only facing Xiaoyan alone, everyone appeared as though they were facing a large army. Ha! Xiaoyan, prepare to die. Until a certain moment, an old man holding an enormous sword in the empty space suddenly let out a stern cry. Do-chi surged and the quiet and heavy atmosphere in the square was broken at this moment. As the large sword in his hand danced, his body moved and instantly disappeared in front of the crowd. All that was left was an almost solid afterimage. It only gradually disappeared a couple of breaths later. Soon after, the empty space in front of Xiaoyan suddenly became distorted. The old man, who had disappeared from the spot earlier, appeared. At the same time, the enormous sword in his hand was raised high above his head. A dazzling golden light shot out from the enormous sword. It was just like a bright sun, causing one to be unable to open their eyes. Sword of the Corona! As the golden light shot out, the old man let out an earth-shaking roar. The huge sword in his hand viciously fell down at this moment. The dazzling golden light carried an incomparably sharp aura as it mercilessly fell towards Xiaoyan. However, the next moment, Xiaoyan's hand trembled slightly, and the pitch-black dark heavy buster sword immediately fell into his hand. With a thought, the gorgeous mysterious fire instantly wrapped around the huge buster sword. Sevenfold heaven-breaking ruler. 1 Qi. He let out a low cry in his heart. The heavy Xian ruler, which was wrapped in the heavenly flame in his hand, was lifted. In the next instant, it violently collided with the incoming huge golden sword. However, before the collision between the two ended, numerous human figures swiftly flashed and appeared around Xiaoyan. Their hands were holding various weapons as they displayed their Do skills and violently attacked Xiaoyan. Humph. Seeing that, Xiaoyan couldn't help but let out a cold snort from his nose. A chilling glint shot out from his eyes. The huge buster sword in his hand started to spin, and in the blink of an eye, it continuously and violently swung out a few more Qi. 2 Qi. 3 Qi. 4 Qi. 5 Qi. 6 Qi. 7 Qi. Fierce shouts continued to ring out in Xiaoyan's heart. Ruler lights shot out violently and blocked all of the half-martial emperors that were attacking him. However, at the same time, a 9-star half-martial emperor among the crowd went around the ruler lights, passed through the crowd, and arrived in front of Xiaoyan. With a twist of his wrist, a short black dagger appeared in the sleeve of this 9-star half-martial emperor. Twisting his body at an extremely strange angle, this 9-star half-martial emperor successfully avoided Xiaoyan's line of sight, and rapidly approached Xiaoyan's body. The short dagger in his sleeve slightly flashed, and with the infusion of his Do Qi, it was like a black snake as it violently attacked, and ruthlessly pierced towards Xiaoyan's chest. Ding! However, the result was an extremely clear sound of metal colliding. At the same time, on Xiaoyan's chest, sparks burst forth. The black cloak on his body was torn apart, revealing the body of Xiaoyan that was covered by purple gold dragon scales. Seeing this scene, this 9-star half-martial emperor was greatly alarmed. However, before his expression could change, the huge buster sword that was covered in flames had already heavily smashed into his face. Bang! With a violent bang, the short dagger in the old man's hand immediately lost control and fell from his hand. At the same time, the old man's body was also uncontrollably sent flying. Everywhere he passed, blood splattered. Humph, did you really think that I didn't detect you? Playing this sort of trick of concealment before an alchemist, you are truly courting death. With a cold snort from his mouth, Xiaoyan swept his gaze around. The surrounding half-martial emperors had already loudly shouted as they charged over once again. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed. He forcefully waved the huge buster sword in his hand and his feet fiercely stomped on the air. As power erupted, Xiaoyan's body also suddenly shot forth. Holding the huge buster sword in his hand, he ferociously charged towards the incoming half-martial emperors. Bang! 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 Compared to the old man from before, the current Xiaoyan was even more direct. As the huge buster sword in his hand descended, it would send a half-martial emperor flying. Immediately after, another half-martial emperor would follow closely behind. Soon after, the same scene continuously appeared in the sky. Even though he was facing 2 or even more half-martial emperors at the same time, Xiaoyan was still extremely tyrannical. With a twist of his body, the sky annihilation steps was practically used to its limits. Before those half-martial emperors could clearly see Xiaoyan's body, they were already ruthlessly sent flying by the gorgeous buster sword. After those half-martial emperors used all their strength to ruthlessly pierce through Xiaoyan's body with their weapons, they discovered that there was not a single trace of blood on their weapons. In fact, even the Xiaoyan that their weapons had pierced through earlier had quietly disappeared. Never would they have imagined that as Xiaoyan continued to fall from the huge Buster Sword, the Xiaoyan that everyone thought had been injured was actually only his afterimage. Before Xiaoyan's frightening demon-like speed, even with the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor, they were actually unable to withstand more than a few attacks. Several hundred half-martial emperors. Originally, they thought that they would be able to crush Xiaoyan. However, at this moment, the situation was completely different. One buster for each person, one buster for each person. At this moment, Xiaoyan was like an undefeatable war god. Even a 9-star half-martial emperor would suffer a crushing defeat under Xiaoyan's huge buster sword. In the blink of an eye, half of the several hundred half-martial emperors present had already been seriously injured by Xiaoyan's heavy buster sword. Only at this moment did everyone gradually wake up. The strength of the Xiaoyan in front of them was not something that they could guess. Currently, it was likely that in the entire Coldstream City, there was no one else other than these Dodi present who could defeat Xiaoyan. Outside of the battleground, those few Dodis had stunned expressions on their faces at this moment. It was a long while later before they involuntarily faced each other. They recalled the various guesses that they had about Xiaoyan earlier. At this moment, they involuntarily shook their heads and laughed bitterly. On the other side, Bai Ying and Sun Shua were also incomparably shocked in their hearts. This was especially the case for Sun Shua. At the same time that he was shocked by Xiaoyan's shocking fighting strength, an extremely furious anger also swiftly surged from the bottom of his heart. A bleak, cold wind swept across the world. Above their heads, the blazing sun that was clearly scorching hot also appeared incomparably dim at this moment. The air was filled with a faint bitter smell. This was not an actual smell. Instead, it was a feeling of helplessness mixed with despair. This bitterness came from the depths of one's heart. It seemed to be despair, but also fear. Between the heavens and the earth, countless desolate gazes with various expressions stared at the black figure standing proudly between the heavens and the earth, as well as the large black ruler in his hand. Everyone's gazes were filled with shock, fear, and despair. Who would have thought that a person who appeared to be one of the weakest in this world would be able to suppress all of them, hundreds of half-emperors? Even though they had used all their strength, they were still unable to cause any ripples in the eyes of this black-robed young man. Even though he had already defeated so many half-emperors, Xiaoyan's eyes were still completely calm at this moment. The situation before his eyes seemed to be within reason. However, he did not know just how shocking all of this was in the eyes of everyone in the city. Bang! With a twist of his wrist, the large ruler swept across. A 9-star half-emperor was once again mercilessly sent flying by Xiaoyan. When the bang was heard, the 9-star half-emperor's complexion had already turned deathly pale. After receiving such a heavy blow, this 9-star half-emperor could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. At the same time, his body was also sent flying uncontrollably. The originally dense doqi in his body had been forcefully scattered by Xiaoyan's large ruler. For a short period of time, he was no longer able to control it. After doing all this, Xiaoyan finally slowly raised his eyes. His pair of dark black eyes reflected a beautiful fiery light. When Xiaoyan's gaze swept over the remaining dozens of half-emperors, everyone involuntarily trembled as they swiftly withdrew. The hearts of those who were looked at by Xiaoyan were swiftly filled with an icy chill. Cold sweat involuntarily surged out from all over their bodies. The fear in their hearts was self-evident. At this moment, Xiaoyan was just like a god of death to them. Even though he had not truly killed anyone, the dignity in the hearts of all the half-emperors present had been completely destroyed under his overbearing and sharp might. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan's tensed body relax slightly. Immediately, a feeling of weakness immediately surged out from deep within his body. Xiaoyan's expression, which had not changed for nearly 2 hours, finally revealed a paleness at this moment. Even though Xiaoyan's fighting strength had become extremely strong after being in his peak condition for such a long period of time, allowing him to suppress the hundreds of half-emperors present, it would definitely bring about a long period of low point after this. The appearance of this scene immediately caused joy to swiftly surge into the hearts of all the half-emperors present. They did not expect that Xiaoyan, who had been strong for 2 hours, would ultimately have such a moment of weakness. Ha 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 ha. The opportunity has come. I thought that this fellow was really undefeatable. It turns out that he was merely pretending to be strong and putting on an act. Humph humph, now is the time for us to finish you off. Ha 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 ha. Immediately, the dozens of half-emperors surrounding Xiaoyan, whose faces were originally filled with fear, suddenly revealed a crazed expression on their faces. The change in Xiaoyan's expression seemed to have allowed them to see the dawn of victory. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of half-emperors' expressions immediately became excited. Even the doqi within their bodies became even more turbulent at this moment. Haha. This kid is almost at his limit. Let's all attack together. As long as we continue to exhaust him for a little longer, he will definitely become our prisoner. Haha. Tier 2 medicinal pill, I will soon be able to obtain a Tier 2 medicinal pill. Haha, Xiaoyan, don't blame us for being too ruthless. We won't care if you accidentally die. Haha. As the continuous loud laughter sounded, a portion of the half-emperors in the sky who had originally planned to withdraw turned their gazes back at this moment. Even those half-emperors who had been smashed down by Xiaoyan's heavy Xian Buster sword all leaped up from the ground. Each of them forcefully supported their bodies. With a thought, the doqi within their bodies once again surged out. Numerous sharp gazes shot toward Xiaoyan in succession. Countless gazes were filled with greed. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the weapons in their hands reflected a cold luster. Unknowingly, even the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. It was as if an invisible battle was silently taking place. Ha! Xiaoyan, prepare to die. Until a certain moment, an expert whose strength had reached the peak of the late-stage half-martial emperor realm suddenly moved. The pair of curved blades in his hands immediately cut through the air. Blade light shot out as they ruthlessly slashed toward Xiaoyan. Following closely behind, nearly 100 figures also moved. Each and every one of them had carefully and rapidly shot toward Xiaoyan. As they waved their weapons, countless streams of doqi streaked across the sky like meteors. With the momentum of a combined attack, they ruthlessly smashed toward Xiaoyan. At this very moment, Xiaoyan, who was surrounded by everyone, had a calm expression on his face. Not the slightest ripple could be seen in his pitch-black eyes. In the depths of his eyes, a gorgeous flame gradually condensed into a flaming wheel that slowly rotated. Following closely, Xiaoyan ignored the 100 figures that were explosively rushing toward him. Instead, with a thought, a gorgeous heavenly flame rose from his palm with a puff sound. Following the change in his thoughts, the heavenly flame rapidly condensed in Xiaoyan's palm. At the same time, the doqi within the vortex within Xiaoyan's body also crazily surged out of his body at this moment as if it was free of charge. It turned into many streams of fire that were as thick as a person's wrist. They revolved around Xiaoyan's body and rapidly gathered toward the flaming wheel in his palm. Soon after, when the countless streams of doqi streaks arrived within 100 feet of Xiaoyan's body, the calm expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly became fierce. Immediately, his extended hand suddenly clenched. The flaming wheel in his hand that had yet to completely condense was violently held by Xiaoyan in his palm. With a thought, the remaining doqi in Xiaoyan's body completely gushed out from his palm and swiftly poured into the flaming wheel in Xiaoyan's hand. The next moment, when Xiaoyan slowly raised his eyes, the expression on his pale face had become indifferent and even icy cold. At the same time, Xiaoyan's tightly clenched hand slowly opened. A gorgeous flaming wheel the size of a palm appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. Buddha's Fury. Reincarnation. Buddha's Fury. Reincarnation. At the same time Xiaoyan's mouth slowly spat out words that were filled with indifference, the fire wheel in his hand also emitted a dazzling glow at the next moment. The brilliant flame soared to the sky and filled the sky with a burning momentum. At this moment, everyone in Coldstream City involuntarily revealed a deep fear in their eyes when they looked at Xiaoyan. Even those elite doqi's faces were incomparably shocked at this moment. Unlike before, the do skill that was agglomerated in Xiaoyan's hand at this moment caused them to feel fear and shock from the bottom of their hearts. They could clearly sense that this fire wheel was filled with an extremely overbearing strength. The destruction that this strength contained was sufficient to cause these elite doqi to feel fear in their hearts. Just who is this brat? How can he possess such a frightening do skill? It is fortunate that his current strength is only that of a bandit. If it was an expert of the same level as us, a do skill of this level would likely be enough to kill us. His identity is definitely not simple. By being able to possess such outstanding training talent and possess such a frightening Do skill, this fellow is definitely not an ordinary person. There is definitely an even greater backer behind him. Fortunately we did not act. Otherwise, the few elite Dodis in the distance involuntarily faced each other as they thought of the somewhat frightening result. The expression in their eyes also appeared to be a little afraid. If Xiaoyan, who was in front of them at this moment, was really someone with an extraordinary identity, they really could not afford to offend him. After all, even though they were elite Dodis, they similarly had difficulty protecting themselves on this continent. The Yuanwu continent was very large. A Dodi did not represent anything. When faced with some truly powerful clans or factions, even if they were as strong as a Dodi, they were still like ants in front of those factions. The Yuanwu continent was very large. There were many people who were stronger than elite Dodi. Being overly arrogant would only speed up one's destruction. Perhaps the battle between the Sun and Bai clans would be the beginning of their destruction. The few elite Dodi in the distance involuntarily had the intention to withdraw when they thought of this. They exchanged a couple of glances with each other before quietly withdrawing the aura that they had emitted. There were even some who had turned around and quietly left this place. Unfamiliar enemies were the most dangerous. Although Xiaoyan's name had spread throughout the western regions, no one knew who he was or where he came from. Although the rewards offered by the four great sects were extremely tempting, not everyone would go crazy for it. There were many people who licked blood from their blades, but there were also people who truly cultivated. A moment of greed could destroy everything in an instant, including your loved ones. However, a steady state of mind could allow you to sail the boat far away and not capsize in the gutter. Pung 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 pung. Soon after, when the angry Buddha reincarnation in Xiaoyan's hand completely erupted, the dark black light pillar had the power to break the sky. It easily destroyed the Dochi pillars that shot toward him. Soon after, without waiting for the elite Dodi to recover, the cold and indifferent dark black light pillar had already swept over their bodies in an instant. The terrifying aura of destruction immediately penetrated the bodies of those who were swept by the black beam of light. They could only feel the aura of death rapidly approaching their souls. At the same time, they could clearly see that the parts of their bodies that were swept by the black beam of light actually began to disintegrate in a strange manner. That's right. Under the black light, everyone's skin gradually began to crack. It was just like tree bark that had been dried by the sun. It swiftly fell off from their bodies at a speed visible to the naked eye. After which, it was the flesh below until the dense white bones. Even a portion of the bones had similarly turned into powder under the black light. Everything would fall apart under the black light pillar. In the blink of an eye, an endless amount of painful screams resounded in this empty space. The bodies that were disintegrated by the black light did not feel the slightest pain. All they could feel was an empty space. However, it was also because of this that the disappearance of feeling caused the hearts of these people to feel even more terrified. Unknowingly, it seemed that they had already fallen into the abyss of death. Dying without feeling anything was the most frightening thing in one's heart. After all, death might not be frightening, but the process was extremely frightening. Within a short few breaths' time, those who were struck by the angry Buddha reincarnation fell from the sky with a weak aura. After which, they violently smashed into the city below. The destructive strength of the angry Buddha reincarnation might be silent, but it was so silent that it was frightening. This kind of strange silence caused the hearts of those who came into contact with it to tremble. At this moment, even with Sun Shua's and Bai Ying's mental fortitude, their expressions involuntarily changed. After sensing the strangeness of the black light, the two of them could not help but quietly look at each other. Even they did not expect that the Xiaoyan in front of them would actually be able to control such a frightening strength. The strangeness of this strength was something that even with their experience, they did not know about. What exactly is this brat's Do technique? Why is it so strange? No matter what, even if I have to fight it out with this fellow today, I must leave Xiaoyan here. If I have this Do technique, forget about being the leader of the four great clans. It is likely that my Sun clan will even have a place in the elder seat of the Sky Sword sect in the future. Although he was surprised by Xiaoyan's Do technique, at this moment, Sun Shua's heart was filled with greed. After all, if he was able to master such a strange Do technique, would it not mean that all the elite Do Di who fought against him would be disintegrated to death by this Do technique once he used it? At that time, forget about Do Di, it was likely that he, Sun Shua, would even have the ability to fight against an origin transformation expert. The greed in Sun Shua's heart grew as he thought of this. He let out a low roar in his heart and the Do Chi in his body was instantly raised. He completely ignored Bai Ying, whose expression had changed in an instant. His strong body suddenly moved and swiftly approached Xiaoyan with a lightning-like speed. At the same time, Xiaoyan also swiftly discovered Sun Shua's actions. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's heart felt incomparably solemn. He could not be bothered about anything else as the angry Buddha reincarnation in his hand was instantly pointed at Sun Shua. At the same time, the little Do Chi in his body poured out and poured into the fire wheel in his hand. Angry Buddha reincarnation. Block for me. Xiaoyan let out a low cry in his heart. His expression became incomparably solemn. At the same time, all the strength in his body was poured into the angry Buddha reincarnation. At this moment, the only thing that Xiaoyan could hope for was the angry Buddha reincarnation in his hand. Bang! With the pouring in of Do Chi, the originally 100-foot thick black pillar of light swelled with the wind in the blink of an eye, becoming a 1,000-foot thick pillar of light. At the same time, the strength on it also became even more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it had already violently smashed into Sun Shua's body. The moment the dark black light came into contact with Sun Shua's body, it immediately surged into his body. In front of this black light, even though Sun Shua had the Do Chi protecting his body, he was similarly unable to completely block it outside. In the blink of an eye, Sun Shua had already discovered to his shock that the long robe at his chest had actually turned into nothingness under this black light. At the same time, the skin on his chest had unknowingly festered to the size of a palm. How is this possible? This scene caused shock to rise in Sun Shua's heart. It was difficult to imagine that under this black light, even his physical body could not avoid being decomposed and dissipated. What a strange Do technique. It can even break down this Di's Do Chi. Sun Shua's sharp eyes suddenly shrunk as he sensed that the Do Chi light barrier around him was disappearing at an extremely slow rate. The shock in his heart was difficult to describe. This strange Do technique in front of him could be said to be something that Sun Shua had never seen before in his life. It was able to forcefully break down an opponent's Do Chi. Under normal circumstances, unless one's strength far exceeded the opponent's, one would not be able to break down the Do Chi that another person had refined. However, at this moment, this kind of scene that was logically impossible had actually appeared in front of Sun Shua. This caused him to feel shocked in his heart. At the same time, Bai Ying on the other side also discovered that something was not right. He frowned slightly but did not hurry to attack. Instead, a thought passed through his mind and his spiritual strength spread out. It surrounded the black light pillar that had struck Sun Shua's body and carefully probed it. Soon after, Bai Ying's spiritual strength approached the black light pillar. Bai Ying clearly sensed an extremely strange suction force surging out of the black light pillar. In front of the suction force, Bai Ying's spiritual strength seemed to have been pulled. Even though Bai Ying withdrew it in time, there were still a couple of threads of spiritual strength that were swallowed by the black light pillar. Being the master, Bai Ying was also implicated when his spiritual strength was swallowed. A piercing pain was transmitted from deep within his soul, causing the expression on Bai Ying's face to become slightly distorted. What? Bai Ying's mouth involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air as he exclaimed. His body, which was standing in the air, involuntarily took half a step back. His face was stunned as he looked at Xiaoyan. More accurately speaking, it was the Do technique that he had used at this moment, angry Buddha reincarnation. What kind of ghost Do technique is this? Why is it so strange? It is actually able to swallow my spiritual strength. Bai Ying's face still had some lingering fear as he stared at the dark black light pillar. His heart involuntarily felt extremely shocked. At the same time, his eyes, which were looking at Xiaoyan, also had an unusual glint. A mere Bandi already possessed a strength that could shock an elite Do Di. It was difficult to imagine just how strong he would be once he stepped into the elite Do Di class in the future. This time, I'm afraid the four great sects have kicked an iron plate. Bai Ying couldn't help but feel a sense of seriousness that he had never felt before. However, in the blink of an eye, a dark light flashed in the depths of his eyes and disappeared. Although the four great sects had kicked an iron plate, if the Bai family could be careful, then the one who had the last laugh might be the Bai family. The rise of the small characters might have depended on the fall of these big characters. The western region has remained unchanged for hundreds of years. Now, it's time for a great reshuffle. After recovering, Bai Ying's eyes slowly narrowed into a thin line. His eyes revealed a solemn expression as he stared at Xiaoyan. It was a long while later before he once again looked at Sun Shua. His eyes flickered slightly as the dou qi in his body quietly circulated. At the same time, Sun Shua, who was doing his best to block the black light pillar in front of him, had an increasingly gloomy expression on his face. Even though he was an elite dou di, he still felt his heart tremble in fear in the face of this strange dou technique. He had never heard of such a strange dou technique existing on the Origin Martial continent. Xiaoyan, what dou technique is this? Sun Shua's face was ferocious as he stared at Xiaoyan. His tone was extremely low and deep as he spoke. Angry Buddha reincarnation. Xiaoyan merely replied with an extremely indifferent tone in the face of this. The instant the words from his mouth sounded, the enormous dark black light pillar that he was controlling in his hand suddenly trembled. Immediately, an even stronger aura was emitted from it. The expression on Sun Shua's face involuntarily changed once again. Under this dark black light pillar, even he felt a resistance at this moment. At the same time that his expression changed slightly, a fury also swiftly surged into Sun Shua's heart. As an elite dou di, he was actually blocked by a Ban D-class brat today. If news of this were to spread, he, Sun Shua, would become the laughingstock of others. How would his Sun clan be able to stand among the four great clans in the future? Roar. Thinking of this in his heart, the fury in Sun Shua's chest was immediately unable to be suppressed. He could no longer endure it and emitted an earth-shaking furious roar. His tiger body shook. Immediately, turbulent surging dou qi crazily surged out from Sun Shua's body. The vast and mighty aura caused the entire area to involuntarily emit waves of trembling sounds. Ha! Sun Shua's sleeves were suddenly waved. The surging dou qi immediately transformed into a terrifying force that connected the sky and the earth. It carried a sharp overbearing aura as it violently smashed into the dark black light pillar in front of him. Bang! An intense explosion shook the heavens and the earth. In front of the powerful dou qi of a dou di, even Xiaoyan's angry Buddha reincarnation had difficulty enduring. With just one strike, Xiaoyan's angry Buddha reincarnation was forcefully shattered by nearly 1,000 feet. Even the current Xiaoyan's face could not help but instantly turn pale. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat. A trace of fresh blood slowly flowed down from the corner of his mouth. As for the remaining blood, it was forcefully swallowed back by him. Xiaoyan understood that the more it was at this moment, the more he could not show weakness. Otherwise, it was likely that he would not be able to leave this place today. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan involuntarily glanced at Bai Ying, who was standing in the distance. He did not know why, but he had actually placed his hopes on this fellow. Even though Bai Ying was also one of the four great clans, Xiaoyan could vaguely sense that Bai Ying had no intention of harming him. On the contrary, Bai Ying had even helped him block Sun Shua, who had long since planned to attack him. Even though Xiaoyan did not know just what Bai Ying's intentions were, from the looks of it, Bai Ying was the only other person present who could help him other than Gu Yu. Of course, this was on the precondition that Bai Ying was truly willing to help him. Otherwise, even if Xiaoyan was able to leave Coldstream City, it was likely that he would have entered the wolf's den after leaving the tiger's den. Bang bang bang. A couple of consecutive explosions sounded. Only then did Xiaoyan swiftly recover. However, in the blink of an eye, Sun Shua had already appeared in front of him. His face was vicious and a fierce glint appeared in his sharp eyes. An ice-cold killing intent appeared to be substance-like as it pierced one's skin until it hurt. Sun Shua raised his hand and his palm violently landed on Xiaoyan's head. Humph, so what if your dou qi is strange? It is. Merely a small trick in front of this D's absolute strength. Now, it is time for you to die. The wind horn continued to sound in the empty sky. The scorching hot sunlight gradually dimmed. The cloudless blue sky had unknowingly become deep and serene. It was as though it was just before dawn and also as though it was close to dusk. The soundless sound still clearly reverberated in the minds of everyone in Coldstream City. At this moment, everyone's eyes were staring blankly at the dark black figure in the sky. Everyone's face revealed an expression of disbelief. The shock in their hearts caused this group of people to be unable to spit out a single word even though their mouths were wide open. Even though there were a few people who wanted to say something, the words that they had prepared were forcefully stuck in their throats. Their lips and teeth trembled for a long while, but they were unable to spit out a single word. At this moment, even the few elite Dodi standing in the distant empty space had a dull expression on their faces. Even they did not expect that the black-robed, young man in front of them would actually once again break their understanding of him. This fellow, what was that earlier? What a strange strength. It is different from Dochi and spiritual strength. That thing, could it be, it is the strength of the Great Way. The few elite Dodi's eyes stared intently at the black robe on Xiaoyan's body. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was difficult to imagine that Xiaoyan, whose strength had clearly not reached the Dodi class, was actually able to control the strength of the Great Way. This brat is indeed not an ordinary person. We must not become enemies with him. TSK, he has already comprehended the strength of the Great Way when he is merely a bandit. This Xiaoyan's future is limitless. Humph, he has already comprehended the strength of the Great Way when he is only a bandit. He is even fearless when being captured by the four great sects. I'm afraid that even a ghost would not believe that there is no one behind him. After the shock, many exclamations that were filled with various meanings quickly followed. In short, the meaning behind the words of these few elite Dodi was that they would not become enemies with Xiaoyan. Or perhaps, it could be said that they did not dare to become enemies with him. In the sky, Buying narrowed his eyes as he stared closely at Xiaoyan. He was also extremely shocked. He had never thought that Xiaoyan had actually grasped the power of laws. Even though he did not know what the power of laws belonged to, the fact that Xiaoyan had comprehended the power of laws was enough to shock him. Xiaoyan, oh Xiaoyan, who exactly are you? First, you have such a strange Dao skill, and now you have the great Dao energy. You are really a person that is filled with secrets. Fortunately, I am not interested in your secrets. Buying muttered softly in his heart. His gaze suddenly turned and landed on Sun Shua's body. Bai Ying's mouth involuntarily emitted a cold mocking laugh when he saw half of Sun Shua's swollen face. He did not expect that this Sun Shua, whom even he had difficulty injuring, would actually be ruthlessly slapped in the face by Xiaoyan's hands. This time around, he, Sun Shua, could truly be considered to have lost all his face. Humph, hearing Bai Ying's cold laughter, a fury immediately rose in Sun Shua's heart. The expression on his face had just changed when a hissing sound was emitted from his mouth. This once again attracted Bai Ying's mocking laughter. Bastard! Die! As the fury in his heart writhed, Sun Shua forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his face. He spat out some words of hatred in an unclear manner. His body suddenly shook and viscous liquid-like doqi immediately surged out of his body. As the doqi writhed, the surrounding space involuntarily fluctuated intensely. Roar! Soon after, a vague low roar was emitted from Sun Shua's mouth. He waved his large hand and a suction force surged from his palm. On the ground, the enormous sword that had been blasted down because of the attack earlier seemed to have been attracted by something at this moment. The body of the sword that was inserted deep into the ground suddenly trembled intensely. With a bang sound, it charged out of the ground and returned to Sun Shua's hand in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to move, however, the expression in Sun Shua's eyes suddenly froze in the next moment. Even his breathing involuntarily turned sluggish. A pair of sharp eyes immediately opened in fury. Other than shock, there was an increasingly turbulent fury in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, one could see that the originally sharp and straight edge of the enormous sword that had returned to his hand actually had a gap of 1 to 2 centimeters. This sword of Sun Shua's was not made from ordinary materials. An ordinary attack would not be able to cause even the slightest damage to it, much less leave behind such a large gap. This kind of gap was likely something that even Bai Ying, who was also a 3-star Dodi, would not be able to leave behind. In the earlier collision, Sun Shua was clearly aware that this enormous sword of his did not suffer any damage. At this moment, however, a gap had appeared on this sword. It was obvious that this gap was definitely left behind in the collision earlier. The appearance of the gap on the enormous sword caused the fury in Sun Shua's heart to explode. The Xiaoyan in front of him had truly reached the point where he must kill him. No matter what happened today, he would not allow Xiaoyan to leave this place alive. Ah! Die! An earth-shaking furious cry was emitted from Sun Shua's mouth. This time around, Sun Shua completely suppressed the intense pain that was transmitted from his face. He waved his large hand and his right hand held the hilt of the enormous sword in a reverse grip. The wide, enormous sword rotated in his hand as Sun Shua's feet suddenly stepped on empty air. The empty space under his feet collapsed and Sun Shua had already disappeared from his original spot in an instant. At the same time, the expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly changed. He waved the enormous ruler in his hand and his body swiftly flew back. However, Sun Shua's speed was even faster than Xiaoyan's. Just as Xiaoyan retreated explosively, Sun Shua's figure had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. At the same time, the wide, enormous sword violently tore through the empty space. The sharp edge of the sword had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan's neck. It was only a few inches away from Xiaoyan's throat. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's originally pale face became even more ghastly at this moment. The hairs on his body stood on end and the heart in his chest was also violently beating. He let out a low cry in his heart before he viciously waved the enormous ruler in his hand. Clang! As the heavy blade of the ruler streaked across the empty space, it brought along a piercing sound of wind breaking. Just as the enormous sword was about to slash Xiaoyan's throat, it was only barely able to force the blow back. However, even so, the invisible force had similarly left a shallow wound on Xiaoyan's neck. Sensing the slight pain that was transmitted from his throat, Xiaoyan's heart was suddenly startled. His body swiftly and violently pulled back. However, Sun Shua in front of him was like a maggot attached to a bone as he chased closely without giving up. Clang! A frighteningly large force was transmitted over. The heavy Shan ruler in Xiaoyan's hand was forcefully deflected by the enormous sword. Killing intent surged in Sun Shua's eyes. He twisted his wrist and the enormous sword in his hand took the opportunity to pierce through the empty space. It once again ruthlessly pierced towards Xiaoyan's throat. In the face of this attack, Xiaoyan really had no way of dodging. In the next moment, before Xiaoyan could do anything, Bai Ying, who had been waiting by the side for a long time, suddenly attacked. He waved his sleeve and Doqi swept out. A long spear covered in lightning suddenly shot out. It was like a thunderbolt that arrived between Xiaoyan and Sun Shua in the blink of an eye. It forced back the enormous sword with one strike. After which, Bai Ying's body flashed and arrived in front of Xiaoyan. With his back facing Sun Shua, Bai Ying ignored the other party and looked directly at Xiaoyan. Without much hesitation, Bai Ying grabbed the collar at Xiaoyan's chest and swiftly flew out of Coldstream City. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared from the sight of everyone in the city. After which, Sun Shua ruthlessly shattered the long spear in front of him with a blow. It turned into a dense doqi that gradually dissipated. However, when he turned his gaze around, he was shocked to discover that Xiaoyan and Bai Ying had already disappeared before his eyes. Bai Ying! Bai Ying! Bai Ying! An earth-shaking roar resounded across the sky like thunder. In the distant empty space, Bai Ying could clearly hear Uncle Sun's roar. However, he merely laughed coldly. With one hand controlling Xiaoyan, his body moved and swiftly flew towards the south. He knew that he and Xiaoyan were currently too close to Coldstream City. If Sun Shua intended to investigate, he would definitely be able to find their direction. Now, the only thing they could do was to leave this place first in order to completely escape the Sun Clan. It was nighttime. There were a lot of dark clouds in the night, so much so that the moon hanging in the sky was covered by the dark clouds. There was not a single trace of light between heaven and earth. It was like a pure black curtain that covered the entire world. A biting cold wind blew between the heavens and the earth. Above the pitch-black forest, one could clearly hear the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. In the pitch-black night, coupled with the bone-chilling cold wind, anyone who stood here would probably be unable to help but shiver. look at the sky, it seems like there's going to be a storm. In the sky above a certain forest, an old man whose appearance could not be seen clearly was standing at the top of a huge tree. A large wave of trees surged around him. Strangely, the waves of trees would automatically disperse when they came within 100 feet of the old man. Upon closer inspection, even the huge tree under the old man's feet did not seem to be affected by the surrounding cold wind at all. The huge tree did not move at all, and its entire body was like a statue. If it was not for the life aura that it emitted, no one would believe that this tree would not move at all under the biting cold wind. Of course, rather than saying that the tree did not move, it would be more accurate to say that the old man whose appearance could not be seen clearly did not move at all. That's good too. This world has been peaceful for too long. Those withered trees that should have fallen long ago should indeed fall. Spring goes and autumn comes, and the 4 seasons change. Only in this way can this forest continue to operate. The old man muttered something in a low voice. At the same time, a pair of bright eyes that shone in the dark night looked straight at the distant horizon in the northwest direction. After a short while, the old man's eyes slightly brightened, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile in the dark night. He's here. He chuckled again. However, he did not know that it was completely dark in the sky, where no one could be seen. How could there be someone in the dark sky? 10 breaths later, a purple light suddenly flashed in the pitch-black sky. Although the light was not dazzling, it was enough to illuminate the entire area in the pitch-black night sky. Haha, Ing, you're finally here. Under the illumination of the purple light, the outline of the old man's face could be seen. The old man looked quite amiable. His old face was covered with wrinkles. These were the saber scars left behind by the passage of time. His beard, which should have been white, reflected a strange light under the purple light. This made the amiable-looking old man look even more sinister at this moment. Elder Hao Xian, there's been an accident. Sorry to keep you waiting. The purple light came closer and closer. When it was within 1,000 feet, the faint laughter of a middle-aged man could be heard. Patriarch, what happened? Could it be that the old bastard from the Sun family? No, I just didn't expect that Sun Shua would actually find a way to deal with my doqi, causing me to spend some effort. However, I was fortunate enough to see that guy suffer, haha. The old man frowned. Before the solemn words from his mouth could be spat out, the figure that had already arrived in front of him waved his hand gently. As the laughter from his mouth sounded, he did not forget to shake the black-robed young man in his hand. This person was naturally Bai Ying, who had left Coldstream City in the evening. The person in his hand was Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan naturally had the ability to escape from the devil's hands. However, he was also curious as to why Bai Ying had repeatedly blocked Sun Shua for him. Hence, Xiao Yan had allowed Bai Ying to bring him here under the urging of his curiosity. However, knowing this, Xiao Yan suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura in his heart. The source of this aura was the old man who had appeared in front of him and Bai Ying. This person's strength is definitely above Bai Ying's. Xiao Yan cried out in his heart. He involuntarily felt some regret in his heart. Unexpectedly, he had actually followed Bai Ying all the way and delivered himself to the lion's mouth. Moreover, from the way Bai Ying had addressed this old man, he seemed to be an elder. If he was an elder of the Skysword sect, would he not be in danger? Damn it. I have actually delivered myself to him. Xiao Yan viciously scolded himself in his heart. He felt helpless in his heart. From the looks of it, he could only place his final hope on Guyu. Xiao Yan was unable to see through the strength of this old man in front of him, much less exchange blows with him. The other party might really kill him with a single slap. Of course, the two of them were naturally unaware of the thoughts in Xiao Yan's heart. However, even if they knew, it was likely that they would only laugh out loud. This is Mr. Xiao Yan? Hearing the ridicule in Bai Ying's words, the old man involuntarily turned his gaze to Xiao Yan, who had his eyes shut and head lowered. He frowned slightly and spoke in a somewhat courteous manner. Bai Ying was involuntarily startled when he saw that Xiao Yan did not react. His expression quickly changed as he hurriedly placed Xiao Yan in the air. His large hand extended from his sleeve and grabbed one of Xiao Yan's wrists. At the same time, a wave of spiritual strength swiftly surged out and entered Xiao Yan's body through his palm. At the same time, the old man's expression involuntarily became startled. He did not know what had happened and could only walk over with a curious expression. However, in the next moment, Bai Ying's originally frowning expression suddenly changed drastically. The spiritual strength that had entered Xiaoyan's body was swiftly withdrawn. The hand that was holding Xiaoyan's wrist also suddenly released. Bai Ying swiftly stood up and involuntarily took a couple of steps back. Only then did he look at Xiaoyan in front of him with a lingering fear. By the side, the old man's expression also changed slightly. The wrinkles on his old face appeared a little clearer at this moment. What happened? Is there something wrong with this little fellow? The old man's tone was indifferent as he asked. At the same time, his shriveled hand turned into a claw. A cluster of bright and glaring douqi was about to spew out from his palm. No, it is not that there is something wrong with him. It is just that I have forgotten that Xiaoyan controls a heavenly flame. Earlier, the heavenly flame was protecting its master. Due to my carelessness, I was startled by that thing. However, it is now troublesome. Xiaoyan cannot continue to be unconscious like this. We cannot wait that long. If you and I continue to stay here, the other few clans and the Sky Sword sect will definitely become suspicious. Then what should we do? This little fellow has not woken up. We can't even bring him back to the clan. Don't tell me that we should really kill him and give him to the Sky Sword sect as a gift? The old man frowned. The expression on his old face appeared to be extremely unwilling. Humph, even if we kill him, we will definitely not hand him over to them. Moreover, Xiaoyan's identity is special. We must not act rashly before we know his exact identity. Bai Ying coldly snorted. He did not seem to care about this backer behind him. Hearing this, even the old man by the side nodded his head. Then what should we do now? We cannot keep him, and we cannot kill him. It is difficult to have the best of both worlds. The old man's expression appeared exceptionally gloomy under the purple light. However, he did not know what to do. Hence, he could only look at Bai Ying once again. Bai Ying also frowned when he saw this. Just as he was about to speak, the seemingly unconscious Xiaoyan in front of them suddenly began to cough intensely. Cough 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 cough. When Xiaoyan opened his eyes, a bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. On the other hand, Bai Ying and the old man looked at each other and could not help but laugh helplessly. Of all times, Xiao Yan had to wake up after they revealed their relationship with the Sky Sword sect. Was this not obvious enough? The unconscious Xiaoyan in front of them was clearly faking it. Haha, Mr. Xiaoyan really woke up at the right time. Otherwise, my clan's elders would have had to save him. Bai Ying laughed. At the same time, he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. He slowly stood up from the void and stared at Xiaoyan. Hearing the words from Bai Ying's mouth, Xiaoyan, who was illuminated by the purple light, could not help but frown slightly. Clearly, Xiaoyan was not interested in the latter's half-joking words. Under the purple light, the change in expression on Xiaoyan's face was also reflected in the eyes of the two people in front of him. In the dark night, Bai Ying and the old man beside him smiled at each other. Only then did they return their gazes to Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan slowly stood up. He could not help but gently shake his head. His douqi was extremely weak, causing the current Xiaoyan to feel that his mind was unable to endure. There was a faint pain in the depths of his mind. This was caused by the attack of the strong wind while he was flying. It had nothing to do with any injuries. However, it would likely take a few days for him to recover. After calming himself down, Xiaoyan's face was calm in the dark night. Under the purple light, no emotion could be seen on his face. This point involuntarily caused the two people standing in front of Xiaoyan to be slightly shocked. To be able to sort out his state of mind in the blink of an eye, such a person could not help but cause one's heart to be solemn. Haha, Mr. Xiaoyan is indeed extraordinary. This kind of mental strength is something that I cannot compare to. Bai Ying smiled and cupped his hands together towards Xiaoyan. He did not show any intention of underestimating Xiaoyan just because he was a half-emperor expert. Bai Ying did not doubt that if he dared to underestimate Xiaoyan in front of him, it was likely that he would have to pay a great price. With Sun Shua as an example, he believed that this was enough. There is no need for clan leader Bai to be so polite. Since you have brought me to such a remote place, it is likely that it is not as simple as saving me. If there is anything, clan leader Bai can just say it. The expression on Xiaoyan's face did not change even a little because of the words from Bai Ying's mouth. Xiaoyan spoke faintly before crossing his hands over his chest and standing in the same spot. He was expressionless as he looked at Bai Ying without saying anything. Brat, you, the expression of the old man standing beside Bai Ying immediately became gloomy when he saw that Xiaoyan had actually revealed such a fearless manner. A cold snort was emitted from his nose as the dou qi within the old man's body began to circulate. Hao Xuan. However, Bai Ying suddenly shouted. The old man's expression changed. He glanced at Bai Ying and found that Bai Ying was staring at him with a gloomy expression. Secretly curling his lips, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiaoyan. Once again, he let out a cold snort. Then, the old man resentfully withdrew his gaze. Since Mr. Xiaoyan doesn't like to beat around the bush, then I won't beat around the bush. Bai Ying had a smile on his face. He first cupped his hands towards Xiaoyan as an apology for the old man's actions. At the same time, he spoke with a soft smile. Seeing this, Xiaoyan did not comment. With a flick of his finger, 2 pills shot into his mouth. His throat rolled as he swallowed them. Xiaoyan ignored the 2 people in front of him as he sensed the faint warmth being emitted from his body. Instead, he slowly circulated the qi method in his body. The heavenly flame surged and began to refine the 2 medicinal pills in his body. Bai Ying could not help but secretly frown in response. However, he still maintained a warm smile on his face. Haha, no matter what, I have saved Mr. Xiaoyan. Don't tell me that Mr. doesn't even have a word of thanks. If not for you, perhaps I would have already taken the things I obtained and left Coldstream City instead of wasting my breath with you. Bai Ying nonchalantly said. However, Xiaoyan did not show any mercy. Xiaoyan really did not want to have anything to do with these people who had ulterior motives. People like these who liked to use their brains often liked to use others as tools. If Xiaoyan was not careful, he might really fall into their trap. Instead of preventing trouble, it was better to nip them in the bud. When he heard Xiaoyan's words, Bai Ying could not help but frown. He originally thought that if he mentioned the previous matter, Xiaoyan would at least give him some face. However, he did not expect Xiaoyan to be so rude. When the old man to the side heard this, he let out a cold snort. This time, Bai Ying was too lazy to stop him. Xiaoyan did not seem to be easy to get along with. Haha, Mr. Xiaoyan might have misunderstood. You should have heard it earlier. Our Bai clan does not have a good impression of the Heavenly Sword sect. It can even be said that there is a grudge between our Bai clan and the Heavenly Sword sect. Even with Bai Ying's character, a slight ripple involuntarily appeared in his tone when he spoke. From this, one could tell that Bai Ying seemed to have a great opinion of the Heavenly Sword sect. So? Xiaoyan was not interested in the relationship between the Bai clan and the Heavenly Sword sect. He only wanted to know why Bai Ying had brought him here. Of course, at this moment, Xiaoyan was able to roughly guess Bai Ying's intentions. Bai Ying glanced at the old man by the side when he spoke until this point. Their gazes met and the old man immediately understood Bai Ying's intention. Soon after, the old man waved his sleeve and a majestic dou qi immediately swept out. With the empty space where the 3 of them stood as the center, an enormous dou qi light barrier was formed within 100 feet radius of the 3 of them, surrounding them. Under the cover of this dou qi light barrier, any probing would be isolated. The voices within could not be heard by the outside world. Other than this dou qi light barrier had also trapped Xiaoyan's group within it. Unless the old man acted and took the initiative to remove this light barrier, it was impossible for Xiaoyan to charge out in his current condition. This move of the old man not only isolated any external forces, but also sealed off Xiaoyan's escape route. Bai Ying frowned slightly in the face of this, but he still chose to acquiesce. He was similarly worried. He had painstakingly brought Xiaoyan in front of him to this place. If Xiaoyan were to disappear from this place without even turning his head around, would that not mean that all his efforts would be for naught? Instead, he would end up offending the Sun clan and create more trouble for himself. What do you mean by this? Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. The expression in his eyes was slightly cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Mr. Xiaoyan need not mind. Our actions are for the sake of safety. After all, as I have said, there is also a grudge between our Bai clan and the Heavenly Sword sect. However, the Heavenly Sword sect is currently at its peak and the time is not right. Our Bai clan must also be careful when doing things. Bai Ying hurriedly cupped his hands to Xiaoyan after Xiaoyan's words sounded. His expression was quite solemn as he spoke. Seeing this, a dense white light flashed deep within Xiaoyan's eyes. After which, he coldly nodded and said, "Can you say it now? Why did you bring me here?" Hearing this, Bai Ying once again exchanged glances with the old man beside him. Immediately, he turned his gaze towards Xiaoyan. Bai Ying nodded slightly and said, "I brought Mr. Xiaoyan here today for no other reason. I only hope to discuss something with Mr. Xiaoyan." Xiaoyan lifted his eyebrows slightly. He turned his gaze and his right index finger gently leaped and flicked on his right shoulder. Immediately, he lifted his eyes slightly and the corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. His tone was indifferent as he said, "Speak. I hope to invite Mr. Xiaoyan to join our Bai clan." After doing all this, Xiaoyan slowly withdrew his gaze. His gaze swept over the entire sky. This time around, other than the few elite Dodi, the other people in the sky had very consciously landed in the city below. They did not wish to be targeted by Xiaoyan again. Even a 9-star half-D had been easily killed by Xiaoyan. They did not think that they were stronger than a 9-star half-D. At this very moment, it was likely that even if Xiaoyan was seriously injured, no one would dare to easily offend him. After all, that group of people from earlier had listened to Sun Shua's words and believed that Xiaoyan no longer had the ability to resist. Therefore, they had charged forward to kill Xiaoyan. However, it was likely that even Sun Shua himself had not expected such an outcome. In the sky, the battle between Bai Ying and Sun Shua had once again stopped because of Xiaoyan. At this moment, the two of them felt incomparably shocked in their hearts. Sun Shua had never imagined that Xiaoyan, who was originally an arrow at the end of its flight, would actually be able to display such a frightening strength at such a time. This was especially the case with the appearance of the Northern King, a 9-star half-D puppet. This kind of super fighter was enough to allow Xiaoyan to suppress anyone below the Dodi level. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiaoyan was currently invincible against anyone below the Dodi level. Even the back figure at this moment was also extremely shocked in his heart. Bai Ying involuntarily mocked himself in his heart as he recalled the scene of him rescuing Xiaoyan earlier. He had originally thought that if he had not intervened, Xiaoyan would have been surrounded and killed by that group of people. However, from the looks of it now, he had underestimated Xiaoyan too much. The true strength of the black-robed young man in front of him had already far surpassed that of a half-D level expert. It was likely that if Xiaoyan was at his peak condition, he might even be able to fight against an ordinary elite Dodi. Even with Bai Ying's character, he could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva in his heart when he thought of this. Such a young elite Dodi. It was likely that even in the entire Yuanwu continent, such an existence was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Today, this child must either remain in my Sun clan or be killed here. No matter what, he must not be allowed to leave Coldstream City alive. Sun Shua quietly spoke in his heart. His body, which was standing in the empty air, suddenly shook. Yellow Dochi immediately surged wildly from the surface of his body. He waved his large hand and the enormous sword once again appeared in his hand. Sun Shua's body flashed and appeared in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. He swung his arm and the enormous sword immediately tore through the empty air and violently hacked at Xiaoyan's head. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily felt slightly startled when he saw this. The expression on his face changed. The Do Qi, which had just recovered in Xiaoyan's body, swiftly flowed along his qi paths and passed through his entire body. After which, Sun Shua's attack was about to land when Xiaoyan's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Sun Shua's attack, which was filled with might, finally hacked into empty space where no one was present. What? This brat really has a frightening speed. Is this the strength of the Sky Extinction Steps? If I am able to obtain the Sky Extinction Steps, humph humph. Seeing Xiaoyan's frightening speed, Sun Shua's heart was initially startled. However, soon after, a different kind of thought emerged from the bottom of his heart. The corner of his mouth involuntarily revealed a smile that was filled with greed. The Sky Extinction Steps was the main reason why the four great sects wanted to kill Xiaoyan. It was naturally not difficult to imagine how powerful it was. Moreover, the current Xiaoyan had allowed Sun Shua to personally witness the strangeness of the Sky Extinction Steps. Faced with such a great treasure, it was naturally impossible for Sun Shua to not be tempted. When he thought of the various benefits that he would obtain after obtaining the Sky Extinction Steps, Sun Shua's heart couldn't help but rapidly become fiery. The current Xiaoyan was only a 6-star half-martial emperor. After learning the Sky Extinction Steps, he was actually able to explode with such frightening speed. If he, Sun Shua, were to obtain the Sky Extinction Steps, as long as he diligently cultivated it, once he mastered it, wouldn't even the four great sect heads be able to do anything to him. At that time, his Sun family would naturally be able to become the 5th largest power in the western region, excluding the four great sects. At that time, why would the Sun family need the Heavenly Sword sect's protection? Rather than existing under the eaves of others, it would be better to form their own sect. After all, didn't the Heavenly Sword sect often say that his Sun family had no ambitions? Since that was the case, his Sun family would do something that had ambitions. It would also let the Heavenly Sword sect know whether or not his Sun family had the so-called ambitions. Sun Shua coldly laughed in his heart. His body, which had just paused, once again charged forward explosively. His body was like a bolt of lightning as it swiftly charged toward Xiaoyan, who had appeared 1,000 feet away at this moment. Sun Shua's right hand, which was holding the hilt of the enormous sword, rotated slightly. The tip of the sword faced upward and tore apart the empty space on both sides with a force that could break bamboo. After reducing some of the resistance, Sun Shua's charging body also became a little faster. In the blink of an eye, he had once again arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Seeing this, the expression on Xiaoyan's face once again changed. Although he was confident that he could deal with any bandit below the Do D class, it was completely impossible for Xiaoyan to deal with a true elite Do D, especially a 3-star Do D whose level was not low. On this point, forget about Xiaoyan's current condition. Even if he was at his peak condition, Xiaoyan similarly did not have the confidence to deal with him. The footsteps of his feet changed as he once again displayed the Sky Extinction Steps. The instant Xiaoyan's body disappeared, the enormous sword also violently pierced toward him. Even though he had narrowly dodged this attack, that sharp force still managed to. It still left quite a deep wound on Xiaoyan's chest. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth twitched slightly. He maneuvered the Do Qi within his body and removed the force that had entered his body through his wound. Soon after, Sun Shua's body once again attacked. The enormous sword broke through the air with an overbearing aura. The incomparably sharp aura still caused Xiaoyan's entire body to feel a chill despite being a great distance away. Damn it! Xiaoyan angrily cursed in his heart. He had no choice but to once again display the Sky Extinction Steps and repeatedly dodge Sun Shua's attacks in the sky. Under the rapid exhaustion of the Do Qi within his body, Xiaoyan's body left behind numerous after images in the sky that were almost real. Sun Shua also carried a cold smile on his face as he followed closely behind Xiaoyan like a maggot in one's bones. Although Sun Shua was a little surprised at Xiaoyan's speed at the beginning, when this elite Do Di faced Xiaoyan with his true speed, the latter ultimately had difficulty contending with him. After all, with the current speed of Xiaoyan, even if he were to go all out, he would at the very most be comparable to Jinyao. If he were to rely on this to contend with Sun Shua, who was a 3-star Do Di, then he would really be looking down on elite Do Di. Within a short moment, over a dozen wounds of various sizes had already appeared on Xiaoyan's body. On one hand, it was because Xiaoyan had borrowed the strength of his spiritual strength to swiftly dodge. On the other hand, it was also because Sun Shua had held back. However, at this moment, Sun Shua appeared to have caused enough trouble. The cold smile on his face gradually disappeared. With a twist of his wrist, the enormous sword in his hand was violently thrown out. The sharp edge of the sword was pointed directly at Xiaoyan. At the same time, the frightening strength tore through the empty space and emitted a wave of ear-piercing explosive sound. At the same time, Sun Shua's body also instantly disappeared from the original spot. He. Xiaoyan, I have already given you a chance to escape earlier. However, you don't seem to cherish it. Now, prepare to die. Seeing the enormous sword shooting over, Xiaoyan's expression had just changed slightly when Sun Shua's sharp laughter, which was filled with a dark viciousness, was transmitted over from the sky. Xiaoyan's expression was solemn. Surging spiritual strength completely spread out from between his brows without holding back. At the same time, he clenched his right hand and the heavy Xian ruler once again appeared in his hand. His arm shook and the little doqi in his body was swiftly poured into the enormous ruler. With a puff sound, the beautiful, heavenly flame also rose at this moment. At the same time, waves of doqi were also poured into the already shattered black robe on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. With the pouring in of doqi, the shattered black robe swiftly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally dark black robe seemed to have become even deeper after the pouring in of doqi, however, this scene involuntarily attracted the somewhat stunned gazes of the other people. Even at this moment, Xiaoyan was actually still concerned about his own posture. He actually used the little doqi he had to repair this black robe. This kind of action was extremely foolish in the eyes of others. This point caused even Sun Shua to laugh coldly in his heart when he saw it. At this moment, Bai Ying, who was standing outside the battleground of the two, could not help but frown slightly. After witnessing Xiaoyan's strangeness, he did not think that this seemingly foolish action of Xiaoyan's was really so useless. 7. Sky. Breaking. Ruler. A low cry was spat out one word at a time in Xiaoyan's heart. At the same time, the huge ruler in his hand was immediately swung. Ruler glow shot out one after another from the tip of the huge ruler. They soared with the wind and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into a shocking ruler glow that was nearly 1,000 feet long. Unfortunately, when Xiaoyan used all his strength to swing out the fourth ruler, the doqi in his body was exhausted, resulting in a lack of momentum. This caused Xiaoyan's body to immediately soften. He swayed a couple of times before stabilizing himself in the air. The exhaustion of his doqi caused Xiaoyan's expression to be pale white at this moment. His body, which he had forcefully supported, appeared to have gradually lost control. Helplessly, the burden that he had to forcefully use the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler at this moment was extremely shocking. However, it was likely that he would still be unable to escape from Sun Shu's demonic claws by relying on just this. After all, the 4-ruler Xiaoyan had swung out could only block Sun Shu's weapon. Even Xiaoyan was unable to find out where Sun Shua's body was at this moment. Bang! A rushing wind sound was transmitted from beside Xiaoyan's ear the moment the ruler glow and the huge sword violently collided. At the same time, a cold wind pounced over, causing Xiaoyan's eyes to suddenly shrink. Soon after, a large hand suddenly extended from the empty space without any forewarning. It violently grabbed at Xiaoyan's head. Xiaoyan, die! A hoarse ridicule contained a dark viciousness. The person who had attacked was undoubtedly Sun Shua. If this attack landed, it was likely that even Xiaoyan would undoubtedly die. On the other side, Bai Ying, who had already mobilized the doqi in his body, suddenly narrowed his eyes. His hands under his sleeves were suddenly clenched. He was just about to attack when the trace of doubt in his heart caused a slight hesitation to appear in his actions. Bai Ying's eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. He seemed to have an inexplicable confidence in this black-robed, young man. Perhaps, Xiaoyan did not need his help. Despite having such thoughts in his heart, Bai Ying still did not dare to be careless. While his eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan, the doqi in his body was prepared to erupt at any moment. As long as he was willing, Bai Ying would still be able to rescue Xiaoyan before Sun Shua killed him. Although the price might be a little great, he believed that paying any price in order to achieve his goal was proportionate. However, the instant Sun Shua's attack landed on Xiaoyan, a dark black curtain suddenly agglomerated behind Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's expression was cold. His ruler viciously swung at Sun Shua's face while his body also took the opportunity to fall backwards. Bang! With a bang, the expressions on everyone's faces once again froze. Xiaoyan's figure had already disappeared into the black curtain. Before he disappeared, the huge black ruler viciously smashed into Sun Shua's face. However, it was only when Xiaoyan had completely disappeared in front of Sun Shua along with the huge ruler that Sun Shua's descending hand finally smashed into the empty space with a furious expression. Everyone in the area focused their attention and looked over. They saw that half of Sun Shua's face, which had been violently smashed by the heavy ruler, had turned purple-black at this moment. 2 streams of fresh blood flowed out from his nose and the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Sun Shua could be said to be in an extremely miserable state. The wind blew continuously in the empty sky. The scorching sunlight gradually dimmed. The cloudless azure sky unknowingly turned dark. It was as if it was before dawn, but also as if it was close to dusk. The soundless whistling sound still clearly reverberated in the minds of everyone in Coldstream City. At this moment, everyone stared blankly at the pitch-black figure in the sky. Everyone's face revealed an expression of disbelief. The shock in their hearts caused this group of people to open their mouths wide, but they were unable to spit out a single word. Even if there were a few people who wanted to say something, the words that they had prepared were forcefully stuck in their throats. Their lips and teeth trembled for a while, but they were unable to spit out a single word. At this moment, even the faces of the few elite Dodi who were standing in the distant sky were similarly stunned. Even they did not expect that the black-robed young man in front of them would actually break their understanding of him once again. What was that fellow just now? What a strange strength. It is different from Doqi and spiritual strength. That thing, could it be, it is the strength of the Great Way. The few elite Dodi stared intently at the black robe on Xiaoyan's body. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was hard to imagine that Xiaoyan, whose strength had clearly not reached the Dodi level, could actually control the strength of the Great Way. This brat is indeed not an ordinary person. We must not become enemies with him. TSK, he has already comprehended the strength of the Great Way when he is merely a half-emperor. This Xiaoyan's future is limitless. He has already comprehended the strength of the Great Way when he is only a half-emperor. He is even fearless when he is being captured by the 4 great sects. Even a ghost would not believe that there is no one behind him. After the shock, many exclamations that were filled with various meanings quickly followed. In short, the meaning behind the words of these few elite Dodi was that they would not become enemies with Xiaoyan. Or perhaps, it could be said that they did not dare to become enemies with him. In the sky, Baiying narrowed his eyes as he stared closely at Xiaoyan. He was also extremely shocked. He had never thought that Xiaoyan had actually grasped the power of laws. Even though he did not know what the power of laws belonged to, the fact that Xiaoyan had comprehended the power of laws was enough to shock him. Xiaoyan, oh Xiaoyan, who exactly are you? First, you have such a strange Dao skill, and now you have the great Dao energy. You are really a person that is filled with secrets. Fortunately, I am not interested in your secrets. Baiying muttered softly in his heart. His gaze suddenly turned and landed on Sun Shua's body. Baiying's mouth involuntarily emitted a cold mocking laugh when he saw half of Sun Shua's swollen face. He did not expect that this Sun Shua, whom even he had difficulty injuring, would actually be ruthlessly slapped in the face by Xiaoyan's hands. This time around, he, Sun Shua, could truly be considered to have lost all his face. Hearing Baiying's cold laughter, a fury immediately rose in Sun Shua's heart. The expression on his face had just changed when a hissing sound was emitted from his mouth. This once again attracted a mocking laugh from Baiying. Bastard! Die! As the fury in his heart writhed, Sun Shua forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his face. He spat out some words of hatred in an unclear manner. His body suddenly shook and a viscous liquid like Doqi immediately surged out of his body. As the Doqi writhed, the surrounding empty space involuntarily fluctuated. Roar! Soon after, a vague low roar was emitted from Sun Shua's mouth. He waved his large hand and a suction force surged from his palm. On the ground, the enormous sword that had been blasted down because of the attack earlier seemed to have been attracted by something at this moment. The body of the sword that was inserted deep into the ground suddenly trembled intensely. With a bang sound, it charged out of the ground and returned to Sun Shua's hand in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to move, however, the expression in Sun Shua's eyes suddenly froze in the next moment. Even his breathing involuntarily turned sluggish. A pair of sharp eyes immediately opened in fury. Other than shock, there was an increasingly turbulent fury in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, one could see that the originally sharp and straight edge of the enormous sword that had returned to his hand actually had a gap of 1 to 2 centimeters. This sword of Sun Shua's was not refined from an ordinary material. An ordinary attack would not be able to cause even the slightest damage to it, much less leave behind such a large gap. This kind of gap was something that even Bai Ying, who was also a 3-star Do Di, might not be able to leave behind. In the earlier collision, Sun Shua was clearly aware that this enormous sword of his did not suffer any damage. At this moment, however, a gap had appeared on this sword. It was obvious that this gap was definitely left behind in the collision earlier. The appearance of the gap on the enormous sword caused the fury in Sun Shua's heart to explode. The Xiaoyan in front of him had truly reached the point where he must kill him. No matter what happened today, he would not allow Xiaoyan to leave this place alive. Ah! Die! A shocking furious cry was emitted from Sun Shua's mouth. This time around, Sun Shua completely suppressed the intense pain that was transmitted from his face. He waved his large hand and his right hand held the hilt of the enormous sword in a reverse grip. The wide, enormous sword rotated in his hand as Sun Shua's feet suddenly stepped on empty air. The empty space under his feet collapsed and Sun Shua had already disappeared from his original spot in an instant. At the same time, the expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly changed. He waved the enormous ruler in his hand and his body swiftly flew back. However, Sun Shua's speed was even faster than Xiaoyan's. Just as Xiaoyan retreated explosively, Sun Shua's figure had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. At the same time, the wide, enormous sword violently tore through the empty space. The sharp edge of the sword had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan's neck. It was only a few inches away from Xiaoyan's throat. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's originally pale face became even more ghastly at this moment. The hairs on his body stood on end and the heart in his chest was also violently beating. He let out a low cry in his heart before he viciously waved the enormous ruler in his hand. Clang! When the heavy blade of the ruler streaked across the empty space, it brought with it a piercing sound of wind breaking. Just as the enormous sword was about to slash Xiaoyan's throat, it was only barely able to force the blow back. However, even so, the invisible force had also left a shallow wound on Xiaoyan's neck. Feeling the slight pain from his throat, Xiaoyan's heart was suddenly alarmed. His body rapidly retreated backwards. However, Sun Shua, who was in front of him, was like a maggot attached to a bone as he chased closely behind. Clang! A frighteningly large force was transmitted over. The heavy Shan ruler in Xiaoyan's hand was forcefully deflected by the enormous sword. Killing intent surged in Sun Shua's eyes. He twisted his wrist and the enormous sword in his hand followed the momentum and pierced through the empty space. It once again ruthlessly pierced towards Xiaoyan's throat. In the face of this attack, Xiaoyan really had no way of dodging. In the next moment, before Xiaoyan could do anything, Bai Ying, who had been waiting by the side for a long time, finally made his move. With a sudden wave of his sleeve, Do Qi swept out. A long spear covered in lightning suddenly shot out. It was like a thunderbolt that arrived between Xiaoyan and Sun Shua in the blink of an eye. It forced back the enormous sword with one strike. After which, Bai Ying's body flashed and arrived in front of Xiaoyan. With his back facing Sun Shua, Bai Ying ignored the other party and directly looked at Xiaoyan in front of him. Without much hesitation, Bai Ying grabbed the collar at Xiaoyan's chest and swiftly flew out of Coldstream City. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared from the sight of everyone in the city. After which, Sun Shua ruthlessly smashed the long spear in front of him into pieces. It turned into a dense Do Qi that gradually dissipated. However, when he turned his gaze around, he was shocked to discover that Xiaoyan and Bai Ying had already disappeared before his eyes. Bai Ying! Bai Ying! Bai Ying! An earth-shaking roar resounded across the sky like thunder. In the distant empty space, Bai Ying could clearly hear Uncle Sun's roar. However, he merely laughed coldly. With one hand controlling Xiaoyan, his body moved and swiftly flew towards the south. He knew that the current him and Xiaoyan were still too close to Coldstream City. If Sun Shua had the intention to investigate, he would definitely be able to find their direction. Now, the only thing they could do was to leave this place in order to completely shake off the Sun clan. It was nighttime. There were a lot of dark clouds in the night, so much so that the moon hanging in the sky was covered by the dark clouds. There was not a single trace of light between heaven and earth, as if a pure black curtain had covered the entire world. A biting cold wind blew between the heavens and the earth. In the pitch-black skies above the sea of trees, one could clearly hear the sound of waves crashing against the reefs. In the pitch-black night, coupled with this bone-chilling cold wind, anyone who stood here would probably be unable to help but shiver. Look at the sky, it seems like there's going to be a storm. In the sky above a certain forest, an old man whose appearance could not be seen clearly was standing at the top of a huge tree. A large wave of trees surged around him, but the strange thing was that the waves of trees would automatically disperse when they came within 100 feet of the old man. Upon closer inspection, even the huge tree under the old man's feet did not seem to be affected by the surrounding cold wind at all. The huge tree did not move at all, and its entire body was like a statue. If it was not for the life aura it emitted, no one would believe that this tree would not move at all under the biting cold wind. Of course, rather than saying that the tree did not move, it would be more accurate to say that the old man whose appearance could not be seen clearly was not moving at all between heaven and earth. That's good as well. This world has been peaceful for too long. Those withered trees that should have fallen long ago should indeed fall. Spring goes and autumn comes, and the 4 seasons change. Only in this way can this forest continue to operate. The old man muttered something in a low voice. At the same time, a pair of bright eyes that shone in the dark night looked straight at the distant horizon in the northwest direction. After a short while, the old man's eyes slightly brightened, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile in the dark night. He's here. He chuckled again, but he did not know that it was a pitch-black sky where no one could be seen. How could there be anyone in the sky? After 10 breaths, a purple light suddenly flashed in the pitch-black sky. Although the light was not dazzling, it was enough to illuminate the entire area in the pitch-black sky. Haha, Ing, you're finally here. Under the illumination of the purple light, the outline of the old man's face could be seen. The old man looked quite amiable. His old face was covered with wrinkles. These were the saber scars left behind by the passage of time. His beard, which should have been white, reflected a strange light under the purple light. This made the amiable-looking old man look even more sinister at this moment. Elder Hao Xian, there's been an accident. Sorry to keep you waiting. The purple light came closer and closer. When it was within 1,000 feet, the faint laughter of a middle-aged man could be heard. Patriarch, what happened? Could it be that the old bastard from the Sun family? No, I just didn't expect that Sun Shua would actually find a way to deal with my doqi, causing me to spend some effort. However, I was fortunate enough to see that guy suffer, haha. The old man frowned. Before the solemn words from his mouth could be spat out, the figure that had already arrived in front of him waved his hand gently. As the laughter sounded from his mouth, he did not forget to shake the black-robed young man in his hand. This person was naturally Bai Ying, who had left Coldstream City in the evening. The person in his hand was Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan naturally had the ability to escape from the devil's hands. However, he was also curious as to why Bai Ying had repeatedly blocked Sun Shua for him. Hence, Xiaoyan had allowed Bai Ying to bring him here. However, knowing this, Xiaoyan suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura in his heart. The source of this aura was the old man who had appeared in front of him and Bai Ying. This person's strength is definitely above Bai Ying's. Xiaoyan cried out in his heart. He involuntarily felt some regret in his heart. Unexpectedly, he had followed Bai Ying all the way and delivered himself to the lion's mouth. Moreover, from the way Bai Ying had addressed this old man, he seemed to be an elder. If he was an elder of the Skysword sect, would he not be in danger? Damn it! I have actually delivered myself into his hands. Xiaoyan viciously scolded himself in his heart. He immediately felt helpless in his heart. From the looks of it, he could only place his final hope on Guyu. Xiaoyan was unable to see through the strength of this old man in front of him, much less exchange blows with him. The other party might really kill him with a single slap. Of course, the two of them were naturally unaware of the thoughts in Xiaoyan's heart. However, even if they knew, it was likely that they would only laugh out loud. This is Mr. Xiaoyan? Hearing the ridicule in Bai Ying's words, the old man involuntarily turned his gaze to Xiaoyan, who had his eyes shut and head lowered. He frowned slightly and spoke in a somewhat courteous manner. Bai Ying was involuntarily startled when he saw that Xiaoyan did not react. His expression quickly changed as he hurriedly placed Xiaoyan in the air. His large hand extended from his sleeve and grabbed one of Xiaoyan's wrists. At the same time, a wave of spiritual strength swiftly surged out and entered Xiaoyan's body through his palm. At the same time, the old man's expression involuntarily became startled. He did not know what had happened and could only walk over with a curious expression. However, in the next moment, Bai Ying's originally frowning expression suddenly changed drastically. The spiritual strength that had entered Xiaoyan's body was swiftly withdrawn. The hand that was holding Xiaoyan's wrist also suddenly released. Bai Ying swiftly stood up and involuntarily took a couple of steps back. Only then did he look at Xiaoyan in front of him with some lingering fear. By the side, the old man's expression also changed slightly. The wrinkles on his old face appeared a little clearer at this moment. What happened? Is there something wrong with this little fellow? The old man's tone was indifferent as he asked. At the same time, his shriveled hand turned into a claw. A cluster of bright and glaring doqi was about to spew out from his palm. No, it is not that there is something wrong with him. It is just that I have forgotten that Xiaoyan controls a heavenly flame. Earlier, the heavenly flame was protecting its master. Due to my carelessness, I was shocked by that thing. However, it is now troublesome. Xiaoyan cannot continue to be unconscious like this. We cannot wait that long. If you and I continue to stay here, the other few clans and the Sky Sword sect will definitely become suspicious. Then what should we do? This little fellow has not woken up. We can't even bring him back to the clan. Don't tell me that we should really kill him and give him to the Sky Sword sect as a gift? The old man frowned. The expression on his old face appeared to be extremely unwilling. Humph, even if we kill him, we will definitely not hand him over to them. Moreover, Xiaoyan's identity is special. We must not act rashly before we know his exact identity. Bai Ying coldly snorted. He did not seem to care about this backer behind him. Hearing this, even the old man by the side nodded his head. Then what should we do now? We cannot keep him, and we cannot kill him. It is difficult to have the best of both worlds. The old man's expression appeared exceptionally gloomy under the purple light. However, he did not know what to do. Hence, he could only once again look at Bai Ying. Bai Ying also frowned when he saw this. Just as he was about to speak, the seemingly unconscious Xiaoyan in front of them suddenly began to cough intensely. Cough 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 cough. When Xiaoyan opened his eyes, a bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. On the other hand, Bai Ying and the old man looked at each other and could not help but laugh helplessly. Of all times, Xiaoyan had to wake up after they revealed their relationship with the Sky Sword sect. Was this not obvious enough? The unconscious Xiaoyan in front of them was clearly faking it. Haha, Mr. Xiaoyan really woke up at the right time. Otherwise, my clan's elders would not have been able to hold back and save him. Bai Ying laughed out loud. At the same time, he sighed in relief within his heart. He slowly stood up from the empty air. Both of his eyes looked at Xiaoyan as he spoke with an unknown meaning in his mouth. Xiaoyan stayed in the Golden Mountain City for several days. During this period of time, other than resting, he did not forget to search for the remaining 2 medicinal ingredients. Currently, he had already gathered all of the medicinal ingredients required to concoct the Bodhi returning pellet. However, he still lacked the 2 medicinal ingredients required to concoct the Ice Spirit pellet. However, to Xiaoyan's surprise, he did not manage to find what he needed in the Golden Mountain City. In the end, he sighed and left the Golden Mountain City. This time around, Xiaoyan went straight for his target. He continued to travel southward. On the way, he passed through many cities. Only after 10 days did he gradually slow down his speed. Traveling was also a kind of cultivation method. Xiaoyan's continuous traveling for 10 days had perfectly demonstrated this point. After 10 days of non-stop cultivation, the doqi in Xiaoyan's body had reached a saturation point. At this saturation point, even if he were to refine it with the heavenly flame, it would not be able to compress it in the slightest. This was also the sign that Xiaoyan's strength was about to break through to the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan, who was traveling, stop. He descended on top of a mountain peak. Without any hesitation, he sat down cross-legged on top of the mountain peak. Huu, after taking a deep breath, Xiaoyan inspected his body with his consciousness. Sure enough, the doqi in the vortex space was completely filled. At this time, if Xiaoyan were to make a breakthrough and increase his strength to the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm, it would simply be a matter of course. Naturally, Xiaoyan would not let go of this opportunity so easily. He smiled in his heart and immediately withdrew his consciousness. The instant he opened his eyes, he flicked his finger. A black light immediately shot out and turned into the Northern King before Xiaoyan. During this period of time, Xiaoyan needed peace and quiet the most. If he was disturbed at this time, his breakthrough might end in failure. This was not something Xiaoyan wanted to see. After summoning the Northern King, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. He still did not feel at ease. His eyes shifted slightly and a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. With a wave of his sleeve, 3 streaks of light shot out and were placed in the air by Xiaoyan in 3 different directions. The 3 streaks of light were 3 different array discs. The 3 formation discs were all ranked 2 defensive formation discs. The energy emitted from them was sufficient to withstand an all-out attack from a 9-star half-martial emperor. When all 3 formation discs were unleashed, no one below the Do D level would be able to break through them. After doing all this, Xiaoyan calmed down slightly. With a flick of his finger, 3 streaks of Do Qi shot out and instantly entered the 3 formation discs. With the infusion of Do Qi, the 3 formation discs immediately emitted a dazzling golden light. As the light spread, it turned into 3 dense Do Qi light barriers that protected Xiaoyan within them. Soon after, Xiaoyan withdrew his consciousness and slowly closed his eyes. The breathing in his nose gradually became stable and orderly. 2 hours later, when the aura within Xiaoyan's body had completely recovered to its peak, with a thought, the flame mantra in his body began to circulate. At this moment, the enormous amount of Do Qi within the vortex space started to surge. Streaks of Do Qi surged out from the vortex space. Soon after, they separated like a river and turned into several smaller streaks of Do Qi. Following the circulation of the flame mantra Qi, they flowed into the meridians. At the same time, in the outside world, the instant that the flame mantra Qi method in Xiaoyan's body began to circulate, the empty space around Xiaoyan's body began to fluctuate violently. Streaks of hot energy that were filled with a wild and violent intent also appeared to be attracted at this moment and swiftly agglomerated from the empty space. They were like numerous bright red fire snakes that coiled around Xiaoyan's body a couple of times. After which, following Xiaoyan's breathing, they gradually merged into Xiaoyan's body. When these mottled energies entered Xiaoyan's body, the beautiful, heavenly flame immediately pounced on them like a hungry wolf that had seen a wild rabbit. Before the mottled Do Qi could resist, it had already been refined into threads of pure Do Qi in the blink of an eye. After passing through the refinement of the heavenly flame, they flowed into the Qi paths in Xiaoyan's body. Following the Do Qi in the Qi paths, they were refined by the flame mantra Qi method before finally flowing into the vortex space through the route of the flame mantra Qi method. Under this repeated refinement, Xiaoyan's aura gradually grew at an extremely slow speed. While Xiaoyan was slowly training, time swiftly flowed by like sand between one's fingers. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had already passed. Currently, there were only 2 months left until the opening of the desolate ancient remains. As time flowed by, changes gradually occurred within Xiaoyan's body. Every time he advanced, there would be a small change within his body. The direct manifestation of this change was that every aspect within Xiaoyan's body would receive a different degree of improvement. Regardless of whether it was his Qi paths, his bones, the strength of his physical body, the density of his Do Qi, or the changes within the vortex space, every aspect was becoming stronger and stronger. Following the change in the aura within Xiaoyan's body, the spatial fluctuations within the empty space around him became increasingly intense. Circular ripples that were like water waves continuously surged outwards until finally, it completely returned to calmness. This kind of calmness was not the kind that one could see with one's naked eyes. Instead, it was a kind of vibration that was difficult to detect under the extremely intense fluctuations. At the same time, crimson-red douqi continuously surged out from the empty space between the heavens and the earth. The crimson-red energy was like a substance as it fiercely burned around Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan was like a phoenix within the fire. Once he broke through, it would be the time for the phoenix to be reborn. Under the continuous swallowing and refining of the flame mantra chi method within Xiaoyan's body, this long period of refinement continued for close to 10 days. It was only at noon on the 9th day that Xiaoyan suddenly opened his eyes under the afterglow of the scorching sun. As the last thread of douqi in his body entered the vortex, the aura of Xiaoyan's entire body immediately soared to a new level. An instant later, the aura within Xiaoyan's body that was about to leak out was completely withdrawn back into his body in a short instant. Not even the slightest bit leaked out. After a couple of breaths, Xiaoyan finally forcefully endured the abundant douqi within his body. His body trembled slightly as he violently inhaled a breath of air. Immediately following this, Xiaoyan abruptly raised his head. The expression on his face swiftly became fanatical. He widened his mouth and emitted a long roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Huh! After the long roar was emitted, Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook. His feet ferociously stomped on the peak of the cliff below him. In an instant, an enormous force poured out and caused the cliff to collapse. As for Xiaoyan's body, he borrowed the force and, like a bolt of lightning, instantly broke through the clouds and stepped onto the 9 heavens. After close to a month and a half of unceasing training, Xiaoyan's strength had finally obtained another breakthrough. He had successfully entered the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm. I hope that with my status as the head of the Bai clan, I can sincerely invite Mr. Xiaoyan to join our Bai clan. Bai Ying bowed respectfully to Xiaoyan while his voice was emitted. From the looks of it, he was extremely sincere. Seeing this scene, not only Xiaoyan, but even the old man beside him also revealed a surprised expression. He did not expect that the clan head of his clan would show such a respectful attitude to this young man in front of him. At this moment, even this old man, who did not doubt Bai Ying's words, was similarly unable to understand in his heart. Even if he wanted to invite Xiaoyan to join their Bai clan, there was no need for him to be so respectful. It should be known that an elite Dodi was actually showing such respect to a mere 6-star bandit. This kind of action was really unimaginable. In everyone's eyes, an elite Dodi was considered an expert who had truly climbed to the top of the pyramid on the origin martial continent. An expert of this level was not something that any of the so-called experts below could compare with. Even an elite bandit was ultimately unable to withstand a single blow in front of an elite Dodi. It had always been an elite bandit who bowed to an elite Dodi. No one had ever seen an elite Dodi bow to an elite bandit. The scene in front of them was an insult to an elite Dodi. After all, when had anyone in the entire origin martial continent ever seen an elite Dodi bow to a mere bandit? However, only Bai Ying was clearly aware of just how frightening this black-robed young man in front of him was in his heart. That's right. In terms of cultivation level, Xiaoyan was indeed only an elite bandit. However, in Bai Ying's eyes, a bandit was merely a layer of outer clothing on Xiaoyan's body. Under this outer clothing was something that no one could see clearly. This was the true terror of Xiaoyan. It was estimated that Xiaoyan's full strength was likely not inferior to an ordinary initial class Dodi if he were to use all of his strength. Moreover, it was this person whose true strength was so frightening that his age was much younger than any ordinary elite Dodi. Even though this was the case, Bai Ying did not forget that he had already heard Bai Yi mention to him earlier that Xiaoyan in front of him was a rank 3 alchemist on top of possessing a frightening strength, great strength and frightening alchemy skills. Bai Ying believed that Xiaoyan in front of him already possessed the qualification for him to lower his attitude. He did this not only to rope in Xiaoyan, but also to think of the clan behind him. In the dark night, the old man frowned. Just as the word left his mouth, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Rumble, Xiaoyan raised his head. His eyes looked at the dark sky above his head. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The silver lightning was like a serpent as it shot out from the black fog that covered the entire world. In merely an instant, it had similarly illuminated the entire world. In an instant, the entire world appeared to have returned from night to day. A glaring white light scattered across the sky above the vast mountain forest. The old man who was staring at Xiaoyan from above the mountain forest saw an extremely young face the moment the white light scattered down. This brat, he quietly muttered in his heart. It was not that he had never seen such a young bandit before. However, all of those young bandits were members of large factions. He had never seen someone like Xiaoyan, who was all alone. At this moment, the old man seemed to have understood a little in his heart. However, he still held some doubt in his heart. Even so, Xiaoyan in front of him should not have caused Bai Ying to display such an attitude. Even if Xiaoyan's training talent far exceeded his peers, he had after all missed the best training period. Even if the current him were to join the Bai clan, it would still be incomparably difficult for him to achieve anything in his training. Just as the old man looked at Bai Ying again, filled with doubt, the latter also quickly glanced at him. The meaning in his eyes seemed to be advising the old man not to say anything. At this moment, the old man finally helplessly nodded. At the same time, his eyes became even more uncertain as he stared at Xiaoyan. He believed that since Xiaoyan in front of him was able to cause Bai Ying to treat him in such a respectful manner, there was definitely something extraordinary about him. It was likely that he could only get Bai Ying to tell him about this after the matter at hand was over. Seeing Bai Ying's respectful attitude, Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows. While he was surprised, he had not expected Bai Ying to actually invite him to join his clan. There is no need for clan leader Bai to waste so much effort. I will definitely not join any faction. As the saying went, one does not slap a smiling face. Moreover, Bai Ying had shown him such an attitude, so Xiaoyan's tone naturally became a little gentler. Bai Ying's expression was slightly stunned when he heard Xiaoyan's words. However, he nodded as though he had already expected it. He naturally knew that the latter would not easily agree to such a hasty invitation. Moreover, until now, he, Bai Ying, did not have any evidence to prove that the Bai clan behind him was secretly opposing the Heavenly Sword sect. Therefore, it was even more impossible for Xiaoyan to casually agree to join his Bai clan. Mr. Xiaoyan is indeed as I expected. He will not easily join the Bai clan. Bai Ying slowly stood up and inhaled a deep breath of air. A regretful expression involuntarily appeared on his face. At the same time, the expression of the old man by the side also became stern. The doqi in his body began to circulate. His long robe fluttered without any wind as an invisible pressure swept out from his body. Hao Xuan, why are you so rash? Bai Ying once again opened his mouth and stopped the old man by the side. The latter was helpless. He could only bitterly withdraw the pressure that he was about to unleash. Xiaoyan quietly sighed in relief in his heart when he saw this. His tightly clenched hand slowly relaxed. A wisp of dense white flame glow was quietly hidden deep within his eyes. If this old man had really attacked earlier, Xiaoyan would have had to rely on Guyu's strength to kill these two people. Fortunately, Bai Ying's actions had unintentionally saved them from a life-and-death disaster. Mr. Xiaoyan, I hope that Mr. Xiaoyan will not hurriedly reject my invitation. Perhaps in the future, Mr. will change your mind. Of course, if Mr. Xiaoyan is really unwilling, I will naturally not force you. However, I still hope that today's matter. Bai Ying's tone became a little heavier towards the end of his words. Xiaoyan was unconcerned, but he still nodded his head to express his understanding. Bai Ying laughed out loud upon seeing this and continued. If we are unable to become family, I, Bai Ying, hope that we can become friends in the end. After all, the Sky Sword sect is one of the 4 great sections. They are not only your enemy, but also my Bai clan's enemy. Mr. Xiaoyan need not doubt this point. Xiaoyan nodded. His heart moved slightly. If what Bai Ying said was true, it might not be a bad thing for him. After all, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. After chatting with Bai Ying and the old man for a while longer, Xiaoyan took advantage of the darkness and left the mountain forest. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the night sky. Violent winds and torrential rain sounded like the roars of beasts. Dazzling white light illuminated the mountain forest below. The light was so dazzling that it caused one to have no choice but to squint and open one's eyes wide at times. Bai Ying and the old man were still in the sky above the mountain forest. At this moment, the two of them had their hands behind their backs. Under the illumination of the lightning, the expressions on their faces were faintly discernible. Clan leader, this kid is really not simple. The old man stared at the direction Xiaoyan had left in. It was as if he could see the ladder rapidly flying through the void. The instant the pouring rain touched the black robe on Xiaoyan's body, it seemed as if the rain had entered the endless void and disappeared without a trace. During the conversation with Xiaoyan earlier, although both parties were carefully probing each other's foundation with every sentence, Xiaoyan did not reveal the slightest flaw from the beginning until the end. Each of his words and actions caused them to quietly frown repeatedly in their hearts. It was as though the Xiaoyan in front of them was not a young man. Instead, he was like an experienced person who had lived for an unknown number of years. It was likely that it would be extremely difficult to obtain any other information from his mouth. Haha, if he had truly revealed a flaw, it would instead cause me to look down on him. However, Xiaoyan is indeed extremely astonishing. This is not only because of his thoughts, it is also because of his strength. When he finished speaking, Bai Ying's face involuntarily revealed a solemn expression. Xiaoyan was indeed the person who had shocked him the most among all the geniuses he had seen. Haha, clan head, there is no need for you to belittle yourself. This Xiaoyan is indeed extraordinary. However, no matter how one puts it, he is only a 6-star half-martial emperor. Although our young master has borrowed the aid of medicinal pills, isn't his strength real? No, Haoshuan, I've already said that Xiaoyan is indeed extremely astonishing. The reason why I think so highly of him is not because he is a 6-star half-martial emperor. Of course, if his strength was only that of a 6-star half-martial emperor, I would naturally not think so highly of him. After the old man spoke, Bai Ying closed his eyes and shook his head. He let out a soft sigh before opening his eyes again. His gaze turned and stared at the old man beside him. The old man was slightly startled when he saw this, but before he could speak, Bai Ying continued. Have you seen a 6-star half-martial emperor suppress several hundred half-martial emperors at the same time? Eh? As soon as Bai Ying spoke, the old man's face suddenly froze. Shock instantly surged into his deep eyes. Bai Ying inhaled a deep breath of air. Each time he recalled the scene that had occurred in Coldstream City during the day, Bai Ying's heart would be involuntarily shocked. He had never imagined that a half-martial emperor would be able to unleash such a frightening strength. However, this was not the end. Bai Ying slowly exhaled the turbid air in his chest. After which, he opened his mouth once again. Have you seen a half-martial emperor being able to slap the face of a 3-star dodi until it swells? Ugh, this. The expression on the old man's face immediately became extremely shocked when he heard these words. If it was the former, he could barely accept it. However, the latter was too shocking. A bandi was actually able to slap the face of an elite dodi until it was swollen. If news of this matter were to spread, would it not become a laughingstock? However, could it be that this kind of thing had happened in? The expression in the old man's eyes gradually became shocked when he thought until this point. He had never imagined that such a shocking thing would actually be accomplished by that inconspicuous little fellow from earlier. Clan leader, what do you mean? That's right. I have personally witnessed everything that Xiaoyan has done. Not only did he beat up all the half-martial emperors in Coldstream City, but that kind of absolute suppression is not something that a half-martial emperor can achieve. After all, based on the situation back then, there were over a dozen 9-star half-martial emperors among those people. Moreover, there were hundreds of half-martial emperors. In the face of such a lineup, even an ordinary dodi would have to be wary. However, Xiaoyan has forcefully suppressed them, completely suppressed them. That group of people did not even have the slightest ability to retaliate in front of Xiaoyan. I even find it hard to believe that those people were all half-martial emperors. Bai Ying's expression was extremely grave as he spoke. The old man beside him seemed to empathize with him. His breathing had unknowingly become hurried as he listened to Bai Ying's words. As for the dodi that I mentioned, haha, it is Sun Shua. Even I would find it difficult to deal with that fellow. However, I never expected that he would be ruthlessly slapped in the face by Xiaoyan today. Moreover, it was in a situation where his doqi was completely exhausted. Bai Ying laughed. However, his tone gradually became solemn towards the end. At the same time, he also swallowed the matter of Xiaoyan controlling the great Tao energy into his stomach. Gulp, under the cover of the rumbling thunder, the old man could not help but secretly swallow his saliva. The shock in his heart was even more difficult to describe with words. When the lightning cut across the sky and released a dazzling white light, one could see that the old man's face was actually paler than Bai Ying's under the illumination of the lightning. This kind of paleness was not because he was weak in any way. It was merely because of the shock in the old man's heart at this moment. At the same time, in the empty space thousands of miles away, Xiaoyan slowly came to a stop after leaving the range of the mountain range. His gaze turned back and looked. Behind him was also pitch black. Letting out a deep breath, Xiaoyan's tensed body suddenly relaxed at this moment. Immediately, a giddy feeling swiftly surged from the depths of his mind, causing Xiaoyan's eyelids to become increasingly heavy. At the same time, the great Dao energy that was applied to the surface of the black robe had lost the support of the Dao Qi and quietly disappeared at this moment. As the great Dao energy disappeared, the pouring rain immediately mercilessly struck Xiaoyan's body. Ugh! An instant of coldness caused Xiaoyan to suddenly recover his senses. He violently clenched his teeth. Only then did his body move and swiftly move. He randomly chose a direction and flew towards the mountain range below. On the other side, Bai Ying and the old man also quietly conversed for a while before moving separately. They flew in two different directions. In the blink of an eye, a week had already passed. At this moment, Xiaoyan had already rested for a week. The aura within his body had also rapidly recovered to its peak. After leaving the mountain range, Xiaoyan headed south. This was because, according to what Sun Hua had said back at Coldstream City, the so-called desolate ancient remains was located at the border between the Shilin mountain range and the human territory. The soul-gathering fruit that Xiaoyan needed was located there. After continuously traveling for a few days, Xiaoyan finally arrived before a city on the sixth day. Sun Hua did not discuss the so-called desolate ancient remains with Xiaoyan in detail. Therefore, Xiaoyan knew nothing about it. Thus, Xiaoyan could only place his hopes on some of the nearby cities. Perhaps he would be able to inquire about some information regarding the desolate ancient remains here. Golden Mountain City. Xiaoyan softly muttered. Wearing a black robe, he followed the flow of people around him and squeezed into the city. Golden Mountain City could not be considered a large city. Thus, compared to other places, this Golden Mountain City appeared somewhat empty. One could practically see the edges of this small city with a single glance. Of course, if one wanted to walk, it would likely take a couple of hours to cross this city. The buildings within this city were indeed much simpler than other cities. Even the experts within this city could not be compared to other cities. From Xiaoyan's spiritual perception, the strongest person within this Golden Mountain City was only an advanced 9-star half-martial emperor. The weakest was only a Dozun. However, by the same logic, compared to other places, this place appeared to be much more peaceful. At the very least, Xiaoyan did not see many troublemakers along the way. However, even though this was the case, it did not disturb Xiaoyan's current mood. On the contrary, the fragrance in the air and the cool breeze that came from the front caused Xiaoyan's body and mind to feel a wave of relaxation and satisfaction. Of course, although a sparrow was small, it still had all its vital organs. The city was small, but it didn't hide its prosperity. Even though it wasn't comparable to other cities, Xiaoyan still found the information he wanted. After making some inquiries, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had searched all over the place to gather information, yet it appeared as though everyone knew about him when he arrived at this place. Each time he asked a passerby about the desolate ancient remains, the passerby would use a strange expression to look at Xiaoyan. That expression caused Xiaoyan's entire body to feel uncomfortable. After a couple of inquiries, Xiaoyan ended up being completely rebuffed. Although those passersby were aware in their hearts, they did not appear to want to tell Xiaoyan the so-called secret that they knew without any benefit. It was so much so that for the sake of obtaining benefits, several half-martial emperors surrounded Xiaoyan in the middle of the road. Every single one of them had a hungry wolf-like expression on their faces, and the smiles on their faces appeared incomparably sinister. Finally, after Xiaoyan unleashed the aura of his strength, the few passers-by, who were merely 1-star bandits, hurriedly changed their attitude toward Xiaoyan with frightened faces. The expressions on their faces swiftly changed and turned into seductive ones. It was as though the matter from a moment ago had never happened. At this moment, Xiaoyan involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart. These people were a group of people who used their strength to bully the weak. They were arrogant at first, then respectful. Just thinking about it made one laugh. When they saw Xiaoyan's young appearance for the first time, the few half-martial emperors did not think much of it in their hearts. In their hearts, they naturally treated him as an ordinary young man. These experts who boasted of their great strength would naturally not mind suppressing such a person. Unfortunately, after witnessing Xiaoyan's true strength, this group of people finally understood just how frightening the strength of this young black-robed man in front of them was. After the few half-martial emperors carefully described it, Xiaoyan finally had a general understanding of the so-called desolate ancient ruins in his heart. The desolate ancient ruins seemed to have been left behind by an elite Dodi. As for the identity of that elite Dodi, it was already impossible to find out until now. However, from what everyone knew, that elite Dodi seemed to be an expert with an extremely powerful spiritual strength. As for whether he was an alchemist or a formation master, this was something that no one knew. According to their understanding, the tomb contained all sorts of treasures. There was a large number of high-tier medicinal pills, countless natural treasures, doqi methods, medicinal cauldrons for refining pills, high-tier formation plates. These things that were extremely difficult to find in the outside world could be found everywhere in that tomb. Moreover, according to what the few half-martial emperors had said, there was a Ling-class Do skill in the tomb of that elite Dodi. Even an elite Dodi would be moved by a Do skill of that class. Among all these treasures, the one that Xiaoyan was most concerned about was naturally the soul-gathering fruit. According to the description of the few half-martial emperors in front of him, the thing with the highest value in the tomb of that elite Dodi was the soul-gathering fruit that Xiaoyan needed. Moreover, due to the attraction of this soul-gathering fruit, it seemed that the 4 great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect were coveting it. When the tomb opened, the 4 great clans would definitely not miss this opportunity. After hearing this point, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but become solemn. Although he had already secretly come to an agreement with the Bai clan, this was ultimately still an uncertain factor. Before he was certain, even Xiaoyan could not guarantee that the Bai clan would not attack him for the benefit of the various clans. In this way, Xiaoyan would be in trouble. Currently, he could only hope that when the 4 great clans were in chaos, he would be able to quietly take advantage of them. Of course, in that kind of situation, the 4 great clans would definitely dispatch elite Dodi. As for whether he would have the opportunity to obtain the soul-gathering fruit, it was unknown at this moment. However, it was fortunate that there were still 3 months before the opening of the desolate ancient ruins. These 3 months were sufficient for Xiaoyan to make some preparations. Perhaps, Xiaoyan might be able to think of a good plan during this period of time. As for the matter of the ruins, he could only temporarily put it aside because, after experiencing a couple of intense battles, the current Xiaoyan could already feel that his strength could increase by another step. His initial stage 6-star half-martial emperor strength had already reached its saturation point. He hoped that he could use the next 3 months to raise his initial stage 6-star half-martial emperor strength to the middle stage 6-star half-martial emperor strength. Although the gap between them did not appear to be large, if they were to truly be placed on the battlefield, the effect that they would display would not be just a little bit. Regarding this point, although the gap between half-martial emperors was very small and not easy to see, if it were to be placed among Dodi experts, the difference in strength could be said to be a difference of 1,000 miles. Xiaoyan stayed in the Golden Mountain City for several days. During this period of time, other than resting, he did not forget to search for the remaining 2 medicinal ingredients. Currently, he had already gathered all of the medicinal ingredients required to concoct the Bodhi returning pellet. However, he still lacked the 2 medicinal ingredients required to concoct the ice spirit pellet. However, to Xiaoyan's surprise, he did not manage to find what he needed in the Golden Mountain City. In the end, he sighed and left the Golden Mountain City. This time around, Xiaoyan went straight for his target. He continued to travel southward. On the way, he passed by many cities. Only after 10 days did he gradually slow down his speed. Traveling was also a kind of cultivation method. Xiaoyan's continuous traveling for 10 days had perfectly demonstrated this point. After 10 days of non-stop cultivation, the doqi in Xiaoyan's body had reached a saturation point. At this saturation point, even if he were to refine it with the heavenly flame, it would not be able to compress it in the slightest. This was also the sign that Xiaoyan's strength was about to break through to the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan, who was traveling, stop. He descended on top of a mountain peak. Without any hesitation, he sat down cross-legged on top of the mountain peak. Huu, after taking a deep breath, Xiaoyan inspected his body with his consciousness. Sure enough, the doqi in the vortex space had reached a state of being completely filled. If Xiaoyan were to make a breakthrough at this time and increase his strength to the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm, it would simply be a matter of time. Xiaoyan would naturally not let go of this opportunity so easily. He smiled in his heart and immediately withdrew his consciousness. The instant he opened his eyes, he flicked his finger. A black ray of light immediately shot out and turned into the Northern King before Xiaoyan. During this period of time, Xiaoyan needed peace and quiet the most. If he were to be disturbed during this period of time, his breakthrough might end in failure. This was not something that Xiaoyan was willing to see. After taking out the Northern King, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. He still felt uneasy in his heart. His eyes turned slightly and a hint of sharpness flashed through them. Soon after, he waved his sleeve and 3 rays of light shot out. They were placed in 3 different directions in the air by Xiaoyan. Those 3 rays of light were 3 different formation discs. The 3 formation discs were all ranked 2 defensive formation discs. The energy emitted from them was sufficient to withstand an all-out attack from a 9-star half-martial emperor. When all 3 formation discs were unleashed, no one below the Do D level would be able to break through them. After doing all this, Xiaoyan calmed down slightly. With a flick of his finger, 3 rays of Do Qi shot out again and instantly entered the 3 formation discs. With the injection of Do Qi, the 3 formation discs immediately emitted a dazzling golden light. The light spread and turned into 3 dense Do Qi light barriers, protecting Xiaoyan within them. Soon after, Xiaoyan withdrew his consciousness and slowly closed his eyes. The breathing in his nose gradually became stable and orderly. 2 hours later, when the aura within Xiaoyan's body had completely recovered to its peak, with a thought, the flame mantra in his body began to circulate. The enormous amount of Do Qi within the vortex space also began to roll over and over. Wave after wave of Do Qi surged out from the vortex space. Immediately, they separated like a river, turning into a couple of even smaller Do Qi that flowed into those Qi paths following the circulation of the flame mantra Qi method. At the same time, in the outside world, the instant the flame mantra Qi method in Xiaoyan's body began to circulate, the space around Xiaoyan's body began to fluctuate intensely. Waves of scorching hot energy that was filled with a wild and violent intent also appeared to be attracted at this moment and swiftly agglomerated from the empty space. They were like numerous crimson-red fire snakes that coiled around Xiaoyan's body a couple of times. After which, following Xiaoyan's breathing, they gradually entered Xiaoyan's body. When these mottled energies entered Xiaoyan's body, the beautiful, heavenly flame immediately pounced on them like a hungry wolf that had seen a wild rabbit. Before the mottled Do Qi could resist, it had already been refined into threads of pure Do Qi in the blink of an eye. After passing through the refinement of the heavenly flame, they poured into the Qi paths in Xiaoyan's body. Following the Do Qi in the Qi paths and being refined by the flame mantra Qi method, they followed the route of the flame mantra Qi method and finally entered the vortex space. Under this repeated refinement, Xiaoyan's aura gradually grew at an extremely slow speed. While Xiaoyan was slowly training, time swiftly flowed by like sand between one's fingers. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had already passed. Currently, there were only 2 months left until the opening of the desolate ancient remains. As time flowed by, it also caused Xiaoyan's body to gradually undergo changes. Every time he advanced, there would be a small change in his body. The direct manifestation of this change was that every aspect of Xiaoyan's body would receive a different degree of improvement. Regardless of whether it was his Qi paths, his bones, the strength of his physical body, the density of his Do Qi, or the changes within the vortex space, every aspect of his body was becoming stronger and stronger. Following the change in the aura within Xiaoyan's body, the spatial fluctuations in the empty space around him became increasingly intense. Circular ripples that were like water waves continuously surged outwards until finally, it completely returned to calmness. This kind of calmness was not the kind that one could see with one's naked eyes. Instead, it was a kind of vibration that was difficult to detect under the extremely intense fluctuations. At the same time, crimson-red Do Qi continuously surged out from the empty space between the heavens and the earth. The crimson-red energy was like a substance as it fiercely burned around Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan was like a phoenix in the fire. When he broke through, would it be the nirvana of the phoenix? At that time, under the unceasing swallowing and refining of the flame mantra Qi method within Xiaoyan's body, this long period of refinement continued for close to 10 days. It was only at noon on the 9th day that Xiaoyan, who was under the scorching sun, suddenly opened his eyes. As the last thread of Do Qi in his body entered the vortex, Xiaoyan's aura immediately soared to a new level. After an instant, the Do Qi that was about to leak out from Xiaoyan's body was completely withdrawn back into his body in that short instant. Not even the slightest bit of it leaked out. After a couple of breaths, Xiaoyan finally forcefully endured the abundant Do Qi within his body. His body trembled slightly as he violently inhaled a breath of air. Immediately following this, Xiaoyan abruptly raised his head. The expression on his face swiftly became wild. He widened his mouth and emitted a long roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Huh! After the long roar was emitted, Xiaoyan's body suddenly trembled. His feet ferociously stomped on the peak of the cliff below him. In an instant, an enormous force poured down and caused the cliff to collapse. As for Xiaoyan's body, he borrowed the force and, like a bolt of lightning, instantly broke through the clouds and stepped onto the 9 heavens. After close to a month and a half of unceasing training, Xiaoyan's strength had finally obtained another breakthrough. He had successfully entered the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm. Huu, Xiaoyan stood proudly in the sky. He had a fanatical expression on his face. He clenched his fists and sensed the surging Do Qi within his body. After a long time, Xiaoyan's state of mind gradually stabilized. Is this the power of a mid-stage 6-star half-martial emperor? Indeed, compared to an early-stage 6-star half-martial emperor, there is a huge difference. Xiaoyan muttered softly. He could not help but exclaim in admiration. Compared to an early-stage 6-star half-martial emperor, there was indeed a huge difference between a mid-stage 6-star half-martial emperor and an early-stage 6-star half-martial emperor. As the saying goes, the slightest mistake could lead to a difference of 1,000 miles. Even though the difference in strength between an early-stage 6-star half-martial emperor and a mid-stage 6-star half-martial emperor was only a single step, the gap between them was like a chasm. If an ordinary early-stage 6-star half-martial emperor were to rely solely on cultivation, and without the use of any external items, it would likely be impossible for them to increase their strength to mid-stage 6-star half-martial emperor without several years or even several tens of years. If one were to use time to measure the difference between the two, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it would take 100 years. Of course, it had only been half a year since Xiaoyan had broken through to the early-stage 6-star half-martial emperor. In half a year's time, he had broken through from a 5-star half-martial emperor to a mid-stage 6-star half-martial emperor. Such a frightening cultivation speed could be said to be heaven-defying. One must know that if an ordinary person wanted to break through from the mid-stage 5-star half-martial emperor to the mid-stage 6-star half-martial emperor, it would likely take them at least 100 years. However, the current Xiaoyan had indeed only used half a year's time to break through from the mid-stage 5-star half-martial emperor to the mid-stage 6-star half-martial emperor. Such a frightening cultivation speed was simply something that no one could compare to. Hee, boy, not bad. In less than half a year's time, you've managed to break through from the middle stage 5-star half-martial emperor to the middle stage 6-star half-martial emperor. With your cultivation speed, even if you were to be placed among the peak powers of the continent, you would likely be ranked at the top. The empty space beside Xiaoyan distorted slightly before Guyu's figure gradually appeared. He looked at Xiaoyan with a mocking smile. His old eyes, which contained a glint, involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. Even he had never imagined that Xiaoyan would be able to break through from the middle stage 5-star half-martial emperor to the middle stage 6-star half-martial emperor in merely half a year's time. This was truly shocking. Haha, old Gu, please don't make fun of me. I know my own limits. Compared to those people that you have mentioned, the strength that I obtained by relying on external objects has a somewhat opportunistic feeling. Otherwise, how could I possibly raise my cultivation by so much within half a year's time? Xiaoyan shook his head after hearing Guyu's words. His face sighed as he spoke. He knew very well how he obtained his current cultivation. Even though he might be a rare exceptional genius in the eyes of others, in his own eyes, he had merely relied on external objects to reach his current level of cultivation. This was not merely because he had broken through from the 5th-star half-martial emperor to the 6th-star half-martial emperor. After all, on the path that Xiaoyan had walked, exactly how much of his strength and cultivation had been obtained through his own cultivation? Almost none. By relying on all sorts of opportunities and the flame mantra martial technique that he had cultivated, Xiaoyan had always been searching for all sorts of powerful heavenly flames. Perhaps in the eyes of others, heavenly flames were the most tyrannical and ferocious power in this world. However, to Xiaoyan, they were the source of his strength, the foundation of his cultivation. It could be said that without heavenly flames, he, Xiaoyan, would not have been able to reach his current level of cultivation. Humph, brat, there is no need for you to belittle yourself. That's right, practically all of the strength that you possess right now is obtained through external help. Even your mid-stage 6-star half-martial emperor cultivation was bestowed to you by that woman called Lin Bingshuang. Guyu seemed to have seen through Xiaoyan's thoughts. He coldly snorted to express his dissatisfaction with Xiaoyan's dispirited attitude. At the same time, the words that came out of his mouth were also provoking Xiaoyan. However, you should not forget just how much pain you had to go through when you swallowed the heavenly flames to obtain your strength. That degree of pain is enough to turn an ordinary person into ashes. Yet, you were able to endure it and obtain a transformation. This is already sufficient to prove yourself. As long as your efforts are proportional to your returns, nothing else is important. Guyu stared at Xiaoyan in front of him as he spoke in a solemn tone. At the same time, the expression on Xiaoyan's face was volatile as he repeatedly thought about Guyu's words in his heart. The method you use to obtain strength is indeed a shortcut. However, at the same time, isn't the pain and danger that you have to endure also a few times or even dozens of times that of others? In this entire world, has there ever been anyone who had put themselves in a dangerous situation because of purely practicing Douqi? I'm afraid that there is no one else other than you, who practices the flame mantra. The emotions on Xiaoyan's face gradually stabilized after hearing Guyu's words. A determined expression flashed across his eyes. Indeed, Guyu's words were not false. One's efforts and returns must be proportional. Even the members of those large aristocratic families had to rely on the resources of their clan in order to train at such a fast speed. As for Xiaoyan, he was alone in the outside world. He needed to think of a way to obtain everything. Xiaoyan did not have the so-called training resources. He was only searching for ways to raise his strength. Compared to the members of those clans, Xiaoyan's strength was even more difficult to obtain. Haha, Xiaoyan involuntarily laughed softly when he thought of this. The distracting thoughts in his heart were tossed aside, and his emotions returned to normal. His condition had once again recovered to its peak. Haha, old Gu, relax. I understand what you have said. There is no true right or wrong on the path of training. Ultimately, only the strong can control the truth in this world. It seems that I have thought too much. As long as I am worthy of my strength, I will not regret it. No one will delve into the origin of my strength. Guyu nodded. His old face revealed a gratified smile. In this world, strength was respected. Without strength, one was even less than a pile of dog shit. At the very least, no one would dare to step on dog shit. Let's go. We will talk after reaching our destination. The opening of the desolate ancient remains is imminent. It is likely that quite a number of experts will gather this time around. This is also a good thing. It will also allow you to broaden your horizons and see the world of an elite Dodi. That level is not something that an ordinary place can compare with. Guyu sighed softly. He immediately turned his body, turned into a ray of light, and entered Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan nodded solemnly. After meeting a couple of elite Dodi, his heart had become increasingly excited about the so-called Dodi class. He did not know when he would be able to reach that level. A fiery heat involuntarily surged deep within Xiaoyan's eyes when he thought of this. Dodi was a level that could truly be ranked among the experts on the Yuanwu continent. He believed that he would one day reach that level or even go further and become even stronger. However, Xiaoyan could only focus his attention on the present. The path of an expert had to be taken one step at a time. One had to rely on oneself to walk down this path. Half a month later, in the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range, Xiaoyan had finally arrived at a city that was situated between the Shilin mountain range and the human forces after half a month of arduous travel. Shilin City. This was a city situated between the Shilin mountain range and the human forces. Due to its unique topography, this city was endowed with a liveliness that was different from other places. The scarlet-red city walls were left with conspicuous battle scars. These scars constantly spoke of the city's past, and every once in a while, new scars would appear, constantly renewing the city's future. At this moment, outside Shilin City, a thin figure dressed in black robes was standing in front of the city. Around him, crowds of people came and went, and a nauseating stench of blood permeated the air. Everyone's face was filled with ruthlessness, and every pair of eyes was filled with murderous decisiveness. The stench of blood was emitted from these people. Due to being situated in the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range, the people of Shilin City often came into contact with magical beasts. Here, almost everyone's body would be enveloped by the aura of magical beasts. Xiaoyan's pitch-black eyes stared at the city that rose above the earth like flames. A hint of hope involuntarily flashed across the depths of his eyes. Now that the opening of the desolate ancient ruins was imminent, Shilin City would probably not be peaceful. Sighing softly in his heart, Xiaoyan slightly nodded his head. He lifted his eyes and swept his gaze across the surroundings, and could not help but gently raise his eyebrows. Compared to other places, the people here looked even more ferocious and wild. Almost every man was topless, and their bronze skin reflected a beautiful light under the scorching sun. Their sturdy bodies could be compared to a bear's, and every time their feet landed, it seemed as if the ground beneath their feet would tremble uncontrollably. Even some of the women were equally astonishing. Perhaps due to their years of training and the process of coming into contact with magical beasts, some changes had occurred to their bodies. Of course, these changes were only simple changes in their appearance, but in terms of strength, these people's strength was even more terrifying than those who obtained their strength through normal training. He slowly exhaled and moved his feet. Then, he strode toward the city in front of him. Lying in the middle of the crowd, Xiaoyan looked around curiously. At the same time, the pitch-black soul orb in the depths of his brows trembled slightly. Instantly, boundless soul energy surged out like a tsunami. Under the control of Xiaoyan's mind, it did not attract the attention of others as it rapidly spread towards the city in front of him. After a round of investigation, Xiaoyan, who was walking in the middle of the crowd, could not help but frown slightly. He sighed in his heart. Indeed, it was just as Xiaoyan had guessed. In this small Shilin city, there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. In this short period of time, Xiaoyan had already discovered a few strong people with strong auras in Shilin City under the investigation of his spiritual strength. Currently, other than the strong people above the Do D level, there was no one else who could make Xiaoyan feel serious. Currently, there was still a month's time before the opening of the desolate ancient ruins. However, Xiaoyan did not expect that so many strong people had already gathered in Shilin City. It was hard to imagine just how many Do D level experts would personally come here in the next month. When the time came, when the desolate ancient ruins opened, it was likely that there would be another fierce battle. However, regarding this, Xiaoyan secretly sneered in his heart. Although many strong people had already gathered here, it was likely that no one would care about a mere 6-star half-emperor like him. Fishing in troubled waters was something that Xiaoyan did not mind at all. After randomly finding a place to stay in the city and resting for a while, Xiaoyan began to stroll around the city. At the same time, he also hoped to try his luck and find the remaining 2 medicinal ingredients that he needed. TSK, have you all heard? 2 months ago, in the headquarters of the Sun Clan in Coldstream City, the Sun Clan's head, Sun Shua, was ruthlessly slapped in the face by that Xiaoyan. How could I not have heard of such a big matter? It is said that Xiaoyan is very powerful. With his own strength, he actually beat up all the half-emperors in Coldstream City. TSK, how terrifying. That's right. That guy not only slapped the Sun Clan's head in the face, he also killed many people from the Sun clan. It is said that because of this, the Sun clan's head wanted to step forward and stop him. However, who would have thought that he was not a match for him and was actually beaten up by him? TSK, don't tell me that Xiaoyan has already become a Do-D level expert? It's hard to say. To be able to beat up a 3-star Do-D level expert, who knows if his original strength was that of a Do-D level expert? TSK, such a young Do-D is really frightening. Suddenly, Xiaoyan, who was walking in the middle of the street, unintentionally heard the words being emitted from the mouths of the passers-by. When he heard that the topic of the conversation was the matter that had happened 2 months ago in Coldstream City, Xiaoyan could not help but let out 2 soft coughs in an embarrassed manner. As the saying goes, the matter from 2 months ago had been spread from the mouths of thousands of people until now. However, it had become so miraculous. Forget about the bystanders, even Xiaoyan himself could not help but feel stunned in his heart when he heard it. After skipping over the few people from earlier, Xiaoyan continued to walk forward. As expected, he heard quite a number of things that were related to him along the way. Those news caused Xiaoyan to be unable to laugh or cry in his heart. In an instant, it seemed that he had really become a Do-D level expert in the hearts of everyone. Indeed, it was impossible for an elite Do-D to be in existence that a Ban-D could contend with in the eyes of these people. As long as such an expert appeared, all Ban-D could only bow their heads in front of him. Unfortunately, this so-called bowing their heads was something that Xiaoyan could never hope to achieve from his point of view. When faced with a strong person, Xiaoyan would only become stronger. This was because he knew that he did not have any path of retreat. This was because if he retreated, he would die. At this moment, it was likely that only Xiaoyan himself and those who had personally witnessed everything in Coldstream City back then would know the truth of this matter. Not having the mood to bother, Xiaoyan simply skipped over the people along the way and carefully searched for the 2 medicinal ingredients that he needed. However, at this moment, rumble, a vast and mighty thunder sound was suddenly transmitted over from the distant horizon. The entire Xilin city began to tremble intensely at this moment. A vast and mighty pressure that nearly caused everyone to be unable to breathe suddenly rose in this area. At the same time, the expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly changed drastically at this moment. The spiritual strength that he had released instantly returned to his body. While his eyebrows were tightly knit together, Xiaoyan's body moved. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was already in the air. His gaze turned and focused on the distant horizon. Rumble, the intense rumbling sound of thunder was like waves of beast roars that reverberated unceasingly across the sky. In the distant horizon, a black mass of dark clouds gradually spread. Although they were far apart, Xiaoyan was still able to sense the frightening aura that was being emitted from within. Following Xiaoyan's rise into the sky, a few rays of light also instantly flickered from a few other directions within Xilin City. In the blink of an eye, they had also stepped into the empty sky along with Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily narrowed when he saw these few people. A glint swiftly flashed across his eyes. These people were the few elite Do-D who were in Xilin City. They paused their bodies. Numerous pairs of sharp eyes instantly focused on the direction where the thunder came from. At the same time, there were various expressions in the eyes of those few people. The few of them exchanged glances with each other. Finally, their eyes paused for a moment when they looked at Xiaoyan. Immediately, they randomly swept past him. A pair of eyes that were filled with solemnity focused on the distant horizon. This was especially so when they looked at the thunder clouds. Even with the mental fortitude of these few elite Do-D, they could not help but part their mouths. Even someone as strong as a Do-D seemed to be able to feel a sense of fear toward that thunder cloud. Xiaoyan frowned slightly. He slowly withdrew his gaze. Only then did he look at the thick thunder clouds on the horizon. Rumble, the sound of thunder roared. Despite being hundreds of thousands of feet away, the sound of thunder seemed to be reverberating beside one's ear, causing one to feel a chill rise within one's heart. This is pill lightning? Why is it so frightening? Don't tell me that this is a rank 4 pill lightning or even a rank 5 pill lightning. Xiaoyan's lips and teeth trembled slightly. The soft words that were emitted from his mouth contained a shock. This was the first time that he had seen such a frightening thunder cloud. He did not doubt that if that thunder cloud were to completely erupt, it was likely that he would not be able to block even one attack. It was also because of this that Xiaoyan's heart was a little uncertain about this cluster of frightening thunder cloud. No, this isn't pill lightning. At this moment, Gu Yu, who had been quiet for a long time within Xiaoyan's body, finally spoke. His voice was filled with a solemn tone. Clearly, even with his character, he did not dare to underestimate this strange thundercloud that had appeared in the distant sky. Xiaoyan involuntarily felt startled after sensing the slight emotional fluctuation in Gu Yu's words. He frowned and looked at the thundercloud. At the same time, he asked Gu Yu in his heart, which was filled with doubt. Old Gu, what exactly is this thundercloud? Why is the energy contained within it so powerful? That's right. It would be strange if this thing didn't make you feel dangerous. Gu Yu quickly regained his composure. However, there was a trace of mockery in his tone as he laughed softly at Xiaoyan. Old Bone knows about that thing? Not only do I know about it, I have even personally experienced it. However, you can relax. You will have the opportunity to personally experience it in the future. Gu Yu sighed softly. He seemed to have recalled some matters in the past and his heart involuntarily trembled. Old Gu, just tell me directly. What exactly is this thundercloud? What do you mean by what you said earlier? Xiaoyan's brows, which had just relaxed, were once again tightly knitted together. The doubt in his heart grew when he heard Gu Yu's vague reply. He curled his mouth and involuntarily continued to question Gu Yu. This is a lightning tribulation. Gu Yu laughed softly before slowly opening his mouth. The expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly stiffened the moment these words were uttered. At the same time, both of his eyes stared intently at the black thundercloud in the distant sky. His heart was in turmoil. The shock he felt was difficult to describe. Lightning tribulation. Just these two words were enough for Xiaoyan to understand why the thundercloud had appeared and what it was used for. Any bandit would attract a lightning tribulation when they were about to break through to the Do-D class. That kind of lightning tribulation was so powerful that it could seriously injure an elite Do-D. It could even kill an elite Do-D who was in the midst of a breakthrough. This also explained why there were very few people who could truly break through to the Do-D class despite there being many bandit experts on the continent. Even though some bandit experts had great training talent and could even rely on their own training to reach the Do-D class, there was often a portion of them who would be stopped by this lightning tribulation regardless of how frightening their talent was. The D-tribulation had basically become the shackle that prevented most bandit experts from becoming elite Do-D. In front of the D-tribulation, regardless of how frightening one's training talent was, one would ultimately be unable to reach the Do-D class as long as one was unable to endure it. It was also because of this reason that a portion of the 9-star bandit were unwilling to break through despite having already reached the limit of breaking through to the Do-D class. The reason was because of this lightning tribulation. If one succeeded under the lightning tribulation, one would be free and unfettered. One would become a true elite Do-D and be respected by others. On the other hand, one would end up in a state of eternal damnation. Not even one's corpse would remain under the lightning tribulation. Looking at this thundercloud, it was obvious that someone was preparing to break through to the Do-D class. Old Gu, although the D-tribulation is powerful, can't one find an expert to protect one from the tribulation, just like how one withstands the lightning tribulation? Xiaoyan seemed to have thought of something. He frowned slightly and once again opened his mouth to ask Gu Yu. His tone was filled with doubt. Stinking brat, aren't you treating the D-tribulation too lightly? If it was so easy to endure the D-tribulation, wouldn't everyone on the continent have become an elite Do-D? Gu Yu involuntarily laughed and scolded Xiaoyan after hearing his words. Gu Yu felt that Xiaoyan's simple-minded thinking was a little laughable. However, Gu Yu recovered his solemn expression soon after. He paused for a moment before opening his mouth to explain to Xiaoyan. Unless one is able to forcefully endure the D-tribulation with one's own strength, any external object is useless in front of it. Of course, the D-tribulation pill is an exception. There is no need for the old me to explain the reason. You should understand it yourself. Being a medicinal pill, the Emperor Calamity pill was merely a method to raise the strength of one who had made a breakthrough. Although the duration was short, it was able to help an elite Do-D resist the lightning calamity. This point was completely different from an ordinary external object. Although they both relied on external objects, the method of swallowing the medicinal pill allowed one's body to become stronger. It was a strength that came from the inside out. It was unlike the former, which completely relied on external forces. It looked impressive on the outside but was weak on the inside. End of chapter 605. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.